Chapter 502. Visitors from the county office. At this moment, the villagers of Xiahe had just finished their breakfast. The sun, newly risen, cast a warm and rosy glow over the village, enveloping it in layers of golden light. "Mother, please have some porridge," urged Juaner, Dachuan's wife, with a look of concern on her face as she held a bowl of nourishing rice porridge, complemented with healthful jujubes. However, Chen, the mother, shook her head wearily. "Mother, I dreamt of Dachuan last night. He told me he has found Erdi," Juaner said, placing the bowl of porridge in front of her mother, speaking in a conversational tone. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again, as tears welled up in her eyes. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. My dear Zhi'er, many hold the belief that dreams are inverted, a notion devoid of scientific backing, yet it is a common sentiment, and Chen was no exception. The thought that finding Dachuan meant the opposite, an indication of not finding him, only deepened her worries. Seeing the distress on Chen's face, Zhu, her father-in-law, approached to offer comfort. "I also had a dream. I dreamt that Dachuan had not found Zhi'er." At this, Chen shot Zhu an angry glare, her face contorted with frustration. Without a word, she pinched his arm sharply, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Are you foolish? Can't you choose your words wisely?" Zhu hastily apologized, having thought that if he claimed he dreamt of Dachuan not finding Zhi'er, then perhaps it would mean he had indeed found him, thereby alleviating Chen's sorrow. Reality, however, is often starkly different from our aspirations, and it seemed Zhu had come to understand this truth in that moment. While Zhu Ping'an's family was trying to coax Chen into eating her porridge, a villager rushed in through the main door. "From the Xiahe family. The county office has sent someone," he exclaimed, breathless. "The county office has sent someone?" Chen's heart leaped with hope, and she sprang to her feet, urgently inquiring, "Has the government found my Zhi'er?" "Not exactly." The villager scratched his head, reluctant to shatter Chen's hopes. Yet, he felt compelled to inform her. "They are at the village entrance, claiming they are measuring land. There are quite a few of them, led by an official from the county office, a household registration officer." I recognized him. "It's Erdi." "What land are they measuring?" "Our land is already documented at the county office, and we hold the land deed," Zhu said as he stepped outside. "Well, I can't say for sure," the villager replied, shaking his head. "But there are many officials there, equipped with paper, pens, and rulers, already at the field. You should go and see for yourselves." In ancient times, the hierarchy was rigid, and the belief in officialdom was deeply ingrained. The household registration officer, though a minor official, was regarded as a significant figure by the villagers, overseeing tax collection and grain submissions for the entire county, surrounded by numerous subordinates. In ancient times, although the county magistrate held responsibility, he was but one individual, often stretched too thin. The true operations of the county office were managed by the 6 clerks, who effectively assumed the authority and duties of the office. To the common folk, the 6 clerks were perceived as the wielders of real power. When officials from the county arrived to survey the land, it was no trivial matter. Consequently, the villagers recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried to inform the Zhu family. At that moment, many were gathered at the site, observing the proceedings. Land was the foundation of existence for the ancients, and prompted by the villagers' concerns, Zhu's father and his family felt compelled to take the matter seriously. The family followed the villagers towards the fields in front of the village. They had scarcely stepped outside when they encountered the elderly Zhu and others who had rushed over from the old family residence, including Uncle Zhu Shoren. Like Zhu's father, the elderly Zhu bore a look of astonishment, taken aback by the sudden news of the county officials measuring the land. However, Uncle Zhu Shoren exhibited an extraordinary composure, displaying a remarkable mental fortitude characteristic of a scholar, remaining unperturbed as if he had anticipated the event all along. "What is the matter, Xiahe? I hear that officials from the county are here," the elderly Zhu inquired with concern. "Father, I am unsure. They say they are measuring the land," Zhu's father replied, shaking his head. "Measuring land pertains to household matters. Could it be that officials from the household department have arrived?" Uncle Zhu Shoren mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Paying taxes?" Upon hearing this, the elderly Zhu's expression grew grave. Upon reaching the fields, they discovered a throng of villagers already gathered at Zhu Ping'an's land. Seeing the Zhu family approach, the villagers greeted them and cleared a path for them to advance. Upon entering, they found 4 constables and an official clad in a blue uniform. At that moment, the official was instructing the constables on how to measure the land. One constable pushed a wheelbarrow, which contained a wooden measure, resembling a spinning wheel's rope, while another stood by to count, and 2 others proceeded to the field. Are you the parties involved? The official inquired, observing Zhu's father and the others approach. May I ask why the esteemed official is measuring our land? Zhu's father stepped forward to ask. By the order of the county magistrate. We are here to measure your land as a basis for tax collection, the official replied, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect towards the county office. Tax collection? The crowd from the village murmured in surprise. Zhu Pingyan was a top scholar and had already attained an official position. How could he still be liable for taxes? Was it not said that officials were exempt from taxation? Hearing the villagers' discourse, the official stroked his beard, unfazed, and remarked, of course, when Master Zhu was present. He was indeed exempt from taxes. However, now that he is no longer here, such exemptions are no longer applicable. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools. Not long ago, the county officials frequently visited the home of Zhu Pingyan, bringing gifts and congratulations. Yet, now that Pingyan has encountered misfortune, it has barely been a few days, and the county office has already emerged to demand taxes. Alas, who dares to claim my son is no longer with us? Hearing this, Chen's anger flared. She stepped forward, her teeth clenched, wishing to tear the speaker to shreds for repeatedly asserting that her son was gone. Who are you? Village woman? Shu remarked with a cold laugh. And who might you be? Even the county magistrate must pay his respects when he sees me, Chen retorted, her expression devoid of warmth. I am from the family of the second son, she added, seeing Chen's blatant rudeness. Zhu Laizizi worried that her behavior might provoke the county officials. He stepped forward to admonish her, then turned to Shu to offer an apology, explaining that she was merely a woman who did not know better and urging the official not to take offense. Very well then, Shu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Laizizi, who instinctively shrank back. Just moments ago, Zhu Laizizi had summoned his courage to approach, concerned that the second son's actions might bring trouble to the Zhu family. Now, meeting the gaze of an official, his bravery had entirely evaporated. To be continued. Chapter 503. What? Must my family also pay taxes? You say it is settled, and thus it is? Chen's expression darkened as she seethed at Shu, who had the audacity to claim her son was no longer alive. Huh? What do you intend, village woman? Shu scoffed, adopting the arrogant demeanor typical of county officials. Zhu Laizizi felt the sweat bead on his forehead, perplexed by the second son's lack of decorum. They had only just managed to placate Shu, and now she was throwing a tantrum again. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. If they angered Shu, it would be the Zhu family that suffered the consequences. How could she not grasp such simple logic? Is village woman a title you can bestow? Chen glared fiercely at Shu. In Huaining County, there is no one I cannot name, Shu retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Chen and adopting a commanding posture. Lord Feng, please temper your wrath. Zhu Shoren, the elder, stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Shu. He made eye contact with Shu and then turned back to Chen, his demeanor grave as he admonished, Sister-in-law, this is Lord Feng, the official responsible for the household registration in Huaining County, overseeing the collection of taxes and resources across the region. Lord Feng is here to survey the land on official business, and you must be cautious. If you obstruct official duties, the consequences will be dire. Humph. As Zhu Shoren's words fell, Shu let out a sharp huff, tossing his sleeve dismissively and raising his chin, projecting an air of superiority. You shall not dare to call me. Chen's fury intensified at Shu's condescension. The stormy expression on Shu's face resembled that of a tiger provoked by a mere rabbit, as though he might reveal his fangs in impatience. Lord Feng, please remain calm. Zhu Shoren approached once more, bowing to Shu. My sister-in-law is just a simple country woman. Please do not hold it against her. Oh, it is young Master Zhu. Why are you not at home studying for your examinations? I have heard that Lord Lu has great expectations for you, young Master Zhu. Do not disappoint his trust. Feng Shu appeared as if he had just noticed his esteemed uncle, Zhu Shoren, his chin lifted high, casting a newfound admiration upon him. With the auspicious words of the elder, Zhu Shoren again clasped his hands, subtly gesturing with his fingers and exchanging a knowing glance. Feng Shu, in silent accord, nodded slightly. The two shared an unspoken understanding, as if their actions had been prearranged. Very well, in light of young Master Zhu, I shall overlook this matter this time and refrain from holding you, a mere village woman, accountable. Let this be a lesson learned. He cleared his throat, casting a glance at Chen Shi with an air of condescension. Thank you, Lord Feng. Zhi'er expressed his gratitude repeatedly, then turned his gaze towards Zhu's father and Chen, gesturing for them to acknowledge Feng Hushu. The latter, seizing the moment, assumed an authoritative stance, anticipating a bow of apology from Zhu's father and Chen. Feeling that he had sufficiently established his dominance and that it was now time to transition to the main subject at hand. Lord Feng? Chen scoffed, then inquired. What rank does Lord Feng hold? Rank? The question caught Feng Hushu off guard, causing him to cough slightly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Although he wielded some influence within the county office, as a mere clerk, he held no official rank in the court and was not worthy of mention. Is a county magistrate of a higher rank? Chen pressed further. Feng Hushu's face reddened further. The county magistrate was a 7th-rank official, and he felt unqualified to compare himself to such a figure. I am a 6th-rank honorin, bestowed by the emperor himself. Even your county magistrate must pay me respect. Chen retorted with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Hushu's expression flickered, revealing his awareness of Chen status as a 6th-rank honorin. He had previously been informed when the county magistrate sent someone to convey his thanks. However, he had deliberately chosen to disregard her rank, seeking to assert his authority over her, believing that a mere village woman would have little comprehension of such matters. He thought that by establishing his dominance first, he would intimidate her into forgetting her title as a 6th-rank honorin. His intention was to firmly establish control before broaching the subject of land measurement and taxation, hoping to instill fear in them. As for Zhi'er's plans, he felt they were no concern of his. Yet, the 20 taels of silver previously promised were non-negotiable. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Chen was no ordinary village woman. Now, as she asserted her status as a 6th-rank honorin, Feng Hushu's expression shifted several times before settling into a stiff smile. With a forced politeness, he offered a perfunctory bow, his demeanor lacking genuine respect. Oh, so you are Madame Zhu. I had thought you were just some village woman. This humble official pays his respects to Madame Zhu. Though he performed the gesture, it was devoid of any real reverence. What significance did a 6th-rank honorin hold? Merely a title without genuine power, a hollow distinction. If Zhu Pingyan were still alive, the situation would have been vastly different. However, now that Zhu Pingyan is no longer around, and you lack any formidable backing, with no other officials in the family, not even any prominent figures in the county, what do you have to worry about? This is why you dare to accept this matter. Humph. Chen let out a cold snort. Madame Zhu, do not take offense. I am merely fulfilling my duty in measuring the land. In the past, with Lord Zhu present, your family naturally had no concerns regarding taxes. However, now that I am measuring the land, it will be easier to calculate the taxes your family owes in the future. Feng Hushu said, a forced smile masking his true intentions. You must understand that our dynasty places great importance on taxation. Those who dare to misappropriate or misreport will face dire consequences. As a county official, if taxes are not paid on time, or if there are shortages or omissions, severe penalties await, including the confiscation of land and compulsory labor. Feng Hushu continued, his expression growing increasingly serious. Paying taxes is a matter of course. Now that Lord Zhu is no longer here, unless your family produces another scholar or graduate, qualifying for tax exemption otherwise. Feng Hushu's face bore a mocking smile. Upon hearing Feng Hushu's words, the old master Zhu turned his gaze toward Zhu's father, recalling his eldest son Zhi'er's proposal from that day. Who says my son is gone? My Zhi'er will undoubtedly return. Chen's anger flared, and she felt the urge to scratch him, but Zhu's father restrained her. Madame Zhu, it would be wise to accept your loss with grace. I must attend to my duties. Once the measurements are complete, I will send someone to inform you when the time for tax payment arrives. Feng Hushu said impatiently, raising his hand to signal the constables to continue measuring. Pay taxes? Are we obliged to pay taxes now? At that moment, a youthful voice pierced through to Feng Hushu's ears. Certainly, paying taxes is an undeniable obligation, Feng Hushu replied impatiently, his gaze inadvertently landing on the speaker, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The words caught in his throat, as if someone had grasped him by the neck, his body trembling uncontrollably. To be continued. Chapter 504. The return of peace. Before Feng Hushu stood an ordinary youth, one whose demeanor was almost endearingly simple. Yet, upon seeing this seemingly unremarkable boy, Feng Hushu's eyes bulged in disbelief, his voice rendered mute, as if he was being throttled, unable to utter a single word. Why you? How did you return? Was it not said you had perished at sea? What in the world is happening? Despite the clear skies and gentle sunshine, Feng Hushu felt as though the air around him had turned icy, instinctively shrinking back, his body trembling as if gripped by a cramp. Is that so? When did the court issue such a policy? How come I am unaware? The youth, grinning with an innocent smile, scratched his head. Zhu. I have encountered the esteemed Zhu. Though the boy's smile was disarmingly naive, Feng Hushu felt as if his strength had drained away, disregarding the mud beneath him. He fell to his knees with a thud, beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his forehead. In ancient times, schools within the jurisdictions of prefectures, states, and counties were not referred to as schools, but rather as xiang, with students known as xiangsheng. This term served as a distinct appellation for scholars during the Ming and Qing dynasties' imperial examination era, where xiangsheng signified a self-referential title akin to that of a xiaocai. Feng Hushu identified himself as a xiangsheng, which was a customary self-designation for a scholar of the Ming dynasty. The youth in question was someone Feng recognized, having seen him in Huaining County, where he instantly identified him as the pride of the entire region, the youngest successful candidate in the history of the Ming dynasty. A top scholar who had ascended to the esteemed Hanlin Academy as a 6th-rank scholar, Zhu Ping'an. At that moment, Feng Hushu was overwhelmed with regret, wishing he could dash his head against the wall. Had he known that Zhu Ping'an was safe and sound, he would not have accepted even 100 taels of silver to partake in today's event, nor would he have done so under duress. As a mere low-ranking official, he dared not provoke such a young 6th-rank official. If Zhu Ping'an had achieved such rank at such a tender age, what might his future hold? Thoughts of the implications of offending influential figures like Yin Song filled Feng with dread, regardless of any transgressions, as long as one lived. Even demotion meant retaining an official status, something Feng could hardly claim for himself. The mere notion of a 6th-rank official engaging with peasants or paying taxes left him in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, as if kneeling on thin ice, overwhelmed by trepidation. In stark contrast to Feng Hushu's anxiety, the residents of Xiahe village experienced a surge of exhilaration. Initially, there was a moment of silence at the village's edge, which quickly erupted into a jubilant cacophony, akin to cold water splashing into a hot frying pan, filled with joyous greetings and expressions of astonishment. It is Ping'an. Ping'an has returned, they exclaimed. Little Master Zhu, it truly is him. Their collective joy was palpable, for they had anticipated Zhu Ping'an's safe return, believing that with him among them, they would enjoy greater prosperity. The entire Huaining County regarded the villagers of Xiahe with newfound respect, as even the local authorities treated them with favor. The prospects for young men seeking brides had improved significantly. Suitors from neighboring villages regarded proposals from Xiahe with great honor, often demanding far less in terms of dowry. Undoubtedly, the most elated were Zhu Ping'an's family, especially his mother, Mrs. Chen. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, she covered her eyes with trembling hands, unable to believe her sight, tears of joy streaming through her fingers. After a considerable moment, she slowly uncovered her eyes, gazing at her son with trepidation, as if fearing he might vanish should she move too quickly, softly calling out his childhood name. His elder sister-in-law, Juaner, supported the emotionally overwhelmed Mrs. Chen, who was nearly unsteady on her feet. Mother, I have returned, Zhu Ping'an said as he approached her, his honest face adorned with an endearing smile, greeting her in a playful tone. As for Feng Hushu, who knelt at his feet, he had long been forgotten by the crowd. If he preferred to kneel, so be it. However, he must not obstruct the way. The people surged forward, brimming with excitement, to greet or simply gaze at Zhu Ping'an. Meanwhile, Feng Hushu, who knelt a short distance away, was left in despair, feeling utterly forsaken. He had lost count of the number of muddy feet that had trampled over his hands and legs, let alone the imprints on his clothes. Some individuals had even done so intentionally. Just moments ago, these villagers had regarded him with the trepidation of a mouse encountering a cat. None dared to meet his gaze, all of them cautious and fearful. Yet now, with Zhu Ping'an's return, the villagers had suddenly found their courage. Zhi'er's mother, Chen, gazed upon Zhu Ping'an with wide eyes, her expression brimming with excitement, affection, and tenderness. Calling softly to Zhi'er, she reached out with trembling hands to caress his face, her touch exploring every contour. Reassured that her beloved child had returned, tears of joy filled her eyes as she exclaimed, My Zhi'er has come back. Heaven has granted me my Zhi'er once more. Just being back is enough. Zhu Fu, standing beside Chen, repeated with a smile that could not be concealed on his bronze-hued face. Why have you grown thinner? Chen lamented, her fingers brushing over Zhu Pinggan's face with concern. I missed you, mother, Zhu Pinggan replied with a silly grin. Stop with the nonsense. You always know how to coax me, Chen said, her frown giving way to a smile as she playfully tapped his forehead, feeling her heart lighten immensely. And where is Daji? Chen recalled her elder son who had gone to sea with her in-law in search of him. Mother, I'm right here. Zhu Pingchuan's voice called from behind her. Turning, Chen saw Zhu Pingchuan standing beside his wife, Juaner, a silly grin on his face. Clutching a handful of colorful shells and sea conches that he had gathered from the shore, attempting to please his wife. Indeed, married and forgotten his mother, Chen teased, a smile dancing on her lips. I brought these for you, mother, Zhu Pingchuan said, rubbing his hands together, sheepishly chuckling. Mother, I will honor you alongside Daji, his wife. Juaner blushed and took Chen's hand, begging for forgiveness. To be continued. Chapter 505. The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Zhu Pinggan's safe return transformed the fields of Xiahe village into a joyous sea. As the excitement gradually subsided, the crowd recalled another key figure of the day, and the trampled Feng Hushu once again found himself in the spotlight. The scholar pays his respects to the esteemed one. At this moment, Feng Hushu, kneeling on the ground, appeared rather disheveled, with numerous large footprints marking his body and mud caked on his hands. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Why this? Does the scholar need to perform such a grand gesture? Zhu Pinggan inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he stood before the kneeling Feng Hushu. Sir, your return signifies the turning of misfortune into fortune, and I am overwhelmed with joy. Unable to contain my emotions, Feng Hushu replied. Feng Hushu knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling with a palpable fear. With footsteps trailing behind him and cold sweat beading on his brow, he appeared utterly pitiful. Yet, it is often true that those who elicit sympathy possess their own faults. Had he not returned, he would undoubtedly don a haughty demeanor, leaving one to wonder how his mother and father might suffer at the hands of this man. The clerk is the embodiment of state power wielded directly over the people. Such a minor official can wreak havoc upon lives. And this is no trivial matter in these times. My ambitions in the imperial examinations were primarily to uplift my family and safeguard my loved ones. I can endure personal insults, but any affront to my family is utterly intolerable. The Dragon's reverse scale, touch it and face its wrath. My family is indeed my reverse scale. As a sixth-rank official, merely misreported as deceased, this man dares to create turmoil in my household. What, then, of those without power or influence? Surely, he has inflicted even greater harm upon them. One can only speculate how many families have suffered at his hands. Thus, before the kneeling Feng Hushu, Zhu Pinggan held no intention of repaying malice with virtue. I am no saint or paragon of morality. A scholar does not kneel before an official, unless in reverence to a teacher or in a solemn ritual. I am not your benefactor, and your kneeling suggests an arrogance that I might liken myself to Confucius. Zhu Pinggan slightly bent forward, gazing at the prostrate Feng Hushu with a playful smile, inquiring, Are you afraid, scholar? Are you afraid? Feng Hushu, bewildered by the implications of Zhu Pinggan's words, found himself drenched in sweat, bowing repeatedly in a flurry of apologies. Look at you, kneeling again. I have not the audacity to compare myself to Confucius, Zhu Pinggan remarked, stepping aside with a casual air. Afraid. Feng Hushu hurriedly rose to offer a respectful bow to Zhu Pinggan, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing uncontrollably. Now that is more like it. Zhu Pinggan nodded approvingly. Upon hearing this, Feng Hushu exhaled in relief, the tight knot in his chest finally beginning to unravel. Yet, in the next moment, Zhu Pinggan casually continued. Now where were we? Yes, I recall. My household must pay taxes as well. When did the court issue such a tax policy? How was I unaware of it? At the conclusion of Zhu Pinggan's words, a resounding thud echoed as Feng Hushu, who had only just risen, collapsed back to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, his face as red as a ripe fruit, unable to utter a single word. What policy had the court enacted? It was entirely his own fabrication. Thus, under Zhu Pinggan's probing, Feng Hushu could only shiver, rendered speechless. The villagers of Xiahe watched in amusement, their laughter echoing as they witnessed the transformation of the once imposing figure into one resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. What is the matter? Zhu Ping'an bent slightly. Regarding Feng Hushu with a smirk, have you forgotten? Feng Hushu stammered, unable to respond. Very well, let me pose another question. Who sent you here? Zhu Ping'an inquired once more. Scholar, I was sent by the order of the magistrate, Feng Hushu replied, his voice lacking conviction. In truth, he was not acting upon the orders of the county magistrate. Rather, he was taking matters into his own hands, eager to seize an opportunity to line his own pockets. Such actions were always conducted in secrecy, merely using the magistrate's name to intimidate others. This was not the first nor the second time he had engaged in such conduct. The common folk, knowing little, saw the officials from the county office and were easily swayed by their authority. As the saying goes, no matter how pure a magistrate may seem, the clerks are as slippery as oil. Even the most upright officials cannot prevent the harm that corrupt clerks inflict upon the populace, let alone ordinary bureaucrats. Although the magistrate holds the highest power in the county, he is but one man. The majority of county affairs are delegated to others, which provides clerks with ample opportunity. In a certain sense, the magistrate merely appears to hold the reins of power, while it is the clerks, lurking in the shadows and operating under his name for personal gain, who are the true rulers of the county. These unnamed subordinates, hiding behind the magistrate, are the ones who truly benefit. From the expression and tone of Feng Hushu, Zhu Ping'an discerned that this matter was indeed a unilateral decision on his part. Oh, so it is the magistrate who has sent you, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged with a nod. Yes, Feng Hushu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and cautiously casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Ping'an. Noting that Zhu Ping'an's expression remained unperturbed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Since it is the magistrate who has sent you, he must surely be aware of when the court issued the tax policy. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to summon the magistrate to come here, Zhu Ping'an said with a teasing smile. The magistrate is undoubtedly preoccupied with countless affairs and may not have the time, Feng Hushu stammered. Fortuitously, he was kneeling at that moment, or he would have surely been drenched in cold sweat from Zhu Ping'an's question, collapsing to the ground. Oh, why, as a sixth-rank official, can I not invite a seventh-rank magistrate? Zhu Ping'an leaned down, locking eyes with Feng Hushu. With a jolt, Feng Hushu's posture shifted from kneeling to sitting. Unable to maintain his stance, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an held a sixth-rank position, while the magistrate was merely a seventh-rank official. The magistrate of Huaining County was only a seventh rank, and thus, regardless of his busyness, he must come forth when summoned by someone of a higher rank. If the magistrate were to arrive, all of Feng Hushu's machinations would be exposed, leaving him not only to face Zhu Ping'an's wrath, but also the magistrate's retribution. Make haste and invite the magistrate to my humble abode for a discussion. I shall prepare simple fare and await his arrival, Zhu Ping'an commanded. Rising to retrieve a small seal from his waist, addressing a servant with utmost seriousness. At once, the servant replied, taking the seal without hesitation. Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me. I, the scholar, acknowledge my error. Allow me to report to you that it was my reckless greed for wealth, disregarding the law, that led me astray. Having succumbed to the temptations of the esteemed Zhu Shoren, Feng Hushu confessed, thoroughly frightened. Without further ado, he slapped himself and repeatedly begged Zhu Ping'an for forgiveness, no longer daring to conceal the truth, and laid everything bare. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers fell into a profound silence, as if the very air had solidified, where even the sound of a falling needle could be perceived. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps became strikingly apparent. The crowd turned, and amidst them stood an incongruous figure of considerable stature, Uncle Zhu Shoren, stealthily attempting to make his exit. Chapter 506. Methods of Disposition in the Hushed Atmosphere. The sound of Uncle Zhu Shoren's footsteps resonated with unusual clarity, rendering him conspicuous before the assembled multitude. In truth, from the very moment Zhu Ping'an had appeared, Uncle Shoren had contemplated a discreet departure. However, with the elderly Zhu closely monitoring him, Uncle Shoren found himself bereft of an opportunity to leave. Seizing the moment when Zhu Laozi and the villagers were engrossed in the presence of Feng Hushu, Uncle Shoren quietly began to slip away. Initially, his stealthy retreat proceeded smoothly, unnoticed by anyone. Yet just as he was on the brink of a successful escape, a seemingly innocuous remark from Feng Hushu shattered the tranquility. At the utterance of that statement, Uncle Zhu Shoren, lost in thoughts of departure, remained oblivious. However, as the silence enveloped the scene upon Feng Hushu's words. A sense of foreboding gripped Uncle Xiahe. Turning his head, he was met with countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him. What do they gaze at me for? I merely wish to depart, he thought, donning an expression of innocence. Yet deep within, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, aware that it was his own actions that led to this moment. Otherwise, why would he seek to slip away? Especially upon catching sight of Feng Hushu's unabashed demeanor. Coupled with the villagers' peculiar gazes, Uncle Xiaoren's understanding crystallized. As the onlookers witnessed Uncle Zhu Xiaoren's furtive departure and connected it to Feng Hushu's recent self-inflicted slap and his words, a fundamental judgment began to coalesce within their minds. Consequently, the villagers exchanged whispers, their gazes towards Uncle Zhu Xiaoren laden with suspicion. Zhu Fu regarded Uncle Zhu Xiaoren with a complex expression, disappointment etched upon his features for the actions of his elder brother. Not long ago, this very brother had borrowed money from him, claiming a need to prepare for examinations, a request to which he had acquiesced. Yet now, he was astounded to learn of his brother's betrayal, conspiring with outsiders against their family's land. Mother Chen cast a disdainful glance at Uncle Zhu Xiaoren, her disdain palpable. Were it not for the joyous return of Zhu Pingyan, she would have surely spat in his face by now. Zhu Laozi glanced at Zhu Pingyan and then at his son, who was attempting to sneak away. His hands trembled, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening, as his lips moved repeatedly, ultimately culminating in a heavy sigh. Their belief in Feng Hushu's words stemmed from the fact that Uncle Xiaoren's character rendered such actions all too plausible. As the ancients say, he who commits no wrongdoing fears not the knock of the ghost. Having done wrong, he naturally harbored fear. The very act of Uncle Xiaoren sneaking away only served to solidify the suspicions surrounding him. Nonsense, they thought. We are all members of the Zhu family. How could my uncle commit such an act? Zhu Pingyan bore a countenance of utter disbelief as he resolutely repudiated Feng Hushu's testimony. No sooner had Zhu Pingyan spoken than a chorus of whispered sighs erupted from the onlookers, as if they yearned to awaken him from his naivete. Oh, Pingyan, dear Pingyan, your inexperience is palpable. How can you fail to discern your uncle's true nature? Why did he sneak away just now? Is it not glaringly obvious? They lamented, alas. Pingyan's kindness renders him vulnerable. Good-hearted individuals are often taken advantage of, just as gentle horses are ridden. Even at this juncture, Pingyan continued to shield his uncle, epitomizing an extraordinary benevolence. How is it that we share the same bloodline, yet exhibit such disparate qualities? Look at Pingyan, then gaze upon his uncle, Zhu Xiaoren. Have you learned anything? Public sentiment overwhelmingly tilted in favor of Zhu Pingyan, with the villagers firmly convinced of the veracity of Feng Hushu's claims. In this moment, they lauded Pingyan while adopting a markedly different stance towards his uncle, Zhu Xiaoren. Observing the villagers' reactions, Pingyan discerned what was evident to all. He possessed a far deeper understanding of his uncle's character than the townsfolk. His actions were predicated upon the socio-political context of the Ming dynasty, a feudal society where familial bonds were paramount. To question or doubt an elder based on the words of an outsider would invite scorn, suggesting a betrayal of kinship in favor of a stranger. However, Pingyan's machinations towards his uncle were not particularly sinister. Rather, he believed in differentiating his responses. With Feng Hushu, he would not show leniency. Decisive action was necessary, albeit with a modicum of discretion. Though he outranked the county magistrate, prudence dictated maintaining amicable relations, especially as his family resided within Huaining County. If he were to confront Hushu, it would be prudent to summon his superior to address the matter. As for his uncle, Zhu Xiaoren, Pingyan had long been aware of his uncle's character, harboring significant grievances. Not to mention, the memory of his uncle's past transgressions, borrowing usurious loans in his father's name, which nearly resulted in physical harm to his father, and leading their family to live in a thatched hut, haunted him. Furthermore, today's attempt at usurpation was another egregious act that weighed heavily on Pingyan's mind. Nevertheless, he recognized that his uncle could not be treated as he would Feng Hushu. It sufficed for the villagers to be made aware of Zhu Xiaoren's deeds, while the resolution of such matters was best conducted discreetly, away from public scrutiny. Even if he was in the right, publicly chastising his uncle would tarnish his own reputation. Such issues were best resolved behind closed doors. Should his grandfather choose to shield Zhu Xiaoren, then Pingyan would have no recourse but to act independently. Additionally, his recent journey to the sea, although ostensibly undertaken by Jungu, was shared with his brother, necessitating consideration of Junji's feelings, for Zhu Shoren was indeed his father. In ancient times, reputation held significant weight, thus informing Pingin's current approach to these delicate matters. "My lord," fervently declared Feng Hushu, raising his head in excitement. "Every word spoken by the scholar is indeed true. It was your uncle, Zhu Shoren, who first sought me out." "Silence. Such nonsense," retorted Uncle Zhu Shoren, even more agitated than Feng Hushu, as he clasped his hands behind his back and earnestly explained, "As a member of the Zhu family, I am bound by blood to Zhi'er. How could I ever contemplate seizing the family's land?" Zhu Pingin, with a smirk playing on his lips, found amusement in his uncle's earnest yet shameless demeanor. Does he truly believe I cannot see through his act? To be continued. Chapter 507. Resolution of Matters. Uncle's words hold considerable weight. After Zhu Shoren finished speaking, Zhu Pingin nodded slightly, appearing to acquiesce, then turned to Feng Hushu and asserted, "One stroke cannot write the character Zhu. My uncle and I share the same lineage. How could he plot against our family's estate?" Feng Hushu, "Refrain from slandering my uncle with your baseless words." Upon hearing this, Uncle straightened his posture, feeling liberated from any burdens, and experienced a sense of self-satisfaction for his quick wit. Had he known it would be this simple, he wouldn't have needed to sneak away earlier. To be a person, one must maintain a long-term perspective, a sentiment Uncle wholeheartedly endorsed. No longer troubled by concerns over land, he began to focus on the upcoming academy examination. Zhi'er had already attained the status of a 6th-rank official and was a top scholar. If Zhi'er were to make an introduction to the higher authorities, it would certainly be more advantageous than relying on Lord Lu's influence. The mere thought of this brought a smile to Uncle's face, as if he could already envision the scholar's accolades soaring towards him. "My lord," Feng Hushu exclaimed, his excitement unabated, "the scholar speaks nothing but the truth." "Enough. Words alone hold no weight. Am I, Zhu Pingin, one to be swayed by mere hearsay?" "Cease your further explanations," Zhu Pingin interjected, shaking his head with a hint of anger in his voice as he emphasized the point about the lack of credible evidence. "What the scholar articulates is indeed valid. Our Zhu family has long been a household of poetry, scholarship, and farming. The sage's teachings of warmth, kindness, humility, frugality, and propriety are virtues that our Zhu family embodies." Uncle Zhu Shoren intoned, stroking his short beard with rhythmic eloquence. Feng Hushu's composure began to unravel. "But I speak the truth. Why does Lord Zhu refuse to believe me?" he exclaimed. "Moreover, the matter of land measurement and taxation was not solely conceived by me. Your uncle approached me first, handing over 30 taels of silver, which led to today's events. If I were to bear this burden alone, it would certainly not be as effective as sharing it with someone else. Words without evidence. Oh wait, I remember now, I have proof." Suddenly recalling something, Feng Hushu grew animated again. "I possess evidence." He reached into his sleeve and, after a moment of rummaging, produced a document bearing his writing and seal. "My lord, I have evidence. Please take a look," Feng Hushu implored, holding the paper aloft. Had he truly drafted a written agreement? Zhu Pingin appeared somewhat taken aback, his voice rising a notch. He discreetly glanced at his uncle before directing his gaze back to the document, absorbing its contents. In the year of Jiajing, on the 29th day of the 4th month, a contract was established by Zhu Shoren at Xiahe, entrusting Brother Feng Wei of Huaining County to measure the fields of his 2 younger brothers the following day, to assist in the transfer of property ownership. In gratitude, he voluntarily offered 20 taels of silver, formalizing this agreement with a pledge that it must not be disregarded. Akin to a mountain rolling down a hill, never to turn back. Witnessed by Zhu Shoren. Feng Hushu witnessed by Tang Deji. Zhu Pingin merely cast a cursory glance at the document. In less than a second, he barely registered its existence when a shadow flashed by, accompanied by a gust of wind. Suddenly, his uncle Zhu Shoren charged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Snatching the document from Feng Hushu's hands without uttering a word, he tore it in half and, without a moment's hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth. In a swift motion, he chewed a few times and, with a decisive gulp, swallowed it whole. At that moment, his uncle exhibited agility reminiscent of Lu Xiang, executing his actions with remarkable speed and fluidity, snatch, tear, bite, swallow, all in one seamless motion. Feng Hushu, still holding the shreds of the document, felt a rush of wind and, upon looking up, realized that the remnants of the document had vanished into his uncle's belly. The surrounding villagers were left dumbfounded. Zhu Pingyan observed his uncle devouring the document with a serene smile, satisfied that his objective had been achieved. In that instant, the absence of paper proved more potent than its presence. The nonsensical claim, made from who knows where, sought to deceive my family as Zhi'er. How could I stand idly by? Humph. After swallowing the document, his uncle, still riled up, pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Hushu, exuding righteous indignation. You, Feng Hushu, he exclaimed, practically itching to slap him across the face for his blatant lack of shame. Just yesterday, when he sought my audience, he was deferential, like a grandson. What do you mean by you? Just moments ago, did you not refer to my sister-in-law as a village woman? Once more, Zhu Shoren, filled with righteous fury, directed his finger at Feng Hushu as if he could no longer bear to witness the affront. In the face of a sixth-rank official, it would be one thing if you did not bow, but to call her a village woman. How dare you? Feng Hushu found himself utterly flabbergasted, feeling as if he were being led to his doom by this revelation. What do you mean you? Is it truly you? Zhu Shoren pressed on relentlessly. At that moment, Feng Hushu felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Zhu Shoren. Yet upon noticing Zhu Pingyan's scrutinizing gaze, he abandoned thoughts of the document, hastening to kneel before Chen, pleading for forgiveness. I, a mere student, have offended the lady. I beg for your mercy, madam. I was in the wrong, he implored, bowing fervently. I cannot bear this shame. His mother, Chen, turned away, avoiding the confrontation. Observing Feng Hushu's frantic apologies, Zhu Shoren couldn't help but smile, almost as if Feng Hushu were humbling himself before him. Pleased with his own adaptability, he mused that had he lived in the spring and autumn period, he would surely have been a master strategist. Yet, as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, an abrupt pain struck his back. Turning, he found his father, the venerable Zhu Laoyes, glaring at him furiously, brandishing a recently broken stick. What father? Zhu Shoren recoiled. I have no son like you, a disgraceful wretch. Zhu Laoyes' fury was uncontainable as he raised the stick to strike at Zhu Shoren. Old man, what are you doing? Grandmother Lady Zhu exclaimed, her heart aching as she rushed forward to intervene. Taking advantage of the moment, Uncle Zhu Shoren stumbled behind Lady Zhu, desperately evading the blows of old Master Zhu, who relentlessly pursued him, seizing every opportunity to strike. Lady Zhu cried out in distress. In the turmoil, Uncle Zhu managed to break free from the crowd. But old Master Zhu was hot on his heels. The county magistrate has arrived, someone shouted from a distance. Soon, they spotted the magistrate riding on horseback, accompanied by several officials. Your Excellency, I apologize for not extending a proper welcome, Zhu Pingyan said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. I have prepared simple tea and humble wine at my abode. I hope you will not find it lacking. How could I? How could I? Your Excellency is far too gracious, the magistrate replied. Hearing of Lord Zhu's safe return fills me with immense joy. I have long admired your extensive knowledge, and now it is my honor to respond to your summons. The magistrate also clasped his hands in respect, and they exchanged pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Zhu Pingyan welcomed the magistrate into his home, and the villagers gradually dispersed. About an hour later, some villagers spotted Zhu Pingyan and the magistrate emerging from the house, both beaming with delight, as if engaged in an animated conversation. Zhu Pingyan escorted the magistrate to his horse, bidding farewell as the magistrate and his retinue departed. Among them, Feng Hushu appeared pale as a ghost, lacking any strength, resembling a lifeless fish. To be continued. Chapter 508. The husband returns. I charm you with my grace, and you delight in my beauty. As Zhu Pingyan accompanied the county official to the village entrance, within the new residence across from his home, Li Shu was seated in her bridal chamber, meticulously applying her makeup before the mirror. Her lips were a vibrant red, her teeth a brilliant white, and a delicate pair of pearl earrings swayed gently with her movements. On the dressing table beside her lay a scroll of the Book of Songs, and the page turned was a famous piece, peach trees blossom, resplendent in their flowers. The son returns home, fitting for his family. Peach trees blossom, bearing abundant fruit. The son returns home, suitable for his household. Peach trees blossom, their leaves flourish. The son returns home, suitable for his kin. As Li Shu applied her makeup, her gaze fell upon this page of poetry, and a gentle smile curved her lips. The maid Baozi stood behind her, skillfully arranging Li Shu's hair into a low princess bun, securing it with a beautifully crafted phoenix hairpin. The 12 tails of the phoenix perfectly held the bun in place. The phoenix's head raised as if ready to take flight, its beak grasping a string of East pearls, glistening and radiant, enhancing Li Shu's already striking beauty. "Miss, does it look good?" the maid Baozi asked, her eyes squinting with pride. "It would be better if the hairstyle were lower," Li Shu replied. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, her lips slightly parted. "It looks wonderful, miss," Baozi exclaimed, a bit perplexed. "Didn't you hear what Mama Lu said? In Hehe village, noble ladies wear high buns, while common folk prefer lower styles. Let us keep it simple. We are visiting the in-laws, not flaunting wealth. To avoid creating any sense of distance." Li Shu pointed to Lu Mama beside her and continued, "Lu Mama, please share more about what to pay attention to in the countryside, and what kind of daughter-in-law they prefer. Be thorough. I am listening intently." "Oh, I see, Miss Baozi." The little maid nodded vigorously before resuming her task of styling Li Shu's hair and adorning her with jewelry. In the countryside, mothers-in-law favored diligent daughters-in-law. During meals, the new bride must serve the first bowl of rice to her in-laws, demonstrating filial piety. The mistress of the household, known for her straightforward nature and soft ears, enjoys hearing pleasant words and is easy to get along with. Lu Mama then began to recount the insights she had gathered regarding the expectations for new brides. As a servant responsible for cleaning the Li family courtyard, Lu Mama had previously been a farmer in a nearby village. With 2 sons who had married only 2 or 3 years prior, she possessed extensive knowledge about rural customs and the rules for new brides. Over a month ago, the steward of the Li household had been instructed by Li Shu to gather pertinent information, and thus, Lu Mama had come well prepared, armed with details about the customs of Xiahe village and even the particulars of Zhu Ping'an's family, articulating them with clarity and confidence. Li Shu listened attentively as she adorned herself. Zhu Ping'an had escorted the county officials to the village entrance before leisurely making his way home. Along the way, he encountered several villagers, exchanging greetings with each uncle and elder, engaging in conversation until he was finally able to return home. The courtyard appeared larger and more impressive than it had the previous year, yet the essence of daily life remained unchanged. A small vegetable patch had been cultivated in the space against the wall, flourishing with seasonal fruits and vegetables, vibrant green and thriving. On either side of the patch, trellises had been erected, and the long vines climbed gracefully, bearing several fist-sized tender melons. Adjacent to the vegetable garden, a chicken coop constructed of green bricks housed a few hens leading a lively brood of fluffy chicks foraging for food. Nearby, 2 roosters, seemingly at odds with one another, were expending their excess energy while vying for dominance. The esteemed black bull flicked its tail in the corner, munching on fodder. Upon spotting Zhu Ping'an, the bull raised its head and let out a familiar moo before returning to its meal, its glossy black coat shimmering in the sunlight. In the courtyard, Zhu's father was busy slaughtering chickens and gutting fish, while his elder brother and sister-in-law assisted by plucking feathers and scaling fish. His mother, Chen, was harvesting vegetables, accompanied by Li Shu, who, donned in her new bridal attire, resembled a well-behaved child following Chen to assist with the vegetables. "Ah, my husband has returned." Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an enter, Li Shu, dressed in her new bridal gown, was the first to notice. She rose gracefully, bending her knees, and with her hands delicately placed at her waist, offered a gentle bow. "Husband," she called, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue and her lips a soft pink, exuding an air of youthful shyness. Yet, her lively eyes sparkled with joy as they gazed at Zhu Ping'an, while her delicate hands, clutching a few green vegetables, added an enchanting charm to her demeanor. In the presence of the enchanting Miss Li Shu, who affectionately called him husband, Zhu Ping'an found himself in a state of bewilderment. He stood there, momentarily entranced, his lips twitching as he finally managed to utter a single phrase. "Miss Li?" Upon hearing this, Li Shu rolled her eyes at Zhu Ping'an. But when she turned to her mother, Madame Chen, her expression transformed into one of delicate vulnerability. Lowering her head, she nervously fiddled with the vegetables, exuding an air of helplessness, as if tears were poised to spill at any moment. In the next instant, Zhu Ping'an witnessed his mother, Madame Chen, rise in indignation, her demeanor suggesting a readiness to enact familial justice. Almost immediately, he felt his ear firmly grasped by her hand. "How dare you, Miss Li?" she chastised, her grip tightening as she delivered light smacks upon Zhu Ping'an's backside, as though preparing to expel him from the household for his transgressions. "Why can't you call her wife or sure?" "Mother, Please, not so hard. I was wrong. Zhu Pingyan yelped, flailing about like a headless fly as he was subjected to his mother's admonitions. I understand my mistake. Please stop. Li Shu, blushing, gently tugged at Madame Chen's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, her large, glistening eyes narrowed playfully, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox. Look at how understanding Zhi'er is, and then look at you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Under Li Shu's persuasion, Madame Chen relented, casting Zhu Pingyan a disapproving glare. Thank you, he mumbled, covering his reddened ears as he glanced at the enchanting girl before him, reluctantly offering his thanks. This girl, if placed in modern times, would undoubtedly be an Oscar-worthy actress. Madame Chen shot him a disapproving look, her nostrils flaring slightly. Thank you, my wife. Zhu Pingyan completed his sentence, his gaze locking onto Li Shu. You are too polite, husband, Li Shu responded, casting him a sidelong glance before shyly lowering her head. Yet from Zhu Pingyan's perspective, he could see the playful glimmer in her eyes, brimming with mischief and charm. To be continued. Chapter 509. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law husband. Wife, what do these terms signify? Zhu Pingyan, fully aware of their meaning, was reminded of the reality by the vibrant red wedding characters adorning the courtyard walls, the door, and the trees. In truth, he had learned of this fact the day after being rescued and taken aboard the ship. He was married. Indeed, it was true. On the morning of April 28th, a rooster had been used in place of him to bring home Li Shu, who was represented by a hen. Heaven knows how astonished Zhu Pingyan was upon receiving this news. As his elder brother Zhu Pingchuan put it, when you discovered you were wedded to the daughter of the Li family, you were so overjoyed that you couldn't stop grinning for an entire day. His brother had even teased him, saying, come on, you should be used to it by now. It's not like this is the first time you've heard of your marriage. The family had sent word to the Li family long ago to notify you in the capital. Why are you still reveling in such joy? How absurd. I never received any notice. How could I possibly know the wedding date? I didn't even attend the ceremony. And now, a mere rooster stands in for me to symbolize the completion of my marriage? However, Zhu Pingyan was well aware of the ancient marriage system. Unlike the modern registration system, ancient marriages were governed by ceremonial rites known as the 6 rites. The proposal, the inquiry of names, the auspicious offering, the betrothal gifts, the request for a wedding date, and the welcoming of the bride. In ancient times, as long as these 6 rites were completed, a marriage was deemed established. In contrast to the contemporary requirement of formal registration at a marriage office, the ancients placed great importance on parental consent and the words of matchmakers, alongside the belief in auspicious unions. Whether it was a formal ceremony or a whimsical gathering, as long as parental approval and the matchmaker's words were present, and the 6 rites were followed, the marriage was valid. The completion of the 6 rites indicated a legitimate union, while a lack thereof signified a hasty elopement, akin to modern relationships that bypass official registration. Having undergone the 6 rites, Li Shu was indeed Zhu Pingyan's legitimately wedded wife, a fact immutable by anyone. Speaking of which of the 2 roosters in the vegetable patch represented their union, the black one or the red one? Suddenly, he felt an urge to savor chicken. Pondering its taste, should it be stewed or braised? Why was he idly standing there, not noticing Li Shu laboring in the garden? His mother, Chen, approached him and playfully nudged him, urging him to fetch a stool for Li Shu. Ouch, mother. Why does it feel like Li Shu is your own daughter while I am merely an adopted child? Zhu Pingyan mumbled, rubbing the back of his head where Chen had playfully struck him. What are you mumbling about? Chen glared at him, instantly subdued. Zhu Pingyan obediently retreated to fetch a stool, the sense of being an outsider growing stronger. As he moved, Li Shu's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and she sweetly said, Mother, please sit. I can squat. Once Zhu Pingyan returned with the stool, Li Shu, with a gentle demeanor, placed it behind Chen, wiping it with her sleeve before assisting her to sit. Zhu Pingyan silently smirked at Li Shu's considerate actions. How well she understood the nuances of propriety. Although she feigned refusal, Chen was evidently charmed by Li Shu's attentiveness. Ultimately, she sat down with delight, thoroughly pleased with her daughter's-in-law qualities, her noble background, beauty, domestic skills, diligence, thoughtfulness, and filial piety. Chen could not help but feel a swell of pride in her decision. In her satisfaction, Chen imparted another piece of advice to Zhu Pingyan, referring to Li Shu as merely the neighbor's child. Understanding? Zhu Pingyan could only chuckle. If his mother were to witness Li Shu's proud and willful nature, He wondered if she would still feel the same. Mother, what are you preparing with these vegetables? I heard my husband say your cooking is unparalleled. I remember tasting your dishes in my childhood, and even now, I can't help but drool at the thought. Li Shu continued to flatter Chen as they gathered vegetables together. Oh, there's no need. Chen humbly shook her head, yet her smile was irresistible. Indeed, my dear mother. I recall vividly how, in my childhood, I visited our old family home to play with my husband. I remember your kindness towards me. As you prepared a basket of delicacies for me to take home. Li Shu nodded vigorously, her large, watery eyes brimming with sincerity. You remember that? Chen asked, slightly taken aback. She had perceived it as a trivial event, having been an adult at the time, and was surprised that Li Shu, so young then, could still recall it. It was nothing extraordinary, merely some homemade snacks, she added dismissively. Indeed, I remember. The moment I received the basket, I could smell the delightful aroma. And I nearly drooled at that time, Li Shu said, her eyes closing as if she were reminiscing about that moment, her face radiating bliss. As though the basket of treats were right in front of her. Huh, what a fib. That basket of food was unceremoniously tossed into the ditch by your little maid. Baozi, upon your orders, for being deemed unclean. You were quite sternly reprimanded for that. Zhu Pingyan remarked as he observed Li Shu speak nonsense with her eyes wide open. Chen Shi, influenced by Li Shu's words, could hardly contain her laughter. But, on my way home, the basket accidentally fell into the ditch, Li Shu said, a pained expression crossing her face. Accidentally? You clearly did it on purpose. Zhu Pingyan gained further insight into Li Shu's cunning nature. Never mind, never mind. Mother will make you more another day. Chen Shi waved her hand dismissively. However, your cooking is simply exquisite, Li Shu said shyly, her modesty evident. I couldn't resist. I went down into the ditch and retrieved the basket and the food, washed them clean, and consumed everything. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan felt a deep sense of disbelief. It seemed a travesty that Li Shu had not yet received an Oscar for her performance. And you actually ate it. Why not soar high, unrestrained in your desires? My child, if you wish to eat, you may come again. It's not proper to pick up food from the ground. Chen Shi expressed her concern. As if Li Shu had never tasted anything good before. It's simply because your cooking is too delectable, Li Shu said, lowering her head in bashfulness. Indeed. Chen Shi appeared suddenly rejuvenated by a decade. The laughter and joy shared between the mother and daughter-in-law as they picked vegetables was unceasing, their bond remarkably harmonious. To be continued. Chapter 510. My dear Shu, what has happened to your wrist? Although Li Shu was spinning tales with her eyes wide open, Zhu Pingyan, valuing his mother Chen Shi's happiness, refrained from exposing Li Shu's cunningness. He even fetched a stool for her, so this pampered young lady would not strain herself by squatting. While Li Shu and her mother Chen Shi shared laughter in the vegetable garden, Zhu Pingyan was also busy. He had just learned from Zhu Fu that his mother, Chen Shi, had fallen ill due to worrying about him lately. Seizing the moment, he prepared a dose of traditional Chinese medicine that the doctor had prescribed. Mother, drink the medicine while it's hot. It is my fault for causing you worry, Zhu Pingyan said as he brought the prepared herbal concoction in a bowl to his mother, also presenting a pack of candied fruit to sweeten the taste after she drank the medicine. Seeing you and Zhi'er return safely, Mother's health has long since improved. So there is no need for any medication. Chen Shi shook her head vigorously, for in her eyes, Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu were the true elixirs of life. The moment she laid eyes on their safe return, the heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart vanished entirely. Mother, Father mentioned you hadn't eaten for several days due to your worries, and your health has suffered greatly. You still need to take your medicine, Zhu Pingyan insisted, holding out the bowl of medicine. Although he could tell that his mother's spirits had risen considerably, he understood that her earlier anxieties had taken a toll on her health, and she still required her medicine. Hearing his unfounded claims, Chen Shi cast a reproachful glance at Zhu Fu, shaking her head disapprovingly. Good medicine is often bitter but beneficial for the ailment, Zhu Pingyan urged once more. Mother, your husband is worried about you as well. Once you take the medicine and regain your health, both he and I will find solace. Li Shu, having washed her hands in a basin, dried them with a handkerchief and gently took the bowl from Zhu Pingyan, sweetly coaxing Chen Shi to take her medicine. All right, Mother will listen to Zhi'er, Chen Shi replied promptly upon hearing her words. Despite Zhu Pingyan's lengthy persuasion, it was Li Shu's simple statement that swayed Chen Shi. As Chen Shi consumed her medicine, Li Shu turned to Zhu Pingyan with a triumphant smile, her sparkling eyes glimmering with delight. Mother, have some candied fruit. Zhu Pingyan said eagerly, presenting a treat as soon as Chen finished her medicine. Your suffering was not in vain, he added, as Chen accepted the candied fruit with a satisfied nod. At that moment, Zhu Pingyan discreetly glanced at Li Shu, which elicited an eye roll from her. As the sun climbed to its zenith, the Zhu family began preparations for lunch. Initially, Chen intended to cook herself, but both Li Shu and her sister-in-law Juaner insisted she rest due to her frail condition, taking over the kitchen responsibilities. Ultimately, Li Shu took charge of the cooking while Juaner assisted her. Initially, Chen worried that Li Shu, a delicate young lady, might struggle with cooking. However, upon witnessing Li Shu skillfully kindling the fire and preparing the dishes, Chen's concerns dissipated. Watching Li Shu expertly cook, a satisfied smile never left Chen's face, to the point where Zhu Pingyan worried his mother might actually dislocate her jaw from smiling too much. During the time spent cooking, Chen even dashed out with a green onion to chat with Aunt Li next door. And it wasn't long before nearly half of Xiahe village learned that the new daughter-in-law in the Chen household cooked more deliciously than the dishes served in town restaurants. While Li Shu busily prepared meals in the kitchen, Zhu Pingyan seized a pair of scissors and approached the black cow, snipping a tuft of its black-tail hair, just the right amount to craft a brush. Zhu Pingyan was preparing to make a writing brush. The brush he frequently used for practicing calligraphy had been lost to the sea. It was handcrafted by Zhu Fu and had accompanied him for nearly a decade, from his early school days until its unfortunate disappearance, which had caused him much sorrow. However, it was of no consequence. In the household, there is a great black cow, and the protagonist thought to kindly ask his father to craft a brush for him. Upon learning of Zhu Pingyan's intention, Zhu's father was delighted and even took a tuft of hair from the cow's tail, intending to create 2 brushes for Zhu Pingyan, ensuring that even if one were lost, another would remain. Previously, when they resided in the old homestead, Zhu's father had made brushes for his elder brother, Zhu, who had disdainfully rejected them, leaving their father rather disheartened. Now, witnessing his son, who had achieved the title of top scholar, so fond of using brushes crafted by his own hands, Zhu's father felt a profound joy, realizing that the skills he had painstakingly acquired in brushmaking were finally put to good use. Thus, in his exuberance, he crafted 2 brushes. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, lunch was being prepared by Li Shu, who had skillfully conjured up 6 dishes and a soup, utilizing common ingredients such as dried mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and greens. Yet the result was a feast for the senses, enticing and appetizing. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, praised her sister-in-law, Juaner, as she admired the spread before her. Oh, I still have much to learn from you, sister-in-law. Your knife skills are swift and precise. While I have much room for improvement, please teach me a few more techniques, Li Shu humbly replied, eager to gain knowledge from her sister-in-law. The 2 sisters-in-law harmoniously collaborated in the kitchen, working together to bring the prepared dishes to the dining table in the living room. Once they reached the table, Li Shu took the initiative to serve the rice, first filling bowls for her mother, Chen, and Zhu's father, followed by her elder brother and sister-in-law, and finally, she served a bowl for Zhu Pingyan, sweetly calling him husband. In the end, she modestly filled her own bowl with just a small portion. Li Shu, why are you eating so little? You should serve yourself more, Chen remarked, noticing her daughter's meager helping, concerned that it was insufficient for her appetite. Mother, I have a small appetite, Li Shu replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. That simply will not do. You're eating far too little. Even Zhi'er used to finish a large bowl when he was younger. Come, let me serve you more, her mother insisted, rising with a warm eagerness to fill Li Shu's bowl. Mother, truly, it is not necessary, Li Shu said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment under her mother's enthusiastic gaze. Be a good girl and eat more. The more you eat, the better it will be for you to bear a healthy child, Chen said with fervor, already envisioning the prospect of grandchildren. In her eyes, although Li Shu was robust enough to bear children, she still appeared a bit too slender. The mention of having a healthy child made Li Shu blush deeply, and even Zhu Pingyan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by his mother's words. Chen, in her excitement, reached for Li Shu's bowl, intent on serving her more rice. Mother, I can manage myself, Li Shu protested shyly, extending her delicate hand to retrieve the bowl from her mother's grasp. It's all right. Let me handle it, Chen replied warmly, yet seeing Li Shu's determination, she relented, reminding her to take a generous portion. Li Shu nodded in agreement and returned to the rice pot. rolling her sleeves slightly up to prevent them from dipping into the soup, as she reached with her slender hand to serve herself, inadvertently revealing a scar on her wrist. Sure, what happened to your wrist? Chen's keen eyes caught sight of the grotesque wound on Li Shu's wrist. Although it had begun to scab over, it remained quite conspicuous. To be continued. Chapter 511. A scar that moved the entire Zhu family. Sure, what happened to your wrist? The concern over Li Shu's minimal food intake had already drawn the attention of everyone present, and now, with Chen's remark, all eyes shifted to her wrist. The scar on Li Shu's wrist was starkly visible, encircling the wrist almost halfway, as thick as a little finger. At first glance, it appeared quite fearsome, resembling a bracelet fashioned from scar tissue. Given its state, it seemed to be a recent injury. Yet, one could only wonder how such a large and deep scar came to be. What kind of torment must this child have endured? How did she sustain such an injury? It was truly heartbreaking. Chen gazed at the scar with tears welling in her eyes, filled with compassion. Eldest sister Juaner inquired with concern, while Zhu's father and the others, though silent, expressed their worry through their gazes. They speculated that this gruesome wound might have been inflicted during their recent encounter with pirates at sea. As those ruthless marauders were known for their mercilessness, and wounding others was commonplace, even murder. How cruel these pirates were. To inflict such harm even on a young girl like Li Shu. Oh, it's nothing, just a scar, Li Shu replied nonchalantly, offering a faint smile as she discreetly tugged her sleeve down to conceal the mark before serving rice. Although she attempted to hide the scar, its ghastly image lingered in the minds of those around her. It's nothing? With such a large scar, what suffering could you have endured? Those merciless pirates must have been exceptionally brutal to inflict such harm, even on a girl like Zhi'er. Chen's heart ached, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Envisioning the terrifying moment when the pirates raised their weapons against Li Shu, a thought too dreadful to bear. Mother, it wasn't the pirates, it was nothing. Li Shu reassured Chen after finishing serving the rice, shaking her head with a smile. It wasn't the pirates? Then how did you get hurt? Chen asked, intrigued. I did it myself. It looks frightening, but it's really nothing, Li Shu said as she took her seat, glancing at her wrist again, and dismissively remarked with a smile. As if the scar were a trivial matter. You did it yourself? Chen was taken aback, as were the others, except for Zhu Ping'an. How could such a severe injury be self-inflicted? Could it be that this new daughter-in-law had some issues? Why would she deliberately harm herself to leave such a noticeable scar? Did she have tendencies for self-harm? There was a madman in the neighboring village who appeared normal until he went berserk, attacking anyone in his path with whatever sharp object he could find, regardless of whether they were family or strangers. Though she found it hard to believe, Chen couldn't help but envision a certain scene. Zhu Ping'an was dining when, suddenly, Li Shu emerged wielding a kitchen knife. Zhu Ping'an was resting in bed when, out of nowhere, Li Shu yanked out a hairpin, her face contorted with ferocity. Such thoughts were terrifying. Sister-in-law, how could you inflict such a significant wound upon yourself? Some inquiries were too delicate for Chen to voice, but at that moment, her sister-in-law Juaner bravely asked the question. Oh, about that, Li Shu began to reminisce, her delicate visage still reflecting the fear she had felt. It was during our last encounter with pirates at sea, coinciding with a violent storm. Our ship capsized, and my husband, Zhi'er, and I were swept onto an island. Just as we approached the shore, a monstrous wave crashed upon us, hurling us against the rocks. My husband shielded me, but, alas, he collided with the jagged stones. Upon hearing this, Chen and the others grew anxious. Although Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu had returned safely, the image Li Shu painted stirred their hearts, leaving them feeling as if their throats had constricted with dread. My husband fell unconscious, and together with Zhi'er, we struggled to drag him ashore. No matter how much we called his name, he remained unresponsive. He had only wanted to protect me. As she recounted this, a single tear rolled down Li Shu's cheek. The listeners felt their hearts ache, especially Chen, who was overwhelmed with worry and fear. My husband lay motionless for what felt like ages, and when he finally spoke, it was merely a whisper for water. His lips were pale and cracked, and I was filled with concern, yet the seawater was undrinkable, and there was no fresh water in sight. As Li Shu shared this, her expression mirrored the urgency and helplessness she had experienced at that moment. Yet, if my husband did not drink soon, his condition would worsen. In a moment of desperation, I took a shell from the shore and cut open my wrist, offering my blood to him. Li Shu spoke of this act as if it were a trivial matter, her tone casual, adorned with a faint smile. as if she found a small sense of joy in discovering a way to nourish Zhu Ping'an. My husband, gravely dehydrated and with no water nearby, I used the shell to cut my wrist and fed him my blood. Though her words were delivered with calmness, they stirred a tempest of emotions within the listeners, as if they could visualize the pampered young lady on that desolate island, methodically slicing her wrist with a rough shell. Perhaps at first, the wound was too minor, and the blood flowed only a trickle. Then, I used the shell to deepen the cut, and the blood began to flow more freely. Li Shu demonstrated this with her little finger, mimicking the motion of the shell. Even the sound of the cutting seemed to echo in their ears. As Chen and the others listened, they couldn't help but gasp, their expressions shifting dramatically. A vivid scene resurfaced in their minds. Li Shu, using a shell to slice her wrist, fed her blood to Zhu Ping'an. The blood flowed for a while, then ceased, the wound beginning to coagulate. Li Shu examined the injury and pressed the shell against it, making another incision. Although Chen and her companions had never heard the tales of Shakyamuni Buddha sacrificing flesh to feed an eagle, nor the story of Jie Zichui offering his flesh to nourish the hungry Lord Zhi'er, the shock they felt upon learning of Li Shu's act was profound, perhaps even surpassing those legendary narratives. Thankfully, her husband awoke after drinking the blood, Li Shu exclaimed, her face illuminating with joy. When they looked up at Li Shu again, a wave of shame washed over them. Initially, upon discovering that Li Shu had harmed her own hand, they had thought her mad. Little did they know that her self-inflicted injury was a desperate attempt to save Zhu Ping'an, and in order to ensure a sufficient flow of blood, she had made a significant incision. How could this foolish girl have inflicted such a deep wound, nearly to the bone? Did it not hurt? At that moment, Chen gazed at Li Shu with misty eyes. In her heart, Li Shu was the epitome of an ideal daughter-in-law, a position that no one could ever replace. To the Zhu family, Li Shu had already become one of their own, not merely in title, but in the very essence of familial affection. In the mere span of half a day, Li Shu had completely integrated into the Zhu household. Zhu Ping'an, Mother Chen suddenly turned to him, calling his name with a seriousness that startled him. Huh. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. His mother had never addressed him so formally before, always referring to him as Zhi'er or Little Zhi, or simply as the second son. This was the first time she had called him by his name in such a manner. What do you mean, huh? You must treat Xiahe well from now on. Do not bully her. If I find out you laid a finger on her, I shall break your legs. Mother Chen glared at Zhu Ping'an fiercely, her protective instincts for Li Shu akin to a hen shielding her chicks. Li Shu looked up at Mother Chen, her large eyes glistening with emotion. Zhu Ping'an, caught off guard, wore a bewildered expression. To be continued. Chapter 512. The family heirloom. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an felt an unfamiliar sensation, as if he were not her biological son. Observing Mother Chen's earnest demeanor, he realized that if he were to betray Li Shu, she would not hesitate to sever ties, cleansing the family of him. The lyrics of Shui Zhiqian's song, which speak of a single tear being capable of causing turmoil, seemed inadequate to describe Li Shu. While it referred to external beauty, Li Shu possessed not only the allure of beauty but also an enchanting inner essence. A single word from her could captivate the world. Indeed, the Zhu family had become a formidable support for Li Shu. Did you hear that? Mother Chen looked at Zhu Ping'an with utmost seriousness. Mother, my husband only crashed into the reef to protect me. I believe he will treat Xiahe well, Li Shu interjected, her lips forming a gentle smile as she gazed at Zhu Ping'an, her eyes sparkling, her small nose slightly upturned, resembling a proud little fox. Zhu Ping'an gazed at Li Shu and emphatically uttered a single word of affirmation. After the midday meal, their mother, Chen, retrieved a small wooden box from the main bedroom, opening it before the gathering to reveal a jade bracelet, identical in design to the one adorning her sister-in-law Juaner's wrist. Once Chen presented the bracelet, she called Li Shu to her side and solemnly declared, Xiahe, this bracelet is our family heirloom, passed down from mother to daughter, never to be given to sons. It is for you, while your sister-in-law possesses another. In ancient customs, the notion that a marriage is incomplete without a bracelet prevailed. When a mother-in-law bestows the family heirloom upon her daughter-in-law, it signifies a pivotal rite of passage for newlyweds. Should the mother-in-law accept the daughter-in-law, she would pass on the bracelet, a process that may occur early or late in the marriage. However, if the mother-in-law disapproves, the heirloom is never passed down. This ritual symbolizes the bond between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, with only the acknowledged daughter-in-law receiving this honor. Thank you, Mother, Li Shu replied, Her cheeks flushed as she extended her small hand. Chen personally adorned Li Shu's wrist with the bracelet and then called Zhu Pingyan to her side, placing Li Shu's hand, now adorned, into his. The touch was gentle, her skin as smooth as jade, soft yet not greasy. Pingyan, this is your wife. Henceforth, treat Xi'er with kindness. And may you both lead a harmonious life together, Chen advised Zhu Pingyan, turning to Li Shu to add, Xi'er, should Pingyan ever mistreat you, you must inform me, and I shall defend your honor. Thank you, mother, Li Shu replied sweetly. Zhu Pingyan, however, appeared somewhat detached, still in a daze, as if he were living a dream. In the blink of an eye, he had established a family, and the once proud and cunning Li Shu had become his wife. When he first arrived from the capital, he assumed Li Shu would call off their engagement upon her return. Yet, after regaining consciousness on the beach, he witnessed Li Shu pressing her hand against her wound to feed him her blood. Subsequently, he discovered that she harbored affection for him before he could even process that revelation, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were wed. In contemporary terms, they were still minors. With the bracelet adorning her wrist, Li Shu eagerly assisted her sister-in-law Juaner in washing dishes, their relationship thriving in amicable harmony. Much to Chen's delight as she observed with a beaming smile. Shortly after their meal, a multitude of village women, accompanied by their children, came to visit Zhu Pingyan's home, ostensibly to socialize, yet primarily to meet the new bride, Li Shu. This was customary in the village, when a family married. The entire community of aunts and cousins would come to partake in the celebration and catch a glimpse of the new bride. Oh, the new bride is truly lovely. Her skin radiant, as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, exclaimed one. Indeed, Pingyan is truly fortunate, another chimed in. She has a pleasing figure, a sign of good fertility. This affluent family is quite different from ours, so fair-skinned and elegantly dressed. What fine fabric is this? Before long, the room was filled with a throng of women, surrounding Li Shu and engaging in a lively chatter, creating a din reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Li Shu wore a forced smile on her face, and under her mother Chen's reminder, she sweetly addressed the visitors as aunt and sister-in-law, displaying a warm demeanor, despite her inner turmoil. The smile on her face had become rigid, and she harbored a deep desire to avoid any interaction with these individuals. Their breath carried an unpleasant odor, and their teeth were stained. It was evident they had not brushed in quite some time. Their garments appeared unwashed, reflecting the sunlight in an unappealing manner. Furthermore, the manner in which they spoke was alarming. Their hands, unwashed and dirty, were an unsettling sight. Why must they grasp her hands while conversing? It was an intrusive habit, and the audacity to touch one's face was utterly unacceptable. Li Shu felt as if the hands of these women coiling around her own were like serpents slithering over her skin, particularly when they touched her face. During their conversation, Li Shu witnessed a snotty child carelessly wipe his nasal discharge onto her clothing. It's quite all right, she forced a smile, concealing her urge to toss the child away. Once the women departed, Li Shu seized the opportunity to return to the new residence across the street, feeling an urgent need to cleanse herself and change her attire. She resolved never to endure such an experience again. Zhu Pingyan observed as Li Shu hurriedly entered the new house, concerned for her well-being, and followed her inside. Juaner, fetch me a new outfit, he commanded. You there? Why are you just standing? Prepare the bathwater, he continued. And you, dispose of that disgusting garment immediately. Upon entering the house, Zhu Pingyan heard Li Shu issuing orders to the servants with an air of authority, a stark contrast to her demeanor at home. This was her true nature. Soon, the maids filed out, bowing to Zhu Pingyan from a distance and calling him young master, before hastily attending to Li Shu's demands. He noted the absence of the little maid, Baozi, who was likely searching for clothes in the room. Once inside, Zhu Pingyan saw Baozi assisting Li Shu in changing into new attire, almost finished, as she adjusted the ribbons on her garments. At Li Shu's feet lay the discarded red wedding dress she had worn earlier, while another maid knelt on the ground, collecting the remnants. Cut it up and throw it away, Li Shu instructed coldly, her disdain evident. At that moment, Baozi, who was tying the ribbons for Li Shu, glanced up and spotted Zhu Pingyan. Upon hearing Baozi's voice, Li Shu turned and blushed, crossing her arms defiantly while casting an annoyed glare at Zhu Pingyan. Why did you enter without knocking? She pouted, her lips forming a sulky line. Young master must have missed the young lady, Baozi teased, sticking out her tongue as she hastily secured the ribbons for her mistress. To be continued. Chapter 513. The differences in habits in the wild. There grows a creeping vine, dew-kissed and glistening. Amongst them is a beautiful woman, graceful and ethereal. At this moment, Li Shu is adorned in a peony red moonlight gown, embellished with gold and jade pendants that twinkle like stars. A silk ribbon cinches her waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Her enchanting eyes shimmer with a hint of playful indignation as she embraces a demeanor befitting a refined lady, accompanied by an indescribable allure. The room is filled with fragrant incense, and elegantly crafted items such as a guzheng, an embroidered stool, and a painting table are thoughtfully arranged. A sheer curtain screen stands nearby, while a high-foot flower stand, lacquered in vermilion and inlaid with mother-of-pearl patterns, holds a roux kiln vase filled with budding roses. A petite maid stands by, assisting Li Shu in dressing, while another maid crouches on the floor, tidying up discarded garments. Outside, additional maids are preparing bathwater, creating an unmistakable atmosphere of the daily life of a privileged young lady. Although Zhu Pingyan has attained the status of a sixth-rank official, he still feels like a country bumpkin in the presence of Li Shu. He momentarily lost in thought. Zhu Pingyan is roused from his reverie by Li Shu's playful admonition. What is wrong with the clothes? After regaining his composure, Zhu Pingyan gestures towards the discarded garments strewn on the floor, recalling that he had just seen Li Shu wearing them moments ago. Why have they ended up on the ground? And why have the maids cut them up and thrown them away? They are dirty, Li Shu replies with a hint of annoyance, pouting slightly. Weren't they just put on? Zhu Pingyan asks, astonished. You know very well what kind of people were here earlier. It's been ages since they last bathed. You could smell the stench from afar. Why can't they just speak nicely instead of resorting to violence? Not only are their hands unclean, but they also touch other people's clothes. Especially that child with such long, runny nose. Li Shu expresses her distaste, as the memory of the scene leaves her feeling psychologically scarred. Can't we just wash the clothes? Zhu Pingyan questions, somewhat speechless. Although the villagers may lack certain standards, they are not as unsophisticated as Li Shu describes. How can they be washed clean? Just thinking about it is repulsive. Li Shu rolls her eyes, and then looks down at the maid carrying out her orders, urging her to hurry and dispose of the clothes. Cut them up and get rid of them. They are an eyesore. Yes, miss. The maid quickly gathers the garments and exits. Why must they be cut up? Zhu Pingyan finds Li Shu's directive perplexing. Because they need to be thrown away. Li Shu replies matter-of-factly. Cut up and thrown away? Zhu Pingyan struggles to comprehend her reasoning. Even if you don't wear them, you could give them to someone else. Why cut them up? My clothes cannot be worn by others. Li Shu rolls her eyes dramatically, gazing at Zhu Pingyan as if he were a curious creature. Would you allow your teacup to be used by someone else? But you aren't using it. Zhu Pingyan retorts, bewildered. This is a completely different concept from letting someone drink from your own cup. That is still unacceptable. Who knows what they would do with my clothes? If someone is in need, I can simply make them new ones. Li Shu shakes her head, firmly opposed to the idea of others wearing her garments. Just as she cannot abide the thought of someone using her teacup. Even if someone were genuinely in need, she believes it is sufficient to create new garments for them. Once something has been used by oneself, it cannot be used by others, even if it is no longer wanted. This embodies a form of emotional fastidiousness, does it not? Zhu Pingyan finds her views rather excessive, and indeed, it seems a rather extravagant waste. It is said that one's salary is hardly sufficient to cover the cost of Li Shu's wardrobe. Yet, for someone like Li Shu, a pampered heiress accustomed to a life of luxury, such expenditures are negligible, mere trifles in the grand scheme of her affluent existence. From a different perspective, one might consider that her penchant for fashion could serve as a boon for those engaged in sericulture and weaving. After all, an increase in demand for clothing could enhance their livelihoods. However, this singular instance highlights the considerable disparity in our lifestyles. It is evident that as time progresses, the differences in our daily habits and other facets of life will only grow more pronounced. Yet, Rome was not built in a day. Li Shu's accustomed way of life has been indulged by her affluent father for over a decade, and such deeply ingrained habits cannot be altered overnight. It requires a gradual approach. Although Zhu Pingyan is still adjusting to his role as Li Shu's husband, adaptation is now imperative. The way his mother, Chen, defended Li Shu during lunch suggests that if he wishes to instigate change, his mother is capable of severing ties without hesitation. Moreover, reflecting on the consequences faced by Chen Shimi, who abandoned his wife and child, one can discern the prevailing societal values surrounding marriage in this era. Should he engage in similar behavior, his aspirations for a successful career would be irreparably dashed. Furthermore, Li Shu has done numerous things for him, borrowing books, preparing exquisite meals, and more, over the span of years. The memory of her perilous act on the island, where she risked her life to provide him with her own blood, is indelibly etched in Zhu Ping'an's heart. It is impossible not to be moved by such profound devotion. After all, one is not made of mere wood. Who can remain unfeeling? Regarding marriage, Zhu Ping'an feels more astonishment than aversion. Love? Perhaps it has not yet fully blossomed. Yet, many romances commence with heartfelt emotions. Do they not? Surely you did not come merely to chastise me? Li Shu asked playfully, her delicate hand lifting the hem of her dress as she approached Zhu Ping'an, her charming face alight with mischief. No, Zhu Ping'an replied, shaking his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Shu's face instantly radiated joy, but a moment later, she feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Father is truly insufferable. He has left me with no options at all. Marrying a chicken means following a chicken. Marrying a dog means following a dog, and marrying a toad like you means I must follow you." Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily, taken aback, before chuckling and shaking his head, choosing not to confront her words. This girl, in her proud demeanor, clearly harbored affection. It is likely that the letter dispatched from his family to the Li household regarding their marriage proposal was orchestrated by her. If she truly disapproved of the marriage, Zhu Ping'an would not believe that she would have gone to such lengths. After returning safely from the island to the Xiahe region, the proud Li Shu softened her demeanor in front of her parents, adopting the role of a dutiful daughter-in-law. Her actions and words perfectly aligned with that of an exemplary spouse. If Li Shu were not fond of him, she would never exert herself so diligently. Yet, it remains a mystery how such a haughty and discerning young lady like Li Shu could develop an interest in someone as impoverished as he. If one considers the time when she began secretly cooking for him, he had yet to achieve any academic accolades, and if one counts from the moment he borrowed books, he was still far from becoming a scholar. It is truly perplexing. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Li Shu pouted at Zhu Ping'an, her lips forming a cute frown. The mischievous laughter of the little maid Baozi filled the air as she teased. Of course, the young master is secretly delighted to have married such a beautiful bride. "Isn't that right, young master?" Li Shu playfully scolded, extending her delicate hand to gently tap Baozi's forehead. To be continued. Chapter 514, from now on. You must yield to me. After exchanging playful banter with Baozi, two young maids approached with small tea trays, offering tea to Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu. Against the backdrop of the white bamboo tea cups, the tea's emerald hue appeared even more vibrant, exuding a rich aroma. These two young maids, no older than 10, still retained their youthful innocence. Yet, they had become adept at serving tea and water, handling their tasks with remarkable ease. In contemporary times, such a situation might be considered child exploitation, yet in this era, it was entirely commonplace. Young girls were preferred for training. If they were any younger, they were unable to work, and if they were older, they were nearing marriage. If they were to be matched with a young servant, it would suffice. But should they marry, they would belong to another household, serving for only a brief time. Thus, this age was most appropriate. "Thank you." Zhu Ping'an, unaccustomed to being served, accepted the teacup and expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing his thanks, the two maids blushed, their round faces turning rosy as they lowered their heads, awkwardly responding that there was no need for thanks from the young master. Li Shu glanced at the two girls and then, with a playful smile directed at Zhu Ping'an, suggested, "My dear husband, since there are still maids to serve you, why not let these two girls pour tea and make the bed for you?" Coughing slightly as he was caught off guard while savoring his tea, Zhu Ping'an choked momentarily before regaining his composure. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I am used to doing things alone. I am not accustomed to being served by others, especially not by two young girls. I have hands and feet of my own. Why should I require assistance?" He firmly declined without a second thought. A sixth-rank official without attendance would surely invite ridicule from his peers. Li Shu observed with a teasing glint in her eyes, her bright, watery gaze reminiscent of stars in the night sky. "I am not concerned," Zhu Ping'an replied dismissively, shaking his head. Truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good heart, Li Shu retorted playfully. Her brows arched and her petite nose slightly wrinkled in mock reproach, casting Zhu Ping'an an amused sidelong glance. As they engaged in conversation, Baozi discreetly signaled to the two young maids to withdraw, ensuring they did not interrupt the exchange between the young master and mistress. The two maids, perceptive to Baozi's gesture, bowed slightly and exited gracefully. In the eyes of the two young maids, Baozi held a position of authority, being regarded as a half-mistress. In the household, Baozi's status was not insubstantial, especially of late. Her standing had risen. She was not only Li Shu's personal maid, but also her favored companion. Among Li Shu's 4 close maids, Baozi was the sole maid of honor, a title formally established within the household. The maid of honor occupies a position intermediate between a concubine and a maidservant, with a standing slightly lower than that of a concubine, yet superior to all other maids. Once recognized in this capacity, she is regarded as a concubine. Although the chambermaid has yet to attain formal recognition, her duties in certain aspects mirror those of a concubine. The only distinction lies in her lack of official status. The term chambermaid literally refers to a maid whose quarters are connected to those of the master and mistress. In ancient times, while the couple indulged in their intimate pleasures, the chambermaid was at their service, and, should the master beckon, she might even join in their tryst. However, such openness was likely rare. More often, during the mistress's monthly cycle, the chambermaid would assume her duties in her stead. It is crucial to note that the accompanying maids differ significantly from chambermaids. All the maids currently residing in this household are accompanying maids brought by Li Shu. They hold no other status. In contrast, the chambermaid is solely the little maid Baozi. Thus, one could argue that, apart from Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu, Baozi occupies the highest position in the household. Having hurriedly departed from her home, Li Shu was anxious about her mother, Chen, and concerned that there might be visitors at home to see the new bride. After enjoying tea, she returned with Zhu Ping'an to her family residence. Although Baozi intended to accompany them, Li Shu insisted she remain behind, reasoning that it would be ostentatious to bring a maid along, creating unnecessary distance. Consequently, she assigned Baozi to stay in the residence to assist in tidying the household. The two houses are merely a few steps apart. Upon returning home, they discovered a number of village women gathered, with Chen animatedly engaging them in conversation, likely showcasing her daughter. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smile at the sight. He recognized these women and greeted them warmly, introducing them to Li Shu, who reciprocated with sweet words. Once this group departed, tranquility finally enveloped the home. Chen then requested Zhu Ping'an to show Li Shu around, as the house had expanded significantly since their last visit. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Ping'an guided Li Shu to the backyard. Originally, this area was intended for the newlyweds' marital abode. However, concerned for his daughter, the wealthy Li decided the space was too small and, after discussion, constructed a new residence across the way. Thus, the backyard was repurposed into a vegetable garden, complete with a pig pen, while the remaining space was utilized for cultivating flowers. The verdant vegetables and the vibrant blooms painted a picture of spring's exuberance. In the pig pen, several plump pigs, both black and white, mistook the intruders for feeders, eagerly extending their trotters over the enclosure and grunting excitedly at Zhu Ping'an, who approached first. Their enthusiasm palpable. A few tall flowers were planted before the pen, contrasting delightfully with the rotund, jovial pigs. "Look quickly, your relatives are greeting you," Li Shu exclaimed, stifling her laughter. "Thanks to you, I can claim kinship with them," Zhu Ping'an replied thoughtfully. "You are so dull and miserly," Li Shu teased, pouting in mock reproach. It seems you were the one who spoke first." Li Shu's playful reproach left Zhu Ping'an somewhat speechless. "Hey, Zhu Ping'an, you must yield to me from now on," Li Shu said with a serious expression as she approached him, tilting her delicate face upward. "Why?" Zhu Ping'an glanced at Li Shu, expecting her to invoke her mother Chen's midday words as justification, or perhaps mention the debt of gratitude owed for the life-saving food from the island. However, Li Shu's response greatly surprised Zhu Ping'an. "You stand at 5 feet 2 inches, while I am but 5 feet tall, when you speak to me. Should it not be you who bows your head first, just as you are doing now?" Li Shu exclaimed with a cheerful smile, pointing her slender finger at Zhu Ping'an's lowered head, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief and a playful spirit. The proximity added an enchanting charm to the moment. To be continued. Chapter 515. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. The afternoon passed leisurely, filled with playful banter with Li Shu and feeding the plump pigs, and before they realized it, the sun began its slow descent. As dinner time approached, the scheming Li Shu went to impress her mother Chen again. The pampered young lady eagerly rushed to pick, wash, and chop vegetables. her diligent and nimble efforts eliciting praise from Chen, while Zhu Pingyan's 2 trips to fetch water and firewood went unnoticed. "Mother, do you only have eyes for Li Shu? Your son has been fetching water and carrying wood. I used to receive compliments for these tasks. Is it truly so difficult to earn a word of praise?" Zhu Pingyan lamented, hoping to gain some recognition from Chen. After gathering firewood, he sat by the stove, attempting to kindle a fire, but to no avail. "What are you doing here, you big boy? Get out," Chen said without hesitation as she saw Zhu Pingyan preparing to light the fire. "A gentleman stays away from the kitchen." Li Shu, adorned in a burlap apron and holding freshly washed vegetables, stood at the doorway of the kitchen. Watching Zhu Pingyan being shooed away by her mother, her big, watery eyes narrowed in delight. "A gentleman stays away from the kitchen?" Seeing Li Shu's triumphant demeanor, Zhu Pingyan shook his head and, with a smirk, replied, "You are mistaken." "Where am I mistaken?" Li Shu pouted her cherry lips. "A gentleman indeed must stay away from the kitchen." The phrase, "a gentleman stays away from the kitchen," does not imply that one who aspires to greatness should avoid the kitchen altogether. "You have misunderstood Mencius's meaning," Zhu Pingyan said, shaking his head at Li Shu. "In truth, most people have likely misinterpreted Mencius's phrase, just as Li Shu has. The true essence of Mencius's statement is not that gentlemen should keep away from the kitchen, which is the domain of women." "How can that be?" Li Shu expressed her skepticism toward Zhu Pingyan's words. "The saying, 'a gentleman stays away from the kitchen,' has been around for ages. How could it be wrong?" The full context of Mencius's words must be considered. A gentleman, in relation to birds and beasts, upon seeing them alive, cannot bear to witness their death, upon hearing their cries, cannot bear to consume their flesh. Thus, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. A gentleman, upon seeing living creatures, feels compassion and cannot bear to see them perish. Upon hearing their cries, feels a reluctance to feast upon their flesh. Therefore, a gentleman always keeps his distance from the kitchen. In simple terms, the saying "a gentleman stays away from the kitchen" merely conveys the idea that heaven possesses a benevolent nature towards all living beings, and the gentleman cannot bear to take a life. It does not imply that a gentleman should never enter the kitchen. When Zhu Pingyan articulated these thoughts, his gaze remained fixed on Li Shu, which, on the surface, appeared innocuous. However, his eyes bore the reproachful intensity of a teacher observing a wayward student, provoking a sense of irritation in Li Shu. Li Shu puffed up her cheeks, somewhat at a loss for words. Observing her plight, her mother, Chen, stepped forward to defend her daughter-in-law, humorously addressing Zhu Pingyan while brandishing a rolling pin as if preparing to deliver a reprimand. "Does what Mencius said hold weight?" she inquired. "What I just said, does that count?" "Indeed," Zhu Pingyan conceded immediately, succumbing to her query, which elicited delightful laughter from Li Shu, who covered her mouth in amusement. Unable to contribute in the kitchen, Zhu Pingyan retreated to his room, retrieving 2 brushes crafted by his father. He briefly heated the bristles in hot water and set one aside. Spreading a sheet of Xian paper upon the table, he ground some ink and, saturating the brush, inscribed 8 characters: "Thief combs with a soldier's comb, killing the innocent and claiming credit." During a luncheon with the magistrate of Huaining, the magistrate recounted recent happenings in the court, including the memorial Zhu Pingyan had presented just before his departure. Zhu Pingyan was taken aback by the stir his memorial had caused. It seemed fortuitous that it coincided with 2 other memorials that impeached Yin Song. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the notorious Zhao Dang, who was involved in the wrongful execution of innocents, had been promoted by Yin Song, reportedly having long aligned himself with Yin Shifan to become a protege of the Yin family. Of course, even had he been aware of Zhao's connection to Yin Song at the time, he would have still pressed for impeachment. Delaying action on such individuals would only prolong the suffering of the common folk. If one does not serve the people as an official, they might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. Thus, Zhu Pingyan harbored no regrets. During the feast, the magistrate presented Zhu Pingyan with an urgent report from the capital, which indicated a summons for him to appeal to the Ministry of Justice. The magistrate of Huaining was somewhat neutral, neither aligned with the Yin faction nor the opposition, preferring to navigate his term without incident. As a native of Huaining and a successful candidate in the imperial examination, Zhu Pingyan represented a significant achievement for the magistrate, who thus held him in high regard. The magistrate even advised Zhu Pingyan to consider leveraging his connection with Zhao Wenhua, who had briefly served as the educational officer in southern Chile during Zhu Pingyan's examination year, effectively serving as Zhu Pingyan's mentor. This connection made it reasonable for Zhu Pingyan to seek Zhao Wenhua's assistance. Furthermore, Zhao Wenhua's reputation for avarice was well known in the political circles of southern Zhili and across the Ming dynasty. Most importantly, Zhao Wenhua's relationship with Yin Song, who was, in fact, Zhao Wenhua's adoptive father, was far more substantial than any ties Zhao Dang might possess. Should Zhao Wenhua be inclined to speak favorably of Zhu Pingyan to Yin Song, the matter would be easily resolved. Consequently, the magistrate of Huaining suggested that Zhu Pingyan pursue his connection with Zhao Wenhua. However, Zhu Pingyan had no intention of resorting to relationships or connections, for he believed that a man of integrity need not fear shadows cast by the guilty. Having committed no wrongdoing, he saw no reason to dread presenting his case to the Ministry of Justice. Furthermore, his initial impeachment of Zhao Dang had not been a rash decision. It was the fruit of careful contemplation and thorough preparation. The act of framing the innocent is not an uncommon occurrence throughout history, especially prevalent during the latter years of the Ming dynasty, with many such cases escalating to the Ministry of Justice or even to the imperial court. Having witnessed numerous instances of this nature in modern times, Zhu Pingyan had gleaned valuable insights on how to navigate such treacherous waters. Therefore, he remained unfazed by the current predicament. Do they have connections? Do they enjoy kneeling before the ministry to seek justice? Do they feel invincible? Let them await the outcome. Seated at his desk, Zhu Pingyan meticulously recalled various historical instances of framing the innocent, jotting down key points on sheets of rice paper. He particularly focused on cases from the Chongzhen era, which bore some resemblance to the present situation and offered significant lessons. By the time dinner was ready, he had filled 3 large pages with his notes, fully prepared to present his case to the Ministry of Justice. To be continued. Chapter 516. Preparing the wedding bed in the master bedroom of the Zhu family's new residence. The elderly Zhao family from Xiahe village was diligently preparing the wedding bed, reciting auspicious phrases as they laid the sheets and quilts. They first arranged the bed linens before adorning it with a dragon and phoenix quilt, ensuring the marriage bed was both tidy and comfortable. As they completed the bedding, the Zhao family scattered red dates, peanuts, longan, and lotus seeds, symbolizing the wish for early progeny. Chen, assisting nearby, could hardly contain her joy as she listened to the Zhao family's chants of blessings. Their words resonated deeply within her heart. The Zhao family was blessed with living elders, a robust husband, and a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, making her the envy of the village, a recognized matriarch whose presence was often sought for joyous occasions. As the Zhao family continued their preparations, they recited auspicious phrases, a customary practice in the village, as a full-bellied matron laying the bed was believed to bestow good fortune upon the newlyweds. Chen, having finished dinner, had invited the Zhao family to the new home to prepare the wedding bed for Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu. This night was of utmost importance, and no detail could be overlooked. After the Zhao family had finished laying the bed, they took a moment to survey the room's decor. Even after being awestruck upon entering, the lavishness of the room still left them speechless. The vibrant red character for happiness, red lanterns, jade screens, red carpets, and various exquisite decorations must have cost a fortune. The Zhu family had indeed prospered. Meanwhile, in another room, Li Shu was being attended to by several maids, dressing her for the occasion. The phoenix crown and bridal attire, which she had not had the opportunity to wear on her wedding day, were finally being donned. The pearls on the crown, large and lustrous, had been specially procured by her wealthy father from the southern seas, a collection treasured by the pearl divers. Miss, the bed we just prepared has been disturbed by that person. The relaid bed is not as splendid as our original arrangement, one maid lamented. The individual, utterly oblivious, removed the silk quilt we had laid out and replaced it with a cotton one. The young lady would undoubtedly be uncomfortable sleeping at night. A little maid entered from outside, pouting as she softly complained before Li Shu. Mind your tongue. Li Shu cast a sharp glance at the girl. The maid, upon meeting Li Shu's gaze, instinctively shrank back. What your master does is not for you to criticize. Bow bow. The maid stepped forward to reprimand the girl, who had recently been assigned to serve and was still unfamiliar with the household rules. After receiving the scolding, the young maid obediently lowered her head. All right, go fetch the pillowcase I set aside. Once the matriarch and others have left, you may change it. Li Shu commanded. Yes, miss, the maid replied, bowing her head and proceeding to follow Li Shu's instructions. Meanwhile, Zhu Pingyan, the other principal character of the wedding night, was engrossed in reading in a room of the old residence across the way. The books were ones he had previously copied, and his mother, Madame Chen, had sewn them together. Dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown that his mother had crafted for him, Zhu Pingyan sat at his desk. As soon as dinner was over, Madame Chen had placed the garment in Zhu Pingyan's room, urging him to change promptly. How could he disregard his mother's wishes? Thus, he donned the wedding attire while reading. Zhu Pingyan was acutely aware of the significance of the evening. During dinner, his mother had mentioned the arrangement for the wedding night. On the day of their marriage, they had substituted a rooster and hen for the ceremonial rites, foregoing the actual wedding night. Today marked the first day of Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu's return, effectively their first day as a married couple. Madame Chen, eager for grandchildren, had decided to observe the wedding night today instead. Having married, they were expected to share a bed. The wedding night, the consummation? This was rather hasty. In modern times, they would still be considered minors. Of course, engaging in such activities at this age was a different matter in ancient times. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he was not a native of this era. He had received nearly 20 years of education under the Red Banner. Zhu Pingyan shook his head and returned to his reading. GD. As Zhu Pingyan was immersed in his book, he heard the voice of his elder brother, Zhu Pingchuan, from outside the door. Acknowledging him, Zhu Pingchuan pushed open the door and entered, glancing around as though he were a thief before shutting the door behind him. What is going on, brother? Zhu Pingyan observed his peculiar brother, filled with curiosity. Although Zhu Pingchuan was usually calm and composed, he seemed flustered, as if he were up to no good. Ahem. This evening, GD will be consummating the marriage with his sister-in-law, Zhu Pingchuan stammered, his face reddening at the mention of the wedding night, appearing exceedingly embarrassed. Zhu Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Mother asked me to give you a few pointers. As Zhu Pingchuan spoke, his face grew increasingly flushed. Clearly overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the situation, reminiscent of a person being hastily thrust into an uncomfortable scenario. As enlightenment dawned upon Zhu Pingyan, he observed his elder brother's furtive and bashful demeanor, leaving him momentarily speechless. Brother, is it truly so embarrassing? He mused. Clearing his throat, Zhu Pingchuan, his elder brother, listened intently to the commotion outside. Stealthily, like a thief, he retrieved several patterned silks from beneath his arm and approached Zhu Pingyan, placing them upon his desk. Dear brother, these are valuable items. Take your time to study them and follow their guidance tonight, he instructed, nodding toward the silks with the air of an experienced mentor. Having completed his task, Zhu Pingchuan exhaled with relief, casting a reluctant glance at the silks before patting Zhu Pingyan on the shoulder and exiting the room. Closing the door behind him, with his brother gone, Zhu Pingyan's gaze fell upon the silks before him. They appeared quite wrinkled, suggesting frequent handling, and the designs were embroidered with rudimentary stitches depicting a scene of intimacy between a man and a woman. To Zhu Pingyan's discerning eye, the craftsmanship was rather subpar. The figures were rendered with simplistic lines, lacking vibrancy and depth, and the actions were monotonous. In his judgment, these illustrations of carnal awakening would scarcely qualify for even the most trivial advertisements in modern times, let alone be compared to the enticing narratives of contemporary adult films or animated features. It was evident that these images had been frequently perused by his elder brother, with certain areas of embroidery fading due to perspiration. The thought of his brother clandestinely studying these pieces by candlelight left Zhu Pingyan at a loss for words. These illustrations are far too crude, he sighed, setting the silks aside. He pondered the idea of modern depictions, where characters are vividly animated, their movements tantalizing, their poses diverse, all intertwined with compelling storylines. If such romantic escapades were rendered with hyper-realistic artistry or in animated form, they would surely captivate audiences far and wide. Surely, no citizen of the Ming dynasty could resist their allure. To be continued. Chapter 517. The wedding night of blossoms and candles, flowers exude fragrance while the moon casts shadows. A moment in spring's embrace is worth a fortune. Zhu Pingyan had scarcely delved into his reading when his mother, Chen, returned from preparing the new home and promptly ushered him to the new residence. This evening marked the wedding night of Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu, a moment of extraordinary significance, as Chen eagerly anticipated the arrival of grandchildren. Reading? With the wedding night upon them, what need was there for books? The continuation of the family line took precedence. Thus, upon discovering Zhu Pingyan still engrossed in his studies, Chen wasted no time in sending him off to the new home. Meanwhile, Zhu's father and elder brother, Zhu Pingchuan, ignited two strings of firecrackers strung between the old and new dwellings. Just as Chen pulled Zhu Pingyan from the doorway, the firecrackers crackled to life, filling the air with jubilant sounds. Generally speaking, the wedding night typically occurs on the day of marriage. However, for Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu, there was an exception. On their wedding day, they were still at sea. Thus, they only celebrated their wedding night today. Traditionally, wedding nights are often accompanied by boisterous guests who engage in playful antics. Yet, Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu's wedding night was separate from their marriage ceremony, eliminating the customary revelry. The purpose of these playful acts, rooted in Chinese tradition, is not merely to tease the newlyweds, but rather to ward off evil spirits and bring blessings, as a gathering of people exudes positive energy that can drive away malevolent forces, ensuring safety and well wishes for the couple. Zhu's father and elder brother, Zhu Pingchuan, set off firecrackers to replicate the lively atmosphere of a traditional wedding night, achieving a similar protective effect. Enough already, Zhu's father remarked, casting a glance at Zhu Pingyan and nodding in affirmation. His words were somewhat subtle, in contrast to the more straightforward admonitions of his mother, Chen. As she propelled Zhu Pingyan, clad in his wedding attire, into their new home, she bluntly urged, "Put in some effort, and let me hold my grandchild soon." Put in some effort? For Li Shu? Isn't that tantamount to harming a minor? Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan nearly stumbled over the threshold, incredulous that he could ever be so brazen towards an underage girl. "Look at this foolish boy getting all flustered," Chen chuckled, covering her mouth, assuming Zhu Pingyan was simply impatient. After ushering him into the house, she closed the door behind them, securing their wedding night from any unwelcome interruptions. Nonetheless, after shutting the door, she crouched down, stealthily moving along the walls of the new residence to a corner, holding her breath and straining to hear, as if she possessed the extraordinary ability to eavesdrop on their conversation. Ultimately, she beckoned her elder daughter-in-law, Wan, to join in her discreet endeavor. "Are you eavesdropping, mother?" Zhu Pingchuan questioned, his expression darkening, his face flushing as he recalled his own wedding night and the thought of his mother eavesdropping. Was his own wedding night to be similarly compromised? "Hush, do you not understand? There are 3 great sins of filial piety, and failing to produce heirs is the gravest of them all. There is nothing to be embarrassed about," Chen retorted, shooting a disapproving glare at her eldest son, chiding him for his loudness. "What is the fuss about eavesdropping? Why must you speak so loudly?" In previous times, eavesdropping might have been looked down upon. Yet on this particular wedding night, it was an exception. Accompanying the wedding festivities, eavesdropping had become a customary practice in rural areas. While this behavior may not be commendable, it nevertheless constitutes a familiar and entertaining scene on a wedding night. Of course, even on such an occasion, this was a privilege reserved for women. Many mothers likely have indulged in such amusing antics. For them, marrying off a son represents the continuation of the lineage, and they derive comfort from hearing the sounds of joy within, easing their worries. If silence ensues, their concern grows. "All right, the new house is quite spacious, and their room is far away," Zhu's father interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer, pulling Chen back with an exasperated expression. "You know how large the new home is. This is a 3-courtyard structure. You were present during its construction, with their room being at the far end. What can you possibly hear from here?" Chen cast a knowing glance at Father Zhu, then reached out to pinch him. Chen felt she had pinched quite hard. Yet Father Zhu, with his tough skin and flesh, hardly felt a thing. Instead, her hand throbbed, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. The new residence was now adorned with vibrant decorations. Red lanterns emblazoned with double happiness characters hung prominently. Red satin ribbons festooned the trees, and the courtyard was lined with pots of blooming flowers, each tied with red blossoms. Particularly striking was the entrance to the second courtyard, where a flower crafted from red silk hung, ribbons cascading down from either side, creating an atmosphere of festivity. "They have arrived. The son-in-law is here. At last. He has come." The giggling young maidens were hardly able to contain their excitement, whispering and peering through the second gate as Zhu Pingyan stepped into the courtyard. "Greetings, son-in-law." "Greetings." As Zhu Pingyan approached the gate, several young girls dressed in pink skirts, clutching small flower baskets and taking dainty steps, bent forward eagerly to greet him, their cherubic faces painted with a rosy hue. The little maidens were quite young, likely around 10 years old, appearing at least 2 or 3 years younger than Zhu Pingyan. "Hello," he nodded in response, preparing to step inside, only to find the main door firmly closed by his mother, leaving him no choice but to proceed inward. Ha ha ha. Son-in-law and young lady, a match made in heaven. May you grow old together, enjoying a harmonious union. May your flowers bloom and moon be full. And may you soon bear precious offspring. The girls giggled as they blocked the entrance, chattering away with auspicious phrases, yet refusing to allow Zhu Ping'an to enter. Having never been naive, Zhu Ping'an understood the intent of the young girls with clarity. It seemed that the modern custom of bridesmaids blocking the door for red envelopes had its roots in ancient traditions, while there were no bridesmaids in the past. There were certainly maidservants accompanying the dowry. Zhu Ping'an counted 6 girls at the entrance, then reached into his sleeve to retrieve 6 neatly wrapped red envelopes, distributing one to each girl, causing their faces to flush with excitement. After handing out the envelopes, Zhu Ping'an attempted to advance further, but was once again obstructed by the giggling maidens. The scene was reminiscent of before, as they continued to chatter merrily, yet still barred his entry. The red envelopes were accepted, but passage was denied. Observing the girls stifling their laughter, Zhu Ping'an recalled the amusing tales of Su Xiaomei's 3 challenges for the groom. Realizing this was likely a trial before entering the bridal chamber, he surmised that if he passed this test, others would follow. To be continued. Chapter 518. The second trial. The girls at the doorway resembled fortune cats, their hands clasped together as they recited auspicious phrases. But their petite forms firmly blocked the entrance, preventing Zhu Ping'an from entering. The blockade was evidently orchestrated by someone. He mused that if he could not even enter the bridal chamber, his mother, Chen, would surely drag him to the ancestral hall at dawn, compelling him to kneel before the neatly arranged ancestral tablets to confess his shortcomings. After all, of the 3 forms of filial piety, the greatest sin is to have no descendants. Unable to even enter the bridal chamber, how can you face your ancestors with any semblance of dignity? Even your mother, Madame Chen, has words of admonition for you. Therefore, regardless of what follows, you must first gain entry into the bridal chamber. For it is only after such an entrance that you may hold your head high before your parents. Observing the 6 little fortune cat maidens blocking the doorway, Zhu Ping'an shook his head with a faint smile. Under their eager gazes, he once again reached into his pocket to rummage around. The little maidens, realizing Zhu Ping'an was about to distribute red envelopes, were filled with uncontainable excitement, akin to eager puppies awaiting a bone from their master. True to their expectations, as Zhu Ping'an withdrew a stack of red envelopes from his pocket, the sight was met with the same wide-eyed wonder as that of dogs spotting a bone. Thank you all for your blessings. This is but a small token of my appreciation, Zhu Ping'an said, nodding to the 6 fortune cat maidens. He then waved the red envelopes in front of them before scattering them above their heads, unleashing a rain of envelopes. The little maidens, witnessing the envelopes raining down, let out exuberant cries, raising their little bottoms in a frenzy to seize the envelopes, their enthusiasm eclipsing the original purpose of blocking the door. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, Zhu Ping'an hastened a few steps and, weaving through them, successfully entered the inner courtyard. Ah, the son-in-law has entered, exclaimed one little maiden, who had managed to grab 2 envelopes. Upon looking up and realizing Zhu Ping'an had already made his way into the inner courtyard, she couldn't help but knock her head in regret. How did he get in so quickly? The young lady will surely blame us. The other maidens wore expressions of similar dismay. It's all your fault for being greedy, one of them complained to the first. But you all grabbed some too, retorted the first maid, unwilling to admit defeat. Thus, the 6 little maidens could only watch Zhu Ping'an as he advanced, lamenting their own greed. Within the inner courtyard, the atmosphere was even more festive, adorned with lucky bamboo, roses, lilies, lover's grass, and a myriad of colorful flowers that enhanced the celebratory ambience. Rose petals formed a delicate pathway, adding to the essence of a lady's fragrant boudoir, while the scent of cosmetics lingered more prominently. Congratulations, son-in-law. Wishing you prosperity. The attendants in the inner courtyard were likely the second-tier maidens of the Li family, slightly older than the previous 6. Dressed more elegantly, they approached Zhu Ping'an with small, graceful steps, placing their hands at their waists and curtsying in greeting. Congratulations to you as well, Zhu Ping'an replied, clasping his hands in return. As per tradition, let us begin with the red envelopes, he said, preparing to distribute a few to these second-tier maidens. Generally, on the day of the wedding, the groom is akin to a benefactor, and regardless of what one does, distributing red envelopes is always a prudent choice. Why does our esteemed son-in-law, a renowned talent of the Ming dynasty, always resort to these trivial coins? One of the maidens remarked. Indeed, our son-in-law is a top scholar. Why does he choose to reward us with such mundane items? A few second-tier maids at the entrance giggled and shook their heads, not taking any red envelopes as they had other tasks at hand. Oh, what do you propose? Zhu Pingyan smiled slightly, not at all surprised by their behavior. Having long been psychologically prepared, it was, of course, about literary compositions, for the son-in-law was the top scholar, his literary talent unparalleled in the Ming dynasty. If his writings were to please our young lady, we would allow him to enter and meet her. The foremost maid nodded vigorously upon hearing Zhu Pingyan's inquiry, then cheerfully replied, Indeed, indeed. Since the son-in-law has achieved the highest honor, he must compose poetry, lyrics, and essays. Only if he writes well and satisfies our young lady will he be permitted to enter. The other maids chirped in agreement, insisting that Zhu Pingyan, as the top scholar of the Ming dynasty, must write poetry and prose which they would then present to Li Shu. Only if she was pleased with his compositions would they allow him to enter, otherwise, he would be denied access. Oh, so this challenge is literary. Zhu Pingyan nodded with a smile. Composing poetry and prose was not a daunting task for him. After all, achieving the top scholar title was a testament to his prowess in literature, and he held a significant advantage in this regard. Moreover, he possessed centuries of experience, drawing inspiration from the exquisite poetry and prose of the Qing dynasty and modern times. Hence, he felt no pressure concerning this task. Young master, here are the writing materials, along with an incense stick that is currently burning. You must complete your work before the incense burns out, otherwise, you will have to settle for a room in the guest quarters, the maids chimed, giggling. You only have the time of one incense stick, so if it's not satisfactory, that won't matter either. The maids chattered as they led Zhu Pingyan to a designated spot beside the second gate, where a set of red-lettered tables and chairs awaited him. On the table lay a complete set of writing tools, accompanied by a burning red candle and 2 large red lanterns, illuminating the area with a bright glow. One little maid eagerly stepped forward to assist Zhu Pingyan with grinding ink, rolling up her sleeves to reveal a delicate wrist that appeared exceptionally fair and well cared for under the candlelight. Thank you, but I shall manage on my own. Zhu Pingyan politely declined her kind offer, settling down to take the inkstone in hand, pondering what to write while grinding the ink. Li Shu was no ordinary girl. He had witnessed her intelligence and cunning from a young age. Ordinary poetry and prose would likely fail to impress her. However, there was good news. She seemed to hold a fondness for him, despite his inability to comprehend the reason. It was evident that she had taken a liking to him long ago, had he not tasted the flavors of her cooking. Reminiscent of her family's chef while on the island, he might still be oblivious to this secret. This also hinted at the complexity of Li Shu's thoughts, which were indeed difficult to decipher. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Crafting prose that would satisfy Li Shu is no simple task. To be continued. Chapter 519. The thoughts of a daughter. The fragrant incense has been lit, a crimson hue illuminating the air with wisps of white smoke. Zhu Pingyan dipped his brush into the well-prepared ink, closing his eyes momentarily, pondering the words that might grace the wedding chamber. The chamber he envisioned was resplendently adorned, lavish with gold and jewels, exuding opulence. Nestled within a 3-courtyard estate, the grand chamber stood at the center, complemented by a spacious warm alcove that had been transformed into the bridal chamber. At the entrance hung 2 8-sided lanterns emblazoned with the character for double happiness, their lacquered frames inlaid with glass, which had been procured at a high price by the wealthy Li family from a foreign trader in the South Seas. Originally intended to be red gauze lanterns, upon acquiring the glass, Master Li commissioned these exquisite lanterns as part of the dowry. The door to the bridal chamber was painted a festive red, adorned with celebratory couplets and prominently displaying the intricately designed double happiness character. 2 maids, attendants of Li Shu, stood at the threshold, one holding a scroll, eagerly gazing towards the main gate of the estate. Inside the chamber, the theme of red prevailed, with walls draped in screens and adorned with porcelain vases and jade ornaments, all embellished with the double happiness character. A crimson carpet graced the floor, casting a warm glow across the bridal chamber, suffused with joy. Behind the rosewood screen lay the most significant feature of the bridal chamber, the wedding bed, draped in red silk curtains and furnished with a thick cotton quilt, embroidered with playful, cherubic children. The pillows bore the likeness of 2 plump ducks, adding a unique charm. In front of the wedding bed was an exquisitely crafted table, upon which rested a jade rui, several steaming dishes, and 2 intricately carved gourds, each the size of a fist, encrusted with gold and jade. The lavish furnishings of the chamber, adorned with treasures, paled in comparison to the enchanting maiden seated upon the bed. Under her radiant beauty, the opulent decor seemed dull, and the priceless treasures lost their worth. The already stunning young lady, adorned in a phoenix crown and a bright red bridal gown, was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her skin, smooth as jade, and her cherry blossom lips, naturally tinted, bore a playful upward curve. Delicate fingers held a scroll of written verses, her alabaster digits gracefully turning the pages. As she perused, her inky black eyes sparkled with wit, displaying a hint of mischief. The scroll in her hands bore meticulous calligraphy, showcasing her poetic talent. If Zhu Pingyan, who stood at the entrance, were to catch a glimpse of this scroll, he would discover it was filled with his own compositions, witty verses penned during the county examinations, farewells inspired by the sounds of birds, poetic reflections from the immortal poets' gathering, and even the heartfelt lines of "If life were only like the first meeting." "Miss, what if the young master is unable to compose poetry? Will he truly be denied entry?" inquired the anxious little maid with a round face beside her. "Why, are you feeling sympathetic?" The delicate maiden withdrew her gaze from the tome, casting a sidelong glance at her petite maid, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Oh, I certainly do not feel any pity," she teased. The maid, blushing fervently, squirmed at her mistress's banter. "Heavens, if that wretched frog cannot compose poetry, then he shan't be allowed entry," the charming maiden declared with a mischievous giggle. "Ah, truly, he shall not be permitted inside," exclaimed the maid, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. "No, he shall not. If you feel any sympathy, I could send you to warm his bed instead. What do you think?" The maiden's laughter was light and teasing, as she gently lifted the maid's chin with her dainty fingers, her voice laced with a playful air. "Dear mistress, I am blushing," protested the maid, elongating her words in a mock complaint against her mistress's teasing. "What? Are you reluctant? Then I shall dispatch Juaner to warm the frog's bed instead," the charming maiden replied, feigning indifference as if she would not press the matter further. "That's simply one to do. She is not a concubine," the maid retorted, her spirit ignited by the jest. "Oh, and who else could be a concubine but you?" The maiden's lips curved upward, her ebony eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the flustered maid. The realization of her mistress's playful teasing dawned upon the maid, prompting another round of protest. Observing the maid's flustered state, the delicate maiden could not help but smile, extending her slender fingers to pinch the maid's cherubic cheeks. "You foolish girl, had you been born into another household, you would have surely been devoured to the bone," she remarked playfully. "I am fortunate to have you by my side, for your mistress is clever enough." "I am simply following your lead," the maid replied, her words slightly garbled as she spoke with her cheeks pinched, her small hands eagerly kneading her mistress's leg. "You certainly know how to make things easier," the maiden chuckled, appreciating the maid's servility. Having spent considerable time with her mistress, the maid could sense her mood. Thus, she seized the moment to inquire, "Mistress, will he truly not be allowed in?" "Of course not." The maiden rolled her eyes, closing the tome with a decisive snap. "The matron truly holds that wretched frog's son dear, like a piece of her heart. Should she learn that I did not allow him entry on the night of our wedding, she may not voice her displeasure, but she would certainly hold it against me. I am not foolish. Why would I want to make things difficult for myself? Being a daughter-in-law is not the same as being a daughter in one's own home, where one can do as one pleases. Even if he writes not a single word, he must be allowed through the door." Her gaze turned toward the entrance. "Oh." The maid suddenly understood. "Oh, what do you mean? Oh, silly girl, the emperor is not anxious, yet you are." The delicate maiden rolled her eyes again. Writing and literature are the frog's forte. How could they possibly challenge him? She gently tapped the maid's forehead with the book she held. "But why must the gentleman still be asked to write?" queried the maid, rubbing her forehead. "I simply wished to see what the wretched frog would compose," the maiden pouted, her cherry-red lips forming a sulky expression, her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. "What could he possibly write for those unsavory courtesans? Do they even deserve the sentiment of 'if only life were as it was upon first meeting'? As the azure sky awaited the misty rain, I awaited you." The curling smoke rose, separating us by countless miles across the river. The tavern maidens, neglecting their duties, were preoccupied with courting another's husband. If, on a day of discontent, I were to confront them, the repercussions would not merely be a slap across the face. To be continued. In the 520th chapter, the crimson incense had burned a fifth of its length, and amidst the delicate tendrils of white smoke, Zhu Pingyan was engrossed in his calligraphy. His concentration was unwavering, as he meticulously attended to every brushstroke and detail. Dressed in a splendid wedding robe, a striking crimson garment with wide sleeves and a gold-threaded embroidered collar and cuffs, accented by a black belt adorned with gold and dangling jade pendants, Zhu Pingyan appeared notably regal. This attire lent an air of grandeur to his otherwise unremarkable visage, while his focused artistry imbued him with depth, rendering him a paragon of virtue and refinement. The maidens stationed at the second gate whispered among themselves as they observed Zhu Pingyan's graceful strokes. "What a handsome calligrapher our son-in-law is," one exclaimed. "He is so gentle, even with his brush," another chimed in, while a third remarked, "He wields the brush like a general with a spear, unwavering and bold, without a hint of correction." Amidst their chatter, Zhu Pingyan completed his final stroke, lifting the brush with an elegant flourish before returning it to its holder, his movements fluid and effortless. "Well done. I would appreciate it if you could relay my message," Zhu Pingyan said, bowing slightly to the maids at the entrance. "That was remarkably swift." One maid gasped. Her mouth agape. She had merely seen him close his eyes for a moment before he began to write, and before she could share a word with her companions. He had already finished, leaving her astonished. "Is it truly done? That was so quick. If it weren't well done, he wouldn't be allowed inside," she cautioned him, kindly suggesting that he could take more time to reflect, for once delivered to the young lady, it could not be altered. "No need. Thank you for your concern," Zhu Pingyan replied dismissively, shaking his head. "Ah, indeed, our son-in-law is a top scholar." Another maid nodded in realization before joining the others to admire the paper Zhu Pingyan had inscribed. "Wow, your calligraphy is truly remarkable." The moment they laid eyes on his writing, the maids were captivated, showering him with praise. Though most of them were illiterate, they could discern the quality of his work. They had never encountered such exquisite writing before. Among them were two literate maids who, seizing the opportunity while tidying up Zhu Pingyan's materials, glanced at his calligraphy. "Wow." Upon reading the first line, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. As they continued to read, their expressions shifted from shock to a deepening crimson, until their faces resembled ripe cherries by the time they finished absorbing Zhu Pingyan's elegant prose. "What is the matter?" Upon witnessing this, the other maidens nearby, filled with curiosity, lamented their decision not to pursue their studies together. "No, it's nothing," the two girls shook their heads, for some thoughts were too delicate to voice. "Let us hasten to present it to the young lady." After approximately a minute, the door to the bridal chamber was gently rapped upon by the devoted maid stationed at the entrance, who then handed a written note inside. My lady, the young master has swiftly composed his words." The eager maid, Baozi, received the note and scampered joyfully to present it to the enchanting young lady, as though offering a precious treasure. "What significance does swiftness hold?" the beautiful maiden retorted dismissively, yet her delicate hands did not hesitate to accept the note. Upon receiving it, her dark, ink-like eyes eagerly alighted upon the page, absorbing the inked words with fervor. "Whether you see me or not, I shall be there, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Whether you think of me or not, affection remains, neither coming nor going. Whether you love me or not, love persists, neither increasing nor diminishing. Whether you accompany me or not, my hand is within yours, unwavering and steadfast. Come into my embrace, or allow me to dwell within your heart. In silence, we love. In stillness, we find joy." The enchanting maiden's mouth fell slightly agape as she absorbed the prose, astonished by its departure from the poetic conventions of her era. As she continued to read, a rosy blush crept across her cheeks, her heart racing like a startled fawn. "Whether you see me or not, I shall be there, neither sorrowful nor joyful," she pouted, her lips forming a playful pout. "What do you mean by that? Does your presence or absence concern me? If you are neither seen nor unseen, you might as well linger outside for eternity." As her gaze traversed further down the note, her expressions grew increasingly animated, pouting her lips, rolling her eyes, yet her cheeks flushed deeper and her heartbeat quickened. "Whether you think of me or not, affection remains, neither coming nor going." How naive. Who is thinking of you? You are merely deluding yourself. Whether you love me or not, love persists, neither increasing nor diminishing. Who loves you? Such self-indulgence. Come into my embrace, or allow me to dwell within your heart. How domineering. Why must it be either your embrace or your residence in my heart? Truly shameless. Who would wish to enter your embrace, let alone permit you to reside within my heart? The boldness of such sentiments astonished her. The audacity of the bad man's words struck her deeply. The poetry she had previously encountered was always subtle, yet this modern verse, with its unabashed and somewhat tyrannical tone, pierced her thoughts and touched her soul. The impact of such verses was beyond her imagination. It was akin to a modern innocent girl suddenly hearing a seasoned voice proclaim, "Are you coming up, or am I coming up?" To the beautiful maiden. This poem felt like a declaration of love. It seemed as though Zhu Ping'an stood before her, declaring, "Whether you see me or not, whether you think of me or not, whether you love me or not, whether you accompany me or not, it matters not. From this day forth, we are wed. Love and affection now exist. Either you come to my embrace, or I shall dwell within your heart, and we shall cherish our love and joy." Such was his domineering manner, at least as felt by the delicate maiden. Perhaps every girl harbors a dream of a commanding CEO, regardless of the era or whether she is strong or gentle. Regardless, upon witnessing such eloquent lines, the stone that had long weighed upon the fair maiden's heart finally fell. Though they were engaged and united in marriage, her heart had been fraught with anxiety. However, all was well now, for the odious frog had no objection to their union and desired love and joy as well. "Miss, shall we allow the groom to enter the second gate?" inquired the little maid Bowsy. "Let him in," the delicate maiden replied, pursing her lips. "How could I dare to displease my mother-in-law?" To be continued. Chapter 521. The Bridal Chamber, to see or not to see. This is a poem that easily stirs the heart, and it is precisely for this reason that Zhu Ping'an chose it. He first encountered this poem in 2008, and it etched itself deeply into his memory. Many mistakenly attribute this poem to the renowned poet Songyang Jietuo, but this is a misunderstanding. The true author is a Han girl named Xiahe Lama Duo, who composed this poem only in 2007. Although the poem had no romantic connotations when created, almost everyone associates it with love. It is a piece that captivates the eyes, ears, and soul. Therefore, Zhu Ping'an selected to see or not to see as his stepping stone. The outcome did not disappoint him. After the poem was recited, the third gate opened for him approximately 10 minutes later. As the moon hung low above the willows, individuals met after dusk. Amidst the dancing shadows of the moonlight, Zhu Ping'an stepped into the third courtyard. Upon entering, he had mentally prepared himself. From the moment he crossed the threshold, each entrance posed a test. He suspected that the final door to the bridal chamber would also present a challenge, reminiscent of the historical trials faced by Su Xiaomei on her wedding night with Qin Xiaoyu. People possess a fondness for the number 3, having endured 2 tests. He assumed one remained. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhu Ping'an noticed a particular maid at the bridal chamber's entrance holding a scroll tied with a red ribbon. He surmised that this scroll might be the third test for the evening, likely inscribed with some prompt. "Good evening, groom," greeted 4 maids stationed at the bridal chamber's entrance as Zhu Ping'an approached. They bowed in respect, including the blushing Baozi maid, who seemed as though she were about to enter the bridal chamber herself. "Oh, greetings," Zhu Ping'an extended his hand, a gesture of modest acknowledgement, still unaccustomed to receiving such formalities. Seeing the Baozi maid made him smile slightly, and he nodded in her direction as a form of salutation, which only caused her cheeks to redden further. However, what took Zhu Ping'an by surprise was the absence of any trials. After a few maidens performed their greetings, they led him directly into the bridal chamber. Initially, the maid holding the scroll seemed poised to unveil its contents, as if to present a challenge. But the little maid Baozi whispered something to her, causing the girl to retract the scroll. In any case, without any test, Zhu Ping'an was ushered straight into the chamber. Upon entering, he gazed at the crimson carpet and the opulent decorations, feeling almost bashful about stepping further. Even by contemporary standards, the lavishness of the bridal chamber was extraordinarily extravagant and resplendent. "Please, this way, young master," came the voice of a neatly dressed matron in her 40s, guiding Zhu Ping'an deeper into the room. Following her, he soon arrived at the heart of the bridal chamber, where the door was adorned with the character for double happiness and 2 pieces of intricate paper cuttings. One depicted 2 little white rabbits nestled among osmanthus leaves, symbolizing the intertwining of love and dreams, suggesting the intimate bond of a newlywed couple. The other showed images of fish and water, along with a swing, representing the joy of love and the notion of eternal companionship. Inside, The chamber was furnished with an exquisitely crafted vanity, a side table, an incense burner, a showcase of curios, a Dachuan vase, wine vessels, a sword, and a guzheng. The shelves displayed various treasures and porcelain, while vibrant peonies and lotuses graced the vase. 2 thick red candles flickered on the side table, enhancing the romantic ambience of the wedding night. 10 years of cultivation brings one to share a boat. 100 years of cultivation brings one to share a bed. The wedding bed was notably grand, bordering on the luxurious. And Zhu Pingyan whimsically mused that even a gathering of 3 or 4 would feel spacious upon it. Seated upon the bed was a stunning maiden clad in a bright red wedding gown, her face obscured by a distinctive red silk veil. The auspicious balance ensures good fortune. Young master may now lift the veil, the matron announced, presenting him with a jade ruby shaped like a scale, marked with celestial symbols and auspicious stars, meant to guide the unveiling of the bride's face. Zhu Pingyan reached for the ruby, only to be corrected by the matron. "Young master, you are holding it incorrectly," she exclaimed. The bride beneath the veil could not help but curve her lips in amusement at his eagerness. "Is there really a right side to this?" Zhu Pingyan scratched his head, and after adjusting the ruby under the matron's guidance, he approached the veil once more. As he lifted the veil, the entire chamber seemed to illuminate. His heart raced, fluttering with excitement. Beneath the veil, Li Shu appeared like a celestial being, a captivating blend of ethereal beauty, enchantment, and allure, her gaze brimming with myriad emotions, exuding an unparalleled elegance. What a source of mischief! Zhu Pingyan's throat felt slightly parched, indicating a hint of thirst. A match made in heaven, perfectly satisfactory. Congratulations to the groom, and best wishes to the bride. The old matron, witnessing Zhu Pingyan unveil the bridal veil, could not help but smile and utter auspicious phrases. In affluent households, customs abound. For ordinary families in the riverside village, the wedding night would not be laden with such intricate procedures. The groom, having finished toasting outside, returned to the bridal chamber reeking of liquor, lifted the red veil, and the couple promptly delved into the essence of the night, which was worth a fortune. Unlike the present day, where an old matron and a series of rituals linger. After unveiling the bridal veil, the matron recited a plethora of auspicious sayings before guiding Li Shu and Zhu Pingyan to a small table where they sat facing each other on cushions. Upon the table lay staple foods of millet and barnyard millet, a dish of meat, a bottle of sweet wine, and several small plates containing sauces, pickles, and condiments. This ritual, known as sharing the meal, signifies unity through sustenance. According to the Book of Rites, when the bride arrives, the groom bows to her, and they share a meal, symbolizing their union in body and spirit. Following the shared meal, they would partake in the cup of unity. Akin to the modern ceremonial toast, the cup of unity is poured 3 times, the first 2 by the matron into vessels for the couple, while the third is served in a gourd cup. The contemporary cup of unity differs slightly from its traditional counterpart. Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu first sipped half of the gourd wine, mixed the 2 portions, and then exchanged cups to drink the remainder. After finishing, they tossed the gourd, one upright and the other inverted, beneath the bed, signifying a harmonious union for 100 years. The gourd, representing bitterness, was only lightly tasted by Li Shu, with Zhu Pingyan consuming most of the wine. Coupled with the 2 cups consumed earlier, Zhu Pingyan felt slightly dizzy after partaking in the unity wine, binding oneself as husband and wife, their affection untainted by doubt. After the unity wine, the hair-binding ritual commenced, with the man on the left and the woman on the right, using golden scissors to snip a lock of hair from each side, intertwined with a red thread and placed under the pillow. A moment of intimacy is worth a fortune. Thus, the old matron graciously withdrew, leaving Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu alone in the bridal chamber. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere grew somewhat enchanting. To be continued. Chapter 522. Indeed. Cunning on the wedding night, a solitary man and woman shared a room, their eyes locked, and the temperature within seemed to rise with the intensity of their gaze. "Hey, why do you keep staring at me? Don't you know who I am?" Li Shu playfully chided, her fox-like eyes shimmering with a fluid allure, reminiscent of flowing waters, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. "I never imagined I would encounter you here," Zhu Pingyan remarked with a slight smirk, his gaze drifting from Li Shu to the bridal bed, lingering on the plush duck pillow behind her, his smile deepening. "Then who did you expect to see?" Li Shu shot Zhu Pingyan an exasperated glance, her voice tinged with playful reproach, her cherry-red lips tempting and luscious. I haven't given it much thought. Zhu Pingyan gently touched his forehead, then shook his head affirmatively. This marriage was indeed somewhat unexpected. Before learning of the wedding, he had never imagined he would find himself sharing a bridal chamber with Li Shu. Yet, such is life. The future is replete with uncertainties, and no one can predict what lies ahead. You haven't considered the countless possibilities, Li Shu remarked, rolling her eyes in response. Observing her playful expression, Zhu Pingyan couldn't help but smile in bemusement. Even her eye-rolling was charming. It seemed rather unfair that beauty could render any action delightful. A natural beauty like Li Shu would easily outshine many leading actresses in modern times. On this night of marital bliss, having such a stunning partner felt surreal. Zhu Pingyan had only ever fantasized about the luxurious lives of the privileged elite while watching romantic films. As for himself, he had merely hoped to have a girlfriend, never daring to dream of being with someone of such exquisite beauty, a privilege seemingly reserved for the affluent. Yet here he was, in a bridal chamber with Li Shu. Are you thirsty? Zhu Pingyan asked, removing a large red flower from his attire and moving to pour 2 cups of tea. He lifted one cup and inquired. Glancing at Li Shu puffed out her cheeks in mock annoyance. Never mind then, Zhu Pingyan shrugged, placing the cup he intended to offer her back on the table and sipping from his own. The golden tea, steaming and fragrant, calmed his restless heart as he savored its rich flavor. Hey, pour me a cup of tea, Li Shu pouted, extending her hand toward him. Help yourself, he smiled slightly. With a reluctant glance at him, Li Shu descended from the bed, her embroidered shoes adorned with pearls, moving gracefully like willows swaying in the breeze. She took a seat opposite Zhu Pingyan at the table and delicately lifted the other cup of tea, sipping it like a cat drinking water. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of tea being sipped, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Do you know the origin of the character for marriage? Zhu Pingyan asked after a sip of tea, turning to Li Shu. What's so special about that? It denotes the rites performed at dusk, hence the term marriage, she scoffed, her lips curling in disdain, finding his inquiry rather foolish. Zhu Pingyan shook his head. Li Shu's eyes widened in surprise. What is wrong with that? Long ago, in the primordial era, there were no formal wedding ceremonies. If a male primitive encountered a female he fancied, he would render her unconscious with a club and carry her back to his cave. That's essentially the act of entering the bridal chamber. Thus, marriage implies a woman being knocked out. Zhu Pingyan chuckled softly, recalling an amusing explanation he had once encountered. That's nonsense. There is no such notion. In primitive society, matriarchy prevailed. If anyone were to strike, it would be the woman who knocked the man unconscious, Li Shu retorted, pouting in mild reproach. The young lady's consciousness of women's rights seems to have awakened quite early. Zhu Pingyan shook his head slightly and chuckled. It was merely a jest. My grandfather must have been out of his mind to agree to your family's proposal. Li Shu pouted, expressing her discontent. You're already married, and it's too late to back out now. In the past, Zhu Pingyan might have believed her words. But ever since he learned of Li Shu's affections for him, her statements became questionable. However, he chose not to expose her, instead listening quietly while sipping his tea. Yet, bound by parental commands and the matchmaker's words, the marriage was established, leaving no room for retreat. You, in your delight, are a dandy, scribbling about emotions and love, while neglecting the wisdom of the ancients. How can you not feel a tinge of embarrassment? Even onlookers would blush. Li Shu, pouting, spoke for a while, her face flushed and her almond-shaped eyes glancing at Zhu Pingyan. She then retrieved brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone from the bookshelf, placing them on the table before him. Zhu Pingyan looked up at Li Shu, unsure of her intentions. Sign here, she instructed, pointing to the bottom right of the blank ivory paper with her delicate fingers. Sign on this empty paper? What for? Zhu Pingyan remained perplexed, wondering why a signature was needed even in the bridal chamber. I shall write my name first, Li Shu said, dipping the brush in ink and inscribing her name in elegant small characters on the ivory paper. There, now it's your turn. She handed the brush to Zhu Pingyan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, urging him with her rosy lips to proceed. Despite his confusion regarding Li Shu's intentions, Zhu Pingyan accepted the brush and inscribed his name beside hers. My father may be daft, but I am not. Although we are wed, one must still consider your behavior. Should you mistreat me or frolic with others, remember, the laws of the Ming dynasty allow for mutual divorce. Li Shu blew gently on the ink to hasten its drying. Then, with a playful huff, displayed the signed blank sheet to Zhu Pingyan before folding it carefully and tucking it into her sleeve, as if to treasure it. Li Shu's mention of mutual divorce refers to the legal provision in the Ming dynasty that permits couples to part ways by mutual consent. It was only now that Zhu Pingyan understood the significance of the signature. It represented their agreement. Li Shu, it seemed, was well prepared. With her signed blank document, whatever she chose to inscribe later would equate to his consent. Indeed, she was cunning. To be continued. Chapter 523. The villain. As night descended upon Hehe village, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of earth and blossoms, wafting slowly through the air. The red lanterns outside the bridal chamber swayed gently in the breeze, casting flickering shadows upon the ground. The aroma, the dancing shadows, and the tender night added an enchanting touch to the wedding night. As for Zhang Xiaofan himself, he tumbled down the passageway, landing precisely on a platform above the lake of lava. Before him lay the searing magma, the edge of the platform scorched to an intolerable degree. There, nestled in an oval-shaped stone nest, rested a white fox. At this point, Zhu Pingyan rubbed his forehead, took a sip of tea to soothe his throat, and reflected on the lengthy narration of Zhu Xian, which had left his voice rasping and his head slightly dizzy. Shortly after signing a blank document and engaging in a few casual exchanges, the conversation was deftly steered by Li Shu towards the tale of Zhu Xian, driven by curiosity about the ensuing plot, leading her to insistently request Zhu Pingyan to elaborate on the story. By the time Zhu Pingyan reached this juncture, he had been recounting for over an hour, and the night outside had deepened to an inky darkness. He decided to pause the narrative for the evening. After sipping another cup of tea, his throat felt somewhat more at ease, yet a lingering dizziness persisted. He set down his cup, concluding the day's tale of Zhu Xian. He had shared quite enough. Any further narration might provoke his vocal cords to protest. Is that so? Li Shu, still yearning for more, withdrew her delicate hand from beneath her fragrant cheek and glanced reluctantly at the night outside, nodding with a hint of tension and anticipation flickering across her youthful face. The hour was late. It was time to rest. In the bridal chamber, there was but a single bed, and they were to share it. Engaging in the intimate acts depicted in romantic scrolls, a wave of nerves washed over her, accompanied by a touch of fear. She had heard that the first experience could be painful, perhaps even resulting in blood. Mama Lu had mentioned that on the wedding night, such activities were customary. And once shared, the bond between husband and wife would deepen, fostering a closeness that would render them inseparable. As the saying goes, one day as husband and wife, 100 days of affection. Caught in a whirlwind of nervousness and anticipation, she had even embroidered a pair of mandarin duck pillowcases. As Li Shu twisted her fingers, Zhu Pingyan too pondered the events of the evening. To be candid, although it was their wedding night, he struggled with the thought of taking advantage of Li Shu, a girl who had yet to reach the age of 15. Oh, and he himself was not yet 15 either. At 14, he was still a tender youth, not yet of age. In modern times, engaging with someone so young would invite scorn and condemnation from society. Being underage, her body had not yet fully matured, and engaging in premature intimacy could have detrimental effects, especially for girls, potentially impacting their fertility and exposing them to various gynecological ailments. In ancient times, there were no protective measures. Should pregnancy occur, it would be perilous for a girl of such tender years to bear a child. The medical practices of the past were rudimentary compared to today. Childbirth for ancient women was akin to traversing a treacherous path, particularly for those who were young and unprepared. The high mortality rate among ancient mothers was significantly attributed to their youth and physical immaturity. Of course, individuals in ancient times matured earlier than those today, but it would still be prudent to wait until at least the age of 16, which in ancient terms would be roughly equivalent to 18 in modern society. Yes, that seemed about right. In an instant, the wedding chamber fell into silence. Time slipped away quietly, second by second, as the night deepened outside, enveloping everything in stillness. By now, others had long since drifted into slumber. It was time for rest. If they delayed any longer, dawn would soon break. Oh, the hour is indeed late. Li Shu glanced out at the pitch-black night, and then at Zhu Pingyan, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. With a hint of hesitation, she uttered, "Oh, it is late." Zhu Pingyan nodded, surveying the modestly adorned chamber, feeling a pang of discomfort. The room contained merely a bed and a set of bedding. Should he take this opportunity to enlighten Li Shu about the intricacies and nuances of adolescence? Not that it was an appropriate moment for such a discussion. What a dullard you are, Li Shu thought to herself, internally chastising Zhu Pingyan for his obliviousness. How could he still be so dense, even now? The atmosphere in the chamber returned to awkward silence as Li Shu sat on the bed, fidgeting with her fingers, her lovely face aglow in the candlelight. Let us rest. It is indeed late, Zhu Pingyan suggested after a moment's contemplation, looking at Li Shu. Li Shu responded with a barely audible sound, akin to a whisper, her face growing even warmer. Had Zhu Pingyan not noticed her moving lips, he might have missed her reply entirely. Finally, you've come to your senses. Li Shu cast a furtive glance at Zhu Pingyan, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering like waves, as if they might spill over with emotion. With only one bed and a single set of bedding, Zhu Pingyan found it difficult to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. The notion of him sleeping on a chair while she occupied the bed was simply impractical. Furthermore, he knew that Li Shu held a certain fondness for him. To suggest that he should sleep elsewhere would likely be perceived as an affront by the proud young woman. What do you mean by that, Zhu Pingyan? After some reflection, Zhu Pingyan dismissed such an idea. The bed was strewn with dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds. Li Shu stood before the bed, eyeing the assortment and pouting slightly. Perhaps we should shake them off, Zhu Pingyan suggested as he approached, glancing at the peanuts and dates. Li Shu rolled her eyes at his suggestion, then picked up a peanut and placed it in the fruit bowl, insisting that they must retrieve them. Such peculiar customs. Zhu Pingyan chuckled to himself as he joined her in gathering the scattered items. They searched the bed thoroughly, eventually filling a large fruit bowl with the dates and peanuts that had been scattered not only atop the bedding, but also within it. Raw? Zhu Pingyan inquired, gazing at the generous bowl of peanuts and other items, before curiously popping one into his mouth. Raw, Li Shu replied softly, her cheeks instantly flushing deeper. This was the auspicious phrase traditionally spoken on the wedding night, a sentiment the bride was expected to express at least once that evening. Raw means to have children. Zhu Pingyan paused, momentarily caught off guard by Li Shu's rosy complexion and the implication of her words. It seemed that his question had taken on an ambiguous meaning. What is this? As Zhu Pingyan tidied up the peanuts and other items, he suddenly noticed a white cloth laid upon the vibrant red bedspread. An incongruous sight against the crimson bedding. Was this a remnant from making the bed? Curiosity piqued, Zhu Pingyan picked up the white cloth. Scoundrel! Li Shu shot him a fierce glare, her delicate face flushed as if it might bleed. To be continued. Chapter 524. Tomorrow's falling red will cover the path. The wind is uncertain, and the night is still. Tomorrow's falling red will surely blanket the path. Zhu Pingyan was not truly foolish. Observing Li Shu's bashful demeanor and the white handkerchief in his hand, he recalled a line from Zhang Xian's poem Tian Xianzi. This white handkerchief was no ordinary cloth. It bore a specific name, falling red handkerchief. The ancients placed great importance on a woman's chastity, far surpassing today's notions. A bride was required to be pure, and this white handkerchief served as a testament to her virtue. Named falling red handkerchief for its purpose. It was a traditional custom for the wedding night. A white handkerchief would be laid upon the bridal bed, and after the consummation, if the cloth bore evidence of blood, it would confirm the bride's purity. Conversely, a lack of evidence could spell disaster for the bride. As the ancients were unaware that vigorous activity might not always rupture the hymen, or that nearly a third of women might not experience such evidence on their first encounter. In a time when blood was seen as a symbol of virtue, a bride who failed to present it could face a lifetime of disgrace and shame in her husband's household. Contemplating this, Zhu Pingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he regarded the white handkerchief in his hand, and he coughed lightly, placing the cloth back upon the bed. Upon witnessing this, Li Shu's cheeks flushed deeper, her enchanting eyes narrowing as she glared at Zhu Pingyan. Some women are simply captivating, and Li Shu was among the finest. That glance nearly caused Zhu Pingyan to lose his composure. He took a couple of deep breaths to quell the heat rising within him. It was getting late. If they did not sleep soon, dawn would arrive. Let us rest, Zhu Pingyan murmured softly. Li Shu replied with a voice as gentle as a kitten's mew. After speaking, Zhu Pingyan removed his groom's attire and placed it on the bedside rack, revealing a white nightgown beneath, long-sleeved and full-length trousers, ensuring he would not seem out of place when climbing into bed. Dressed in the white nightgown, Zhu Pingyan climbed into bed. He discovered that the marriage bed was not only spacious, but also remarkably comfortable. The mattress was of moderate firmness, likely made from palm fibers, providing a perfect blend of softness and support, far surpassing the comfort of modern beds. For women, preparing for sleep was somewhat more involved, as they needed to remove their makeup, Li Shu stood before the vanity, carefully undoing her ornate headpiece and removing her jewelry. Before beginning the intricate process of cleansing her face, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars that seemed rather cumbersome. By the time Li Shu finished and approached the bed, at least 20 minutes had elapsed. "Turn your head. You must not peek," Li Shu admonished, casting a playful glare at Zhu Ping'an, insisting that he avert his gaze. "What is there to see?" Zhu Ping'an retorted with a slight pout, turning his head away, somewhat dismissive of her request. He himself had also shed his garments, yet he still wore clothing. What could one truly see? He would never take unnecessary risks. Thus, after Li Shu spoke, Zhu Ping'an obediently turned his head away. Just as he redirected his gaze, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. The unmistakable noise of buttons being undone and clothes being removed. First, there was the gentle sound of ties and buttons being released, followed by the soft rustle of garments falling away. Amidst this delicate symphony of sounds, Zhu Ping'an felt his breath quicken. After a moment, the rustling ceased, and Zhu Ping'an maintained his position, facing the wall, until he heard a soft murmur. Only then did he turn back. The wedding night, adorned with red candles, was naturally well lit. Upon turning, he instantly absorbed the scene before the bed. In an instant, his mind buzzed, and he momentarily forgot to breathe, his eyes nearly bloodshot. It was in that fleeting glance that he comprehended the essence of a natural beauty, and indeed, a beauty among beauties. At that moment, Li Shu epitomized a woman who could make one's eyes bloodshot with a single look, evoking an irresistible urge to behold her. Before him stood Li Shu, the scarlet wedding gown discarded on the floor, revealing her exquisite form, akin to a serpent shedding its skin. The ample light illuminated her figure clearly. Clad solely in a delicate belly band, Li Shu displayed her smooth, rounded shoulders, her long, lustrous hair cascading over them and down her chest, partially concealing her alabaster skin. The contours tantalizingly vague. Her arms, long and graceful like tender lotus stems, modestly embraced her chest, yet rather than conceal, they accentuated the quivering beauty of her bosom. The belly band was modest, failing to cover her fair, supple abdomen, which bore no hint of excess, and her slender waist, delicate as a water snake, shimmered in the candlelight, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. On her lower half, she wore merely a pair of red shorts. One leg was long, while the other was notably shorter, akin to modern ultra-short shorts, which only served to enhance the allure of her long, fair legs, rendering them irresistibly captivating. Her embroidered shoes lay discarded, revealing her bare feet, with 10 adorable little toes painted in a vibrant crimson, strikingly vivid. If that had been all, it would have sufficed. After all, Zhu Ping'an was no stranger to avant-garde fashion in modern times. However, what rendered him utterly speechless was the revelation that Li Shu's red shorts were, in fact, open-crotch pants. Open-crotch pants. It was said that in ancient times, it was customary for a bride's parents to present such garments as part of her dowry. Traditionally, marriages were arranged by the parents, and often the bride and groom had never met prior to their wedding night. Thus, to encounter one another in complete nudity could be exceedingly awkward. The bride's parents would provide open-crotch pants to alleviate this discomfort on their wedding night. Furthermore, it was rumored that this practice also helped prevent the groom from becoming overly excited and failing to perform. Zhu Ping'an had always dismissed this notion as mere modern fiction. Yet, he never anticipated that this belief held a kernel of truth. Indeed, open-crotch pants existed. Despite the fact that at this moment Li Shu was sitting with her long, fair legs together, she could not deter Zhu Ping'an's gaze, even though he averted his eyes after a fleeting glance. He had seen both what he should and should not have. The blooming flowers dazzled the eyes, and only the shallow grass could conceal the hoof prints. In a modern context, the bridal chamber's attire, akin to revealing undergarments, could be likened to playful lingerie. How could a pure-hearted young man like Zhu Ping'an withstand such a sight? In that single moment, he felt as though flames engulfed him, his blood pressure surged, and his eyes stung as if they had been scorched, while his nose tingled. Soon, he felt a warm liquid flowing uncontrollably from his nose, with droplets falling onto the white handkerchief on the bed, staining it crimson. "Ah, who told you to peek?" Li Shu's sharp cry, laced with playful reproach, accompanied her arms tightly clasped around her chest and her legs pressed together. As her words faded, she caught sight of Zhu Ping'an, frozen in embarrassment, with blood gushing from his nose. To be continued. Chapter 525. The Courtyard's Teachings. A lady's demeanor exhausted from the blood loss, Zhu Pinggan succumbed to slumber. Had anyone told him before this moment that witnessing a girl in such a compromising state would lead a boy to bleed from his nose, he would have scoffed at the notion. Such occurrences were mere tropes from anime, were they not? In reality, how could one actually bleed from the nose? Blushing and racing hearts, or even an exaggerated flush, could be understood. The notion of an unwarranted physiological reaction was comprehensible. But bleeding? What a preposterous joke. Perhaps individuals with hypertension or fragile capillaries might experience a rupture under such circumstances, leading to a nosebleed, but a normal person would certainly not. Who would believe it? On modern streets, there are countless young women clad in short skirts and revealing attire, yet one never sees men bleeding from the nose in such abundance. However, he never anticipated that merely glimpsing Li Shu in her revealing attire would lead him to such an undignified state. Moreover, he not only bled but could not seem to stop it. Zhu Pinggan felt the warmth in his nasal cavity, gazing at the deep red staining the handkerchief. And he touched his nose, utterly speechless. The bridal chamber's night and the crimson drops had somehow become his burden. Who knew you were such a Zhu Pinggan? Bleeding from the nose. How disgraceful. Li Shu pressed her legs tightly together, her hands shielding her modesty, pouting her lips and casting a disdainful glance at the bloody Zhu Pinggan. Yet, beneath her facade of disdain, she felt an inward delight. The sight of this ugly frog bleeding from his nose at the mere sight of her proved her allure and charm. She had indeed captivated him. Why is it still flowing? Li Shu watched in disbelief as Zhu Pinggan attempted to wipe away the blood, but it continued unabated, causing her to panic. A little flow indicated her charm. But an unceasing stream was unacceptable. What if he were to suffer lasting harm? With this thought, she cast aside all hesitation and frantically rummaged through drawers for something to staunch his bleeding, fearing that Zhu Pinggan might lose too much blood and endanger his health. In grand families, it is customary for a daughter to bring along ample medicinal herbs and emergency medical supplies upon marriage, and the family of Li Shu is no exception. Li Shu swiftly located a white silk cloth for staunching blood, as well as an emergency hemostatic pill. With urgency, she hurried to attend to Zhu Pinggan's bleeding. In her haste to stop the bleeding, she paid little heed to modesty, especially as she found herself kneeling on the bed, bending over to wipe Zhu Pinggan's nose. The ancient style of undergarment was not as form-fitting as modern attire, resulting in a playful exposure of her delicate figure. As Li Shu tended to Zhu Pinggan's injury, her movements caused him to feel lightheaded, in a rather compromising position, reminiscent of scenes often depicted in risque films. The posture unveiled an allure that would undoubtedly captivate any man's gaze. Such positions have never failed to enchant since the dawn of time, and this instance was no different. The beauty of the moment seemed to blur the lines of reality, as poetic verses unwittingly swirled in Zhu Pinggan's mind. With Li Shu so near, Zhu Pinggan could catch the faint, alluring scent of her body. He felt his instincts taking over, experiencing the natural responses typical of a young man, with his heart racing and blood coursing through his veins. Ironically, this led to an unexpected outcome. Despite Li Shu's frantic attempts to staunch the bleeding, the flow only intensified. This medicine used to work well. Why is it still bleeding? She wondered, her hands trembling with anxiety. As she fumbled, Zhu Pinggan felt another surge of blood escape. Cough, cough, let me do it myself, he insisted, realizing that if Li Shu continued her efforts, he might very well become the first groom to faint from a nosebleed on the wedding night. Struggling to regain control, he attempted to take matters into his own hands. Unaware of the true situation, Li Shu protested, "You can't see how to stop the bleeding." It was only when she noticed the peculiar look in Zhu Pinggan's eyes that she belatedly realized her own disarray. This prompted a flurry of activity, calling in her maid, Baozi, and another maid on night watch for assistance. They busily wiped blood, applied pressure, fetched water, and tidied the room. By the time the bleeding ceased and everything was restored to order, a considerable amount of time had passed. Li Shu issued a strict order to her maids to keep the events of the evening confidential. Such occurrences within the boudoir were to remain secret. The thought of others knowing about the first night of marriage being marred by a nosebleed was simply unacceptable. As the maids departed, the wedding night continued. But the exhaustion from the blood loss led Zhu Pinggan to collapse into slumber, thus passing the night in tranquility. Any earlier concerns regarding intimacy were rendered moot. For what could one do in sleep? Madam, the young master has yet to rise. It was not until the early hours of the following morning that Zhu Pinggan was roused from his slumber by a clamor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his mother, Chen, gracefully entering with 2 bowls of noodles, accompanied by 2 maidservants who dared not obstruct her, thus trailing behind her into the room. It appeared that Li Shu had also been awakened by her mother's commotion, letting out a soft murmur before opening her eyes to see Chen, calling out mother as she attempted to rise. "There's no need to get up, dear. Mother will place these down and leave. You may enjoy them while they're warm," Chen said, entering the room and gazing upon the 2 nestled beneath the covers in bed, a smile illuminating her face. This, indeed, was an age-old custom in the countryside. On the first morning of a newlywed couple, the mother-in-law arises early to deliver bowls of egg noodles to the couple before they awaken. The egg, a symbol of fertility, implies a wish for the newlyweds to soon bear children. Moreover, there was an additional purpose, to inspect the couple's accomplishments from the previous night. As Chen set down the bowls, her gaze fell upon a blood-stained handkerchief resting on the bedside, and her eyes shifted towards Li Shu with evident satisfaction. Then towards Zhu Pingyan, her expression imbued with approval. "Do enjoy your meal while it's hot. Mother shall take her leave now," she remarked, casting a knowing glance at the 2 before swiftly departing. The visit was as hasty as it was unexpected, leaving Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu without a moment to exchange words. The rules of propriety dictated such decorum for a young lady. Upon returning home, Chen dispatched a congratulatory notice bearing such auspicious words to the family of Li Datsai in Xiahe village, a customary practice in the vicinity. To be continued. Chapter 526. Secrets at the dining table. Upon rising that morning and encountering the crimson-stained handkerchief, Zhu Pingyan felt a flush of embarrassment. The memory of the previous night's indiscretions flooding back to him, along with the alluring sight of a certain young lady's revealing attire. When the maidservant Baozi entered to assist Li Shu with her morning grooming, she could not resist casting several amused glances in Zhu Pingyan's direction. Fully aware of the handkerchief's origin, for it was she who had suggested the means to staunch the bleeding the night prior. As the 2 maidservants assisted Li Shu, they frequently stole glances at Zhu Pingyan, whispering to one another. Clearing his throat, Zhu Pingyan coughed discontentedly while eating his noodles. "Why the blush?" Li Shu inquired playfully, her large, expressive eyes sparkling mischievously. Her petite, rosy lips curled into a coy smile, exuding an air of charm. "The noodles are simply too hot," Zhu Pingyan replied, pouting slightly, his face still betraying an unusual redness. "Too hot? Huh?" Everyone in the room, including Zhu Pingyan, understood that this was merely an excuse. From the moment Chen had served the noodles to the time Zhu Pingyan had finally risen, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Even the hottest noodles would have cooled by then. "Oh, my dear husband, do not focus solely on the noodles. Partake of the vegetables as well. I personally instructed the kitchen to prepare those," Li Shu said, winking playfully and gesturing towards the side dishes with an endearing expression. What a mischievous little sprite she was. Zhu Pingyan couldn't help but grit his teeth in regret, wishing he had taken the opportunity to pin this little enchantress down and explore a myriad of delightful positions the night before. Before Zhu Pingyan lay an array of delectable dishes that provoked a conflicted response within him: a bowl of nourishing lamb soup, a plate of tender yellow chives mixed with jellyfish, a dish of stir-fried pig kidneys, and braised squab, accompanied by a cup of milk tea. The sheer abundance of these delicacies stirred an impulsive desire within him to press Li Shu down and assert his intentions. Lamb, rich in protein, is renowned for its restorative properties, warming the body and invigorating the spirit. The virtues of chives are well known among the Chinese, often referred to as a golden herb. Jellyfish, resembling a parachute or a white mushroom cap, though what on earth is a mushroom cap, is clearly not a conventional dish. The blood-soaked landscape of history juxtaposed with the audacity of stir-fried kidneys is bewildering. Every married man, upon witnessing his beloved wife's meticulous preparation of stir-fried kidneys, is inevitably reminded of the battles fought in the day, igniting a sense of duty to toil through the night. Squab or squab chicks are believed to nourish the kidneys and enhance vitality, traditionally regarded as a natural tonic for men. The ancients asserted that regular consumption could keep one vigorous well into old age, allowing for feats reminiscent of Zhao Zilong, who famously charged into battle. Thus, families of means often present such a dish when in need of fortification. While one occurrence may be coincidental, this lavish spread was anything but, particularly given Li Shu's tone and the curve of her lips, which unmistakably indicated that this feast was intentional. The implication was abundantly clear. "Damn it, It's merely a nosebleed. It has nothing to do with kidney health. The logic was utterly flawed. My dear, why aren't you eating? She inquired. Is it not to your liking? This lamb was procured early this morning from the market, still fresh. Li Shu, having prepared everything, adjusted her earrings before gracefully taking a seat opposite Zhu Ping'an, delicately offering him a piece of lamb while smiling sweetly. Your breath is as fragrant as an orchid, yet it makes no difference. Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly, then picked up a chopstick full of noodles and slurped them down. Oh, the noodles are salty. You should add some milk soup, Li Shu suggested eagerly, presenting him with a small bowl of milk tea from the table. Reluctantly accepting, he found himself parched, and the dishes had left him somewhat discontented. Yet the milk tea appeared more palatable. Zhu Ping'an took a sip, and just as the warm liquid touched his lips, Li Shu added, "This was freshly squeezed this morning by Nurse Xiao. It's quite fresh." Wait a moment, nurse? Freshly squeezed? Human milk? Gross. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Ping'an suddenly turned away from the table and retched, realizing he had consumed human milk. Why hadn't Tishi mentioned it sooner? The vivid image of the milking process flashed through his mind. In the past, when seeing news reports about adult nursing, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of nausea. Dismissing such practices, what once felt distant was now a stark reality. The moment he learned he had ingested human milk, he was overwhelmed by a tumultuous wave of disgust. The husband truly lacks discernment, and the daughter finds herself in a woeful predicament. Bound by the dictates of her parents and the arrangements of matchmakers, once married, she is rendered powerless. In her attempts to curry favor with her husband, she finds herself rebuffed. Observing Zhu Ping'an's reaction, Li Shu, with a lack of conscience, bursts into laughter, feigning a look of sorrow, which leaves Zhu Ping'an internally scornful. After breakfast, Zhu Ping'an took Li Shu to present tea to his father, Zhu, and mother, Chen. Li Shu had also prepared gifts for her mother-in-law, Chen, and sister-in-law, Juaner, consisting of 2 sets of solid gold headpieces. The set for Mother Chen was heavier, while that for sister-in-law Juaner was lighter. Initially, the maid Baozi had prepared agate headpieces, but upon seeing them, Li Shu opted for the solid gold ones instead. Although agate is precious, to the untrained eye, it merely appears as a collection of inconsequential stones. Gold, however, possesses a distinct allure. Judging by the delighted expressions of Mother Chen and sister-in-law Juaner, Li Shu's choice was undoubtedly astute. Had she presented them with agate, their joy would have been markedly absent. After the tea ceremony, Zhu Ping'an led Li Shu to the ancestral home, a customary step following marriage, akin to the 3-day return visit. Nestled by mountains and rivers, Xiahe village boasts breathtaking scenery, with shaded paths and a bountiful stream teeming with fish and shrimp. Simple picket fences entwined with vines bear flowers and fruits, filling the air with a fragrant aroma as one strolls along the village paths. As they passed the sloping fields at the western end of Xiahe village, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood days spent in contemplation at this very spot. Upon his arrival in the Ming dynasty, it was here he often pondered the mysteries of life. Along the way, they encountered villagers, and Zhu Ping'an would pause to exchange greetings. Li Shu followed suit, earning the villagers' admiration for her beauty and sensibility. Such a daughter-in-law is a rare treasure. Xiahe village is not extensive, and soon they reached the ancestral home. As they approached, the sounds of commotion could be heard emanating from within, suggesting a lively atmosphere. Chapter 527. The turbulent ancestral home. The Zhu family's ancestral residence is a wooden structure, relatively impressive amidst the thatched huts and earthen homes of Xiahe village. Though the walls and wooden doors have succumbed to the ravages of time, with patches of plaster peeling away and the paint on the door fading, the sounds of commotion could not be contained, spilling out from the door. Even before reaching the entrance, Zhu Ping'an heard the familiar ruckus seeping through the cracks, a cacophony he had grown up with before the family was divided. Hearing it now, he felt an undeniable sense of familiarity. Dear sister-in-law, you must leave a few taels of silver for the family. If you take it all for your elder brother, our entire family will be left to fend for ourselves. The voice of Auntie C could be heard from the courtyard. Third sister-in-law, don't you agree? What Auntie C says is reasonable. Sister-in-law, May is indeed the peak of the farming season, and there are many expenses for the household. Repairing tools, purchasing rice seeds, sprouting, and transplanting all require funds. After Auntie C finished speaking, the voice of Auntie San chimed in. In ancient times, the preference for male offspring was deeply ingrained in society. The third aunt, who had not borne a son and whose family was not as esteemed as that of the fourth aunt, often found herself lacking confidence in conversations at home. However, after she finally gave birth to a son, her demeanor in the ancestral home transformed. She stood taller and engaged in discussions with newfound vigor. Enough chattering, everyone. The eldest is off to take the imperial examination, bringing honor to our Zhu family. Our humble household may be poor, but the journey to Yingtianfu is long and unfamiliar. He will need to take some money with him, came the voice of grandmother, revealing her bias and protective nature towards the eldest son. A burst of laughter erupted from within the room, followed by the elongated voice of the fourth aunt, sister-in-law. How many times has the eldest gone to Yingtianfu? He could reach it with his eyes closed. It is hardly unfamiliar territory. The fourth aunt's words struck a nerve with the elder aunt, who bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sensing the underlying implication that her own husband had failed the examinations multiple times. What do you know? The imperial examinations are not easily passed. Let your husband try. He would never achieve the rank of a student. Oh dear, why is the elder sister so irate? Did I say something wrong? The fourth aunt feigned innocence, retreating a couple of steps while covering her mouth, her tone laced with a sense of audacity that seemed to revel in the chaos. Do not frighten me. I am timid. It may not matter if I am scared, but it would be unfortunate for the lineage of the Zhu family. As she spoke, she deliberately showcased her noticeably pregnant belly, exuding pride as she rubbed her waist. Oh dear, my back aches terribly. I must rest. Once this little rascal is born, I shall ensure he is well disciplined, for the effort has been quite taxing. My condition mirrors that of the second sister-in-law when she was expecting her piglet. I hope my son, Dachuan, excels in his studies and learns from his elder brother. The fourth aunt learned of her pregnancy when the government sent a congratulatory message upon Zhu Pingyan's success in the imperial examinations. Thus, she named her unborn child Zhu Dachuan, with the formal name Zhu Pingzhuang, in line with the family lineage. The elder aunt, disapproving of the fourth aunt's affected demeanor, thought to herself, what a charade. Who hasn't he experienced pregnancy? Let us speak less. The eldest's examination is paramount. We cannot afford to jeopardize it, even if it means sacrificing everything, declared grandmother, firmly expressing her unwavering support for the eldest's pursuit. Sacrifice everything? Is that truly necessary? Does not Juaner's family possess wealth? Their silk shop earns hundreds of taels each year. Since she married into our family, she has not contributed anything. This momentous occasion calls for her family to lend a helping hand to the eldest, the fourth aunt suggested, casting a glance at Zhu Pingzhuan's wife. Indeed, Juaner's family is affluent. Her father is a scholar, the fourth aunt added, prompting the gaze of the others to shift toward Zhu Pingzhuan's wife. Ah, aunt, your words come so easily. Our family's wealth did not come from the wind. Furthermore, a daughter is like water spilled. She is no longer of our household. Zhu Pingzhuan's wife retorted, rolling her eyes with a dismissive tone. Since we are all relatives, what harm is there in lending a hand? The fourth aunt shot back, her words laced with sarcasm. In a moment of spirited exchange, voices clashed as everyone chimed in, creating a scene of delightful chaos in the courtyard. The sudden creak of the door startled Auntie, who had been engrossed in the lively banter. Her gaze shifted towards the entrance, where Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu appeared, accompanied by 4 young maids laden with various pastries and gifts. Oh, look who's come. Zhi'er has brought his wife. Why must you all bring something? Auntie was the first to react. Despite her earlier complaints of fatigue, she now displayed none of that weariness, with her well-rounded belly showing no sign of hindrance. She glided forward with surprising grace, reaching Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu in the blink of an eye. Auntie, still the same spirited woman, inspected the maid's parcels with the fervor of an airport security officer, leaving the maids wide-eyed and speechless as she meticulously examined each item. Oh my, this white one must be bird's nest. I've never tasted it before, she exclaimed, marveling at the exquisite pastries that seemed too beautiful to eat. Such lovely fabric. It feels as soft as the clouds. Each discovery elicited enthusiastic cries, ensuring no one remained oblivious to her excitement. Zhu Pingyan couldn't help but smile at Auntie's exuberance, appreciating the familiarity of her character. Following her was grandmother, who joined the fray after Auntie's initial inspections, along with third aunt and Jun's wife. This is our grandmother. Zhu Pingyan introduced his family to Li Shu. Hello, grandmother, Li Shu greeted with a warm smile, her voice sweet as cherries, her demeanor poised and elegant. A stark contrast to the earlier commotion among the women in the yard. This is Auntie, this is third aunt, this is fourth aunt, and this is June's sister-in-law. Zhu Pingyan continued, introducing each person present in the courtyard to Li Shu. She responded graciously to each introduction, embodying the qualities of a dutiful daughter-in-law without a hint of arrogance. To be continued. Chapter 528. What distinguishes a show-off from a slacker? Unworthy grandson Zhu Pingyan and granddaughter-in-law Li Shu, united by destiny and the will of their parents, through the mediation of matchmakers, have become one family. They pledge mutual respect and harmony, to bear children and uphold the family legacy, to flourish and bring honor to their ancestors. In the ancestral hall of the Zhu family, Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu stood before the ancestral tablets, reciting the marriage proclamation. They then placed the lit incense into the burner before the tablets, stepping back to stand together, bowing deeply in reverence to their ancestors. This ritual serves to inform their forebears of their union and to seek their blessings, a vital rite in the journey of marriage. As Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu paid their respects, their grandmother, aunt, and other relatives awaited outside the ancestral hall. Within the hall, apart from Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu, stood the venerable Zhu Leoi and Zhu Xiahe, the elder uncle. Having just entered the ancestral home and greeted their elders, Zhu Pingyan introduced Li Shu to them. Their grandmother informed Zhu Pingyan that Zhu Leoi and Zhu Xiahe were currently in the ancestral hall. The elder uncle was preparing to depart for Yingtian Prefecture to participate in the examination for young scholars. According to tradition, before embarking on a long journey or undertaking significant matters, it is customary to pay homage to the ancestors in the ancestral hall, seeking their blessings. Zhu Pingyan brought Li Shu to the ancestral home not only to introduce her to the esteemed elders, but also to inform the ancestors of their impending marriage, beseeching their protection, a requisite ritual for the wedding. Thus, after learning of his grandfather and uncle's presence in the hall, Zhu Pingyan conveyed this to his grandmother and proceeded with Li Shu to the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, they found that Zhu Leoi and Zhu Xiahe were just concluding their ancestral rites. The elder uncle, clad in a newly tailored round-collared robe, exuded an air of scholarly elegance. He greeted Zhu Pingyan without a hint of embarrassment, as if the previous day's altercation over family matters had never transpired. Zhu Leoi, who had been formidable earlier, now appeared amiable and at ease. The womenfolk accompanied them, though they were not permitted to enter the hall, save for the occasion of a wedding. After Zhu Pingyan and the others had performed their rites before the ancestral tablets, they all returned to the ancestral home. Once back in the main hall, Zhu Leoi and Zhu Tai seated themselves to receive tea from Li Shu. Meanwhile, the maidservants who had remained behind had already prepared hot water and brewed tea. The grandfather invited them to partake. Li Shu first presented a fragrant cup of tea to Zhu Leoi, holding it delicately on a small tray. The tea contained red dates and lotus seeds, symbolizing the desire for noble offspring. Excellent, excellent, Zhu Leoi remarked, his face beaming with pride as he looked upon Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu, expressing his satisfaction with repeated praises. At just under 15 years of age, Zhu Pingyan had already attained the status of a top scholar in the Ming dynasty and held a 6th-rank official position, promising a boundless future, a remarkable achievement indeed, one that brought honor to the Zhu family. Now, who would not boast of having such a commendable grandson? His granddaughter-in-law, Li Shu, hailed from a distinguished family, possessing both beauty and virtue, her reputation for filial piety and diligence well known throughout the town, destined to be a supportive partner. However, as Zhu Leoi accepted the tea from his granddaughter-in-law, a pang of regret surged within him, recalling past decisions. Oh, if only we had not separated the second branch of the family so hastily. Grandmother, please enjoy the tea. Li Shu offered another cup of fragrant tea to Zhu Tai. Delightful, Zhu Tai replied succinctly. After the tea ceremony, Zhu Tai, representing Zhu Leoi, presented Li Shu with a red envelope. Thank you, grandfather and grandmother, the granddaughter-in-law expressed gratefully. Li Shu accepted the red envelope with a sweet smile, her expression blooming like a flower. However, one could only speculate about her true thoughts, for upon receiving the envelope, it was evident that it contained no more than 10 copper coins. Typically, after drinking the tea presented by the new bride, the elders would bestow some treasured token as a gift, but it was quite rare for someone like old Lady Zhu to offer copper coins. After all, every household possesses some cherished possessions, and the Zhu family, with its deeper roots compared to the average villager, surely had no shortage of valuable items. After paying respects to Old Master Zhu and Old Lady Zhu with tea, Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu rose to serve tea to their uncles in turn. Upon receiving the tea, everyone exchanged a few congratulatory words, except for the elder uncle. Zhi'er has formed a family now, from this day forth. You must embrace the responsibilities of adulthood, Uncle Zhu Shoren said, clad in a brand-new, wide-sleeved robe. He took the tea, sipped from it after stirring with the lid, and placed it on the table. Standing before Zhu Pingyan with hands clasped behind his back, he adopted the demeanor of a wise elder, imparting his counsel. I shall heed your teachings, Uncle, Zhu Pingyan replied with a slight nod. Indeed, Uncle Zhu Shoren said, stroking his beard and nodding in approval, embodying the dignified presence of an elder. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation naturally shifted to Uncle's upcoming examination in Yingtian Prefecture. I am fully prepared for the imperial examination. I merely await my turn to demonstrate my abilities and claim my rewards, Uncle Zhu Shoren said, pacing confidently while stroking his beard, exuding an air of assurance. What distinguishes pretentiousness from idleness? Uncle Zhu Shoren perfectly illustrated this adage. Observing Uncle's self-assured demeanor, Zhu Pingyan found himself at a loss for words. Having heard similar sentiments from Uncle on multiple occasions, he recalled the last time he accompanied Uncle to the examination, where he had heard such proclamations, and likely in other contexts as well. Allow me to preemptively wish you success in the examination, Uncle, Zhu Pingyan said, forcing a smile. In truth, he harbored little faith in Uncle's prospects, not out of mere disdain, but due to Uncle's behavior during their previous journey to Yingtian Prefecture. For Uncle, the imperial examination seemed more akin to a taxpayer-funded holiday, as the family had sacrificed greatly to provide him with the means to travel. Uncle indulged in leisure while the family toiled. It seemed that during their weeks-long journey to the examination, Zhu Pingyan had not once witnessed Uncle studying or preparing. Rather, he frequently observed Uncle socializing, drinking, attending banquets, and mingling with the lost women of that era, often embroiled in petty rivalries. On the eve of the examination, Uncle had even managed to visit the fallen women, further demonstrating his lack of seriousness. It appears Zhi'er has abundant confidence in you, Uncle, Zhu Pingyan thought, bemused. Uncle Zhu Shoren, stroking his beard, regarded Zhu Pingyan with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. Oh my, can you truly see my confidence in you? Zhu Pingyan thought, feeling somewhat speechless. To be continued. Chapter 529. Minor matters of soy sauce. Major matters of the examination. The afternoon journey was imminent. Oldest brother, have you packed your belongings? Interrupted the elder Zhu Leoi, gazing at his confident brother Zhu Shoren while tapping his smoking pipe. Father, I have nearly finished packing, Zhu Shoren replied. Have you prepared everything for eating, wearing, and using? What about ink and paper? Zhu Leoi inquired, his concern evident. I shall procure the ink and paper upon arriving in Yingtian. It would be cumbersome to carry them on the road, Zhu Shoren contemplated before responding. How much trouble could ink and paper possibly be? Zhu Pingyan thought, bemused by his elder's words. Collectively, these items hardly occupied much space. And given the commercial nature of the market, prices would soar during the examination period. Evidently, Zhu Shoren had acquired ink and paper in Yingtian during previous exams, which meant he had likely spent an additional 1 or 2 taels of silver for a better inkstone each time. Why wait until Yingtian? That would be an unnecessary expense. Just take what we have at home. Zhu Leoi immediately shook his head, urging Zhu Shoren to bring along the ink and paper from their household. At this juncture, Zhu Laotai, the matriarch, interjected, by the way, just now, Zhi'er's daughter-in-law brought a considerable amount of food, including pastries and bird's nest. Oldest brother, make sure to take some for the journey. Bird's nest? Zhu Shoren expressed surprise, narrowing his eyes slightly as he remarked, bird's nest is indeed a prized delicacy. Mother, bird's nest nourishes the blood and energy, particularly beneficial for women, especially those who are pregnant. Zhu chimed in, her tone elongated as she proudly patted her prominent belly, eyes fixed intently on the box of bird's nest. Nourishing blood and energy? Perfect. Your elder brother has a taxing journey ahead. This will be just what he needs, the matriarch asserted, seizing the box of bird's nest with a swift motion and handing it to Zhu Shoren without further ado. Mother, Zhu protested, her hands resting on her belly, gazing at Zhu Laotai with a look of distress. All right, I shall leave you too, Zhu Laotai relented, glancing at Zhu's belly and thinking of her unborn grandson. After a moment's hesitation, She reclaimed the box from Zhu Xiaoren's hands. Zhu Xiaoren's expression reflected his reluctance. Bird's nest was valuable, and presenting it to the charming courtesans along the Qinhuai River would surely earn him their favor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4. Zhu Laotai opened the box and counted, discovering a mere 4 birds' nests despite the impressive packaging, disappointment creeping into her voice. Why is there only this scant amount? What purpose does all this wrapping serve? If I give 2 to the 4th family, that leaves only 2 for the eldest. How can Zhi'er's daughter-in-law be so stingy? Gifting only 4? This paltry quantity is hardly sufficient to satisfy anyone. It barely fills a gap in one's teeth, she grumbled, closing the box and casting a discontented glance at Li Shu. Does Zhi'er's family not have more birds' nest? Surely, they could spare 10 or 8 pounds for your eldest brother's journey. 10 or 8 pounds. Upon hearing this, Li Shu turned her delicate head, the tassels hanging from her hairpin swaying gently, seemingly oblivious to the discontent etched upon the old matriarch's face. Her pair of glistening eyes, sparkling with mischief, fixed upon grandmother Zhu. There is indeed some, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, the young maid behind her interjected, her expression one of disdain, as though observing a rustic fool. With indignation, she exclaimed, "Old madam, this bird's nest is no mere cabbage. 10 or 8 pounds. Forget about the premium bird's nest my young lady possesses. Even ordinary bird's nest is worth a considerable sum. 1 tael of silver for just a small amount. 10 or 8 pounds would amount to several hundred taels of silver." The maid's tone was laced with contempt, mocking the old lady's audacity to demand such an extravagant quantity, revealing her ignorance as a country dweller. Is it truly that expensive? 1 tael for a mere fraction? Grandmother Zhu gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this is just the ordinary variety. The bird's nest my lady carries is of superior quality, imported from the South Seas, the maid proclaimed proudly, her chin held high. Realizing the weight of the bird's nest in her hands, Grandmother Zhu now perceived its true value. She had not anticipated such extravagance. A mere small portion could indeed translate to several taels of silver. Her gaze towards Li Shu transformed entirely. Moreover, old madam, the maid continued, while it is true that bird's nest is a nourishing supplement, 10 or 8 pounds would certainly result in excessive weight gain. This is no trifling matter. Upon hearing the maid's words, Grandmother Zhu clicked her tongue, no longer desiring 10 or 8 pounds of bird's nest. After some contemplation, she opened the bird's nest box, retained 1 for herself, and unceremoniously gave the remaining 3 to her elder son, Zhu Xiaoren, instructing him to replenish his health upon reaching Yingtian. The nearby Aunt C observed this with a pouting expression. Grandmother Zhu gathered the bird's nest along with some pastries and supplements, bestowing them upon Aunt Zhu, requesting her to ensure they were well prepared for her elder son to take along when he departed. Zhu Xiaoren cast a glance at Zhu Pingyan and Li Shu, then cleared his throat, addressing old Master Zhu. "Father, as we head to Yingtian for the imperial examination, all preparations are in place, yet my purse is somewhat lacking. Elder brother, how can you still be at a loss? The family has already reserved over 10 taels for you," Aunt C retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Is that not sufficient?" Old Master Zhu shot a glance at Zhu Xiaoren, fully aware that the family's finances had been allocated to the eldest son. "Father, upon my arrival in Yingtian, I must entertain Lord Lu, as it pertains to my son's future. Furthermore, my fellow disciples and their mentors shall require hospitality as well. Such social obligations necessitate silver, father. The funds you've provided are adequate for my journey, but for these social interactions, they will fall short. It is quite challenging," Zhu Xiaoren lamented, shaking his head and letting out a heavy sigh. "Yet, the family is out of funds." Old Master Zhu furrowed his brow, taking 2 deep puffs from his pipe, enveloped in a swirling mist. "Father, perhaps I should borrow some funds from Zhi'er for the journey," he suggested. Uncle Zhu Xiaoren appeared to be deep in thought, contemplating the family's needs for a considerable time before finally turning to Zhu Pingyan and articulating the words he had long been pondering. "Ah, my dear Zhu, a family does not speak in separate tongues. I am fully prepared for the imperial examination in Yingtian, yet I find myself somewhat constrained financially. Let us not burden your grandfather with worry. I kindly ask you to lend me 10 taels of silver for the time being. Upon my return from the examination, I shall repay you. Do not let grandfather worry." How could he insinuate that I am lacking in filial piety? Such a remark, especially in front of grandfather, feels less like a request for a loan and more like an extortion of funds. Uncle certainly excels at wielding such manipulative tactics. However, had he approached the matter with genuine sincerity, it might have been different. This coercive method only serves to repel Zhu Ping'an. Furthermore, recalling Uncle's past indiscretions during the examination season and considering his recent attempts to usurp the family's land, Zhu Ping'an felt no inclination to lend him money. He was already fortunate not to have pursued the matter further. According to Aunt Xiahe, the family had already provided Uncle with over 10 taels of silver. That should suffice for his journey to the examination. Cough, cough. Had you approached me a few days ago, dear uncle, I would have gladly lent you the money without hesitation. However, as you are aware, I recently faced a calamity at sea. I was fortunate to have survived. Yet all my belongings were lost to the depths, leaving me destitute. Zhu Ping'an shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A smile crept upon his lips as he suddenly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of copper coins, about 10 in total, and enthusiastically pressed them into Uncle's hand, exclaiming, "Oh, I just remembered. This morning, my mother gave me 10 won to buy soy sauce. While that is a trivial matter, your examination is of utmost importance. Please, take this money to tide you over." Chapter 530, 10 won and 10,000 gold. The 10 coins were few, yet they felt weighty in his palm. Uncle stared at the coins, then at Zhu Ping'an's enthusiastic and generous expression, his mouth agape and twitching slightly, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. A small token of affection, yet it carries great sentiment. Please do not decline it. I wish you the best of luck in your examination, and may you return victorious, Zhu Ping'an said, after placing the coins in Uncle's hand and offering a slight smile. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Uncle's mouth widened even further. After several seconds, he finally regained his composure, gazing at the 10 copper coins with a look of disdain. What could 10 won possibly accomplish? It wouldn't even cover the cost of a teapot at a tavern. For a distinguished scholar of the Ming dynasty, a 6th-rank Hamlin, how could he possibly present such a meager sum? Uncle Juaner was clearly displeased. Is it insufficient? Dear uncle? Zhu Ping'an squinted slightly, taking in Uncle Juaner's expression. No, not at all. Uncle forced a smile. The incident at sea, where Zhu Ping'an encountered pirates, was known to all, and it was indeed a miracle that he returned alive. Losing his belongings to theft or the ocean was entirely understandable. Everyone could empathize with Zhu Ping'an's inability to provide more funds, for they could not demand too much from him. Nonetheless, Uncle Juaner was not one to easily concede defeat. "Ah, my dear, your wife is wealthy. Why not seek her assistance?" Upon the return of Uncle Juaner from the expedition, not a single coin shall be less than what is owed to you. Uncle Zhu, observing Zhu Ping'an, subtly inclined his head towards Li Shu and gently reminded Zhu Ping'an. At this moment, Li Shu was surrounded by Auntie Xiahe and Aunt San, who were inquiring with great concern about the recent calamities at sea. Your wife is affluent. Why not seek her assistance? You're not lacking in funds, are you? No matter, your wife possesses substantial wealth, so why not ask her for a bit of money to lend me? Uncle, standing firmly in Zhu Ping'an's shoes, proposed a rather practical suggestion. How remarkable, uncle. Through his audacious actions, he once again lowered the bar of shame and confirmed his extraordinarily thick skin. Zhu Ping'an silently regarded Uncle, fully aware of his character, yet Uncle's shamelessness still took him by surprise. Just yesterday, Uncle had conspired with outsiders to seize their family estate, but failed miserably, exposed before all, and subsequently reprimanded by the elder. Yet today, Uncle stood before him, unfazed and unashamed, utterly ignoring the previous day's debacle while brazenly extorting funds, boldly stating, "Your wife is wealthy. Why not seek her aid?" Such audacity is unparalleled. Indeed, if Uncle were to channel this shameless spirit into other endeavors, he would undoubtedly achieve great success, for audacity is a key ingredient to triumph. Zhi'er, you could certainly ask your wife for some money, Uncle suggested. No sooner had Uncle made his pronouncement than the attentive matriarch, Zhu Laotai, smote her thigh and eagerly chimed in, urging Zhu Ping'an. Your daughter-in-law is quite generous, and I've heard that the Li family in Xiahe village is quite wealthy. A mere trifle from her would suffice for your examination expenses. Grandmother, why are you joining the fray? It's only natural that you favor Uncle. Zhu Ping'an thought to himself. What troubles you, dear husband? Li Shu approached, her voice sweet and soothing, a balm to the ears. Zhu Ping'an briefly explained the situation to her. Oh, Li Shu nodded, pursing her rosy lips, her dark eyes sweeping over Uncle and grandmother before she handed the red envelope to Zhu Ping'an, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. The examination is a significant matter for uncle. We must support him. This is a gift from grandmother, which I find quite substantial. It surely contains something valuable. Please present it to uncle on my behalf. Upon hearing Li Shu's words, Zhu Laotai instinctively turned her face away, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Let uncle focus on his studies. We are all family. Let us not speak of repayment. Zhu Ping'an once more placed the envelope into Uncle Zhu Shoren's hands. A generous smile gracing his lips. The envelope felt just as weighty as the initial 10 coins. Another 10 coins. Uncle's mouth dropped open once more. He knew precisely what was within. Truly, it is said that families who share the same roof share the same fate. Zhi'er offered 10 coins. And now his wife offered 10 coins as well. Oh, by the way, uncle. Father mentioned this morning that he gave you 3 strings of cash as travel expenses the day before yesterday. The weight of the copper coins is burdensome for the journey, so do not forget to exchange them for silver. Observing that uncle seemed ready to speak, Zhu Ping'an preemptively interjected. He had just overheard uncle's conversation with grandfather, revealing that uncle had not disclosed to grandfather the matter of the money father had given him. The 3 strings of cash, a year's worth of father's hard-earned private savings, had been given to uncle without mother's knowledge. Zhu Ping'an believed it was necessary for grandfather and grandmother to be informed, lest they think father was indifferent to familial ties. Brother, did you not say yesterday that you were penniless? Aunt C raised her voice in inquiry. Grandfather and grandmother also turned their gazes toward uncle, scrutinizing, probing, and questioning him. Cough, cough. If it weren't for Zhi'er's reminder, I would have nearly forgotten about the 3 strings of cash. Uncle coughed lightly, feigning surprise. Following this exchange, uncle no longer broached the subject of borrowing money. However, he had begun to entertain other notions. Zhi'er, now that you are a top scholar serving in the Hanlin Academy, you must have numerous acquaintances in the southern bureaucracy. Why not write a few letters of introduction in your name? I shall visit on your behalf and make some connections, uncle suggested, stroking his beard as he looked at Zhu Ping'an. Hearing this, old Master Zhu turned his attention to Zhu Ping'an, contemplating that perhaps if Zhu Ping'an used his status as a top scholar to help his elder brother establish connections, the examination might be easier. Do not make me laugh. Uncle, Zhi'er is just beginning his official career and has no old acquaintances in southern Jiangsu, Zhu Ping'an replied, casting a glance at uncle, somewhat speechless. Uncle was still contemplating leveraging connections for personal gain. You should concentrate on your studies for the imperial examination instead of seeking shortcuts, Zhu Ping'an remarked. Sighing deeply, uncle looked at Zhu Ping'an, shaking his head in dismay, as if wishing to instill a sense of urgency in him. Zhi'er, you are still young and lack experience in these matters. Do you realize that your memorial has caused a stir? It has displeased Minister Yan, and without assistance, the outcome could be dire. Write a few letters of introduction, and I shall take the time to visit a few officials on your behalf. It would be prudent to have someone speak favorably to Minister Yan, turning great troubles into minor ones. There is no need for your concern, uncle. The imperial examination is of utmost importance. I would feel guilty if your studies were hindered due to my matters. Zhu Ping'an shook his head. Uncle looked somewhat bewildered. Seeing the disappointment in old Master Zhu's eyes made Zhu Ping'an feel a pang of sympathy. Old Master Zhu was so eager for Uncle's success in the examinations. Considering his grandfather's feelings, Zhu Ping'an thought for a moment and said to Uncle Zhu Shoren, by the way, uncle, Zhi'er has over 10 volumes of notes and reflections from studying the 4 books and 5 classics at home. You might take them along and peruse them on your journey. They may provide some insights or serve as entertainment. Uncle, upon hearing this, shook his head with disinterest. I have Zhuzi's annotations with me. I fear there will not be ample time to read Zhi'er's South notes on the road. Perhaps I shall study them upon my return from the examinations. Well, it is akin to casting pearls before swine and playing the lute to a cow. Had it not been for his grandfather's sake, Zhu Ping'an would not have shared his notes and reflections with his uncle. Yet, at this moment, what Zhu Ping'an deemed invaluable was met with disdain by his uncle. A fruit that is forced is never sweet, so let it be. To be continued. Chapter 531. Savoring the flavor, exercise restraint. After lingering for a while in the ancestral home, Zhu Ping'an escorted Li Shu back to their residence. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers who had heard of Zhu Ping'an bringing his new bride to the old house and had come to witness the spectacle. Villagers have an inherent fondness for merriment. The more people gathered, the livelier it became, which in turn attracted even more onlookers. Zhu Ping'an greeted them all, addressing them as uncles and aunts. Each time he did so, they would beam with pride, boasting to the villagers beside them, their spirits lifted, allowing them to indulge in an extra 2 bowls of rice at lunch. Li Shu followed closely behind Zhu Ping'an, shyly addressing the elders and reminding the maid accompanying them to distribute candies and sunflower seeds to the curious children trailing after the adults. See, this is how a noble person should behave, unlike his uncle, who forgets himself for merely passing an examination to become a child scholar. And that Wang Lata's eldest son from the east end of the village, who struts about like a peacock just because he has a job in town. Doesn't he even bother to dismount from his carriage, holding his head high and ignoring everyone? Ping'an is fortunate. His new wife is truly beautiful. And even the maid following her is charming. Hey, you little rascal, don't just focus on eating. Learn from young Master Zhu. Don't be a blockhead all day. Greet people when you see them. While the villagers reveled in the spectacle, they never missed an opportunity to comment, whether praising or expressing admiration, or contrasting with the less admirable figures in the village, and sometimes seizing the moment to educate the children. By the time Zhu Ping'an and his party returned home, the villagers remained clustered in groups, laughing and chatting, with their discussions shifting from Zhu Ping'an to village gossip, rice cultivation, and so forth, all savoring the fleeting moments before the busy farming season commenced. Upon reaching the doorstep, Li Shu sent the maid to the new residence, accompanying Zhu Ping'an back to the house opposite. Welcome back. Come inside and rest. There's tea and water in the house. Zhi'er, don't forget to pour tea for Xiahe. His mother, Mrs. Chen, was busy in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu enter, a joyful expression graced her face as she beckoned them to rest inside, instructing Zhu Ping'an to serve tea to Li Shu. Thank you, mother, Li Shu said sweetly. What is there to thank? We are all family, Mrs. Chen replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively, then turning to Zhu Ping'an with a command. What are you dawdling for? Quickly pour tea for Xiahe. Observing the interaction between the two women, Zhu Ping'an felt not only like an outsider, but more like an adopted child. Under the urging and supervision of Mrs. Chen, Zhu Ping'an returned indoors to pour 3 cups of tea, presenting one to his mother, another to Li Shu, and keeping one for himself. Mother, why have you dried so many mushrooms and mountain fungi? After serving his mother a cup of tea, Zhu Ping'an noticed her busy with an array of dried mushrooms in the courtyard and couldn't he help but ask out of curiosity. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Xiahe back to her family home. I have prepared some items for you to take along. Although Juaner's family lacks for nothing, the delicacies from the mountains are indeed a novelty, and they will surely enjoy sampling them upon your visit. Mother Chen remarked, sipping her tea. Back to her family home? Zhu Ping'an felt a momentary pause, almost forgetting this essential custom of marriage. In essence, it is a necessary ritual where newlyweds visit the bride's parents on the 3rd day after their wedding, presenting themselves as a couple to pay their respects. By evening, these mushrooms will be thoroughly dried, and I shall pack them for you to take when you visit tomorrow, Mother Chen assured, checking the mushrooms and mountain fungi laid out in the yard. Thank you, Mother, Li Shu replied sweetly, demonstrating her thoughtfulness by assisting Chen in turning the mushrooms. What about father and the others? Zhu Ping'an inquired curiously, having not seen his father or elder brother while they assisted Chen with the mushrooms. Your father has taken your elder brother and sister-in-law into the mountains. At this time of year, the forest is abundant with wild delicacies. What you gather today will still be fresh by the time you visit tomorrow, Mother Chen answered. It seems the family places great importance on this visit, Zhu Ping'an mused, noting that his father had taken his brother into the woods. He too wished to wander into the mountains. The honeysuckle was likely nearing its blooming season, and the wild rabbits and pheasants were in prime condition. A trip into the mountains now would surely yield a bountiful harvest. As they finished drying the mushrooms, Zhu Ping'an casually broached the topic of his mother entering his and Li Shu's room early that morning, recalling that they had yet to rise from their slumber. Cough, cough. He felt a twinge of guilt, as he truly had no intentions of consummating their relationship just yet. He felt too young and preferred to wait until he matured further. Once was manageable, but if it occurred again, his mother would likely uncover the truth. She was eager for grandchildren, and any explanation involving modern physiology would hardly suffice. He would undoubtedly face her reprimand, perhaps even be coerced into intimacy with Li Shu. On the other hand, there was the matter of privacy to consider. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an approached the subject with discretion. Privacy? You dare speak to me of privacy? Then why didn't you arrive into this world wearing trousers? Mother Chen shot him a pointed glance, her authority unmistakable. Well, you win this round, Mother. Zhu Ping'an conceded, rubbing his forehead in defeat. Li Shu, witnessing Zhu Pingyan's embarrassment, could not suppress a giggle, covering her mouth with her delicate hand. Enough of that, you pitiful creature. This morning's tradition requires a mother to send eggs and noodles before you rise, to ensure a prosperous lineage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. And don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. While it is understandable for the young to seek pleasure, moderation is essential. Mother Chen eyed Zhu Pingyan, her expression a blend of teasing and maternal concern, as if she could see through his every thought. What intentions? Seeking pleasure? Moderation? Zhu Pingyan stammered in confusion. Zhu Pingyan discerned the meaning behind his mother Chen's words. Are you simply afraid that someone might disturb your romantic interludes? The youthful exuberance, with its insatiable curiosity, could certainly comprehend the implications. Indulging in such activities by night could be excused, but rising early for work the next morning should certainly be moderated. Mother, you're overthinking this. Zhu Pingyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Beside him, Li Shu, equally transparent in her understanding, felt the heat rise in her own face, nearly bowing her head to the ground in shyness. To Chen, this only confirmed her suspicions, yet she found amusement in the situation. The young often seek novelty, and in a few days, it would pass. Besides, this might hasten the day she could hold her grandchild. With this thought, Chen glanced at Zhu Pingyan and then at Li Shu, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. To be continued. Chapter 532. The Bamboo of the Sun Clan. After lunch, Zhu Pingyan carried a jar of Juaner Hong, along with a package of new tea and a box of ajiao, tied together with a red string. Making his way to Xiahe village in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of earth and dampness, Zhu Pingyan was visiting his esteemed mentor, bringing Juaner Hong and new tea for him, and the ajiao for his wife. Time had flown by. It had been quite some time since his last visit to his mentor. Xiahe village and Xiahe village were merely separated by a stream, and soon he arrived at his mentor's residence, where, as usual, the door stood invitingly open. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhu Pingyan intended to softly announce his arrival, to inform his mentor and his wife that a guest had arrived. However, before he could speak, he noticed his mentor, Master Sun, napping at the stone table in the courtyard, a cluster of verdant bamboo swaying nearby. The gentle breeze stirred the bamboo leaves, infusing the air with a refreshing fragrance, embodying a sense of purity and elegance. On the table rested a pot of tea, along with a set of ink and paper. On the Xian paper lay an unfinished painting of bamboo, the bamboo itself completed, yet the inscription unwritten. It appeared that Master Sun had dozed off while contemplating the inscription. Recognizing his mentor's age, Zhu Pingyan felt reluctant to disturb his rest, unsure of the depth of Master Sun's slumber. He feared even the sound of his footsteps might intrude upon the tranquility. Therefore, Zhu Pingyan remained still, quietly standing in the courtyard, patiently awaiting his mentor's awakening from his midday nap. As he stood there, bathed in the gentle breeze, silently observing his resting mentor, Zhu Pingyan could not help but reminisce about his childhood days spent idling while tending to cattle, skipping classes. You mischievous child, would you like to join me in learning? No worries, I shall not accept your tuition. What, unwilling? The echoes of Master Sun's words resonated in his ears, and memories of being welcomed into his mentor's classroom flooded his mind. Finding a teacher is easy, but discovering one who is responsible and qualified is a rarity. Fortunately, Zhu Pingyan considered himself fortunate to have encountered Master Sunday. Having a good teacher can significantly shorten the path to knowledge, and Master Sun embodied such a mentor, a true educator, endowed with both moral integrity and talent, dedicated to guiding and enlightening his students. In modern times, certain predatory teachers who shamelessly exploit young girls, as well as those university professors who incessantly prey upon students under the guise of grading papers, conducting exams, or recommending scholarships and jobs, cannot be compared to the venerable Confucius. Oh, I recall that some individuals who defend these professors argue that we should focus more on the academics of the teachers and less on their private lives. Nonsense. To be a teacher is to exemplify both character and scholarship, serving as a paragon for others to emulate. If your scholarship excels, pursue it in isolation. You are unworthy of the title of teacher. Enough of this digression. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and time seemed to flow unnoticed. Suddenly, a faint creak of the door echoed as the door to the main room of Confucius's abode opened. The sleepy-eyed mistress emerged, carrying an iron kettle, presumably to fetch water in the yard. Upon seeing Confucius's devoted disciple Zhi'er standing like a statue in the courtyard, she felt a moment of disbelief. After rubbing her eyes and focusing, she confirmed her sight. Indeed, it was Zhu Pingyan, standing motionless. Zhu Pingyan smiled earnestly upon noticing the mistress, bowing respectfully from a distance and gesturing that his esteemed teacher was resting and should not be disturbed. At that moment, the mistress understood that Zhu Pingyan stood still out of concern for not disturbing the old sage's slumber. Judging by the leaves atop his shoulders and head, it was evident that he had been standing there for quite some time. What a foolish young man, she thought, standing for so long. Doesn't he feel discomfort? Why does it matter if the old man loses a moment of sleep? With both warmth and concern, the mistress decided to rouse Confucius. Old master, awaken. Zhi'er has arrived. Upon seeing this, Zhu Pingyan chuckled helplessly, scratching his nose. You silly boy, why do you still stand there? Come and sit down. You've stood long enough. After calling to Confucius, the mistress beckoned Zhu Pingyan to join them. Ah, Zhi'er has come, she said, after being awakened by the mistress. Confucius shook his head slightly and turned to look at Zhu Pingyan, who remained standing in the courtyard. What do you mean has come? You've been here for quite a while, worried about waking me, so you just stood there, the mistress chided gently. Zhi'er, you are truly devoted to your teacher. Few exhibit such reverence, rivaling even the dedication of Chengmen Li Shui. Hearing the mistress's words, Confucius was deeply touched. He stroked his beard while nodding at Zhu Pingyan with admiration and then shook his head, gesturing for Zhu Pingyan to come and sit down. Next time, just wake the old man directly. Esteemed teacher, esteemed mistress, Zhu Pingyan said as he approached, bowing once more to greet them respectfully. Indeed, after standing for an extended period, my legs have begun to feel somewhat fatigued. While the discomfort was not apparent while standing, it became pronounced upon walking, making my legs seem somewhat uncontrollable. Nonetheless, Zhu Pingyan persevered, masking his discomfort with a sincere and simple smile, mindful of not causing undue worry for the master and the mistress. Enough of the formalities. Please take a seat, the mistress urged, gently pulling Zhu Pingyan's sleeve and guiding him to a stone bench beside Master Sunday. Thank you, mistress. Zhu Pingyan expressed his gratitude as he settled into his seat. Oh, you dear child, no need for such politeness. Sit down and converse. You and your master can take your time, the mistress replied with a warm smile, shaking her head lightly before rising to fetch water from the cistern to boil on the charcoal stove. Stay seated. Come, and behold this painting of bamboo I have created, Master Sun said as he noticed Zhu Pingyan's intention to assist the mistress. He gestured for him to remain seated and to admire the artwork he had crafted prior to his rest. Pointing to the wind bamboo painting pressed flat on the stone table, Zhu Pingyan's gaze fell upon the artwork, revealing a scene where jagged rocks stood tall. A shallow pond lay serene, and several bamboo stalks swayed in the breeze. With both bold and delicate strokes, Master Sun had depicted the slender bamboo by the water's edge, its trunks standing upright and foliage lush, intertwining gracefully, capturing the essence of the gentle wind's caress. A closer inspection revealed that he had also sketched a few clusters of bamboo shoots beneath the swaying stalks, infusing the scene with vibrant life. To be continued. Chapter 533. The Chancellor of the World, the Master, with his brush, captured the spirit of countless bamboo, expressing himself freely in ink that flowed with natural grace. The student wished to take a single bamboo from the painting to fashion a fishing rod amidst the gentle breeze of the river. Zhu Pingyan examined Master Sun's wind bamboo painting with profound admiration for the master's artistry. With just a few strokes, Master Sun had vividly conveyed the bamboo's character, prompting Zhu Pingyan to rise and bow in respect, declaring, I wish to take a single bamboo from this painting to craft a fishing rod amidst the gentle river breeze. Zhu Pingyan was inspired by the phrase from Zheng Banjiao upon resigning from office, where he spoke of taking a slender bamboo to create a fishing rod on the autumn waters, feeling a similar resonance with the spirit portrayed in Master Sun's work. Zhi'er, you flatter me excessively, Master Sun replied, stroking his beard and shaking his head. Not at all, Master. My words are born from genuine feeling. Zhu Pingyan responded earnestly, his face a picture of sincerity. He gestured towards the wind bamboo painting, continuing, in your artwork, the bamboo stands tall and solitary, embodying its spirit. It soars with ambition, representing the essence of life. It remains steadfast, unconfined by stone, symbolizing integrity. It transcends mere color and form, embodying virtue. Spirit, essence, integrity, virtue. He articulated, encapsulating the four qualities of bamboo, which also mirrored Master Sun's contemplations while painting. This profound observation resonated deeply within Master Sun, though he maintained his demeanor. Still stroking his beard and shaking his head, his gaze towards Zhu Pingyan, however, reflected increased satisfaction. This painting has yet to bear an inscription. I have pondered for quite a while, but have yet to find the right words. As fortune would have it, you have arrived, so please inscribe it for me. And I shall enjoy a moment of leisure, Master Sun chuckled, inviting Zhu Pingyan to write the inscription for his wind bamboo painting. From the words of Master Sun, Zhu Pingyan discerned that Master Sun had just been resting his head on the table and had indeed dozed off while contemplating his calligraphy. Now, upon hearing Master Sun request him to inscribe a piece, Zhu Pingyan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, knowing that as a student, he feared he might ruin his mentor's painting. As for Zhi'er, he need not be modest. This old gentleman would rather go without meat than without bamboo, and if he ruined it, he could simply paint it again. For he indulged in bamboo art daily. Furthermore, Zhi'er was now a top scholar, and whatever he wrote would certainly do justice to Master Sun's artwork. Madam Sun approached with a smile, carrying a pot of freshly brewed tea, eager to serve the two. Let me do this, madam, Zhu Pingyan interjected, rising to take the teapot and pour a cup for Master Sun, Madam Sun, and himself. Oh, you dear child, why the formality? Madam Sun remarked, her face radiating warmth as she observed Zhu Pingyan pouring the tea. Master Sun raised the cup Zhu Pingyan had poured, savoring a sip and relishing the taste before casting a gentle smile at Madam Sun, complimenting her increasingly refined tea brewing skills. He then received a playful glare from Madam Sun, who scolded him for his lack of decorum in old age. Zhu Pingyan, witnessing this exchange, could not help but smile. Master Sun and Madam Sun truly embodied the ideal of an ancient couple, capable of both mutual respect and the playful affection characteristic of modern partnerships. Do not worry, Zhi'er. Just focus on your inscription, Master Sun said, stroking his beard and offering encouragement. With both his mentor and Madam Sun's encouragement, Zhu Pingyan felt he could no longer decline the task, and thus he acquiesced. After agreeing, under the watchful eyes of Master Sun and Madam Sun, Zhu Pingyan ground the ink while pondering what to write. Master Sun, intrigued by what his esteemed pupil would choose, observed silently, stroking his beard, while Madam Sun did the same. Once Zhu Pingyan had prepared the ink, he examined Master Sun's painting of wind and bamboo, a scene with towering rocks, a shallow pond, and various bamboo stalks of differing sizes, accompanied by clusters of bamboo shoots. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Pingyan's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he had already conceived an idea. Noticing this, Master Sun straightened in his seat, recognizing from Zhu Pingyan's expression that he had decided on the inscription. Madam Sun also set aside her tasks, her attention now fully on Zhu Pingyan. With their eyes upon him, Zhu Pingyan paused his ink grinding, retrieved a brush from the stand, dipped it into the prepared ink, and began to write. Soon, a poem adorned the painting of wind and bamboo. Perfectly nestled within the blank space, the characters full of vigor and spirit, as if they were riding the winds and waves, embodying a righteous aura that harmonized beautifully with the robust bamboo. New bamboo rises higher than the old, all depending on the support of the aged. Next year, should new shoots arise, 10-foot-long dragon offspring will encircle the phoenix pond. Zhu Pingyan inscribed the poem New Bamboo by the renowned Qing dynasty poet Zheng Banqiao, whose verses on bamboo are unparalleled, making this particular poem most fitting for the present scene. In Shinshu, the new bamboo surpasses the old, entirely relying on the support of the elder stalks. This line conveys the notion that one's ability to surpass teachers and predecessors is fundamentally rooted in their nurturing and guidance. This sentiment seamlessly transitions into the poet's expression of respect and gratitude toward his esteemed mentor, Master Sun. The term dragon offspring here does not refer to an affront to royal dignity, but rather serves as a colloquial name for bamboo shoots, commonly used in many southern regions. Its inclusion in poetry eludes any taboos associated with euphemisms. Many poets of antiquity have employed dragon offspring to describe bamboo shoots, such as Mei Yaoqian in his poem Han Qigua's Legacy, where he writes of dragon offspring springing forth with a foot-long shoot, wrapped in purple silk, emerging from mud and sand, or Lu Yu in Summer Day, where he mentions, the fledgling swallows temporarily leave the nest, while the mother dragon offspring has already released its tip. As Zhu Pingyan completed his piece, Master Sun, stroking his beard, softly recited the poem aloud. The new bamboo surpasses the old, entirely relying on the support of the elder stalks. From this line, Master Sun discerned Zhu Pingyan's reverence for his teachers. Moreover, through Zhu Pingyan's demeanor, especially his earlier reluctance to disturb Master Sun's slumber as he stood like a wooden post in the courtyard, Master Sun could sense this respect. Next year, there will be new sprouts, 10 zhang of dragon offspring surrounding the phoenix pool. After reciting the poem, Master Sun repeated the phrase phoenix pool, then with a slightly squinted, complex gaze at Zhu Pingyan, remarked, Zihu, you harbor aspirations of governance. Master Sun's repetition of phoenix pool indicated Zhu Pingyan's ambition for leadership. As phoenix pool refers to the imperial gardens of Zhi'er. In ancient times, the term denoted the pools within the forbidden gardens, where the central government was situated. Thus people used phoenix pool to refer to the court's authority. The phrase words reflect the person, poetry reflects the poet. Master Sun, well versed in literature, possessed extensive knowledge of the phoenix pool's historical significance, hence his assertion regarding Zhu Pingyan's aspirations. Ah, master, you think too highly of me, Zhu Pingyan chuckled ruefully, admitting that while he indeed harbored such aspirations, he had not intended to convey them through this poem. Master Sun stroked his beard, smiling in silence. The master's wife, observing Zhu Pingyan, couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring him that there was no need for embarrassment. Young people ought to possess ambition. Very well, first impressions are often lasting, and further explanations may be futile. To be continued. Chapter 534. The final lesson. Zihu's growth has exceeded the old master's expectations. On that day, the old master believed him to be a piece of uncut jade, a talent waiting to be shaped. However, it now seems that uncut jade is an inadequate description of him. Master Sun, stroking his beard, looked at Zhu Pingyan with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before continuing. Oh, you have inscribed words that have relieved a concern of mine. Since I have no gifts to bestow upon you, I shall impart to you one final lesson. The final lesson? Zhu Pingyan was taken aback upon hearing this. Why did Master Sun refer to it as the last lesson? Had he erred in some way that warranted expulsion from the master's teachings? Was his line about 10,000 dragon offspring surrounding the phoenix pool perceived as overly ambitious? The final lesson? Once a teacher, all beings are like a father. Thus, a student must always come forth to humbly listen to the teacher's teachings. Zhu Pingyan hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Seeing Zhu Pingyan's anxious demeanor, Master Sun could not help but stroke his beard and chuckle. Zihu, your growth has surpassed my expectations. There is little left for me to teach you. Moreover, while a teacher may guide you to the door, the path of cultivation must be tread by yourself. The erudite master, possessing vast knowledge and talents, excelled in both character and scholarship, far surpassing the student Zhu Pingyan. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Pingyan eagerly began to explain, but before he could finish, he was gently interrupted by Master Sun, who continued, Zihu, you are gifted with intelligence, diligent in your studies, and aspire to great heights, akin to a precious sword. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. However, the path of officialdom is fraught with peril and obstacles. Remember my words today. Pausing for a moment, Master Sun lifted his teacup and set it down again. Gazing intently at the attentive Zhu Pingyan as he elaborated, a person should be like a sword. Its edge should be used sparingly. When drawn, it can cause harm, thus becoming a dangerous weapon. To conceal one's brilliance and act with discretion is to wield a fine tool. The essence of Master Sun's words conveyed that one should not readily display their sharpness, for doing so may lead to harm, transforming the sword into a perilous instrument. Zhu Pingyan, upon hearing these profound insights, grasped the master's good intentions. Master Sun sought to impart the lesson that, particularly in the treacherous realm of politics, one must learn to temper their brilliance, to remain modest, and not allow a modicum of talent to lead to arrogance or reckless exposure. Such pride could incite jealousy and invite calamity, turning one's talents into a double-edged sword. As the saying goes, a gentleman conceals his abilities, awaiting the opportune moment. Only by mastering the art of humility and nurturing one's strength can one reveal their brilliance when it truly matters. Akin to the wisdom found in the art of war, as still as a virgin, as swift as a hare. If one refrains from action, their strike, when it comes, must surely hit its mark. Thus, during ordinary times, One should practice humility and conserve energy, so that when the moment arises, they may act decisively. Thank you for your teachings, esteemed master. I shall remember them, Zhu Ping'an said solemnly, standing upright and bowing formally to Master Sun in gratitude. Indeed, Master Sun nodded, adding, one must prioritize being a person before becoming an official. Learning to be a good person is paramount to being a good official. Rest assured, Zhi'er. I have confidence in your character. However, the temptations and obstacles of the outside world are manifold. Ping'an, you must remember to uphold goodness in all circumstances. To pursue virtue is to be blessed, while to engage in wrongdoing is to invite misfortune. This is especially true as you enter the political arena, where the distinction between good and evil can hinge upon a single thought. This thought affects the fates of countless lives, and thus must be approached with discernment and care. I shall dutifully heed your command, esteemed master, and remain steadfast in my commitment to goodness, regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Ping'an replied, nodding earnestly. Master Sun, concerned that he might lose his true self in the political world, sought to impart the same wisdom Liu Bei once shared with the Dou, emphasizing that virtuous conduct should be the cornerstone of one's dealings. With such intentions, Zhi'er, I can rest easy. Master Sun nodded gently and continued. To do good brings immense joy, without seeking recognition from others, and with a clear conscience. To commit evil brings profound suffering, with a constant fear of exposure, leading to restless days and nights. By practicing virtue and refraining from vice, one can secure an invulnerable position. The phrase to do good brings immense joy is a quote from the outer chapters of Zhuangzi, which Master Sun elaborated upon. Engaging in benevolent deeds is the greatest source of happiness, as it comes without the desire for acknowledgement and with a clear conscience. Conversely, engaging in malevolent actions is the most agonizing experience, as it is accompanied by the dread of being discovered, resulting in an anxious existence. However, the heavens are vast and thorough, and one cannot ultimately evade the day of reckoning. Master Sun's counsel is indeed wise, if one refrains from wrongdoing. No ammunition will be left for adversaries, and with a clear conscience, one shall remain unassailable. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher, Zhu Ping'an said once again. Bowing in gratitude, Master Sun stroked his beard and waved his hand gently, then proceeded to gather ink, paper, and brush. After dipping the brush in ink, he inscribed a couplet on rice paper. Once the ink had dried slightly, he presented it to Zhu Ping'an. The first line read, to attain a noble lineage, one must do good, while the second stated, for virtuous descendants, one must pursue knowledge. The couplet, succinct yet profound, serves as a familial admonition from Master Sun to Zhu Ping'an, reflecting his hopes for him. Throughout history, there have been scholars from humble origins who achieved great distinction. Yet few have been able to uplift an entire family. Individual success may come easily, but the triumph of a family is a far more arduous endeavor. As the saying goes, wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. Objectively speaking, the grandeur of noble families or gentry far outlasts that of newly wealthy individuals from humble backgrounds. Beyond societal structures, familial culture plays a significant role. Culture is the lifeblood of a family, its soft power, and its very soul. In contrast to the gentry, newly wealthy individuals lack cultural depth, which ultimately boils down to a deficiency in heritage. Zhu Ping'an, having attained the highest honor, nevertheless hails from humble beginnings. Lacking a strong familial foundation, Master Sun gifted him the couplet with this intent. To attain a noble lineage, one must do good. Signifies that societal status is determined in the hearts of the people. Without benevolence, arrogance prevails. Even if one achieves great success, without virtue, they cannot claim true nobility, nor ascend to the ranks of the gentry. To thrive and elevate one's lineage, one must prioritize benevolence. Historically, during famines or disasters, those families that open their granaries to aid the populace are regarded as great clans in the hearts of the people. Once the calamities pass, gratitude ensues, and both business and relationships flourish, allowing such families to grow stronger and eventually attain prominence, even if they did not originally belong to the elite. This couplet from my esteemed teacher is both accessible and deeply resonant. I am profoundly grateful for the gift of words. I shall adopt it as the family motto of the Zhu lineage, ensuring that I never forget the teachings of my mentor. Zhu Ping'an carefully accepted the couplet, cherishing it greatly. During this visit to my esteemed teacher, Zhu Ping'an gained much wisdom. learning invaluable lessons from Master Sun that will serve as precious assets on his future journey. To be continued. Chapter 535. The contest of feng shui. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into a canvas of molten gold, and the evening clouds converged in harmony as I made my way home. By the time I departed from my mentor's abode, dusk had nearly enveloped the landscape, with the vibrant sunset casting a rosy hue across the western mountains, painting much of the sky in shades of crimson. Amidst a tapestry of golden-crimson hues, Zhu Ping'an leisurely made his way back to Xiahe village. As he approached his home, he noticed a throng gathered at the entrance of his family's courtyard, seemingly drawn by an air of excitement. Drawing closer, Zhu Ping'an discerned the figures of his mother, Chen, his father, as well as the elderly Zhu patriarch and matriarch, his aunt, and several relatives. Their attention was fixated on a middle-aged Taoist priest, clad in a deep purple robe, with his hair styled in a bun secured by a wooden hairpin, a bag of trigrams slung over his shoulder, and a geomantic plate in his hand. From the geomantic plate, Zhu Ping'an could surmise the man's identity, an unscrupulous fortune-teller. Even in modern times, fortune-tellers hold a certain market value, let alone in the feudal era of the Ming dynasty. Amidst the crowd, his mother, Chen, wore an expression of indignation, glaring at his aunt with barely contained fury, as if she wished to bite her. His aunt, evading Chen's penetrating gaze, stood beside the matriarch, gesturing toward Zhu Ping'an's residence and addressing the fortune-teller, Master. Could you kindly assess whether there is any malign presence in this house? You've already examined the old residence. Perhaps you could also discern if there is any discord between this house and the old one. What do you mean by suggesting that my house harbors anything unclean? Chen retorted, her eyebrows raised in disbelief and a cold smile gracing her lips. His aunt, still avoiding Chen's piercing stare, answered somewhat feebly, "Cough, sister-in-law. We are all members of the Zhu family, are we not? I went to great lengths to invite Master Zhang from afar. He has already inspected our old residence, and it would be prudent for him to take a look at yours as well. Master Zhang is quite remarkable. Many aspire to consult him, yet few succeed. If there are any issues with your abode, he could assist in rectifying the feng shui." Upon hearing the mention of Master Zhang, the onlookers murmured in hushed tones, sharing tales of his reputation. It was said that he was a descendant of the revered Zhang Tianshi, having honed his skills in a temple atop Juaner mountain. Renowned for his expertise in geomancy and feng shui, celebrated by both the elite and the common folk alike for their ability to secure his services. Legend had it that the former magistrate of Huaining County, intrigued by Master Zhang's fame, summoned him to test his abilities. Master Zhang, with a mere gesture, indicated a corner of the courtyard, proclaiming that a stone tiger lay 5 feet beneath. Upon excavation, to the astonishment of all, a stone resembling a tiger was unearthed at the predicted depth. From that moment onward, Master Zhang's renown soared. Observing the villagers' rapt attention, Zhu Ping'an glanced at the so-called master, a slight smile playing on his lips. It was evident he was a charlatan skilled in the art of publicity and public persuasion. "Thank you for your kind intentions, dear sister-in-law, but our home's feng shui is quite favorable, so there is no need for concern," Chen responded with a sardonic laugh. "There's no need for you to be modest, sister-in-law. Since Master Zhang is here, he might as well take a look at your place," his aunt replied, somewhat disgruntled. "No need to trouble yourself, dear sister-in-law. Just ensure the old residence as well, for my home is perfectly fine without such measures." Mother Chen cast a disdainful glance at aunt, utterly unimpressed by her words. "Well, let's see," she replied. "Your elder brother embarked on his scholarly pursuits long before Zhi'er did. Despite years of failure in the imperial examinations, I have consulted many, and they all claim that the family's feng shui is unfavorable, obstructing your brother's chances." Aunt's voice grew increasingly uncertain, yet she remained resolute in her insistence that Master Zhang should evaluate the feng shui of Zhu Ping'an's residence. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that our family's feng shui is hindering your brother?" Mother Chen seemed to find this notion laughable, her gaze toward aunt dripping with contempt. "Your brother has already set off. Let us have Master Zhang assess the feng shui, ensuring he passes the examination smoothly." Aunt's demeanor brightened at the mention of her brother's examinations, her posture straightening with newfound confidence. "Your brother's success in the examinations concerns our entire Zhu family. It would benefit us all," she asserted. However, upon hearing this, Mother Chen raised her chin slightly, casting a scornful eye toward aunt as she rolled her eyes. "My son Zhu Ping'an has already achieved the highest honors. Why should we concern ourselves with your husband, a mere scholar? With his character, borrowing money to frame his brother. We would be grateful if he brought us no harm, let alone any benefits. As the verbal sparring continued between Mother Chen and Aunt, Grandfather Zhu quietly puffed on his pipe, remaining silent and observant. Grandmother Zhu, however, stood firmly by Aunt's side, her words cloaked in a facade of fairness, yet unmistakably biased. Enough now, both the eldest and second families should refrain from further remarks. There are too many witnesses here, and we should be mindful of their opinions. The sun is nearly setting. Let us not waste Master Zhang's time and hasten his inspection of the residence. Mother Chen, wishing to interject further, was gently restrained by Zhu father. Though displeased, she held her tongue out of respect for him. Seeing Mother Chen relent, Aunt felt a surge of happiness, convinced that a brighter future was on the horizon. In Aunt's mind, the feng shui of Zhu Pingyan's home had long been the cause of their misfortunes. She had consulted fortune tellers multiple times, who proclaimed that she was destined to be a lady of status, believing that her husband, uncle, was meant to succeed in the examinations, and that her son Zhu Pingjun was a star of literary brilliance destined to achieve the highest honors. Yet, uncle never succeeded in his scholarly endeavors, while Zhu Pingyan not only passed the examinations but rose to a 6th-rank official within a mere few days, reportedly even surpassing the county magistrate. Zhu Pingjun, on the other hand, had yet to pass even the elementary examinations, while Zhu Pingyan effortlessly ascended through the ranks from student to scholar, and finally to the esteemed title of top scholar. In Aunt's heart, such honors and positions were rightfully hers, usurped by Zhu Pingyan. Thus, she had gone to great lengths to enlist Master Zhang, hoping to rectify their feng shui. After hearing the backstory, Zhu Pingyan approached the gathering, greeting Mother Chen, Zhu father, and his grandparents in turn. Upon seeing Zhu Pingyan, a rare smile graced Mother Chen's face. Upon the return of Zhu Pingyan, Aunt's expression was tinged with a hint of embarrassment and concern. After all, Zhu Pingyan had now ascended to an official position. If he chose not to oversee the feng shui, she would be left without recourse. Following Zhu Pingyan's greeting, grandfather set aside his pipe and repeatedly exclaimed good, while grandmother nodded and reiterated the urgency of having Master Zhang expedite the assessment of the residence. Let it be, Zhu Pingyan thought, recognizing grandmother as the elder, and he was curious to observe how this era's feng shui master might engage in his craft. Thus, he acquiesced to the request for a feng shui inspection. Seeing this, Aunt breathed a sigh of relief. A group gathered around Zhu Pingyan and Master Zhang as they entered his residence. The latter equipped with a geomantic compass and a systematic approach that dictated the order of inspection, first forward, then left, and finally right. They proceeded towards the backyard of Zhu Pingyan's home. As they approached the rear yard, Zhu Pingyan noticed birds taking flight and heard the distinct sounds of pigs grunting and chickens clucking. He could even perceive the rustling of tree branches and faint voices of children. Consequently, Zhu Pingyan halted his steps and gestured for the others to pause as well. "What troubles you, Zhu? Have you changed your mind?" Aunt inquired, her voice laced with agitation, suspecting that Zhu Pingyan had reconsidered. "No. My father has planted some fruit trees in the backyard, and they are now bearing fruit. I observed birds taking flight and heard the sounds of chickens and pigs. There are likely children sneaking fruit, and if we enter abruptly, we might startle them and cause them to fall from the trees," Zhu Pingyan explained, shaking his head slightly. His keen hearing allowed him to discern the sounds of children. At his words, Aunt furrowed her brow, dismissing the children's presence as a distraction, insisting that they should focus on the feng shui examination. "This residence requires no further inspection. The very place you stand is a site of auspiciousness," Master Zhang declared, putting away his geomantic compass and formally bowing to Zhu Pingyan before bidding farewell to Aunt and the others. Aunt was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the abrupt departure of Master Zhang, who slipped away along the village path with her companions unable to detain him. "Did you hear what the master proclaimed? Wherever my son is, it is a sight of good fortune," Mother Chen exclaimed, raising her chin with a scoff at Aunt. Aunt felt diminished in front of Mother Chen, returning home in discontent. Grandmother, seeking an excuse, mentioned that the stove at home was still lit and followed Aunt back to the old residence. Meanwhile, the younger aunts engaged in conversation with Mother Chen before also returning to the old home. "Master Zhang has declared that wherever my Pingyan resides is a site of good fortune. This master is quite remarkable. Even the former county magistrate sought his counsel," grandfather remarked proudly to a similarly aged man as he strolled, his face glowing in the setting sun. Then why did you foolishly separate Ping and S family in the first place? Otherwise, your old residents might also bask in the glory, the elder responded, taking heed of grandfather's words. Upon hearing the words, grandfather fell silent, with only the ember of his pipe flickering like a dying star beneath the setting sun. After a prolonged pause, he sighed, and under the twilight, his figure seemed to age a decade. Following the matters of geomancy, Mother Chen engaged in conversation with several nearby aunts, incessantly mentioning how Master Zhang fared and how her son was doing. As the aunts chimed in, extolling Zhu Ping'an's virtues, Mother Chen waved her hands, insisting that he was not as remarkable as they claimed. In her attempt to temper their praises, she recounted several amusing anecdotes from Zhu Ping'an's childhood with a proud demeanor. When he was merely 3 years old, his grandfather entrusted him with 10 coins to sell tobacco leaves at the village entrance, instructing him to buy a sweet with the leftover coin. Before long, the little rascal returned, happily chewing on a piece of candy, presenting his grandfather with 9 coins and claiming he had sold all the tobacco leaves. I received a thorough scolding for that. Furthermore, there was the time when he and a few friends snuck into a field to pilfer edamame and, in an effort to hide, fell asleep among the crops. Truly, a mother's memories are like treasured tales. Fortunately, Zhu Ping'an was not present, or he would have surely felt the urge to bash his head against the wall in embarrassment. Behind the new residence, the maid Baozi and Li Shu crouched behind the door, listening intently, unable to suppress their giggles, their eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhu Ping'an dined at the new house that evening, for he was to embark on his journey to the capital, to afford the young couple more time alone together. Mother Chen insisted that Zhu Ping'an, who wished to linger at home for dinner, return to the new house. The urgency of his departure was largely due to the letter of impeachment that had been sent when he left the capital. In the afternoon, the magistrate of Huaining had dispatched several packages of tribute flour along with an urgent missive. The tribute flour from Huaining had been designated for the imperial palace since the Song dynasty, and each year, the magistrate would use it as a gesture of goodwill. The urgent letter, sent by swift horse from the capital, was from the Ministry of Justice, instructing Zhu Ping'an to make haste to the ministry to present his appeal. The ministry had already sent 2 such urgent letters, though there was still plenty of time before the holiday, given the circumstances. Zhu Ping'an had no choice but to set off for the capital post-haste. Zhao Dang, you scheming knave. Huh, you are so eager for my return to the capital. I hope you do not come to regret it. As Zhu Ping'an returned, the maids bowed respectfully upon seeing him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Inside the room, 2 maids were attending to Li Shu, one holding a small basin of water while the other stood by with a towel, ready to assist her. Baozi, the maid, dipped her hand into the basin to test the temperature, puffing up her cheeks as she remarked, "You are becoming increasingly careless. I just emphasized the need for more hot water, and yet you have forgotten again? Good sister, we did just add hot water. Perhaps it has cooled down a bit." Came the reply, "Kayer, please add some more hot water for our sister." The maid holding the water apologized and then requested the tea made to add more hot water to the basin. Once the water was properly mixed, Li Shu began washing her hands. As Zhu Ping'an entered, Li Shu had just finished, placing the towel she had used back into the maid's hand and instructing her to bring another basin of water for Zhu Ping'an. "There's no need for such trouble," he replied. Zhu Ping'an shook his hand and approached, washing up with the water that Li Shu had already cleaned, for it was pure and required no additional basin. The little maid beside him stifled a giggle, and upon noticing this, Li Shu's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, enhancing her enchanting modesty. Her glistening eyes cast a reproachful glance at Zhu Ping'an, and she chided him for his lack of discernment. As Zhu Ping'an washed his hands, the maids filed in, bringing forth the meticulously prepared dishes from the kitchen, arranging them neatly upon the dining table. The spread was lavish, a feast for the senses, featuring delicacies such as phoenix tail fin, fragrant red plum pearls, kung pao rabbit, braised pork tenderloin with auspicious melon, sesame rolls, and an array of vegetarian dishes, filling the table to the brim. Thankfully, there were no jellyfish, leeks, lamb, or pig kidneys to be seen. At the center, a clay pot of simmered soup, likely chicken broth, wafted a rich aroma that was utterly appetizing. Zhu Ping'an mused that perhaps they could prepare less next time, for such a bounty would surely go uneaten by just the 2 of them. He remarked that with nearly 10 dishes, it felt somewhat wasteful for only 2 to dine. In truth, 4 dishes and a soup would suffice, as he recalled that during their time at the old residence, a meal typically comprised only 1 or 2 dishes. Any leftovers could be generously shared with the maids, who had tended to them for quite some time and had yet to eat. Li Shu cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Pingyan, her lips curving into an elegant smile, accustomed as she was to such lavish meals. The maids in attendance beamed with delight at the generous offerings. Zhu Pingyan realized he had been somewhat unsophisticated, recalling the passages from Dream of the Red Chamber, noting that this was a customary practice among large families. In such households, meals often featured a minimum of 10 dishes, sometimes exceeding dozens, while only a few masters dined, resulting in considerable leftovers. The remnants were typically distributed among the maids and caregivers, adhering to the family's traditions, where if the master had not dined, the servants could not begin their meals. Thus, the master's leftovers were never wasted, and those fortunate enough to receive such gifts wore expressions of pride. Moreover, not just anyone could receive such bounties. Only those of certain status among the maids and caregivers enjoyed this privilege, a symbol of their standing. The little maid Baozi attended to Li Shu, serving her food and soup, while another maid approached Zhu Pingyan to offer her assistance. Zhu Pingyan waved her off politely, asserting that he was quite capable of serving himself. To be continued. Chapter 537. I remain still, yet she moves. Soft jade and fragrant delicacies. Sweet nectar and rich broth. The dinner spread was exquisite, particularly the clay pot soup, which was irresistibly delectable. How could one not indulge heartily in such culinary delights? Zhu Pingyan, seizing the moment while the soup was still hot, quickly consumed a bowl, savoring the lingering flavors, and found himself longing for another. If it pleases my husband, I shall have another, Li Shu said with a playful glint in her eye, her cherry-red lips curving into a smile as she glanced at Zhu Pingyan. She then instructed the maid Baozi to serve Zhu Pingyan a bowl of soup. Among the array of delightful dishes, all were prepared by the kitchen staff, except for the clay pot soup, which was lovingly prepared by Li Shu herself. At this moment, witnessing Zhu Pingyan's profound affection for the soup he had prepared, Li Shu's rosy lips involuntarily curved into a gentle smile. No need. I can manage by myself, Zhu Pingyan interjected, halting the eager little maid who approached to serve him. He then rose to ladle himself a bowl of soup. The little maid, with her round face resembling a dumpling, pouted in disappointment. As Zhu Pingyan relished the delectable dishes laid before him, he was unable to restrain himself, consuming 2 bowls of soup without pause. When he reached for a third bowl, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Shu, unable to help but admire her once more. One could not deny the elegance with which she dined, compared to her. While he did not indulge like a ravenous beast, his manner was hardly commendable. Sitting at the table, Li Shu radiated an air of grace and poise. Her dining was a serene spectacle, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, compelling him to gaze longer. This was perhaps the essence of nobility, truly a feast for the eyes. The ancient adage about beauty being a dish worth savoring was indeed not misleading. Heavens, the young master can't seem to take his eyes off the young lady. The little maid teased, stifling a giggle behind her small hand. Clearing his throat, Zhu Pingyan felt a slight warmth creep into his cheeks. After all, he too was a creature of sight. Focus on your meal, Li Shu playfully chided, casting him a glance that sparkled with youthful vitality, her large, glistening eyes seemingly capable of shedding tears. Whether it was the earlier incident that left him feeling embarrassed, the urgency of their meal, or simply the warmth of the dishes, Zhu Pingyan felt an increasing heat within him as he finished dinner. After the meal, he took a bath alone, declining the little maid's offer to assist him as per Li Shu's instructions. Perhaps the water was too hot. He felt even warmer than during the meal. I should add some cold water, he pondered, and proceeded to dilute the bath water with half a bucket of cool water. While the temperature of the water decreased, he still felt an inexplicable increase in warmth, likely a psychological effect, and he dismissed it from his thoughts. After bathing, he donned a fresh set of night clothes and returned to his bedroom. Upon entering, he found Li Shu already reclining on the bed. At that moment, he felt an even greater heat envelop him. Li Shu was undeniably alluring. Her form sprawled elegantly, long legs on display, and her delicate physique temptingly inviting. Reclining on the couch, her semi-transparent silk nightgown offered little concealment, the intricate patterns of her red undergarment visible with clarity. Due to her position, her developing figure appeared particularly enticing, playfully revealing half of her curves, further heightening her allure. Her flat abdomen showed no trace of excess. And what captivated Zhu Pingyan the most was her choice of undergarments. which bore a striking resemblance to modern styles. Did Li Shu favor such daring attire? The short skirt barely covered her backside, and the front was strikingly open, revealing a slightly wider thong held in place by two bows tied at her waist. The sheer silk nightgown did little to obscure her, instead enhancing the tantalizing illusion of modesty. As soon as he stepped through the door, a visual feast greeted Zhu Ping'an, leaving him almost incredulous. Was this truly the ancient era? How could Li Shu, this girl, appear even more alluring than contemporary women? Upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's entrance, Li Shu tightened her silk nightgown, pouting in mild reproach. It's all Mama Lu's fault, insisting that I wear such garments. Why must there be so many customs for a wedding? I can't even wear my clothes properly. It seems these are the traditions of a newlywed. But such customs feel rather untraditional. The groom is utterly at a loss. Perhaps this inability to maintain composure is intended to encourage procreation, such a blend of tradition and openness. Indeed, the ancient era was a paradoxical time. Why are you bleeding again? Li Shu exclaimed, rising hurriedly from the bed, enveloped in a fragrant aura, her silk garment cascading around her. She approached Zhu Ping'an, one delicate hand resting on his shoulder, while the other produced a pristine handkerchief infused with her body's scent. Tiptoeing to wipe away his nasal blood, the posture resembled a girl seeking a kiss, her rosy lips tantalizingly close. Merely a tilt of Zhu Ping'an's head away from being claimed. With their bodies so near, the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Li Shu was almost drug-like, leaving Zhu Ping'an struggling to maintain his composure. If only this girl were a bit older. The heat of his own body, already unbearable, intensified upon inhaling her scent, igniting a fire within him, his thoughts teetering on the brink of surrender to his desires. Yet, despite this overwhelming temptation, he was resolute in his restraint. For Li Shu was still a minor. However, despite his best efforts, he ultimately faltered. The failure lay not in his stillness, but in her movement. Li Shu, with one hand on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, rose onto her toes, pressing her entire body into his embrace. As she reached to tend to his nose, her body naturally quivered against him. Zhu Ping'an could feel the tautness and health of her thigh, impossibly smooth, gliding against him, as well as the flat, firm expanse of her abdomen, flawless and elastic. This rendered Zhu Ping'an unable to embody the restraint of Lu Xianghui, who, in the spring and autumn period, had once sheltered a woman without a home from the cold, holding her close throughout the night without crossing any boundaries. He had convinced himself he could emulate Lu Xianghui's virtue, yet the woman in Lu's embrace had not been as exquisitely enchanting as Li Shu. The woman Lu had sheltered had not worn such enticing attire, nor had she moved in such an alluring manner. Zhu Ping'an, seeking to rationalize his own descent into temptation, found his hand involuntarily moving to the back of Li Shu's head, gently pressing her closer, and he lowered his own head, the narrative left unfinished. Chapter 538. You must take responsibility for me. I do not believe in the spirits of Wushan, nor the deities of Luochuan. What significance do other matters hold when one encounters a beauty such as this? Her complexion rivals the finest powder, her lips a shade of crimson that overwhelms. The length of her hairpin follows the contours of her flowing hair, while her delicate stockings accentuate her slender waist. A soft murmur escaped her lips as the bedroom resonated with the heavy breaths of a young man and the delicate gasps of a maiden. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, and the girl was swept off her feet, hurried footsteps echoing the thrill of their shared excitement. The bed creaked under the weight of their entwined forms. In a daze, Zhu Ping'an felt as if a familiar melody wafted into his ears, a tune of carefree joy, suggesting that time was abundant. He sensed the rising temperature enveloping him, a parching thirst gnawing at his insides, a thirst so profound it reached the marrow of his bones. Yet, beneath him lay the cool, comforting figure of the young lady, instinctively prompting Zhu Ping'an to draw some moisture from Li Shu to quench his yearning. The warmth of her skin was like jade, soft and enticing, as spring breezes danced beneath the quilt. The temperature in the room escalated, and the young maid on watch outside, hearing the commotion within, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, instinctively covering her ears and curling tightly beneath her blanket. The atmosphere was taut with anticipation, akin to a sword drawn in readiness for battle. However, with the maiden's shy whisper, all movement abruptly ceased. "My dear husband, my monthly visitor has arrived," Li Shu said, her small hands pressing against Zhu Ping'an's chest. Her face turned away to avoid his gaze. She lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a blush hidden from his sight. Yet a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan halted all actions, as though doused with a bucket of icy water. The sudden chill awakening his senses. The monthly visitor? He pondered, glancing at Li Shu, particularly at her alluring attire. A flash of realization struck him like lightning. He suddenly comprehended the situation. Earlier, he had assumed her undergarment bore a modern flair, akin to the daring thongs many contemporary women shy away from. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that it was not a modern garment at all, but rather an ancient menstrual belt. In antiquity, women did not have the luxury of purchasing sanitary products from convenience stores as in modern times. Instead, they relied on these menstrual belts, known as yuebu, crafted from clean strips of cloth fashioned into a long band, with grass paper or cotton inserted in the middle. Given that cotton was not always absorbent, many women opted for plant ash. The ends were tied around the waist, positioned perfectly in the center, thus forming the so-called menstrual belt. The number of belts a household possessed depended on their means, with some families having only one for repeated use. Additionally, the filling material varied according to financial circumstances, with better-off families using paper, while those of modest means often resorted to plant ash. Perhaps it was time to consider the creation of a sanitary product that could benefit women, emerging centuries earlier than it did, marking a significant achievement. With cotton fibers and absorbent pulp, through some experimentation, it might indeed be possible to devise a suitable solution. In ancient times, such cumbersome menstrual belts could hardly compare to the convenience and hygiene of modern alternatives. If they had been affordably priced, they would surely have found a significant market in those days, perhaps even yielding a considerable profit. Zhu Pingyan cast a glance at Li Shu's menstrual belt, a wicked thought crossing his mind. In truth, if he had been more observant, there were numerous clues to indicate Li Shu's condition. For instance, she had washed her hands with warm water before meals. During dinner, she had sipped on a cup of warm sugar water. Thankfully, this was the case. Otherwise, he might have committed an egregious error. After all, Li Shu was still a minor. With this thought, Zhu Pingyan exhaled in relief and lay down beside Li Shu, breathing heavily as if a weight had been lifted. Menstruation has arrived. There is nothing I can do about it. You've taken all the advantages. What more do you want? Regardless, Zhu Pingyan, you must take responsibility for me, Li Shu murmured shyly, her back turned to him, her body pressed against his, her voice trembling with softness. Bathed in candlelight, Li Shu, reclining gracefully, resembled a delicate flower poised to bloom, perpetually enticing and exuding an aura of innocence. Indeed, Zhu Pingyan nodded earnestly. They were married. And aside from the final step, they had engaged in everything that was deemed appropriate, as well as inappropriate. Emotionally and morally, how could he, as a young man, not take responsibility? Moreover, this was the era of the Ming dynasty, where honor was valued above life itself. Even holding hands was taboo, let alone today's actions. Upon hearing Zhu Pingyan's affirmation, Li Shu, lying on her side with her back to him, narrowed her large, glistening eyes like a cunning little fox, her cherry-red lips curling into a satisfied smile, enhancing her allure. Gradually, the room fell silent, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. To dispel the tension, Zhu Pingyan initiated a conversation. The food tonight was truly delightful. Li Shu responded, her voice soft and laced with shyness, like a gentle breeze. Once again, silence enveloped the room, and with the tranquil girl beside him, Zhu Pingyan felt a pang of guilt, akin to a mischievous boy who had indulged and was preparing to flee. Especially that chicken soup. It was exquisite, he continued. Upon hearing this, Li Shu shook her head, her petite mouth curving into a playful smile, her lips slightly parted as she corrected him. It wasn't chicken soup, it was soft-shelled turtle soup. Soft-shelled turtle soup? The nourishing, vitality-boosting soup. Zhu Pingyan exclaimed, aghast. I can't believe I consumed 3 large bowls of it at dinner. No wonder I'm feeling so warm all over. And why my nosebleed started so suddenly. This must have been an excess. Soft-shelled turtle is indeed a powerful tonic. And consuming too much can lead to overheating and even nosebleeds. In modern times, many have ended up in the hospital due to excessive nourishment. It's no surprise that after drinking so much soft-shelled turtle soup today, I'm experiencing a nosebleed and an eruption of energy. Noticing Zhu Pingyan's reaction, Li Shu, still lying with her back to him, felt her cheeks flush, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her mouth, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Silly. The soup that simmered in the casserole tonight was more than just soft-shelled turtle, you know. Certainly, these matters are ones that Li Shu would never divulge to Zhu Ping'an. Some things can be spoken of, while others must remain unuttered. To be continued. Chapter 539. The ferocity of Mount Tai in the early morning. The calls of a few magpies awakened the dawn, followed by the rooster's defiant crowing. With the sound of the rooster, the village of Xiahe welcomed the day. Zhu Ping'an had risen early, while Li Shu was being attended to by the maidservant, Xiahe, as she groomed herself. Today marked the day of Li Shu's return to her family home, and after accompanying her back to Xiahe village, Zhu Ping'an would set off for the capital. The return home, also known as Guining, involves a daughter bringing her husband back to her maternal family to acknowledge relatives and pay respects. This typically occurs 3 days after the wedding, commonly referred to as the 3 days return, which is the final ceremony of the marriage. In ancient times, women were largely confined to their homes, and marriage marked their first prolonged departure from their parents. The return home serves as a comfort for their longing for family, as well as a reminder of their parents' nurturing. However, there is another perspective. Traditionally, brides were often virgins, while grooms were spirited young men, often lacking the tenderness to cherish their brides. The pain of losing their virginity on the wedding night could be overwhelming, causing concern among the bride's family for her well-being. Thus, the return home was sometimes a means to allow the bride to recuperate. Mother Chen had prepared the return gifts well in advance, which were to be in even numbers. She had arranged wine, tea cakes, geese, lamb, fruits, and a variety of mountain delicacies, all gathered by Zhu's father and elder brother from the mountains just days prior. 3 carriages awaited outside the new residence. The first was an ornate carriage adorned with the character Zhu, intended for Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu. The second, a more modest carriage for the elder matron and accompanying maidservants, and the last carriage was designated for the return gifts. Be composed when you visit Zhi'er's home. Be observant, and keep your eyes open. Don't just sit idly upon entering. Even if it's merely serving tea or fetching water, be proactive, Mother Chen repeatedly advised Zhu Ping'an, anxious that he might leave a poor impression at his father-in-law's house. I remember, Mother, Zhu Ping'an replied, rubbing his forehead, having heard her instructions so many times that he could recite them by heart. Be sweet in your speech, diligent in your actions, and take good care of Zhi'er. Mother Chen reiterated tirelessly. Noted, Mother, Zhu Ping'an nodded earnestly. At that moment, Li Shu approached, surrounded by maidservants. Upon exiting, she greeted her mother, Chen, and swiftly moved past the maidservants to stand beside her mother. Li Shu exuded the essence of a wife, donning a pink cloud-patterned garment embroidered with elegant plum blossoms. Flowing skirts that cascaded like moonlit waters, adorned at the hem with pale blue butterflies in flight. Her hair, styled in an intricate updo, was embellished with a pearl and jade hairpiece, and with a touch of delicate makeup, her fair complexion radiated a rosy hue, reminiscent of petals nourished by rain. Zhi'er is truly beautiful. This foolish lad, Zhi'er, is fortunate indeed. Mother Chen marveled at the daughter-in-law she had chosen with great satisfaction. At her mother's compliment, Li Shu felt a hint of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she playfully protested, "Am I foolish? Is she truly my flesh and blood?" It seems that in the eyes of Mother Chen, even the slightest action of Li Shu is more delightful than her own son, Zhu Ping'an, who, feeling somewhat speechless, rubbed his nose. "Well, it's getting late. You two lovebirds should hurry and get in the carriage. We wouldn't want to keep our in-laws waiting." Mother Chen jested, reminding them to express their gratitude to the wealthy Li family for their assistance during the recent incident at sea. Xiahe village is in close proximity to Xiahe village. Merely a brief journey of 10 minutes. Crossing the bridge leads one directly to Xiahe village. As Zhu Ping'an rode in the carriage, his mind swirled with thoughts about what he would say to Li Shu's father, the affluent Li, and to her brother. However, when faced with the reality, he discovered that he was still quite naive. Upon arriving at the entrance of Li Shu's family home, the sound of firecrackers erupted in the air. Zhi'er has returned. Even amidst the crackling fireworks, the joyous exclamation was unmistakably clear. The familiar voice belonged to Li's wealthy patriarch. "Father, Zhi'er is here." Inside the carriage, upon hearing the voice, Li Shu's delicate face lit up with joy, and before the carriage even came to a complete stop, she eagerly leapt down. Earlier, a maid had assisted her in climbing aboard the carriage by providing a stool, yet now she jumped down without concern for her safety. As Zhu Ping'an lifted the carriage curtain, he beheld Li Shu, her skirt in hand, dashing toward the affluent Li, resembling a fledgling returning to its nest. Watching her, he felt a twinge of bittersweetness, though he was oblivious to it. The wealthy Li appeared as flamboyant as ever, adorned in a watermelon hat atop his round head, each hand adorned with a large gold ring, and a jade pendant dangling from his waist, clearly a symbol of considerable wealth. Upon sighting the returning carriage, he became exceedingly agitated. Seeing Li Shu jump from the carriage, he rushed forward, calling out anxiously, "Slow down, Xi'er. Be careful, don't hurt my little darling." He then turned sternly to the maids who followed closely behind, admonishing, "How are you taking care of the young lady?" The maid named Baozi lowered her head, sheepishly sticking out her tongue, while the other maids hurried to catch up with Li Shu, fearful of incurring the master's ire for failing to care for her properly. "Father!" Li Shu exclaimed as she approached the wealthy Li, her cheeks flushed, her tone laced with affection. "Xi'er, how have you been over there? Has anyone bullied you? Fear not, for father shall protect you. Are you comfortable in your accommodations? I have instructed the embroideress to replicate the furnishings in your room and send them to Xiahe soon. I also brought back 2 cooks from the south, renowned for their delicious cuisine and pastries. I shall send them to you as well." Hearing Li Shu call him father, the wealthy Li's eyes glistened with tears, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. He took a deep breath to compose himself before inquiring with genuine concern, eager to provide all the best for his daughter. "Everything is well, my daughter is thriving," he replied, his affection evident. "You are truly wonderful, father," Li Shu said, clasping his hand and playfully prolonging the last syllable. "After a tiring journey, you must be eager to return home. Father has instructed the kitchen to prepare a grand feast of your favorite dishes." Li Dachuan, the prosperous patriarch, nodded with a warm and affectionate smile, his demeanor radiating kindness and gentleness. It was reminiscent of the past, where he doted on Li Shu to an almost celestial extent. Zhu Pingyan observed from behind, contemplating this scene, and once Li Dachuan concluded his interaction with Li Shu, he stepped forward to pay his respects, addressing his father-in-law. Yet, Zhu Pingyan could never forget the fierce gaze that Li Dachuan directed toward him. To put it simply, while Li Dachuan's expression had been tender and loving toward Li Shu, the moment he looked at Zhu Pingyan, it turned utterly fierce and menacing. It felt like the contrast between summer and the harshness of winter. Li Dachuan's look was akin to that of a man who suspected a kidnapper lurking about, as if Zhu Pingyan bore the weight of great sin. To be continued. Chapter 540, Mount Tai. Faced with Li Dachuan's ferocious glare, Zhu Pingyan touched his forehead in confusion, attempting to alter his address. However, it proved entirely futile. Li Dachuan's expression remained unchanged, even worsening, as if one could almost see ominous clouds gathering above him, signaling an impending storm. "Father," a melodious voice, like that of a lark, broke through the tension as Li Shu, noticing her father's intimidation of Zhu Pingyan, pouted her lips in displeasure. Observing his precious daughter's concern for the young man before her, Li Dachuan's discontent toward Zhu Pingyan deepened, yet he felt compelled to maintain his daughter's favor. "Oh, dear son-in-law." Under Li Shu's watchful gaze, the storm clouds dissipated from Li Dachuan's expression, and he feigned a gentle demeanor as he responded to Zhu Pingyan, extending a hand to lightly pat his shoulder. Bang! Bang! Zhu Pingyan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as though his shoulder might shatter under Li Dachuan's forceful blows. It was evident that the patriarch had exerted an immense amount of strength. What appeared to be a gentle pat was, in truth, a thunderous assault. Zhu Pingyan coughed a couple of times before regaining his composure. Li Shu cast a sympathetic glance at Zhu Pingyan, rolling her eyes dramatically at her father. "Ahem, quickly. Tidy up the young lady's chamber once more. After dinner, let Shu have a proper rest." Li Dachuan conceded under her gaze, yet soon regained his fervor, commanding the maidservants to prepare Li Shu's room. "Master, it has already been tidied twice today," a timid voice from a young maid piped up. "Then do it 2 more times." Li Dachuan waved his hand dismissively. After issuing his orders, he recalled something and turned to instruct the servants indifferently. "Prepare a guest room for young Zhu." He emphasized the term guest room, ensuring that there was no misunderstanding regarding which room should be prepared. At this moment, Zhu Pingyan began to believe in the notion that a bride's return home serves as a form of healing. Li Shu remained in her boudoir while he was assigned to the guest room, not only unable to share a bed with her, but also separated by a considerable distance. Observing the demeanor of the wealthy Li patriarch, it was clear that any notion of engaging in playful endeavors with Li Shu was a mere fantasy. Even brushing against her finger seemed an extravagant wish. Reflecting upon it, many places uphold the custom of newlyweds avoiding shared quarters when visiting the bride's family, lending credence to the idea of returning home for recuperation. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from within the Li family gates, announcing the arrival of a spirited youth, around 17 or 18, charging out like a bull descending a mountain, pushing aside anyone in his path. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a round face, Zhu Pingyan immediately recognized him as Li Shu's third brother, the third son of the Li family. This young man exuded an air of disinterest in scholarly pursuits, favoring blunt and forceful methods to resolve issues. Close behind him was another individual, appearing to be in his 20s, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Li Shu. Although seemingly fragile, Zhu Pingyan sensed that this man was 100 times more formidable than the third brother. His dark, profound eyes were more tranquil and mysterious than the night itself, and his gaze was inscrutable, instilling a sense of pressure in Zhu Pingyan, as if he could peer into the depths of his soul. The last time he felt such intensity was when he encountered Yan Shifan, third brother and second brother. "You've come. What gifts have you prepared for me?" Li Shu exclaimed, raising her chin with the pride of a peacock. "I personally hunted a deer, a marten, and 5 foxes, and had them crafted into a marten fur coat for you, dear sister, to keep you warm in winter," the third brother boasted, thumping his chest with a haughty demeanor, casting a challenging glance at Zhu Pingyan, as if regarding him as his next target. "Tch," Li Shu pouted disdainfully. "More deer, martens, and foxes? What splendid fur coat can be made from that? You only know how to throw trinkets at me. I prefer a coat made entirely of marten fur." Upon hearing this, the third brother scratched his head, looking as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant. "A single fur coat requires over 20 martens. While I can manage to hunt 3 or 5, finding more than 20 is quite a challenge. Let us just make do for now." Li Shu pouted again, dismissively waving her hand. "What about second brother? What have you prepared for me?" She turned her gaze to her second brother, her large, watery eyes narrowing in anticipation. "Who insists on receiving gifts?" The second brother smirked, a hint of teasing in his expression. Li Shu shot a sidelong glance at him, then turned her attention to their father, adopting a look of feigned distress. Pouting her lips, she went to her father, lamenting, "Father, did you hear that? Second brother not only failed to prepare a gift for me, but also spoke of me in a roundabout manner." Consequently, the elegantly attired second brother, resplendent in white, was swiftly met with a slap from the wealthy Li patriarch. Although the patriarch did not exert much force, the effect was undeniably significant. An elegantly refined young gentleman, his hair disheveled, elicited a barely contained laugh from Zhu Pingyan upon witnessing the scene. The third son of the Li family seemed accustomed to such antics. Li Shu gazed triumphantly at her second brother, her cherry lips curving into a satisfied smile as her delicate hands waved playfully before him. The second son of the Li family appeared equally unfazed, shaking his head with a chuckle before leisurely adjusting his hairstyle, casting a fond and exasperated glance at Li Shu. He remarked, "Didn't you ask me to find some calligraphy exercises for you a while back? During my travels in Danzhou, I fortuitously acquired an authentic piece by Su Dongpa, which has already been sent to your boudoir. Now that's more like it," Li Shu responded, her dark, ink-like eyes brightening with delight as she nodded in satisfaction. She then inquired about her elder brother's gift. "What about the present from eldest brother? He is closest to you and has been too busy to come himself. Did he not ask you to bring me a gift?" "The present from elder brother has also been delivered to your room. A box, securely wrapped and shrouded in mystery, with instructions for you to open it yourself," replied the second son of the Li family, rubbing his forehead lazily. "Let us hurry home. The food will grow cold and unappetizing," declared the wealthy Li patriarch, instructing the servants to bring the carriage to the residence. Thank you, father," Li Shu nodded appreciatively. She was indeed the little princess of the Li family, indulged and cherished by her father and brothers, as well as the household staff. Zhu Pingyan observed all of this, and reflecting on Li Shu's recent diligent and obedient demeanor in his home, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. To be continued. Chapter 541. Truths revealed after drinking exquisite delicacies, shark fin and bird's nest, delighted the palate. The lavish family banquet of the Li family greatly satisfied Zhu Pingyan's culinary cravings. Although lacking in ostentation, the warm atmosphere of the family gathering belied the sumptuousness of the meal, which could rival the rarest luxuries even in the capital. "Li Shu, do try this," The flavor is delightful. Allow me to serve you this dish. This venison is freshly prepared from this morning. The meat is exceptionally tender. You must sample it. The patriarch of the Li family incessantly urged, revealing just how favored Li Shu was. He seemed to worry that she might not have dined well during her stay at Zhu Ping'an's, compensating by ensuring a continuous flow of exquisite dishes before her. However, in her effort to maintain her figure, Li Shu only nibbled delicately on the offerings, primarily opting for vegetables, thus leaving most of the delectable dishes for Zhu Ping'an. As the culinary delights flowed abundantly, providing immense satisfaction to his taste buds, Zhu Ping'an experienced a peculiar sensation. Before entering, the Li patriarch had mentioned that the kitchen had prepared an elaborate spread of Li Shu's favorite dishes. Yet, as the dishes were served, Zhu Ping'an could not shake an odd feeling. Each dish, though familiar, seemed to resonate deeply with him. For it could be said without exaggeration that each was among his own favorites: honey-glazed chicken legs, buttery almond pastries, savory meat pies, and secret recipe braised pork. Almost every dish was one he had savored, and not just once or twice, but many times over. The braised chicken legs are incredibly fragrant, prepared with honey sauce. One bite could make you swoon with delight. Haha, you must be salivating now. Zhu Ping'an, I would never deceive you, if you doubt me. Taste it for yourself. Father is truly annoying. He knows I am already full yet insists on forcing more food upon me. Oh, it's of no consequence since no one else will eat it. Please, toss it into the river for me. Hee, coward. Do not be afraid. I have not added any extra ingredients to this batch of pastries. They are specially made for you. I had the chef prepare these just for you. And since you are telling stories, you must eat quickly, lest they lose their warmth and flavor. As Zhu Ping'an savored each dish during the family banquet, vivid memories of his childhood would surface. Images of Li Shu, in all her proud and adorable glory, presenting him with boxes filled with delectable treats. It was as if that haughty little girl were standing before him once more. 1 year, 2 years from a chubby little girl to a graceful young woman. He had consumed countless delights from the table. Now, Zhu Ping'an could not help but envision a scene. A short-legged little girl commanding the kitchen staff to create delicacies, all neatly packed in boxes, which their father, blissfully unaware, assumed were meant for her, not realizing they were all destined for the belly of a short, plump boy. This peculiar thought caused Zhu Ping'an to glance at Li Shu several times while relishing the exquisite dishes. That mischievous lad could not help but gaze at his own maid while dining. Humph, at least you have good taste. Zhu Ping'an's behavior did not escape the notice of Li Da, the wealthy landlord seated nearby. The ferocity in his gaze towards Zhu Ping'an softened slightly, which, in turn, diminished some of the tension at the table, though it remained palpable. At the dining table, Li Shu's third brother, confident in his drinking prowess, sought to bring Zhu Ping'an low beneath the table, persistently toasting him with wine and declaring that refusing to drink was a sign of disrespect towards him and his sister. This was, after all, his brother-in-law, and with such words spoken, how could Zhu Ping'an refuse? Though aware of his limited capacity for alcohol, he had no choice but to raise his glass in camaraderie, observing his brother's relentless toasts to Zhu Ping'an. Li Shu's inky black eyes shifted slightly before she discreetly whispered to her maid, Baozi. After Li Shu's brother had poured another cup for Zhu Ping'an, she pouted playfully, chiding, "Third brother, cold wine is not good for your health. Honestly, you should take better care of yourself. Go fetch some warm wine." Hearing his little sister's concern for him brought a rosy glow to Li Shu's brother's face, and he cast a proud glance at Zhu Ping'an, as if to say, "See, my sister cares for me." Following Li Shu's instructions, Baozi and several other maids hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with a few small jars of warmed wine. They placed several jars on the table and set one before each of Li Shu's brother and Zhu Ping'an. "Come, brother-in-law, do not let my sister's warm wine go to waste," Li Shu's brother exclaimed, raising his glass once more, eager to continue the drinking challenge with Zhu Ping'an. He had just observed that Zhu Ping'an was slightly tipsy, so he thought to seize the opportunity and bring Zhu Ping'an down beneath the table, giving him a taste of humiliation. As success loomed near, the third son of the Li family felt a surge of satisfaction. "Pour wine for my husband," Li Shu instructed, glancing at Zhu Ping'an with a slight pout. "Yes, miss." The maid Baozi nodded eagerly and hurried over to pour wine for Zhu Ping'an. The cup was filled to the brim, almost overflowing, which greatly pleased the third son of the Li family. Zhu Ping'an looked at the full cup, his mouth twisting slightly in bitterness. Why must water be so earnest? Just pour a little less. Brother-in-law, the third son of the Li family urged, holding up his cup. Zhu Pingyan had no choice but to lift his glass and share a drink with him. After downing the cup, Zhu Pingyan cast a peculiar glance at the maid Baozi. She stuck out her little tongue playfully and continued her diligent pouring, always filling Zhu Pingyan's cup to the top. Then, as if possessed by the spirit of wine, Zhu Pingyan, under the relentless challenge of the third son, grew bolder and bolder, consuming nearly half a jar of wine. While the third son began to feel the effects, Zhu Pingyan remained calm, his face neither flushed nor breathless. "Brother-in-law, what a remarkable capacity for drinking," the third son exclaimed, his tone towards Zhu Pingyan noticeably softened. He had not anticipated that a seemingly frail scholar could outpace him in a domain where he excelled. Cough, cough, it's merely average, Zhu Pingyan replied somewhat awkwardly, thinking to himself that it was not exceptional drinking ability, but merely an abundance of water. Of course, he could not voice this thought. By the side, Li Shu cast a knowing smile at Zhu Pingyan, who felt a bit sheepish under her gaze. The jug of wine poured by Baozi was actually warm water, a fact Zhu Pingyan was well aware of, knowing it was at Li Shu's behest. One might wonder how the third son of the Li family would react if he discovered that Zhu Pingyan was drinking water. Zhu Pingyan had not become overly intoxicated, but the wealthy Mr. Li was another story. Watching his cherished daughter, whom he had nurtured for 14 years, prepare to marry another, he felt as though a part of him was being wrenched away. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he drank until he was quite inebriated. In his drunken state, Mr. Li approached Zhu Pingyan, his demeanor confrontational. "Young man, there's a girl who has been raised by her parents for 14 years, treated as a treasure, cradled with care, and nurtured with love. She has never eaten a bite of your family's food or drunk a sip of your tea, yet upon marrying you, she must regard your parents as her own, showing them respect and filial piety. From a sheltered young lady, surrounded by maids, she will transform into a wife managing the household, caring for your daily needs, honoring your parents, and eventually bearing your children, even taking your surname. Tell me, if you were to betray her trust, would you not deserve to descend into the depths of hell?" To be continued. Chapter 542. Honest Love. As Li Datsai concluded his remarks, all eyes at the table converged upon Zhu Pingyan, particularly Li Datsai, whose demeanor suggested that any dissent would be met with a forceful reprimand. Indeed, Zhu Pingyan wisely acknowledged. Pleased with this response, Li Datsai pressed his greasy hand firmly on Zhu Pingyan's shoulder, giving it a couple of hearty pats before continuing. "Well, you said it. Should you ever betray my daughter Xiahe, I will ensure you follow through on your words." Coughing slightly, Zhu Pingyan nodded vigorously at the weight of Li Datsai's message. He understood the menacing undertone of the threat. It was impossible to misinterpret such a fierce warning. "What is it about you that has captured my daughter's heart? With so many noble suitors available, why must she choose you? Were it not for Xiahe's insistence, I would never have consented to this union." Li Datsai lamented, his breath heavy with the scent of alcohol. In his eyes, Zhu Pingyan was unworthy of his precious daughter. Despite Zhu Pingyan's success as a top scholar, his humble origins as a farmer left much to be desired. The prospect of Zhu Pingyan serving in the court seemed fraught with challenges, and he feared his beloved daughter would suffer as a consequence. Were it not for her tears, the shattered vase, the broken jade figurine, and her threats to cut her hair in protest, he would have remained steadfast in his refusal. Li Datsai had indeed consumed too much, revealing that the marriage was not one he championed, but rather one that his daughter had fervently insisted upon. Zhu Pingyan was not particularly surprised by this revelation. He had sensed Xiahe's feelings during their time on the island and could easily deduce her father's disapproval, which only confirmed his earlier suspicions. While Zhu Pingyan maintained his composure, Li Xiahe was far from tranquil. Having her father expose such intimate details in front of everyone, especially in front of Zhu Pingyan, was unbearable for someone as proud as she. She had often mocked Zhu Pingyan, calling him a wretched toad aspiring for a swan's affection, dismissing him with disdain. Previously, she had claimed that the marriage was a result of parental pressure, a fate she had reluctantly accepted. But now, her father's words had transformed everything. How could she reconcile her past scorn with her current desire to marry him? Moreover, she had once expressed her dissatisfaction with the arrangement, feigning compliance due to her parents' wishes. Yet now Zhu Pingyan was aware that it was she who had insisted upon this union. How could she face him now, stripped of her dignity? "Dad." Li Xiahe puffed her cheeks, shooting a furious glare at Li Datsai, her face flushed with indignation. With a huff of annoyance, she stamped her delicate foot, her slender hand covering her blushing face as she pushed aside a nearby maid and fled the room. A mix of embarrassment and anger propelling her out the door. Shua, Li Datsai was momentarily taken aback. The effects of the alcohol momentarily shaken off by the gravity of the situation. Miss. Baozi and the little maid cried out anxiously from behind, realizing they needed to chase after her. Goodness, Zhu Ping'an reacted swiftly, outpacing them by a fraction. Before the little maid could comprehend the situation, Zhu Ping'an had already risen and pursued, passing by them with a quick remark before hastening towards Li Shu's silhouette. Understanding Li Shu's proud temperament, Zhu Ping'an knew that the fewer people around, the better. Following her figure, he dashed out the door. Father, my younger sister is quite vain. The second son of the Li family remarked, shaking his head at his father, watching Zhu Ping'an's retreating figure with a slight smirk, muttering, but who knows? Perhaps this misfortune will turn into a blessing. What does that mean? The third son of the Li family asked, bewildered. Figure it out yourself, the second son retorted, casting a teasing glance at his younger brother. The third son scratched his head, still puzzled, unable to grasp his brother's meaning. Men pursue women across mountains, while women chase men through a thin veil. This time, my sister has completely ensnared Zhu Ping'an, the second son mused, observing Zhu Ping'an's swift pursuit. Zhu Ping'an's speed was remarkable, and he soon caught up with Li Shu in her family's garden, a lush haven devoid of any other presence. What are you doing here? Li Shu's cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger flashing across her face as she revealed her small canines. Zhu Ping'an attempted to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Li Shu. Are you here to witness my humiliation? She huffed, her cheeks puffed, her large, watery eyes glaring at him, her tone a chilly blend of indignation and shyness. What nonsense, Zhu Ping'an scoffed, rolling his eyes. Stop pretending, if you want to laugh. Just laugh. Deep down, you're surely chuckling, aren't you? Go ahead, laugh. Just consider all those years I spent nurturing a thankless creature. Yes, I like you. Like you, you wretched toad. She exclaimed, her voice rising in a fit of exasperation. And you act all high and mighty. Are you satisfied now? I shamelessly harbor feelings for you. Are you happy now? Laugh if you wish. Li Shu resembled a furious hen amidst the vibrant greenery. Puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Zhu Ping'an, her voice turning into a hysterical outburst, causing her hairpin to tilt askew from her agitation. The proud and willful young lady appeared utterly helpless at that moment. It was the first time Zhu Ping'an witnessed Li Shu so unrestrained, so vulnerable. Suddenly, tears streamed down her proud visage. Zhu Ping'an felt as if he could hear the sound of her tears falling from her glistening eyes, striking her delicate cheeks, creating a mist akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Your tears, imbued with fragility and pain. A single tear effortlessly pierced Zhu Ping'an's heart, penetrating to its very depths. Enough, no one is laughing at you. Zhu Ping'an stepped forward, opening his arms to envelop Li Shu tightly, allowing her tear-streaked face to rest against his chest, gently offering his comfort. When Li Shuchu was embraced by Zhu Ping'an, she struggled angrily, twisting her body. However, after a few attempts, she resigned herself to his hold, her face pressed against his chest, eyes closed, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. After a brief embrace, Li Shu suddenly extended her small hand to strike Zhu Ping'an a few times, then opened her mouth to bite his chest forcefully, leaving a deep mark. To be continued. Chapter 543. Returning to the capital as the spring sun slants. I ride alone, my weary horse pointing towards the horizon. The moon rises over the river, stirring my longing for home, as I hastily seek shelter near an inn. Having stayed merely a day at Li Shu's home, where the newly ignited fireworks had yet to bloom, Zhu Ping'an set forth for the capital. The repeated urgings from the capital compelled him to leave the tenderness behind. Li Shu aided in packing his belongings, while her mother, Chen, presented him with a jar of pickled cucumbers, along with 2 smoked hares caught by Li's father and several freshly baked oil cakes, all wrapped in paper and tucked into Zhu Ping'an's luggage. This journey to the capital was to be undertaken alone by Zhu Ping'an. Li's father, overwhelmed by his longing for his daughter, insisted that Li Shu remain home a few more days before sending her to the capital's marquisate. Li Shu, upon uttering a single word of departure, nearly brought her father to tears. According to village customs, the bride is traditionally expected to stay at her maternal home for 7 days after the wedding. Hence, Li Shu would linger at home for a few more days before making her way to the capital. Zhu Ping'an chose to ride for this return. As the previous maritime mishap had instilled dread in both his mother, Chen, and Li Shu regarding sea travel, leading them to vehemently oppose his sailing again. Nevertheless, ignoring risks is equally unwise. Zhu Ping'an resolved to take a boat downstream along the Yangtze River, intending to ride northward from Nanjing. Whether in modern or ancient times, coastal economies tend to be more prosperous, and the plains offer smoother roads. However, traveling northward along official routes also allows for greater speed. Concerned about the potential dangers of maritime travel, including encounters with bandits and maritime disasters, Chen and Li Shu felt that navigating inland waters would be significantly safer. They did not object to Zhu Ping'an's choice to descend the Yangtze River by boat. The decision to ride north from Nanjing was primarily a matter of time. The journey downstream to Nanjing would take only a few days, while the route via the Grand Canal would be considerably longer. Recently, the Grand Canal had experienced low rainfall, resulting in a decrease in water levels, shallow channels, and limited navigation. Despite the abundance of vessels, particularly grain transport ships, and various official and private boats causing frequent congestion, the flow of traffic was severely impacted. Parts of the Grand Canal were carved from natural rivers and lakes, while others were excavated artificially. The water flow was predominantly comprised of natural rivers, with varying currents and directions. Traveling downstream was manageable, yet upstream navigation became sluggish, especially with the current drought leading to shallow waters. In areas where the flow was against the current, it even required the assistance of boatmen to pull the vessels, inevitably consuming time. Additionally, each section of the canal was regulated by sluice gates that controlled the water flow and raised the water levels. During transit, the gates were opened to release water, and the waiting time for the gates to open also needed to be factored into the journey. Typically, when the canal's water levels were high, such issues were negligible, but with the current low water levels, all these factors had to be considered. The weather, the direction of the wind, the flow of water, whether one is navigating upstream or downstream, the congestion of river traffic, and the wait for the sluice gate. All these factors combined meant that a boat journey from Yingtian Prefecture to Shuntian Prefecture would take no less than a month or two. In contrast, riding northward on horseback emerged as a far more appealing option. Li Shu presented her elder brother's cherished steed to Zhu Ping'an, which left her brother quite distressed for a considerable time. After packing his belongings and bidding farewell to his parents, Zhu Ping'an set forth on the journey back to the capital. Li Shu accompanied him in a carriage until they reached the 10-mile-long pavilion, where she finally paused. "Is it beautiful?" Li Shu inquired, snapping a willow branch from outside the pavilion and tying it to Zhu Ping'an's horse's head, finishing with a delightful bow. She patted the horse's head with satisfaction, lifting her charming face to gaze at Zhu Ping'an, her vibrant red lips pursed in inquiry. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, adorned with a hint of makeup, her smile was enchanting, captivating all within sight. "Indeed, it is beautiful," Zhu Ping'an affirmed, nodding earnestly as he regarded Li Shu. "I meant this," she retorted playfully, rolling her eyes adorably and pursing her lips as she tugged at the willow ribbon on the horse's head. "Ahem. It is beautiful as well," Zhu Ping'an coughed lightly. The tradition of bidding farewell with a willow branch, as referenced in the Book of Songs, has long been an indispensable part of parting rituals. "Simpleton," Li Shu chided, her face radiant as the moon, her eyes sparkling with allure, drawing Zhu Ping'an's gaze once more. The pairing of talent and beauty was evident in the 10-mile-long pavilion. Yet, as the saying goes, parting is inevitable after a journey of 1,000 miles. Ultimately, Zhu Ping'an rode alone on the steed, embarking on the road to the capital, while Li Shu remained at the pavilion, watching his figure fade into the distance. Miss, come back to reality. The groom has gone far." Bao Bao, the little maid, covered her mouth, stifling laughter at her mistress's secretive joy. "Keep laughing, and I shall send you away," Li Shu playfully warned. "Miss would never part with me," Bao Bao retorted, sticking out her tongue and blushing, adding, "I am still your maid." "How shameless," Li Shu teased, playfully tapping Bao Bao's forehead. Giggling, "The groom is the one who lacks shame. I saw him kiss the miss," Bao Bao exclaimed, covering her mouth. Her face flushed as if she were the one kissed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shu protested, her tone filled with playful indignation. "I did see it," Bao Bao insisted, nodding vigorously. "You must have misseen. It was merely a frog whispering sweet nothings in my ear," Li Shu replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. The journey commenced under clear skies, with the sun shining brightly. After riding for about an hour, Zhu Pingyan noticed dark clouds gathering ominously. Within moments, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and soon, raindrops the size of beans began to fall. In a swift downpour, rain began to pour heavily. Zhu Pingyan dismounted, donned his rain cloak, and covered his belongings with an oilcloth before remounting to continue his journey. At this point, he was already on the official road. Surrounded by sparse population, with no villages in sight for shelter from the rain, he could only press on in search of a place to take refuge. The rain intensified, accompanied by a rising wind that drove the droplets at an angle, seeping into the clothes of passers-by. Fortunately, Zhu Pingyan had meticulously wrapped his belongings in oilcloth, ensuring they remained dry. However, he himself was somewhat unfortunate. Beneath the raincoat, he was still quite wet, and after a short while, he felt the chill seeping into his garments, causing him to shiver. Fortunately, the steed beneath him was indeed a fine horse, far swifter than any ordinary mount, galloping steadily despite the tempest. After approximately half an hour, Zhu Pingyan spotted a village ahead, with a small shop not far from the roadside. He rode his horse to the shop, tethered it in the stable outside, and entered with his belongings. The shop was modest yet crowded with patrons seeking refuge from the rain. It exuded a rustic charm, furnished with simple tables and stools, and featured a fire pit intended for drying clothes, although at that moment, it was fully occupied. The day had initially promised fair weather, with everyone dressed lightly. But the sudden shift to fierce winds and heavy rain had dramatically lowered the temperature. Although many had already dried their garments, they lingered, sharing laughter and stories. Reluctant to leave, while newcomers found it difficult to squeeze in. "Will you be resting here or lodging?" inquired a young attendant. A white towel draped over his shoulder as he hurried over. "I'll just be resting," replied Zhu Pingyan, setting down his belongings and wringing out a significant amount of water from his clothes. "Very well. What can I get for you?" the attendant asked. Zhu Pingyan glanced at the people gathered around the fire pit, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "A bowl of hot soup, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable, along with 2 steamed buns. Additionally, please bring some meat to feed my horse." The attendant, bewildered, responded, "But sir, horses don't eat meat. Just go and feed it, please." Zhu Pingyan waved his hand dismissively. Reluctantly, the attendant took a piece of meat outside to feed Zhu Pingyan's horse, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "A horse that eats meat? Surely, I must have misheard. Is this fellow out of his mind?" Inside the shop, many patrons overheard the exchange and pointed at Zhu Pingyan, some with disdain, others with mockery. Yet curiosity got the better of them, and several followed the attendant outside to witness the peculiar sight. Unfazed by the murmurs, Zhu Pingyan approached the fire pit. Finding an available spot to set down his belongings, he removed his outer garment and squeezed out the excess water before placing it near the flames to dry. To be continued. Chapter 544. A murder case. "Ah, sir, your horse doesn't eat meat, and you don't even care to look." The shop attendant re-entered, holding a small piece of fatty meat, clearly displeased as he complained to Zhu Pingyan. "Oh, if it doesn't eat, then so be it," Zhu Pingyan replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement with an air of tranquility. "What?" The attendant's mouth fell open in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Zhu Pingyan, who was serenely propping his clothing by the fire, and then at the patrons returning from the spectacle outside, finally realizing the absurdity of it all. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, the patrons who had followed the shop assistant to witness the peculiar sight of horses consuming meat returned, their mouths overflowing with various jibes and scornful remarks, questioning the very existence of such an event. However, upon their return, they observed Zhu Pingyan, calm and composed, toasting his clothes by the fire. Some of them, eager yet unable to find space to warm themselves, began to realize their folly. With his garments being rather thin, Zhu Pingyan soon dried them, and at that moment, the shop assistant arrived with the meal he had ordered. In the midst of tumultuous weather, savoring a warm meal was akin to a luxurious indulgence. He retrieved some tender pickled cucumbers prepared by his mother and relished his meal heartily. While Zhu Pingyan dined, another soaked figure entered the establishment, drenched to the bone. This individual was likely a traveling merchant, burdened by 2 baskets of goods, hastily seeking refuge from the downpour. As he stepped inside, he attempted to squeeze beside the fire to dry off, knowing that both his clothes and the contents of his baskets needed to be warmed to mitigate the losses incurred from the rain. Yet, like Zhu Pingyan upon his arrival, the merchant found it nearly impossible to find a spot by the hearth. The tempestuous weather, with its chilling winds and relentless rain, had lowered the temperature significantly. While people continued to wear their usual thin clothing, reluctant to yield their places near the precious warmth, the merchant gazed sorrowfully at his wares, feeling disheartened. "Come here. My clothes are already dry," Zhu Ping'an remarked, extending a hand towards the merchant. "Thank you, young sir," the merchant replied, his face lighting up with gratitude. "Not at all. It is but a small kindness," Zhu Ping'an said with a gentle smile, shaking his head slightly as he gathered his belongings and moved toward the vacant space near the entrance. The merchant expressed his gratitude profusely, and upon reaching the fire, he laid out his goods to dry. Fortunately, he managed to do so in time, keeping his losses within a bearable range, his heart swelling with appreciation for Zhu Ping'an. In May, the weather was as capricious as the face of the Monkey King. Just as Zhu Ping'an finished his meal, he noticed the rain had begun to lessen. By the time he organized his belongings and changed into his dried clothes, the rain had ceased altogether. Good deeds indeed reap rewards. Zhu Ping'an, glancing at the improving weather, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. After settling his bill of 28 for the meal, he stepped out of the shop, hoisting his luggage once more onto the horse's back. Once the horse had quenched its thirst, they resumed their journey northward. With fervent haste, Zhu Ping'an arrived at the riverside dock before sunset, catching the last passenger boat that was about to set sail. The vessel had a designated shelter for livestock, allowing horses to board, albeit for an additional fare. Zhu Ping'an paid for 2 fares and led his horse onto the boat. The sailors guided the horse into the livestock enclosure, while Zhu Ping'an entered the cabin that had been arranged for him. Inside, he found an elderly gentleman who was traveling to Nanjing to visit family. After exchanging greetings, Zhu Ping'an stowed his luggage beneath the bed. As the boat cast off and drifted downstream, the air was imbued with a refreshing coolness, the scent of damp earth lingering from the recent rain. Reclining on the bed in the cabin, Zhu Ping'an felt an unparalleled comfort wash over him. As the vessel set sail, dusk descended upon the horizon, casting a golden hue as the sun bid farewell. Despite the recent heavy rain, the precipitation along the Yangtze River had been scant, resulting in significantly lower water levels than in previous years. Numerous rocks emerged from the depths, some barely surfacing, posing potential hazards to navigation. In light of these circumstances, the ship's speed was considerably slower than usual, reinforcing Zhu Ping'an's resolve to ride to the capital after arriving in Nanjing. After a brief respite, the fatigue from the journey dissipated. The only sound permeating the tranquil atmosphere was the gentle lapping of water against the hull. Zhu Ping'an illuminated the cabin with an oil lamp and retrieved his writing tools from his belongings. While writing earlier, he had meticulously revisited the matter of accusations and unjustly awarded honors, recalling similar historical accounts and documents he had encountered in modern times, distilling the key points for clarity. By the flickering lamplight, he diligently transcribed his findings onto rice paper. "Young man, are you bound for the Yingtian prefecture to partake in the imperial examination?" The elderly gentleman sharing the cabin inquired, observing Zhu Ping'an as he deftly wielded his brush with certainty. Zhu Ping'an paused, contemplating his response. "I have a nephew much like you, who set off for the examination days ago," the elder interjected, categorizing Zhu Ping'an among those attending the examination without awaiting a reply. "Where do you hail from, young man?" The elder continued. "I am from Anqing Prefecture," Zhu Ping'an replied. "Ah, Anqing. There is a scholar from your region who attained the highest honors. Have you heard?" The elder nodded appreciatively upon learning Zhu Ping'an's origin. "Indeed." Zhu Ping'an acknowledged with a slight nod. "This is your first attempt at the examination, isn't it? Though your departure was somewhat delayed. The first experience is primarily for gaining knowledge," the elder remarked. "My nephew is attempting for the 3rd time this year. I prepared all his provisions. Let me tell you, for the examination, one must be equipped with a carved inkstone and a fine brush." The loquacious elder generously shared several insights regarding the examination process. Zhu Ping'an listened attentively, offering the occasional affirming murmur, while the elder's enthusiasm persisted until the night deepened and the moon reached its zenith. Eventually, the elderly gentleman, weary from the late hour, succumbed to slumber. Once the elder was asleep, Zhu Ping'an resumed his writing, meticulously organizing his notes until the midnight hour, at which point he extinguished the oil lamp and surrendered to rest. The following morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock, the passenger boat had navigated to Taiping Prefecture in Tong County, merely a couple of hours from Nanjing. After freshening up and tending to his horse, Zhu Ping'an returned to his cabin to gather his belongings, preparing to disembark once they reached Yingtian Prefecture. Just as Zhu Ping'an completed his preparations, he heard a commotion outside the vessel, followed by the boat coming to a halt along the riverbank. Esteemed guests, we kindly request your patience as the officials attend to a matter. Please disembark while we await their proceedings before continuing our journey, announced the boat's captain, notifying each cabin in turn. As Zhu Ping'an stepped off the boat, he learned of a possible homicide that had occurred, with the county magistrate leading the officials in their investigation. To be continued. Chapter 545. The fourth level of officialdom. The Yangtze River no longer boasts its former abundance. It has transformed from a tempestuous maiden, brimming with primal vigor, into a gentle and serene matron, flowing gracefully and quietly. Zhu Ping'an, accompanied by the crowd, walked along the bamboo rafts towards the riverbank under the watchful gaze of the officials. The morning breeze carried a hint of chill, infused with the briny scent of the river. The banks were thronged with people of all ages, jostling and elbowing one another, their necks craned with anticipation, pointing and discussing animatedly, as if treasures had emerged from the depths of the Yangtze. Were it not for the constables maintaining order, many a curious onlooker might have been swept into the river. Among the waters, several agile youths skillfully cast their nets under the direction of the officers. "Where's my husband? Where is he?" A young woman, dressed in a delicate pink brocade gown and adorned with a plum blossom jade hairpin, knelt by the river, weeping profusely, her face marred by sorrow. Behind her knelt a maidservant, equally mournful. Surrounding the grieving woman were several elder sisters offering comfort, fearful that she might succumb to despair and plunge into the river. A county official, appearing to be in his late 30s, stood nearby, methodically directing the constables in their duties. He was gaunt, clad in a blue official robe embellished with a mandarin duck motif, yet marred by two visible patches, skillfully sewn by a woman's hand. Despite the robe's faded state, he maintained a clean and tidy appearance, standing upright like a resilient pine tree, furrowing his brow in contemplation as he gazed at the river. What is the meaning of this? Why are we ordered to disembark so abruptly? We have urgent matters to attend to. Grumbled voices rose from the crowd, filled with frustration. Indeed, these officials show little concern for the common folk. As they made their way to the riverbank, many expressed their discontent, anxious to continue on their journey, hindered by this unexpected delay. "Hush, lower your voices. Do you wish to invite trouble? The officials will not hesitate to punish us," a concerned voice cautioned, casting wary glances at the county magistrate and the armed constables. Although they harbored resentment, the crowd chose to silence their grievances, expressing their discontent only through furtive glances. "When will we be allowed to leave? I must get to Yingtian Prefecture to attend to my father's illness. I cannot afford to delay. My father cannot wait," cried a young man who supported an elderly figure beside him, his voice breaking with desperation. "Let us hope the old man can hold on a little longer," came the sympathetic murmurs from the crowd. "We must be patient. Angering the officials may cost us our lives, and what good would that do for your father's health? I need to reach Yingtian Prefecture for the examination. If we don't leave soon, all my years of study will have been in vain," lamented a scholar, burdened with a satchel, standing on tiptoe to peer ahead, his expression fraught with anxiety. "I have received word that my wife is about to give birth. I must hurry back." A man on the brink of fatherhood was so frantic that he nearly plunged into the water to swim home. The crowd was filled with agitation. Zhu Ping'an found himself amidst the throng, acutely aware of the collective anxiety. Although the sounds diminished as he approached the riverbank, the emotional urgency, however, intensified. What on earth had transpired? They must strive to expedite the departure of the boats, at least treat them with consideration, for some aboard were indeed in dire haste. Thus, Zhu Ping'an quickened his pace, gradually moving towards the forefront of the gathering. The crowd stood in anticipation, awaiting the resolution of the matter before being allowed to embark. An official announced that Lord Zhang of Chunan had gone to Yingtian early this morning for supplies and may have met with foul play. As such, all passing vessels and nearby individuals were considered suspects, and he implored everyone to cooperate with their investigation. Once completed, they would allow passage for all. One officer scrutinized the disembarking passengers while vociferously elucidating the situation. If a homicide had indeed occurred, it must have been during the early hours of dawn, when our passenger ship was still far from this location. How could we possibly be implicated? Indeed, we were adrift on the river, leagues away. So how could it be us? We cannot be wrongfully accused as innocent folk. Upon hearing the officer's words, the disembarking individuals grew even more agitated. How could a simple boat ride render them murder suspects? They were utterly perplexed, particularly after learning the approximate time of the incident, feeling more wrong than Zhi'er herself. Silence. The officer forcefully struck his eating utensil against the ship's railing, producing a sharp metallic sound, and shouted. At the sound of his command and observing his official attire and instrument, despite their resentment, the people fell silent. Commoners dared not oppose authority. The perpetrator might have hidden in the water, boarding your vessel stealthily when it arrived, mingling among you. Or perhaps one among you is an accomplice. Anyone passing through here is a suspect. We are currently retrieving the body from the river. Downstream, nets have been deployed to prevent it from being swept away. Until the recovery is complete, all passing boats are forbidden from proceeding. The officer further clarified before turning his attention elsewhere, instructing his subordinates to monitor the disembarking crowd as he strode towards another vessel. In addition to Zhu Ping'en and his companions, 2 other boats were also halted at the shore, their passengers equally incensed by the government's actions. Step aside. I am a 5th-rank official from Hangzhou. Summon your superior to meet me. If my official duties are delayed, who will bear the consequences? A furious voice echoed from a distance, accompanied by a subordinate who rudely shoved an officer aside, demanding that the local magistrate be summoned, clearly dissatisfied with the forced docking. May I inquire, esteemed sir, do you possess any proof of your authority? We would like to inform the county magistrate accordingly, the officer cautiously inquired. Open your eyes wide. The official retrieved a document from within his robes, disdainfully showcasing it. I am to blame for offending you, esteemed sir. I beg for your pardon. The officer immediately knelt upon seeing the document. Go summon your magistrate. The deputy prefect of Hangzhou, with a swift flick of his sleeve, commanded the clearing of the river's surface to facilitate his passage. Shortly thereafter, the county magistrate who had been standing by the river approached, accompanied by several junior clerks. The clerks promptly knelt in reverence to the deputy prefect, while the magistrate merely inclined his hand in greeting, addressing him as your humble servant greets you, my lord. The junior clerks remained prostrate, creating a stark contrast with the magistrate, who stood stiffly like a brush holder, seemingly indifferent to the presence of a superior. The deputy prefect, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked upon the magistrate's lack of deference. In the county office, it is customary for subordinates to pay their respects to their superiors. However, this is not the county office, and given that a murder has occurred here, I am bound by duty and cannot bow, declared the magistrate, his demeanor resolute, unaffected by the deputy prefect's higher rank. Bound by duty, you say? Do you fancy yourself a military commander, clad in armor, and unable to bow? The deputy prefect, observing the magistrate's rigid stance, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Although the ancestral edicts stipulated that subordinates need not prostrate themselves, but only bow, the customary practice had evolved to include kneeling as a sign of respect. During the early years of the Jiajing reign, Hu Shining, then Minister of War, had articulated that the regulations concerning etiquette between officials were well established, with each rank having its own designated forms of respect. It was customary for subordinates to kneel before their superiors, and thus, the deputy prefect found the magistrate's behavior insufferable. Clear a passage through the fishing nets on the river. Allowing me to proceed first, the deputy prefect ordered with a dismissive air, turning confidently to board his vessel. Just as he was about to step aboard, he heard a deep, resonant voice behind him that caused him to falter momentarily. Forgive my inability to comply. What? Did I mishear? Has a mere county magistrate dared to defy my orders? Has he taken leave of his senses? The deputy prefect's expression darkened as he turned to confront the source of the voice, narrowing his eyes. Do you realize to whom you are speaking? Please pardon my insolence. My lord, a murder has occurred within my jurisdiction, and I bear the responsibility. The river's contours are distinct, and I consulted local fishermen regarding the water conditions. Should someone fall into the river, this area is the most suitable for recovery. To prevent the current from washing away the body and delaying the investigation, I have placed nets at the river's bottom. I have also requested the cooperation of the county magistrate of Andu to deploy officials at all transit points to prevent the suspect from fleeing. Thus, it is likely that the suspect is nearby, and I would appreciate your cooperation, the magistrate replied, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. How dare you imply that I am also a suspect? The deputy prefect fumed. I would never presume to suggest such a thing, the magistrate replied with humility. The responsibility of the officials is paramount, and I kindly request the cooperation of the esteemed elders. If a precedent is set by the esteemed ones, I fear it would be unjust to the common people, and I also worry that such a path, once opened, would be difficult to retract. In the face of the official Zhi'er, the county magistrate remained unperturbed, his countenance as calm as ever, not even betraying a flicker of emotion. Observing this scene, Zhu Pingyan felt fortunate that he had refrained from extracting official documents to provide conveniences for the examinees and the ailing elderly. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an awkward position. One only needs to witness the plight of this fifth-grade official to understand the gravity of the situation, let alone the fact that he himself was merely a sixth-grade official. Although the county magistrate was also of a seventh grade, or perhaps an honorary seventh grade, he did not even yield to the fifth-grade official. Not to mention someone of Zhu Pingyan's lower rank. He was resolute in his impartiality and unafraid of authority. This was Zhu Pingyan's second impression of the magistrate, the first being derived from the frugality evident in his patched official robes. Of course, first impressions can be misleading. After all, in modern Guangxi, there exists a certain corrupt official clad in tattered clothing, yet amassing millions through bribery, embodying the adage that while others may ridicule my madness, I find amusement in their ignorance. Nevertheless, based on Zhu Pingyan's second impression, it seems his initial assessment was indeed correct. Humble yet proud, this was Zhu Pingyan's third impression of the magistrate. As he approached, he observed more closely. The magistrate's face bore the marks of stern determination, imparting an air of aloofness, as evidenced by his conduct today. Whether dealing with the esteemed official, the ailing populace, or the diligent examinees, the magistrate adhered steadfastly to his principles. Well, pray tell, which jurisdiction do you oversee? The official, with a darkened countenance, repeated the word well thrice before ominously inquiring about the magistrate's post. The implication was clear. Daring to challenge an elder, you must be prepared to reveal your name. Just wait and see if I do not hold you accountable in the future. I am the magistrate of Juaner. The Juaner magistrate displayed no trepidation, boldly stating his position without a hint of concern for future repercussions. Then I shall observe how you conduct your case. Upon hearing this, the official scrutinized the Juaner magistrate intently, committing his visage to memory before retreating into the sedan chair brought by his subordinates. He instructed them to carry him to the shade by the riverbank, lifting the curtain to watch this impetuous magistrate as he handled the case. Your command is my duty. The Juaner magistrate replied respectfully before turning to head to the riverbank to oversee the proceedings. This Juaner magistrate was impervious to pressure and understood that he must swiftly locate the body or solve the case to expedite matters. Zhu Pingyan, akin to a spectator savoring the unfolding drama, discreetly followed the magistrate to the initial scene, meticulously examining the surroundings while attentively noting the comments of those involved in the incident, striving to gather as much information as possible about the case. Upon arriving at the scene, the Juaner magistrate directed the constables to cast the net once more into the Yangtze River, yet they found nothing. Furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, he instructed the constables to summon the individuals who reported the case. The reporters consisted primarily of two individuals who had jointly brought forth the matter. A heart-wrenching scene unfolds by the riverside, where a young widow weeps inconsolably, mourning the potential demise of her husband, the esteemed Mr. Zhang. This woman, a mere 20-something, is the second wife of Mr. Zhang, having been wed to him after the untimely passing of his first spouse. Mr. Zhang, now 45, had taken her into his home 5 years prior. Alongside this sorrowful figure stands a boatman named Wang, who operates a modest black canopy boat capable of carrying no more than 5 or 6 passengers. He and Mr. Zhang are of similar age, both having spent their lives navigating the Yangtze River for their livelihoods. 3 days ago, Mr. Zhang, a businessman with several shops under his purview, had arranged for Mr. Wang to ferry him to Yingtian Prefecture for supplies. They had agreed to meet at the riverbank at the break of dawn this very morning. Yet fate had other plans. Please, recount the events to this official. Madame Zhang, you may begin, instructed the magistrate of Juaner. Woe is me, esteemed magistrate. I beseech you to deliver justice for this humble woman, cried the young widow, nearly collapsing under the weight of her grief, supported only by her maid, who struggled to help her stand. I shall ensure justice is served. Now, speak. The magistrate nodded reassuringly. As the widow wept, whispers filled the air, with onlookers exchanging salacious gossip. Look, Mr. Zhang has met with misfortune, and she still dresses so flamboyantly, adorned with makeup. Alas, Mr. Zhang fell victim to a woman's charms. Indeed, I know Mr. Zhang well. He was a man of great kindness. Yet, good men often meet untimely ends. I have heard tales of Madame Zhang's past. Of a poor suitor she mourned before being promised to Mr. Zhang by her parents. Indeed, it is said she cried bitterly on her wedding day, refusing to enter the bridal sedan. Just look at her. I hear she. What more does she do? Come closer. Let me whisper. The cacophony of idle chatter enveloped Zhu Ping'an, as the crowd grew increasingly animated, as though they were witnesses to the events themselves. Enough of your slander. My lady is nothing like you portray. She and my master share a deep affection, protested the maid, her cheeks flushed with indignation, trembling as she spat towards the gossipers. Silence, commanded several constables, moving forward to quell the uproar, leading to a brief lull in the commotion. To be continued. Chapter 547. Ping'an solves the case. Part 2. Madame Zhang, please continue, the magistrate urged, as calm returned to the scene. Oh, esteemed magistrate. 3 days ago, my husband informed me that he had hired the boatman Wang Gui, planning to depart this morning for Yingtian Prefecture at the appointed hour of dawn. This morning, at the 4th watch of the day, my esteemed husband prepared his belongings and departed. The young madam, Mrs. Zhang, sobbed and wept as she recounted the events leading up to this moment, dabbing at her tears. After my husband had left, about an hour later, the maid Zhi'er returned to inform me that someone was knocking at the door urgently, calling out for Mrs. Zhang to open up. Upon reaching the courtyard, I heard this distressful call and instructed Zhi'er to open the door, revealing the boatman, Wang Gui, outside. I inquired of Wang Gui what was the cause of his urgency. He, with a worried expression, asked, Mrs. Zhang, the hour is late. Why hasn't Mr. Zhang boarded the boat yet? I was taken aback, realizing that my husband had been gone for an hour. How could he not have reached the boat? Panic set in, and I summoned my family to accompany the boatman to the riverbank in search of my husband. On the way, we encountered acquaintances who informed us that they had seen him taking a shortcut down a small path towards the river, indicating that he would reach the dock soon. Upon our arrival at the riverbank, we found only one boat, yet no sign of my husband. Overcome with fear, I followed Wang Gui to the county office to report the matter. My husband is a good man, known for assisting neighbors and contributing to the community by building bridges and roads. He is renowned for his integrity. Whenever he promises something, he fulfills it. If he has not arrived at the appointed time, something must have gone awry. Oh, benevolent magistrate, I implore you to assist me and safeguard my husband. As the young madam spoke through her tears, she could no longer contain her anguish, transforming her quiet sobs into heart-wrenching cries, kneeling before the magistrate in desperate plea. A hum of murmurs surrounded us, resembling the incessant buzzing of flies, as the presence of the officers rendered the crowd hesitant to speak openly. Yet, whispers of speculation flowed continuously, particularly as the young madam shared her plight. The onlookers, constrained by the officers' presence, quietly exchanged their thoughts, voicing their opinions on the situation. Mr. Zhang had barely left when someone knocked at the door. What does that suggest? Truly, she is a woman of loose morals. Indeed, it is a disservice to Mr. Zhang. I have long heard of her disregard for propriety. What respectable wife opens the door to a man so early? Perhaps she mistook the boatman for an illicit lover. One who frequently walks by the river cannot escape getting their feet wet. Mr. Zhang has been careless. Shortcuts may be taken, but one must prioritize safety. Especially after last night's rain, when the riverbank is treacherously slippery. In contrast to the soft murmurs of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an listened intently as the young madam recounted her tale. Halfway through, he subtly raised his eyebrows, as if a door had swung open in a previously sealed room. He glanced at the young madam kneeling at the feet of the magistrate, and then cast a look at the boatman, Wang Gui, awaiting his cue to speak. Zhu Ping'an shifted his gaze back to the magistrate, eager to see how he would address the situation. Please rise, as your magistrate. I shall ensure justice is served for the people. The magistrate raised his hand slightly, gesturing for the young madam to stand, before turning to the boatman Wang Gui and instructing him to recount the events once more. In response to the esteemed Lord Qingtian, I am Wang Gui, a humble individual whose family has eked out a living by the banks of the Yangtze River for generations. 3 days prior, I was summoned by Lord Zhang through a messenger, and we agreed to meet today at the first hour of the day to procure goods at the Yingtian Prefecture. Thus, I arrived at the riverbank, eagerly awaiting his arrival to embark upon the vessel. As the hour approached, yet Lord Zhang had not appeared. I waited patiently, glancing left and right, but he still did not come. Nearly half an hour elapsed without a sign of his presence. The time had been predetermined, and I was also expected to return with the young master of the Li Ti house. If I were to miss that appointment due to Lord Zhang's delay, the consequences would be dire for me. Therefore, I hastened to Lord Zhang's residence to inquire about his tardiness. Upon arriving at his home, I knocked urgently on the door, calling for Lady Zhang to let me in. She inquired about my haste, to which I replied that it was already quite late, and Lord Zhang had yet to board the ship. Lady Zhang appeared astonished, revealing that Lord Zhang had left early that morning. We then proceeded back to the riverbank. But still, there was no trace of him. If he had departed so early, why had he not taken to the water? Sensing something amiss, I urged Lady Zhang to report the matter to the authorities. The words of the boatman Wang Gui were consistent with those of Lady Zhang. Their accounts differed only in perspective, yet the content remained aligned. Upon hearing the boatman's testimony, the gathered crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, sharing their theories. Some speculated that Lady Zhang had conspired with an illicit lover to harm Lord Zhang, while others suggested that he may have taken a shortcut and met with misfortune in the Yangtze. There were even whispers that perhaps he was attacked while en route to the dock. The magistrate of Juaner furrowed his brow slightly, deep in contemplation after listening to the boatman's account. The consistency in their testimonies gave him pause. After a moment of thought, he relaxed his brow and turned his gaze towards Lady Zhang, inquiring, "You mentioned encountering an acquaintance on your way to the riverbank. Who is this person? What is their name?" In the eyes of the magistrate, this acquaintance was pivotal. Determining whether Lord Zhang had reached the riverbank was crucial for the search efforts and could greatly illuminate the case. Lady Zhang hesitated momentarily before responding. "It is a young man from my village, working at the dock. The second son of the Xiahe family from the east end of the village." Upon hearing her response, the crowd's whispers intensified. Even with officials present, the excitement was palpable. "Isn't the second son of the Xiahe family the one she was close to before marrying Lord Zhang?" They murmured. "So it is Zhao Erlang. No wonder she hesitated to mention him. But wait, wasn't he preparing for examinations? What caused him to suddenly work at the dock? Is he in need of money? Alas, poor Lord Zhang, caught in such a scandal." Listening to the response of the young woman, Zhang Wang, the crowd began to murmur and cast glances at her, their imaginations running rampant with various scenarios, accompanied by a chorus of sighs and disdainful remarks. "Bring Zhao Erlang here. I have a few inquiries to make," commanded the magistrate of Chen, summoning 4 constables to fetch Zhao Erlang. "Fetch Zhao Erlang? How long will that take?" One pondered. The journey alone would take at least half an hour, not to mention the time required for the magistrate's inquiries. Who knows how long it might drag on? Besides, was such a convoluted process truly necessary? Zhu Pingyan glanced at the frail, ailing elder nearby, the worried son at his side. The scholar straining to catch a glimpse towards the direction of Yingtian Prefecture, and the new father anxiously wringing his hands while glancing back towards home. Time passes relentlessly, and the years do not wait for us. "Very well, I shall take the initiative this time." A clear voice suddenly rang out, as a hardy youth stepped through the crowd, pointing at the boatman, Wang Gui, and looking up at the magistrate. "Please, sir, apprehend this culprit." To be continued. Chapter 548. Pingyan solves the case. Part 3. Please, sir, apprehend this culprit. As the crowd listened intently to the unfolding case, observing the magistrate delegate tasks to the constables, they were engaged in idle gossip and speculations, when this unexpected voice pierced through the air like a clap of thunder, startling those immersed in their chatter. "Apprehend this culprit." What does that mean? Are they suggesting the perpetrator is present? Just moments ago, only the 2 parties had recounted the case details, and they had not identified the culprit. How could it be that the culprit is now revealed, here on the scene? Who are you? How audacious to speak so recklessly in front of the magistrate and his assistant. Who do you think you are? Just because you declare someone a culprit, does that make it so? Have you looked in the mirror to see who you truly are? What an ignorant fool. In disbelief, the crowd turned to see the source of the voice, eager to identify the one so brazen. As they turned, they beheld the audacious youth. Bathed in the golden light of dawn, he stood to the west of the magistrate, facing east, the shimmering sunlight illuminating him as if encircling him with halos of gold and silver, making him exceptionally striking. He was a boy of simple appearance. At that moment, he pointed at the boatman, Wang Gui, having just concluded his speech. Yet, neither his visage nor demeanor betrayed any sign of insight. If one were to compare him to the likes of Bao Zheng or Di Renjie, known for their keen discernment, it would be understandable. But a seemingly simple-minded youth attempting to emulate such wisdom? What a farce! How could he possibly deduce the identity of the culprit from merely a few exchanged words? It was utterly implausible. The sudden utterance from the youth hushed the scene for a brief 2 seconds, only to erupt into a cacophony thereafter, rendering the presence of the officials futile. This foolish lad must have indulged a bit too much. Does he not discern the gravity of the occasion, prattling on recklessly? Let us see how he extricates himself from this predicament. Who do you think you are? Are you deranged? You claim the boatman is the murderer. And merely asserting such baseless accusations does not make it true. One may indulge whimsically in food, but words must be chosen with care. TSK. It seems to me that this naive youth has taken a fancy to the widow of the late Lord Zhang. Look at that brazen demeanor, weeping yet swaying provocatively. Truly, a woman of loose morals. It is possible that the late Lord Zhang was a victim of her schemes. Moreover, I suspect that Zhao Erlang is involved. Perhaps these two illicit lovers conspired together, feeling that Lord Zhang impeded their libertine pursuits, thus plotting his demise when he ventured out. Indeed, just moments ago, when the county magistrate inquired about her acquaintance from the morning, she stammered and faltered, clearly betraying guilt and intent to protect her paramour. The crowd glanced at Zhu Ping'an, then at the county magistrate, shaking their heads in disbelief. They could not fathom his assertions. Unthinkable, utterly inconceivable. How can one trust Zhu Ping'an's words when he merely recounted what they all knew, and their accounts bore no discrepancies? Moreover, he failed to address the particulars of how Lord Zhang met his end or who was responsible. How could one hastily brand the boatman a murderer? Such recklessness is astounding. How can anyone be persuaded by Zhu Ping'an's claims? Alas, it seems this youth, having immersed himself in books, has lost his clarity of thought. How can he even contemplate participating in the imperial examination? Among the crowd, an elderly gentleman, who shared a cabin with Zhu Ping'an, recognized him and shook his head in disappointment, sighing heavily. Like everyone else, the elder was astonished by Zhu Ping'an's pointed accusation, only to dismiss it with derision. All present, including the reporting woman, Madame Zhang, were no exception. Her surprise morphed into incredulity as she glanced at the boatman, Wang Gui, beside her, then turned her gaze toward Zhu Ping'an, filled with skepticism. Most notable was the boatman, Wang Gui, who, upon being accused, seemed to tremble with indignation, glaring at Zhu Ping'an with eyes wide open, as if wronged like the tragic Doi. The county magistrate of Chen had just dispatched an officer to summon Zhao Erlang when he was taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's assertion, his demeanor shifting from humble to incredulous as he looked up at the youth. Step back, you rabble. If you delay the magistrate's investigation, do not blame us if our instruments of justice turn against you. At that moment, the disorderly scene was met with the swift response of the officers maintaining order. Two of them approached Zhu Ping'an, hands resting on their sabers, their expressions menacing. Without uttering a word, they moved to expel Zhu Ping'an from the gathering, regarding him as an interloper. As they followed the magistrate in adjudicating cases, these meddlesome busybodies encountered countless situations. The two individuals, while pushing Zhu Ping'an away, felt a sense of relief for him. Had it not been for our newly appointed magistrate's integrity and his extraordinary benevolence towards the common folk, the situation would have been far more severe, likely resulting in a beating. The magistrate of Chunan merely glanced this way before turning his attention back to the young woman, Madame Zhang Wang, and the boatman, Wang Gui. In the magistrate's subconscious, he unconsciously categorized Zhu Ping'an among the busybodies. Observing that the actions of the constables were not excessive, he chose to disregard him. The matter at hand was far more pressing. These meddlesome individuals had been adequately dissuaded, as long as the constables did not harass them further. After brooding for a while, Zhu Ping'an found himself ignored. Casting a glance at the crowd's reaction, he slightly shook his head and smirked. When the constables attempted to push him away, he calmly reached into his bosom and withdrew a document identical to the one the previous official had produced, unfurling it before the two constables. It was an official decree, bearing a vivid red seal, unmistakably authentic. In this era, no one dared to forge such a document, as it was a capital offense, potentially leading to severe repercussions. The constables initially thought Zhu Ping'an was about to produce something trivial and had intended to shove him aside. However, upon seeing the imposing official decree suddenly appear before them, they were drenched in cold sweat. Their legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed to their knees with a thud. What an extraordinary day this was. Just moments ago, they encountered one official, and now another. Both were of a higher rank than their own master. The previous official was a 5th-rank Tongji, and although this one held a slightly lower rank, he was still a 6th-rank court official from the Hanlin Academy. Excuse us, esteemed sir. We beg your forgiveness. The 2 constables, who had been attempting to drive Zhu Ping'an away, hastily knelt and repeatedly bowed their heads before him. To be continued. Chapter 549. Ping'an solves the case. Part 4. Another official? This cannot be true. Yet, this gentleman appears far too youthful. He seems barely 15 or 16. The crowd gathered around erupted in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. As if the sun had risen in the west. Just a moment ago, they had mocked him as an inept fool, and now he had transformed into an official. The leap from fool to official was staggering. Initially, they struggled to accept this transformation, yet the undeniable truth lay before them. The official decree that Zhu Ping'an had just produced was familiar to them. The boastful 5th-rank Tongji had displayed 1 moment prior. Although they could not discern its authenticity, the constables, accustomed to such documents, could certainly tell the difference. Those 2 had knelt immediately. The most astonished among them was the elderly gentleman who shared a cabin with Zhu Ping'an on the boat. He had always regarded Zhu Ping'an as a scholar heading to the capital for the imperial examination. Just last night, while Zhu Ping'an studied by candlelight, the old man had shared numerous experiences of his nephew's preparations for the exam. Unexpectedly, who could have imagined that the student preparing for the examination was already a high-ranking official? Goodness, how young this lad is. Yet, contemplating the scene of Zhu Ping'an studying diligently by candlelight at night, the elder was even more impressed. No wonder he had achieved such an esteemed position at such a tender age. His diligence surely merits such recognition, for indeed, the heavens reward the industrious. The recent developments surrounding Zhu Ping'an once again drew the attention of the magistrate of Chen. Although the magistrate was unyielding and possessed an indomitable spirit, he could not disregard the most fundamental courtesies of officialdom. Upon their meeting, the magistrate presented himself with the same rigid posture he had shown before the deputy magistrate, slightly bowing in greeting. May I inquire, esteemed sir, what grounds you have for your assertion? After exchanging pleasantries, the magistrate wasted no time and directly posed his question to Zhu Ping'an. This was a matter of great concern for all present, and at that moment, every gaze was fixed upon Zhu Ping'an. Indeed, why was this so? What evidence was there? One cannot simply declare someone a culprit without substantiation. There must be proof to support such claims. With the scrutiny of the magistrate and the crowd upon him, Zhu Ping'an did not keep them in suspense. He turned his attention to the boatman Wang Gui. Sir, I am wronged. I am truly wronged. Wang Gui, kneeling before Zhu Ping'an, cried out, as though he had suffered an egregious injustice. However, his eyes betrayed a flicker of evasion, unable to meet Zhu Ping'an's gaze. Observing Wang Gui's exaggerated performance, Zhu Ping'an shook his head slightly and approached him, calmly inquiring, "Do you still remember what you shouted when you waited at Lord Zhang's house this morning?" When knocking at the door, Wang Gui was taken aback. "Yes, do you recall?" Zhu Ping'an affirmed with a nod. Madame Zhang, please open the door." Wang Gui, unaware of Zhu Ping'an's intent, instinctively replied. Upon hearing Wang Gui's words, Zhu Ping'an nodded and then turned to the magistrate, offering a slight bow. "This is the reason I label him a culprit." Huh. The onlookers were bewildered. What was this? How could one arrive at such a conclusion about Wang Gui being the culprit based solely on a simple phrase? It was a routine knock. How ordinary. There must be some hidden agenda at play. If not this, then what could be considered a conspiracy? In the realm of officials, words hold power. The impoverished do not contend with the affluent, nor do the common folk confront the authorities. These officials declare whatever they wish, asserting existence or absence as they see fit, distorting truth and fabricating lies, leaving us commoners to suffer. Wang Gui, a boatman who had toiled by the river for generations, enduring the elements in pursuit of his livelihood, while those like the Zhang family adorned themselves in gold and silver, indulging in luxuries, resembling nothing but a lustful vixen, entangled in illicit affairs. It was evident they were not virtuous. Yet, this young official dared to accuse Wang Gui of being the murderer, based solely on a knock at the door. Alas, encountering such irrational bureaucrats, the innocent must bear the brunt of their folly. Truly, the old adage rings true. The gates of the government open southward. Without money, reason finds no entry. The onlookers sighed in collective disappointment, their dissatisfaction unmistakably evident. After listening to Zhu Ping'an's words, the magistrate of Chunin appeared contemplative, and after a few moments of reflection, he shifted his gaze to the kneeling boatman, Wang Gui. My lord, you are the paternal figure of Chunin. You must take up for the common man, Wang Gui implored. Crawling a few steps on his knees to grasp the magistrate's leg, weeping inconsolably. Discontent? Zhu Ping'an lowered his gaze upon Wang Gui. I am indeed discontent. Wang Gui fervently nodded, tears streaming down his face, portraying a picture of utter grievance. The assembled crowd felt both sympathy for the unfortunate Wang Gui and indignation towards the corrupt officials who disregarded human life and distorted the truth. Why? After waiting by the river for Mr. Zhang this morning, did you go to his residence? Zhu Ping'an queried, nodding thoughtfully before crouching down to address Wang Gui. We had an arrangement. I was to ferry Mr. Zhang to Yingtian Prefecture, and since he was late, I naturally went to summon him, Wang Gui replied, his voice laden with sorrow and rage. Oh, you sought Mr. Zhang, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged, maintaining his calm demeanor, yet his tone suddenly turned stern as he raised his voice. Then why did you knock and call for Madame Zhang? What? This question struck Wang Gui like a bolt from the blue, and he broke into a cold sweat. Collapsing onto the ground, some in the crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, while many remained bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of the exchange. Those who understood felt a sense of accomplishment and eagerly began to explain to others nearby. The atmosphere buzzed with whispered conversations as the crowd looked at Zhu Ping'an with newfound respect. This indicates that you were aware Mr. Zhang was not home. Yet you still went to his house to summon him. A thief calling out a thief. A clever ruse that ultimately betrayed you. Zhu Ping'an proclaimed, his seriousness palpable. You are the murderer of Mr. Zhang. Speak up, where is he? Do not blame me if your delay hinders the duties of the magistrate and myself. The consequences will be dire. Zhu Ping'an stood tall, looking down at Wang Gui with a serious expression. At that moment, the onlookers collectively grasped the situation, erupting in applause. Their perception of this young magistrate transformed drastically. They had initially dismissed him as a mere fool or a tyrant, but they now recognized his keen insight that had unraveled what seemed an insurmountable mystery. It was no wonder he held a position of authority at such a young age. His brilliance was undeniable. Exclamations of what a just ruler, and a reincarnation of Bao Zheng, echoed among the crowd in admiration. At this moment, the boatman Wang Gui had already been psychologically shattered by Zhu Ping'an's relentless questioning. He collapsed onto the ground, enduring the scorn of the onlookers. With no thought of denial remaining, he resembled a drenched hen, revealing the entire case with every word spoken. Subsequently, under the escort of the officials, he was taken to a grove by the riverbank, where they unearthed the deceased Lord Zhang in a desolate patch of withered grass. The moment the body of the murdered Lord Zhang was discovered, the admiration of the crowd for Zhu Ping'an reached its zenith. To be continued. Chapter 550, River Sacrifice. After the case was resolved, the magistrate of Chunin promptly facilitated the reopening of the waterways, restoring maritime traffic. Before boarding the vessel, the magistrate expressed his gratitude to Zhu Ping'an for his assistance in solving the case. Naturally, in order not to delay the timely departure of the crowd, the magistrate's thanks were brief. However, Zhu Ping'an was left utterly astonished, akin to the shock Liu Bei felt when he dropped his chopsticks during a discussion with Cao Cao over heroes. Even after boarding the ship, Zhu Ping'an's emotions remained somewhat unsettled. Hai Rui, the magistrate of Chunin, was none other than Hai Rui. In ancient times, it was customary for scholars to refer to themselves and others by name and courtesy titles, and when the magistrate expressed his thanks, he introduced himself as Hai Rui. This name could almost be considered a hallmark of the Ming dynasty. To think he had encountered Hai Rui here, reflecting on Hai Rui's patched official robe, his unwavering integrity, and his unyielding stance against corruption and power, one should have anticipated it, especially since Chunin was where Hai Rui began his official career. Although Zhu Ping'an had previously encountered formidable figures such as Yen Song, Su Jie, Gao Gong, and Zhang Jujing, the sight of Hai Rui still stirred profound excitement within him. Hai Rui is a figure in Chinese history that can be compared to Bao Zheng, a model official of antiquity, and one of the few revered judges in the eyes of the common people. Tales of his legendary deeds are widely circulated among the populace. However, Hai Rui was also a historically contentious figure, with numerous accounts in unofficial histories. For instance, There is a story claiming that Hai Rui allowed his 5-year-old daughter to starve to death. According to these accounts, Hai Rui had a delightful and innocent 5-year-old daughter who received a cake from a male servant. When Hai Rui discovered this, he inquired where the cake had come from, and upon receiving an honest answer from his daughter, he was enraged. He scolded her, stating that dying of hunger was trivial compared to losing one's virtue. A girl should never accept food from a male servant. He insisted that if she had any sense of shame, she would rather starve than accept such charity, declaring that if she did not understand this, she was no daughter of his. Terrified, his daughter wept and subsequently refused to eat, ultimately leading to her tragic demise from starvation. If this account is indeed true, then Hai Rui is utterly incomprehensible. He appears to be a hypocritical Puritan, a self-righteous moralist. Nevertheless, it seems this account is too absurd to be credible. Zhu Ping'an had previously taken the effort to research historical texts and found no mention of such an event in any official Ming Dynasty records. The tale of Hai Rui's daughter allegedly dying of starvation is recorded only in the Wanli Yihua Bian, a work of unofficial history, rather than in the annals of formal records. The author of this text was merely a child of 9 at the time of Hai Rui's demise, indicating that this account emerged over 2 decades later and is based solely on hearsay, lacking verification. It is plausible that the story was fabricated by political adversaries to tarnish Hai Rui's reputation. However, it cannot be entirely dismissed as impossible. Modern individuals cannot confirm such events. Yet one can certainly do so, having recently encountered Hai Rui himself, thus providing an opportunity to ascertain the veracity of both historical and anecdotal accounts regarding him. Firstly, for the narrative of Hai Rui starving his daughter to hold any weight, he must have had a daughter, yet official records do not mention her existence. Zhu Ping'an shook his head lightly and smiled, then composed himself and lowered his gaze to partake of breakfast. This meal, delivered by the ship's captain, was a lavish spread of 4 dishes and a soup, featuring fresh fish broth from the river and seasonal vegetables, all delectable. Aware of Zhu Ping'an's status as a scholar, the captain refused to allow him to stay in the original cabin, instead preparing a more comfortable and ideally located room for his rest. Despite Zhu Ping'an's polite refusals, he ultimately accepted the captain's generous hospitality, such as the privilege of rank. Not long after Zhu Ping'an finished his breakfast, the city of Yingtianfu came into view. After a brief period of navigation, they arrived at the destination. Once the boat came to a halt, Zhu Ping'an organized his belongings and exited the cabin, where the captain awaited him on the deck, graciously leading him off the vessel. Upon disembarking, the captain insisted on presenting Zhu Ping'an with 50 taels of silver. Yet Zhu Ping'an firmly declined. Having already benefited from the captain's hospitality, he felt it inappropriate to accept further remuneration, as he was no corrupt official. Zhu Ping'an had no intention of lingering in Yingtianfu. Out of courtesy, he planned to visit his uncle and fellow townsmen before embarking northward. Finding the inn where his uncle and others were staying was not difficult. Recalling the establishment from his uncle's previous examination visit, he discovered that they were indeed residing there once more. However, he was unable to meet his uncle, who had gone out with several townsmen to support a newly appointed female scholar. It was said that they had been leaving early each day and returning just before curfew or the following morning. This behavior was quintessentially characteristic of his uncle, Zhu Xiahe. Based on this conduct alone, Zhu Ping'an could predict his uncle's fate without the need for examinations. A female scholar? What significance does that hold? An examination should uphold its own decorum. What nonsense is this? Do they truly believe it is a government-sponsored excursion? They have evidently learned nothing from past experiences. If their grandparents were aware of this, they would surely be incensed. Since my uncle is not present, it is of no consequence. I have no desire to visit places of frivolity. The sycophantic demeanor of my uncle and his companions towards the female scholars is a sight I would rather avoid. It is simply too glaring. In the lobby of the inn, I left a brief note to inform my uncle and his associates of my visit, requesting the innkeeper to deliver it to him upon his return. Upon exiting the inn, I mounted my horse and rode northward. During the day, I traveled, and at night, I sought lodging, whether at a relay station, a private dwelling, or occasionally at a temple. I rarely found myself sleeping under the open sky, and even when late, I would extend my journey to find a place to rest. The rice paddies of Jiangnan contrasted starkly with the dry fields of the north, and I became acutely aware of this as I journeyed further northward, where the rice paddies dwindled in number. Whenever I lodged with local families or encountered farmers along my route, I would engage them in conversation to learn about their harvests and taxes. The simple folk were largely unguarded with me, a naive traveler, and throughout my journey, I gained considerable insight into the lives of the common people under the Ming dynasty. In an era governed by feudal lords, the standard of living was profoundly influenced by local officials. The burdens of excessive taxes and draconian edicts weighed heavily upon them. Each night, before succumbing to slumber, I diligently recorded my observations and the issues raised in casual conversation, eager to study them further upon my arrival in the capital. One day, as I passed through a village named Majiakin, it appeared deserted, resembling a ghost town. Had it not been for the distant barking of dogs and the sounds of livestock, I might have doubted its occupancy. However, as I exited the village, I soon encountered a lively throng gathered by the river, their voices mingling with the raucous sounds of drums and gongs. It seemed the villagers had congregated for a significant event, perhaps a river ceremony. Chapter 551. The pig basket. The scene by the river was vibrant, with nearly the entire village present, obstructing my view of the happenings. The atmosphere was charged, yet it felt different from a typical ritual. I noticed no altars, offerings, or acts of reverence. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, reminiscent of a festive celebration, heightening the excitement and echoing the cacophony of voices. Amidst the chaos, I discerned what seemed to be curses, further piquing my curiosity about the villagers' activities by the river. I urged my horse forward, hastening toward the gathering. Upon arrival, I tethered my horse to a nearby tree and squeezed into the crowd. The villagers were agitated, their collective gaze fixed on the river, oblivious to my presence. Their focus rested upon two individuals by the water's edge. Upon witnessing the scene, I could not suppress my exclamation. This was not a river ceremony. It was a blatant execution, a form of vigilante justice. The sight by the river was utterly shocking. By the riverside, there stood two cages woven from fresh bamboo strips. Each cage, over a meter in length and half a meter in height, was crafted in a cylindrical shape with a wide opening, and the base intricately woven together. The craftsmanship was exceptional, sturdy, and robust, resembling the pig cages used in the nearby village for transporting swine to the market, albeit these cages contained something far more tragic than livestock. Inside the cages were two individuals, a man and a woman, both bearing gruesome injuries. The man, resembling a battered figure, was hardly recognizable. His clothes torn into strips from merciless whippings, his body drenched in blood. The woman appeared slightly better off. Although her garments were stained and tattered, they still provided some semblance of coverage. Despite the scars marring her face, her beauty shone through, a striking woman in her early 30s, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her attire, though marred and crumpled, was of fine quality, adorned with exquisite pearl earrings and a jade bracelet that bespoke her noble lineage. The man's features were obscured by his injuries, but his elongated face suggested he was not unattractive prior to his brutalization. His clothing was far inferior to the woman's, made of ordinary cotton and now reduced to rags, yet it hinted at a background of some standing, possibly that of a steward or a guardian in a wealthy household. At that moment, both were gagged with strips of white cloth, rendering them voiceless, reduced to muffled sounds of despair. Furthermore, they were bound with iron chains, their arms and legs tightly secured and locked. The village, nestled amidst mountains and surrounded by water, featured a river that curved into a U shape before it, as if encircling the village with a belt of water. This river was voluminous, particularly at the U-bend, where it formed a deep pool, its swirling currents visibly treacherous. Undoubtedly, these two souls were destined to be cast into the depths of this perilous pool. The crowd surrounding the cage hurled curses at them, intermittently launching rotten eggs, decaying vegetable leaves, and even stones at the unfortunate pair. Among the onlookers were several elders, with a venerable figure at the center, a man with a white beard, gray hair, and a vigorous demeanor. His eyes, deep-set and penetrating, were framed by a face etched with the lines of time and hardship. The villagers regarded these elders, particularly the bearded man, with great reverence. As the appointed hour arrived, Zhu Ping'an entered to witness the elderly man raise his gaze to the sun, then strike the ground forcefully with his cane, proclaiming in a grave tone. Upon his declaration, a man in his 50s stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the captives before gesturing to the crowd, ordering, "Submerge them. Let the river god decide their fate, life or death." Following his words, an echo of agreement rippled through the crowd, and 8 robust youths stepped forth, bare-shouldered. Armed with ropes and thick clubs, 8 young men approached the pig cage, first binding its opening with rope, then wrapping the cage from head to tail, lifting it with sticks. Inside the cage, 2 individuals struggled helplessly, but the iron chains that bound them rendered their efforts futile, their eyes reflecting a profound despair. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. The 8 youths carried the cage to the riverbank, swinging their arms in unison, counting in rhythm. As they prepared to discard it into the river, a youthful voice pierced the air, commanding, "Stop." At that moment, the young men halted their actions, turning their heads in surprise. Not only they, but the villagers by the river, including several elders, focused their gazes on the boy who had spoken. Indeed, it was Zhu Ping'an. "Outsider, this matter does not concern you." An elder, over 50 years of age, stepped forward. "You are abusing justice. I have witnessed it and cannot stand idly by." Zhu Ping'an shook his head. "What nonsense! Life or death should be judged by the river god. Their hands and feet are chained, the cage sealed, weighted with stones. There is no chance of survival. What talk of divine judgment remains? How could I simply look on? Abusing justice?" The elder sneered, redirecting his gaze from Zhu Ping'an to the 2 prisoners, snorting disdainfully. "They deserve their fate. What are you waiting for? Drown these 2 scourges." The elder waved his hand again at the 8 youths. Upon hearing this, the young men prepared to lift the sticks once more, ready to find their rhythm and let go together. "Stop!" Zhu Ping'an's voice rang out again, filled with urgency. "How outrageous to treat lives as mere trifles. I have heard of many villages where cases are not reported to the county, but dealt with by clan leaders or respected elders. This is a misuse of authority, a disregard for the law. How can we ignore 2 lives? What right do you, an outsider, have to meddle in the affairs of our Ma family village?" The elder glared at Zhu Ping'an, then shouted at the stunned youths. "Ignore his nonsense. Drown these 2 miscreants." "Indeed," echoed another voice. "Why heed the words of an outsider?" The elder's statement fortified the resolve of the young men, who hoisted the cage once more, shaking it vigorously. "These adulterers deserve to be punished. Their actions have tarnished the reputation of Ma family village. Only by drowning them can we cleanse our village of this disgrace. Indeed, despite Lord Wang's kindness, her betrayal of virtue is a disgrace to us all. She lives in luxury while her actions bring shame. Especially that song steward. He deserves the harshest punishment. He was a poor boy, yet Lord Wang, recognizing his talent, helped him marry and build a life. Unbeknownst to many, this ungrateful wretch, who feasted at the table of Lord Wang, resided in his abode, and drew his salary, ultimately found himself in the mistress's bed. Such a person deserves to be cast into the depths of the lake." The crowd, witnessing this injustice, rallied in fervent support, applauding loudly. To be continued. Chapter 552. Life is not solely about kindness and distant horizons, but also about the harsh realities that confront us. The rickety pigpen swayed precariously. The river's depths were unfathomable, its currents swirling in whirlpools. The 2 individuals confined within the pigpen were shackled by iron chains, burdened by stones. Should they be thrown into the river, survival would be an impossibility. The onlookers were incensed, and a man in his 50s forcefully waved his hand, calling out to the lake. "Hey ho!" 8 robust young men chanted rhythmically, preparing to hurl the pigpen into the river before them. "Stop!" Zhu Ping'an stepped forward once more, unable to remain a mere bystander as 2 lives faced annihilation in such a brutal manner. His voice, resolute and commanding, rang out with greater authority than before. It pierced through the crowd, interrupting the young men's chant. The 8 strong youths paused, turning their attention towards him. The elder, now visibly enraged, glared at Zhu Ping'an, warning him, "You, an outsider, have no right to meddle in the affairs of Ma family village. Should you disrupt us again, do not blame us for taking advantage of a foreigner, right?" Zhu Ping'an retorted, shaking his head slightly. He then produced his official document, waving it in front of the gathered crowd, especially the elders. Despite the unified laws decreed by the Ming dynasty, villages often selected a respected elder or village chief to adjudicate local disputes. These figures wielded the authority to determine guilt or innocence, exact punishment, and even enforce extrajudicial sentences. The act of dunking someone in a pigpen was tantamount to a death sentence in their eyes. In ordinary circumstances, Zhu Ping'an would respect their customs. Yet when lives were at stake, he could not turn a blind eye. The method of dunking was simply inhumane. Faced with such a dire situation, Zhu Ping'an had no choice but to assert his authority. Contemplating that they might not recognize his official document, he retrieved a black wooden badge from his waist. This badge served as proof of rank within the Ming dynasty, displaying not only his personal information but also his official title and the seal of the Hanlin Academy. Oh, commoner pays respects to the esteemed official. The elder, upon closer inspection of Zhu Ping'an's credentials, underwent a noticeable change in expression, ready to kneel in reverence. These villagers had encountered county officials before, and their village had produced officials in the past. Thus, they were familiar with the significance of such documents and badges, recognizing them instantly. In ancient times, respect for authority was deeply ingrained, and upon witnessing the elder's act of kneeling, the villagers followed suit, bowing in deference. The 8 young men, too, hastily placed the pigpen aside and dropped to their knees with a splash. The 2 individuals confined within the pig cage, upon witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of hope ignite in their despairing eyes. How could Zhu Ping'an bear to see an elderly man of such advanced age kneeling before him? He hastily extended his hand to assist the several elders who had fallen to their knees, especially the venerable old man with a white beard, who was lifted to his feet before he even fully knelt. The other villagers, having just knelt, were quickly urged to stand once more. The elder, in his 50s, held Zhu Ping'an's official status in awe and dared not issue further commands to sink the lake. Yet, gazing at the 2 captives in the pig cage, he was filled with heartache and frustration, his furrowed brow seemingly etched with the character for defiance. The villagers knelt out of respect for Zhu Ping'an's authority, yet their eyes betrayed a deep-seated resentment as they fixated on the pig cage, their hearts brimming with indignation. Although they outwardly revered Zhu Ping'an, their gazes were laden with sorrow, anger, and a profound sense of unwelcomeness. Amidst the atmosphere of trepidation directed towards Zhu Ping'an, a proud figure emerged, none other than the elder with the white beard, who had spoken first. His once stooped back now stood tall and straight, as if buoyed by newfound vigor. My lord, the epitome of wickedness is lust. While murder and arson may inflict localized suffering, lust is a vice that harms both the perpetrator and the victim. A lifetime consumed by lust invites all manner of evils and ultimately leads to the ruin of our Ma family village. This is no mere alarmist rhetoric. History is replete with cautionary tales. Our village has perpetuated a legacy of agricultural and scholarly pursuits, maintaining a virtuous community spirit. With 5 archways honoring chastity and numerous accolades from the county magistrate and local authorities, we have upheld our integrity. You, esteemed sir, are well versed in the classics. Starvation is trivial, yet the loss of virtue is grave. Such moral degradation should never be tolerated, my lord. While the townspeople harbored a profound respect for Zhu Ping'an, the elder with the white beard straightened his stooped back and stood resolutely before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Observing the anguished elder, Zhu Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Alas, my lord, perhaps you remain unaware of the underlying circumstances, the elder sighed, addressing Zhu Ping'an. The latter nodded, having gleaned only a vague understanding from the villagers' vehement curses directed at the 2 individuals in the pig cage. Yet, given the emotional fervor, it was inevitable that the truth might be exaggerated or distorted. This tale traces back 9 years, to a time when Mr. Wang of our village was just embarking on his business journey. Having grown up in poverty, Mr. Wang, at a tender age, ventured to the town to work as an apprentice, intending to support his family. His honesty and ambition quickly distinguished him within the shop, allowing him to rise from apprentice to manager, earning the favor of his employers and eventually opening a branch of his own. Mr. Wang was known for his integrity, never shortchanging his customers, even at his own expense, and through his reputation and goodwill, he swiftly amassed wealth. He established a grand estate in the village, constructed roads, bridges, and schools, and offered assistance to those in need, never seeking anything in return. Truly, he was a commendable man. 9 years ago, Mr. Wang came to the aid of a family in distress. Indeed, it was that very family. That year, their parents fell gravely ill, and it seemed they would not survive. Upon hearing of their plight, Mr. Wang not only provided financial support, but also sought the services of a renowned physician from the provincial capital, expending over 100 taels of silver for their treatment. After his recovery, his parents, captivated by the wealth of Lord Wang, lamented that they could not repay his great kindness and tearfully arranged for his marriage to Lord Wang, demanding a bride price of 100 taels of silver. Such insatiable greed. Once married, they devised various schemes to extract money from Lord Wang each year. Lord Wang, being dutiful and obedient, granted them whatever they sought. Over the years, their humble thatched cottage and 3 acres of land transformed into a grand estate with a courtyard and 300 acres of fertile fields. Lord Wang, a man of integrity, treated his wife with utmost deference, especially after she bore him a son, entrusting her with the management of his assets. Alas, it was unexpected that such a fickle woman would betray his kindness. While he toiled from dawn till dusk, she engaged in an illicit affair with the steward of Lord Wang's estate. In particular, during Lord Wang's business trips, their indiscretions knew no bounds. As they shamelessly spent the nights together, the steward, a heartless wretch, was scorned by an elderly man with a white beard, who pointed accusingly at the figure in the pigsty, barely recognizable as human. This beast, orphaned at a young age, had once struggled for survival alongside pigs and dogs. Living in destitution, out of compassion, Lord Wang had taken him in, nurturing him and teaching him the ways of commerce and survival. He even elevated him to the position of steward, providing him with the means to marry. Yet this ungrateful creature, instead of expressing gratitude, consumed Lord Wang's hospitality while repaying him with betrayal, climbing into the bed of the lady of the house and colluding with her. Not only did they engage in their scandalous affair while Lord Wang was away, but the steward also deliberately lured Lord Wang into business trips, allowing the two to indulge in their depravity without restraint. As the elderly man spoke, he looked heavenward in anguish, nearly choking with rage. The villagers echoed his lamentations. To be continued. Chapter 553. Pardon the interruption, please continue. There once was a humorous saying that men ought to treat themselves well, for when illness strikes, other men may seize upon their fortunes, spend their money, occupy their beds, and even raise their children. For a long time, this seemed merely a jest. Now, as he listened to the white-bearded elder's impassioned lament, Zhu Ping'an realized that this joke had been softened considerably. The reality before him was far more brutal. A kind-hearted and substantial man had rescued a woman's parents, married her, not only providing her with luxurious comforts, love, and care, but also treating her parents as his own, bestowing upon them wealth and property, fulfilling their every wish. This benevolent man's kindness persisted as he took in a helpless orphan, who struggled for sustenance alongside pigs and dogs, providing him with food and clothing, teaching him the art of survival, and eventually arranging for his marriage. Yet the subsequent truth was harsh. The woman, who had benefited from her parents' rescue, indulged in infidelity, while the sheltered orphan turned into a treacherous ingrate, repaying kindness with malice, consuming the man's provisions, squandering his wealth, residing in his home, and even sharing his bed with the man's wife. From the reactions of the white-bearded elder and the villagers of Majia village, this cruel reality was undeniable. Is there truly a reward for goodness? No. Virtue did not beget virtue. This harsh reality trampled upon the values that people have long upheld, subverting the moral compass of this world. Indeed, after hearing the elder's words, Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of frustration. What a wretched reality. It was not just the inhabitants of the Ming dynasty who held traditional values that were incensed. Even Zhu Ping'an, hailing from the modern era, felt a disquiet within, an unquenchable fire of indignation. My lord, to punish one is to caution 100. To discipline the past is to safeguard the future. Since the scandalous affair of a pair of adulterers over a century ago on Chintang Road, our Majia village has not witnessed such a moral decay in over 100 years. Our village has thrived in purity and prosperity. The elder was visibly agitated, his body trembling with his fervent words. The crowd shared in his outrage. Indeed, the two individuals were despicable. However, the act of dunking them in a pig cage constituted extrajudicial punishment. What does extrajudicial punishment mean? It refers to penalties imposed without due legal process or unauthorized inflictions of punishment, all of which contravene the law. As the ancients said, do not reward privately to undermine public justice. Do not inflict private punishment to violate national law. For instance, if someone were to murder your friend, you cannot seek vengeance by killing the perpetrator. Instead, you should bring them to justice and let the authorities administer the lawful punishment. Thus, regarding this despicable reality and these two contemptible individuals, one cannot resort to personal vendettas when it comes to administering justice. With the establishment of legal statutes, The era of swift retribution in the martial world has ended. We must act according to the law. Certainly, adherence to the law does not imply negligence. It is worth noting that throughout history, the penalties prescribed by various dynasties were often 100-fold more brutal than the bloodshed depicted in tales. Methods such as lynching, the punishment of slicing, and dismemberment by chariots were far from uncommon, as were barbaric practices like boiling alive and lead poisoning. The founding emperor of this dynasty, the great Zhu, was notorious for his cruel punishments, which included the infamous shovel head method where corrupt officials were lined up, buried alive with only their heads exposed, and then decapitated with a single stroke of an axe. Another gruesome method, deceptively elegant in name, involved stripping the condemned and placing them on an iron bed, dousing them with boiling water, and scrubbing their flesh until only bones remained. The act of entrails extraction succinctly described the horrific insertion of iron hooks into the body, drawing out the intestines. Furthermore, Zhu signature punishment of skinning individuals alive to create human skin bags filled with straw for public display epitomized the era's brutality. The actions of the couple in the pig cage unequivocally constituted adultery. The laws of the Ming dynasty were explicit in their definitions and corresponding penalties for such transgressions. Zhu Pinggan, having tucked the official document, an ebony token, into his robes, began to recall the relevant statutes from his memory. As someone familiar with the legalities stemming from the imperial examination, he swiftly reviewed the applicable laws regarding adultery and was already aware of the potential ramifications. Fortunately, this is not a modern society, where, since 1997, adultery has been decriminalized, relegating such indiscretions to mere moral failings without legal repercussions. In contemporary times, such affairs might only serve to enrich tabloid journalism. However, we are in the ancient Ming dynasty, where adultery was regarded with utmost disdain and considered an unforgivable scandal. Across all historical periods, any statute deemed adultery a crime, unlike the more liberated attitudes of the present day. The Ming legal code was thorough in its stipulations regarding adultery, prescribing varied punishments for different circumstances. Zhu Pinggan cast his gaze over the assembly, ultimately resting on the couple within the pig cage. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to ascertain the specifics of their situation before determining their fate. Please remove the towels from their mouths, he instructed the young men accompanying him. What? Remove the towels? Are you releasing them? The young men were taken aback. A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd, their eyes brimming with indignation. Had it not been for their reverence towards Zhu Pinggan's official status, they might have surged forward to enact their wrath upon him. Yet, even in their respect, they cast Zhu Pinggan into the category of a corrupt official. In stark contrast, the couple in the cage reacted with palpable excitement upon hearing his words, particularly the woman, whose eyes shimmered with tears of joy, while the indistinct figure of the man squirmed with evident emotion. Esteemed elders, if such morally corrupt individuals are not eradicated, my Ma family village shall never know tranquility. If this continues, our village's moral fabric will deteriorate, and I, an old man, will have no face to confront the elders of our community, nor can I bear the shame before the ancestors of the Ma family, should they remain unpunished. I shall be compelled to atone for this transgression myself, the venerable elder lamented, as he pushed through the crowd, preparing to leap into the tumultuous river. With remarkable swiftness, Zhu Pinggan intervened, grasping the elder's arm and preventing him from his desperate act. The villagers, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastened to restrain the elderly man. Please, esteemed elder, remain calm. I, as an official, have a few inquiries that require your cooperation, Zhu Pinggan implored, bowing deeply with sincerity. Once I have ascertained the details of this case, justice shall be served in accordance with the law. Surely, you are aware that the law holds the sovereign and the commoner alike accountable for their transgressions. Upon concluding his statement, Zhu Pinggan bowed once more. The elder regarded him for a prolonged moment before exhaling a resigned sigh and gesturing, "As you command, my lord." Following his instruction, a few young men reluctantly removed the towels from the two individuals confined within the pig pen. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a seven-tiered stupa. Your actions, my lord, are of immeasurable virtue. I shall ensure a temple is built in your honor, with offerings day and night. The man, whose form was obscured by the towel, expressed his gratitude to Zhu Pinggan incessantly. The woman in the pig pen echoed similar sentiments of thanks. Upon hearing the words of the two, the villagers erupted in a chorus of indignation, hurling insults such as shameless and depraved couple. May I inquire, elder, when were these two caught in the act of adultery? Zhu Ping'an asked, maintaining his composure as he addressed the elder. It was just now, as we caught them in the act, came the collective response from the villagers. The elder nodded in agreement, indicating their claims were indeed true. Zhu Ping'an then turned to the individuals in the pig pen. Is this accurate? The two exchanged furtive glances, neither confirming nor denying, which effectively amounted to an admission of guilt. They could not refute the evidence of being caught in such a compromising position before so many witnesses. Ah, so they were indeed apprehended in the act, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged, then inquired of the crowd, might the victim, Lord Wang, be present? All eyes turned to a solitary figure, whose complexion was dark and unremarkable, though his attire suggested a person of some standing. This was indeed Lord Wang, who now bore an expression of deep humiliation, his spirit seemingly diminished. Were you present at the time of the incident, Lord Wang? Zhu Ping'an asked. It was Lord Wang who accompanied us to catch them in the act, the villagers chimed in unison. Such misfortune at our home has caused you embarrassment, my lord. Lord Wang acknowledged with a nod, letting out a heavy sigh as he bowed to Zhu Ping'an. I apologize for the disturbance. Please, carry on. Zhu Ping'an nodded in response, refraining from further inquiries. He stood, offering a profound bow to the elder and the villagers of Ma family village, expressing his apologies before turning to depart. What? The crowd fell into a stunned silence, momentarily unable to respond. My lord, please do not depart. Grant us our freedom. The first to react were the men and women confined within the pig pen, their hearts wrenched as they cried out in anguish, watching the retreating figure of Zhu Ping'an. According to the Ming Code, Article 9, if a wife is caught in the act of infidelity with another and her husband discovers them, he may execute the adulterers on the spot without consequence. By the law, should a husband catch his wife in the act, he is entitled to kill both the paramour and the adulteress immediately. What difference does it make whether the punishment be death by beating, drowning, or submerging in a lake? Zhu Ping'an did not look back. He merely shook his head and softly recited the legal decree, taking hold of his steed and mounting it before riding away. Behind him, desperate cries, exultant cheers, and then the synchronized chants of heave-ho echoed, culminating in the resounding splashes of heavy objects hitting the water, igniting a fervent celebration. We shall once again welcome a century of good fortune in our Ma family village. The voice of the white-bearded elder resonated faintly in the air. With a sigh, Zhu Ping'an urged his horse onward, quickening his pace. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. The heavens maintain a cycle of justice. If you do not believe, look up. Does the celestial realm spare anyone? To be continued. Chapter 554. The capital city, Zhu Ping'an, have returned after departing from Ma family village. Zhu Ping'an journeyed northward, reaching a post station outside a county town just before dusk. His official status served as the finest passport, the station master. Not daring to neglect a sixth-rank official like Zhu Ping'an, treated him with utmost hospitality. While the station master managed the post station, his own rank was quite humble, failing to even reach the 9th rank. To them, a 6th-rank official was akin to a deity. However, upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's troubled demeanor, the station master wisely refrained from further intrusion, promptly delivering meals and preparing the finest room before taking his leave. Zhu Ping'an's countenance was indeed grim. He had little appetite for the sumptuous feast presented to him, primarily due to the events in Ma family village regarding the drowning incident. Though the Ming law permitted a husband to execute his wife's adulterers on the spot, choosing drowning as a method of execution, the psychological toll weighed heavily upon him. This was the first case he had judged. The initial verdict had resulted in 2 lives lost to the lake, much akin to a novice soldier's first experience on the battlefield, where the sight of carnage often induces nausea and revulsion. Zhu Ping'an found his situation to be reminiscent of those fledgling warriors. Indeed, mercy has no place in wielding power. Governance is similar, especially for county officials overseeing pastoral regions. They wield authority that directly impacts the populace, encompassing the roles of modern government, judiciary, and prosecution. They possess both administrative and judicial powers, and adjudicating cases is akin to commanding troops. There is no room for leniency. Should a county official be excessively merciful, even refraining from punishing murderers with the severity they deserve, they would forfeit judicial authority, leading to rampant crime and ultimately harming the common folk. Thus, his character remains a work in progress. After a light dinner, Zhu Pingyan tidied up the remnants of the meal himself, then set out his writing materials. Dipping his brush in ink to practice his calligraphy, Zhao Ku, adorned in a flowing cloak, while Wu's sword gleams like frost and snow. The silver saddle gleams upon the white horse, dashing through like a shooting star. With every 10 steps, a life is claimed. 1,000 miles leave no trace behind. Once the matter is settled, I brush off my garments and retreat into anonymity. These lines from Li Bai's Xia Kuxing resonated deeply with Zhu Pingyan, who initially struggled to find tranquility in his thoughts. Gradually, as the ink began to permeate the rice paper, the image of a gallant swordsman, one who traverses the world, rescues the distressed, and achieves merit for the sake of society, slowly emerged in his mind, allowing Zhu Pingyan to attain a state of calm. The interplay of ink shades, the strokes of iron and silver, intertwined in a manner that reflects the profound essence of calligraphy, a tradition that has flourished for millennia. Engaging in this art form serves as a splendid means of self-cultivation. Upon completing the piece, Zhu Pingyan found his spirit thoroughly at ease. Once his mind was serene, he practiced his calligraphy for a while longer, and only when the moon was at its zenith did he put away his brushes and ink. Stepping outside, he requested a bucket of hot water from the station attendants, who dutifully delivered it to his room. After a brief, refreshing bath, he extinguished the lamp and surrendered to slumber. Awakening at the break of dawn, Zhu Pingyan tidied his belongings and bid farewell to the inn. Embarking once more on his journey northward, enduring the elements, he pressed on, and at long last, on the 19th day since leaving home, he arrived at the capital city. Behold, I, Zhu Pingyan, have returned to the capital, he declared, filled with confidence, as he gazed upon the towering cityscape. He refused to believe that right and wrong could be so easily inverted. As he approached the bustling capital, the throngs of people flowed like a vast river. Common folk with burdens entered the city like fish crossing a river, while delivery carts rolled in one after another. Wealthy merchants, resplendent in their attire, conversed animatedly within their carriages, discussing the latest business ventures. Official palanquins, escorted by attendants, advanced through the queue, while noblemen galloped through the throngs. Cutting into the line with the force of a hot iron plunged into snow, Zhu Pingyan, leading his horse through the crowd, remained inconspicuous. A weary traveler cloaked in dust from days of travel. Those without privilege stood in line to enter the city, and the queue at the city gates stretched long. With nothing pressing to occupy their time, the people indulged in gossip about the latest happenings in the capital. With the city now so near, Zhu Pingyan was in no rush. He ambled leisurely in line, eavesdropping on the chatter and absorbing the current events of the capital. The tales were plentiful. A leisurely prince had been reported for hiding armor. Rumors of an old woman coming back to life circulated on Royal Street. And a violent altercation had erupted between the Jinyui and the Dachuan at a tavern. Additionally, a talented young woman at the Drunken Flower Pavilion captivated audiences with her poetic prowess and exquisite performances, drawing crowds in droves. Amidst the gossip, the most talked about subject was the affairs of the Yin family. The most salacious tidbit involved the young Chancellor Yin Shifan, who had taken yet another concubine, one who was already married. This particular woman was the wife of one of Yan's subordinates, whom he had seduced during an inspection visit. In a peculiar twist, when the subordinate returned home to find the Chancellor in bed with his wife, he did not express anger. Instead, he stood at the door, proudly keeping watch for the Chancellor. Half a year later, this subordinate even felt that the young Chancellor was too exhausted from his travels and voluntarily offered his wife to him as a concubine. The public's attention towards the Yin residence was immense. Even the workers at the city gate spoke of it extensively. They remarked that the grandeur of the Yin residence surpassed that of the royal palace, adorned with gilded beds, ivory chopsticks, and a flourishing atmosphere of song and dance, where a single meal could cost several hundred taels of silver. It was said that Yin Shifan indulged in pleasures at least thrice a day. The more the people envied the opulence and debauchery of the Yin estate, the deeper their resentment towards Yin Song and his son grew. Though the Yin residence basked in its glory, the seeds of disaster were being sown deeper in the hearts of the populace. Zhu Pingyan listened to the gossip circulating among the crowd as he leisurely made his way towards the city gate. "Excuse me, let my young master pass first." Just as Zhu Pingyan was about to proceed, a man behind him rudely shoved him aside, demanding that Zhu Pingyan yield the way for his own master. This man had pushed ahead of several others, and upon seeing his extravagant attire, it was clear he belonged to the affluent class. Those who were cut in line felt a mix of anger and helplessness. How audacious to cut in line with such arrogance. Zhu Ping'an, who had always despised such individuals, turned with a smile and shook his head, firmly holding his position with his horse and showing no inclination to yield. Do you have any idea who our young master is? The interloper was both astonished and enraged, unable to believe that this down-and-out scholar dared to refuse him. As if Zhu Ping'an had committed an unforgivable offense. Wang Gui, can you handle this? Tell him the entry fee is covered by my young master. I am in a hurry to find Xiao Taohong at the Zuihua Tower to discuss poetry, the young master inside the sedan chair impatiently urged, casting a glance at Zhu Ping'an. Entry fee? Zhu Ping'an chuckled at the mention, then turned to the young master, saying, You expect me to yield for a mere few coins? If you were to offer me 100 taels of silver, I might consider it, but without that amount. Do not pretend to be wealthy here. The bystanders in line, who had long been displeased with the line cutting, erupted in laughter. You'll regret this. The young master, blushing in embarrassment amidst the laughter, retreated into his sedan, unwilling to part with 100 taels. Zhu Ping'an smiled at this reaction and continued with the crowd to the city gate, producing a somewhat crumpled official document from his pocket. The gate guards, initially mistaking him for a destitute scholar, were taken aback to discover he was an official. They scrutinized him for a moment longer, then allowed him to pass without checking his belongings. Hey, why aren't you checking his luggage? Aren't you collecting the entry fee? Wang Gui, the servant who had cut in line, protested indignantly. If your rank were of the 6th grade, you could do the same, the gate guard lazily replied, casting a glance at him. To be continued. Chapter 555. The youthful ingenious talent. The flow of people resembled a tidal wave, and the streets bustled with activity. Buildings stood in splendid array, adorned with vibrant blossoms. The air was saturated with the essence of the capital's prosperity, mingled with the sweet fragrances of cosmetics worn by women and the intoxicating aromas of wine and tea wafting from the taverns and tea houses, all contributing to this flourishing era. Though it is not his first visit to the capital, Zhu Ping'an remains awestruck by its splendor. Upon entering the city gates, he gazes upon the bustling metropolis, a surge of pride swelling within him. This is the largest and most vibrant city in the world, unmatched by any other. In this era, any European city pales in comparison, exuding a provincial air. As for the cities of the Americas, still under the dominion of Native Americans, they are even more backward and incomparable. Leading his horse into the capital, Zhu Ping'an becomes enveloped by the throngs of people, navigating the streets alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the lively din of bargaining. He seeks out a tavern and strides inside, postponing his visit to the Ministry of Justice until he has satisfied his hunger and settled in. Upon arriving in the capital, Zhu Ping'an contemplates whether to dine first or to pay a visit to the Marquis of Linhuai's residence. Moreover, he does not intend to impose on the Marquis's hospitality this time. During his previous stay for the imperial examination, it was brief. But now that he is assuming an official post in the capital, he cannot overstay his welcome, especially since the Marquis has taken up a post on the coast, leaving only the womenfolk at the estate. Nevertheless, a visit is still warranted, for he is now the son-in-law of the Marquis of Linhuai, and it is customary to pay his respects upon arriving in the capital, albeit after indulging in a hearty meal. The tavern, though small, is bustling with business, as several waiters deftly navigate between tables, serving food and drink. The air is filled with the sounds of patrons enjoying their meals and sharing hearty laughter. Zhu Ping'an finds an empty seat and, when approached by a waiter, orders a plate of spicy tripe, a serving of braised meat with flatbread, and a bowl of assorted offal soup, relishing each bite. This humble establishment at the foot of the imperial city exudes a certain grandeur, with generous portions and a refined presentation, showcasing culinary expertise that delights the palate. After savoring his meal and finishing the last drop of soup, Zhu Ping'an settles the bill and departs, leading his horse towards the Marquis's residence. As Zhu Ping'an makes his way to the Marquis of Linhuai's estate, news of his arrival in the capital has already reached the desk of Liu Bing, the commander of the Jinyue, even before he had fully entered the city. What is the Jinyue? They are the most adept secret agents of this era. There is no information beyond their grasp should they choose to pursue it. Common folk tremble at the mere mention of the Jinyue, though it is perhaps more accurate to say that officials of the Ming dynasty quiver at their presence, as the Jinyue's primary focus lies in monitoring and investigating the actions of government officials. The Jinui were established out of the necessity for balancing imperial power against the bureaucracy, ensuring that knowledge of both friend and foe leads to victory in every battle. They serve as the emperor's eyes and ears, tools for safeguarding imperial authority. The founding figure, Zhu Yuanzhang, after conquering the realm and ascending to the throne, felt a profound insecurity, fearing insurrection from his subordinates. Thus, he meticulously scrutinized every action of his ministers. Their conduct was monitored not only during official duties, but even in their private lives after hours. During the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, the civil servant Qianzai was tasked with compiling the essentials of Mencius. The work was arduous, often requiring him to labor late into the night. One evening, upon returning home feeling utterly exhausted and sore, he was inspired by his surroundings to compose a poem in his study. At the fourth watch, I rise from my bed. To the morning court, I still find it late. When shall I enjoy the pleasures of the fields, sleeping until the meal is ready on earth? The following day, Qianzai was summoned to the palace by Zhu Yuanzhang, who, with a smile, remarked, "I have heard that you composed a fine poem last night. Yet I did not think you tardy in your morning attendance. Would it not be better to express your concerns?" To which Qianzai humbly replied, "Your Majesty, I am at fault. Your wisdom surpasses my understanding. Indeed, concern is far more fitting than tardy." In that moment, Qianzai was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that he had not spoken foolishly the previous night, for otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Zhu Yuanzhang continued with a chuckle, "In truth, you are far more fortunate than I. My burdens are far heavier than yours." And then he spontaneously composed another poem. "While my ministers still slumber, I rise early. Though they rest, I remain awake. Why is it that the affluent in Jiangnan still lie beneath their covers at noon?" This exchange illustrates the meticulous surveillance exercised by the Jinui over both civil and military officials, as even their private matters at home were not overlooked, let alone their public dealings. Given the pervasive scrutiny of the Jinui, it is hardly surprising that the news of Zhu Pingyan's arrival in the capital reached Liu Bing with such swiftness. Liu Bing held the message in hand, glanced at it, then returned it to the table before picking up a letter with the surname Li inscribed at the end, though the other two characters were obscured by his hand. After reading the letter twice and smiling faintly, he cast it into the nearby fire, ensuring its complete incineration. "My lord, should we inform Elder Yin of Zhu Zihu's arrival in the capital?" inquired a Jinui respectfully positioned at Liu Bing's side. Liu Bing, smiling at his subordinate, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Elder Yin has been presiding over rituals for the past 2 days, scarcely getting any rest. This morning, he has finally received the Emperor's grace to return and rest. Let us not disturb his much-needed respite with such trivial matters. My lord, your consideration is commendable." "I almost made a grievous mistake," the Jinui replied, enlightened, realizing that nothing was more important than Elder Yan's well-being, especially given his advanced age and the fatigue from his recent duties. Disturbing him could lead to unforeseen health issues, and such a burden would be unbearable for oneself. As for Zhu Pingyan's memorial, it had been some time. There was no urgency for the moment. Besides, how could this matter compare to Elder Yan's health? Do not fret. Youth often lacks patience. In the future, remember to think thrice before acting. It will greatly benefit your growth, Liu Bing stated, his gaze resting on the Jinui for a brief moment before gesturing for him to leave. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." The Jinui knelt in gratitude. "Very well. Attend to your duties diligently. My position relies on your efforts." Liu Bing waved his hand, signaling the Jinui to withdraw. Once they had departed, Liu Bing retrieved a scroll and began to peruse its contents. Should Zhu Pingyan have been present, he would have been astonished to see Liu Bing studying a page that contained the very treatise on thick black theory that Zhu Pingyan had penned for Zhang Siwei and others before leaving the capital. What a remarkable intellect, perceiving matters with such clarity. Yet, how perplexingly did he submit such a memorial? Youth often brings impulsiveness. After reading, Liu Bing shook his head slightly, offering a commentary. To be continued. Chapter 556. A return to the Marquis's residence in the capital city. The east is adorned with wealth while the west boasts nobility. The south is impoverished, and the north is destitute. The western district is a gathering place for the affluent. Serving as the heart of the metropolis, its bustling streets renowned for their aristocratic allure. In the distance, a lone figure on horseback trudged into the noble district. His attire, though clean, stood in stark contrast to the elegantly dressed individuals surrounding him, creating a dissonance with the opulence of the noble street. His presence elicited disdainful glances from the passing aristocrats, who felt that he diminished the overall prestige of the area. Who could this be? A poor relative from the countryside. As a young lady in a sedan chair passed by, she even covered her nose with an embroidered handkerchief, casting a significant eye roll at the unkempt yet earnest youth outside. Hey, Zhi'er, let them slow down. I believe that man is heading to the Linghuai Marquis' residence, the young lady remarked, intrigued as she spotted the figure making his way toward the grand entrance of the Marquis' abode. The sedan chair, a vision of elegance and luxury, was adorned with scarlet silk drapery and embellished with jewels and tassels, exuding an air of refined femininity. Accompanied by 2 maids, 2 elderly matrons, and 2 bearers, it was a spectacle of sophistication. Indeed, miss, it seems he is a poor relative of the Li family, Zhi'er, the maid, acknowledged, having noticed the same, and following her mistress's command, instructed the bearers to ease their pace. Thus, the sedan slowed its course, eventually redirecting towards the Linghuai Marquis' residence. The young lady lifted a corner of the curtain, watching with keen interest as the figure entered the Marquis' estate, where the doorman appeared to recognize the rustic relative and even offered assistance in leading the horse inside. This sight brought a smile to the young lady's face. At the last tea poetry gathering at the Linghuai Marquis' residence, the third sister of the Linghuai Marquis had jested about the impoverished relatives of the Tang family, boasting of her own family's esteemed lineage and successful relatives, devoid of any poor kin. How amusing it would be to see what she would say this time. Zhi'er, turn back. I wish to visit the Tang family at the Linghuai Marquis' residence for a chat, she instructed softly, unable to suppress her eagerness to share this news with the 5th young lady of the Linghuai Marquis' family, finding the prospect quite delightful. As the sedan turned towards the Linghuai Marquis' residence, Zhu Pingyan had already entered the Linghuai Marquis' estate. Previously, Zhu Pingyan had stayed at the Linghuai Marquis' residence for a month, and given the scarcity of male heirs and his recent distinction as the top scholar, it would be hard for the doorman to forget him. Although Zhu Pingyan appeared weary from his journey, the doorman immediately recognized him from a distance, promptly opening the door to welcome him inside. He swiftly took charge of Zhu Pingyan's belongings, while another doorman efficiently led the horse away to the stable for proper care. A third doorman hurried to the second gate to announce the return of the young master. Young master, you must be exhausted from your travels. I shall fetch a bucket of hot water for your room at once, the doorman said, eager to please. His address shifted from young master Zhu to young master, reflecting the news of Zhu Pingyan's marriage to Li Shu, which had spread throughout the estate. The doormen were particularly well informed and had known of this development long before. That would be much appreciated, Zhu Pingyan replied graciously, offering 2 silver coins as a reward for the doorman's attentiveness. After a long and dusty journey, he certainly needed a bath. Thank you, young master, the doorman exclaimed joyfully, feeling elated by the generous tip, which would suffice for several days of small indulgences. During your time back in your hometown, 2 of your friends have visited you twice, inquiring about your return. The officials have also come by once, but left upon finding you absent. Your black horse has gained quite a bit of weight since you left, the doorman continued, chattering animatedly, especially after receiving the silver coins. He rambled on about various happenings at the estate as they made their way through a shortcut, navigating the garden along a narrow path, eventually arriving at the guest quarters. Thank you for your assistance, Zhu Pingyan said as he entered the courtyard, addressing the doorman who had helped him with his luggage. There's no need for such politeness. Young master, the doorman replied humbly. At that moment, footsteps and the voices of young women could be heard approaching from outside the courtyard. Soon, several young ladies entered, led by a woman in her 20s, dressed in a light blue tunic and a fitted pink skirt, cinched at the waist with a light purple sash. Her delicate face was adorned with a hint of makeup, giving her a fresh and tidy appearance, followed closely by a few young maidservants. Zhu Pingyan recognized her as Ziju, a maidservant who attended the old matron, having met her during his first visit to the Ho residence with Li Shu. Upon entering the courtyard, Ziju approached and bowed gracefully, rising with a smile. Young master, you have returned. The old matron has been quite concerned for you and Miss Wu. She expressed her regret for not attending your wedding and has barely touched her meals for several days. What a coincidence. The old matron was just speaking of you and Miss Wu, and now here you are. Truly, Ziju, being the old matron's trusted maid, possessed a way with words that left no room for criticism. It is my fault that the old matron is worried, Zhu Pingyan replied with a slight smile. clasping his hands in gratitude. Why still call her old matron? Young master should now refer to her as grandmother, Ziju chimed in with a playful smile. Ah, indeed, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged, nodding earnestly. Thank you for the reminder, Ziju. Just call me Ziju. I am but a humble maidservant, she replied modestly. Zijuan smiled and shook her head, then added, Young master, you are now the master of the estate. You can no longer stay in the guest room. The old madam has already arranged a courtyard for you and Miss Wu, with everything prepared and waiting for your arrival. You must be weary from your journey. Allow me to escort you to your courtyard for a moment's respite. Later, should you find anything lacking or unsuitable, do not hesitate to inform me. As she spoke, Zijuan turned to the several maidservants behind her and commanded, You all go help the young master with his belongings. In no time, the maidservants efficiently organized the gifts brought by Zhu Ping'an and tidied the room. Zhu Ping'an, who had intended to pay his respects to the old madam before moving outside, observed the bustling maids with a wry smile. Well, I suppose I shall mention it when I greet the old madam later. To be continued. Chapter 557. Listening to the rain pavilion. The residence arranged by the Marquis's household was located in the rear courtyard. After marrying Li Shu, Zhu Ping'an, as the son-in-law of the Marquis, was no longer considered an outsider, and the arrangements made were quite reasonable. Zijuan led the way, with Zhu Ping'an following closely, trailed by several maidservants carrying gifts. As they walked from the guest room towards the rear courtyard, they passed through the elegant and ornate flower-laden gate and entered the back garden. Following the corridor adorned with stone screens, they turned a couple of corners, traversed a side gate, and meandered along a winding path until they beheld several relatively independent courtyards, each exuding exquisite decor, high taste, and pristine cleanliness. Throughout this journey, Zhu Ping'an's overall impression of the rear courtyard was that it comprised inner courtyards and outer gardens, seamlessly connected, with servants attending to their duties. Security, privacy, and accessibility were all impeccably catered to. Indeed, the most significant difference between the rear and front courtyards lay in their feminine charm, populated solely by maidservants and matrons. Whether in the flowers or the decor, an unmistakable fragrance of cosmetics lingered. Young master, this listening to the rain pavilion is the courtyard the old madam has prepared for you and Miss Wu. Everything within is newly acquired. The furniture has been meticulously crafted from rosewood and sandalwood by masters commissioned by the inner court. Daily necessities and decor have been sourced from the imperial merchants. Should you find anything lacking, please inform me. The old madam has ensured that you and Miss Wu are comfortable. Zijuan led Zhu Ping'an into a courtyard adjacent to a bamboo grove, instructing the maidservants to arrange the luggage. She then stood before a cluster of blooming spring flowers, smiling as she addressed Zhu Ping'an. Newly acquired, you say? Does that not imply a higher concentration of formaldehyde and toluene? Zhu Ping'an mused, stroking his chin. In general, newly furnished decor tends to emit pollutants, releasing volatile gases such as harmful formaldehyde and toluene. With all the new furniture in this courtyard, was he to become a human vacuum cleaner? What? Formaldehyde? Toluene? Young master, what are these substances? Zijuan was standing right beside Zhu Ping'an and overheard his mutterings. However, upon hearing them, she appeared quite bewildered, unable to comprehend what the young master meant by formaldehyde and toluene, or why newly acquired furniture would contain such substances. Zhu Ping'an cast a glance at Zijuan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head slightly, murmuring that it was nothing. Formaldehyde. Toluene. How could one so steeped in the modern lexicon comprehend these terms? To elucidate their molecular structure and physical-chemical properties would necessitate an intricate discourse encompassing physics, chemistry, and biology, a task too vast to encapsulate in mere days or weeks, and likely fraught with misunderstanding. Thus, it seemed more prudent to say nothing at all. Zijuan, perceptive as she was, recognized her master-in-law's reluctance to elaborate, yet she exhibited the good sense not to pry further. Nevertheless, she mentally noted the terms formaldehyde and toluene, pondering whom she might inquire about their meanings in due course, for anything uttered by her esteemed master-in-law, a top scholar, surely held significance beyond the ordinary. While Zhu Ping'an conversed with Zijuan, the other maidservants had already arranged his belongings in the room. I am quite satisfied with the courtyard. I extend my gratitude to all of you, especially to Miss Zijuan, who should convey my thanks to my grandmother. Zhu Ping'an clasped his hands in appreciation towards Zijuan and the others, requesting that they express his gratitude to the matriarch of the Ho family. Zijuan, along with the other maidservants, bowed in response, laughing modestly and declaring their unworthiness. A truly modest gentleman, unparalleled in the world, if it were Master Zhou and his companions. Such humility and courtesy would be unheard of. A few of the young maidservants dared to steal glances at Zhu Ping'an, the esteemed son-in-law of the first scholar of the Ming dynasty, their cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Zhi'er further arranged for warm bathing water to be brought into Tingyu Pavilion, along with various household necessities, leaving 2 maidservants in the courtyard to await Zhu Ping'an's commands. Once he had refreshed himself, they would guide him to pay his respects to the matriarch. With that, Zhi'er and the other maidservants took their leave. After Zhi'er departed, Zhu Ping'an surveyed the Tingyu Pavilion, which was structured like a small sihiyuan, with meticulously laid bricks and glazed tiles. The windows were bright and clean, exuding an air of elegance. The moon-shaped courtyard door added to its aesthetic charm, and to protect privacy, a wooden screen carved with an exquisite design of rain-drenched peonies stood behind it. Inside Tingyu Pavilion, there were 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, a small gatehouse near the courtyard entrance, and a kitchen, with a corridor connecting the main and side rooms. Master, the hot water is ready. The maidservants are here to assist you with your change and bath. While Zhu Ping'an continued to observe the courtyard, 2 maidservants approached him, kneeling in greeting. No, that won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. You may rest in the side room. Zhu Ping'an naturally declined, adhering to his belief in self-sufficiency. He had no need for the assistance of others when it came to bathing. However, the mere thought of a shared bath brought to mind a certain mischievous little sprite clad in split-crotch trousers. What a scoundrel. After all, she was still underage. Chuckling to himself, he shook his head again, leaving the 2 maidservants bewildered by his sudden laughter. Yet, seeing his resolute demeanor, they reluctantly retreated to the side room, initially hoping to seize the opportunity to forge a closer bond with their master. Zhu Ping'an entered the main house, which was divided into sections. Upon entering, he discovered a layout of 1 bright room and 2 dimly lit ones, with the central space serving as a reception area. The remaining 2 rooms were designated as a study and a bedroom. The bedroom was relatively spacious, further partitioned into 2 areas, one for sleeping and the other serving as a washroom, akin to an ancient bathing chamber. Zhu Ping'an stepped into the inner room, disrobed, and indulged in a warm bath within a wooden tub, using the pig fungus to cleanse his hair and the lye soap for his body. Both pig fungus and lye soap were luxuries reserved for affluent families during the Ming dynasty, far superior to soap pods and beans, enhanced with fragrances that left a rich aroma after bathing. After soaking away the weariness and dust of travel, Zhu Ping'an felt rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn, invigorated and lighthearted. Once he dried off, he selected a clean outfit from the garments prepared by Li Shu, opting for something slightly formal, as he was to pay his respects to the matriarch. Freshly bathed and clad in new attire, Zhu Ping'an appeared several notches elevated from when he first entered the Marquis's residence. Indeed, the adage that clothing makes the man held true. The 2 young maids waiting in the adjoining room observed the transformed Zhu Ping'an, their cheeks flushing deeper, whispering softly to each other before casting furtive glances in his direction. To be continued. Chapter 558. A visit of respect. The depth of the Marquis's gates is truly unfathomable. This statement is far from hyperbole. Even with Zhu Ping'an's prodigious memory, he nearly lost his way while journeying to pay his respects to the matriarch. After traversing winding paths and shadowy corners, he finally arrived at the courtyard where the old matriarch resided. Young master, just ahead lies the matriarch's courtyard, the 2 guiding maids softly informed Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement, ensuring his attire was appropriate before gesturing for the maids to lead the way. This corridor was quite spacious, and upon passing through it, he beheld a magnificent jade screen, eliciting a gasp of admiration from him as he pondered the wealth expended to procure such a vast piece of jade. Circumventing the jade screen, he entered a large courtyard, the domain of the matriarch, where he encountered a row of 5 main rooms, along with various auxiliary spaces such as a servant's quarters, a door room, and a kitchen. Young master, may you be well. The 6 busy maids in the courtyard greeted Zhu Ping'an in unison, bending their knees in a coordinated gesture of respect. Zhu Ping'an nodded and inquired, "Is grandmother available?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, he stepped towards the central main room. As he approached the door, the maid inside had already lifted the curtain high in anticipation, allowing him to enter seamlessly. Word of your visit has delighted the matriarch for quite some time. Do come in, young master. The old matriarch expressed her joy upon seeing him. In the main room, a tall maid clad in a dark green tunic, named Ziju, emerged with a smile. Bowing gracefully to Zhu Ping'an, grandmother recited words of peace, and peace naturally ensued from her greetings. Zhu Ping'an offered a faint smile. Zijuang, laughing, lifted the door curtain, welcoming Zhu Ping'an into the inner chamber, and cheerfully announced, "Old madam, your cherished son-in-law has come to pay his respects." The inner room was adorned with opulence. By the window lay a large Kong covered with a scarlet blanket, facing a backrest depicting the longevity of Plum Ant, with a cushion featuring a gilded character for fortune. The bedding had been infused with fragrant spices. Upon the Kong rested a pair of exquisite Wangwali tables, adorned with dried fruits, fragrant tea, and spittoons. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and 4 elegantly cushioned chairs were arranged with soft footrests. Vases filled with seasonal flowers, incense burners, and various unnamed ornaments embellished the room. Upon entering, Zhu Ping'an surveyed the surroundings before bowing respectfully to the silver-haired lady seated in the central grand armchair. Having encountered the old madam multiple times during his stay at the Marquis's residence, he recognized her at once. "Your grandson Ping'an pays his respects to you, grandmother." Zhu Ping'an stood a meter away from the old madam's chair, then stepped forward with his left leg, placing his left hand on his knee while half kneeling with his right leg, bending one knee to greet her. While many may consider this greeting a Manchu custom, it actually traces its origins to the Ming dynasty, where it was initially part of military etiquette. The Great Ming Code provides a standard description of this gesture, referred to as bending one knee. Theoretically, soldiers were expected to kneel before their superiors, but due to the constraints of armor, they could only bend one or half a knee. Over time, this became customary, and even without armor, soldiers would bend a knee in greeting, akin to bowing or clasping hands, signifying respect. The unique Manchu etiquette involves kneeling fully, as in this case, where the emperor is at the pinnacle and all subjects, including officials, are considered servants of the emperor. Anjur, rise quickly. You have endured much on your journey. The affairs at sea have truly alarmed your grandmother. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you. The old madam extended her hand, urging Zhu Ping'an to stand. Zhu Ping'an complied and rose, noticing the old madam's keen gaze upon him, and he smiled back at her with composure. "How have you lost so much weight?" The old madam assessed him with concern, her voice filled with tenderness. Before Zhu Ping'an could respond, she turned to Zijuang and instructed, "Zijuang, go to the storeroom and fetch half of the nourishing gifts from the palace: bird's nest, ganoderma, deer antler, ginseng, snow lotus, and the like, for Anjur. Grandmother truly shows favoritism." It took a great deal of pleading before she granted a meager portion, yet now, with my brother-in-law just arriving, she wishes to distribute half immediately. As the old madam's voice faded, a sweet, playful tone drifted in, feigning grievance yet inviting affection. Zhu Ping'an turned to see the 6th young lady, clad in a light pink gauzy dress, entering with a fragrant breeze. Her cherubic face, adorned with baby fat and a playful smile, revealed tiny tiger teeth as she approached the old madam, wrapping her arms around her in a charming display of affection. "You little monkey, how sharp your ears are. Quickly rise and take note of who is present. Do not shamelessly act coy like this." The old lady affectionately patted Miss Lu's delicate shoulder, playfully teasing her. Only then did Miss Lu lift her head from her grandmother's embrace, gazing at Zhu Ping'an with a playful smile, unashamedly declaring, "Grandmother always changes the subject. My brother-in-law is not a stranger, so I have no reason to feel shy." Miss Lu's dark, sparkling eyes boldly surveyed Zhu Ping'an, her gaze enchanting, her round, egg-shaped face flushed with a rosy hue, resembling a lively little bird, exuding a sweet and vivacious aura. Zhu Ping'an observed silently, his eyes steady, revealing no hint of emotion. "You little monkey, now you are finding fault with your grandmother. Very well, let Zijuang bring you that box of East pearls you have long coveted to your courtyard later." The old lady, with a tender pinch of Miss Lu's cherubic cheeks, promised her a box of pearls. "Hee, I thank my esteemed ancestor." Miss Lu joyfully expressed her gratitude to the old lady. "Enough. You are soon to be married, and yet you lack decorum. Go sit properly over there." The old lady playfully scolded as she patted Miss Lu's arm. "At your command, esteemed ancestor." Miss Lu rose, giggling, performed a proper curtsy, and then took a seat beside the old lady. "You little monkey," the old lady chuckled, bemused. Thank you for your generous affection, grandmother. But this supplement is a royal gift meant for you. I would not dare take your nourishment, even if I were unfilial. Zhu Pingyan smiled, shaking his head gently, declining the old lady's kindness. You child, if it is a gift from the palace to me, then it rightfully belongs to me. If I give it to you, you must accept it. Nourishing yourself in Xiao Wu is the greatest filial piety you can show me, the old lady insisted once more. Zhu Pingyan politely declined again. And then the old lady feigned anger, asserting that one must not refuse the gifts of elders. After a playful exchange, they reached an agreement, and ultimately, Zhu Pingyan accepted 1/3 of the supplements. Sure, why has she not returned with a piece? The old lady inquired with concern. Zhu Pingyan explained the reason for Li Shu's delayed return, and the old lady nodded in understanding, commenting that a few extra days of rest would be beneficial to avoid the rigors of travel. After conversing for a while longer, the old lady inquired about Zhu Pingyan's memorials and advised him to soften his stance towards the Yin family. While our noble families may boast of equal merits, times have changed. One cannot pit an arm against a leg. For the sake of Zhu Pingyan's future, she urged him to mend relations with the Yin family, emphasizing that a rift could prove detrimental to his career. Rest assured, grandmother, I understand the nuances, Zhu Pingyan replied ambiguously, his eyes darting thoughtfully, without elaborating further. The old lady, believing Zhu Pingyan had absorbed her advice, nodded in satisfaction. They exchanged a few more words about Zhu Pingyan's experiences at sea before she instructed Zizhuang to escort him home for some rest. To be continued. Chapter 559. A visit. Upon exiting the old lady's courtyard, Zhu Pingyan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to mention his plans to leave the Marquis's residence. Never mind. Once Li Shu returns, they can discuss it together and inform the old lady then. During this period, it is an opportune moment to search for accommodation and inquire about the housing prices in the capital, contemplating whether to purchase a small courtyard or to rent one. The property prices during the Ming dynasty were not as exorbitant as those of modern times. Historical records suggest that they were relatively modest. It is noted that in the 13th year of the Chongzhen reign, a resident named Fu Shangji sold his courtyard house located on Xingyangmen Street for merely 33 taels of silver. This implies that a century later, one could acquire a similar courtyard for just several dozen taels. Additionally, the novel Jin Ping Mei recounts that Shimenqing purchased a 4-story building with 2 storefronts for only 120 taels of silver. Even if there are discrepancies between these accounts and reality, it is evident that the housing prices of the Ming dynasty were significantly more affordable than those of today. There is no rush. I shall take my time. Upon returning to Tinjiuxuan, Zhu Pingyan retrieved his purse, placing it in his sleeve, and divided the pickled cucumbers, lovingly prepared by his mother, into 2 portions within a small jar. He also apportioned the 2 smoked rabbits he had refrained from eating during his journey as gifts. Zhu Pingyan informed the matron on duty that he would be visiting friends, and that there was no need for the household to prepare meals for him that day. Before stepping out of the Marquis's residence, from the remarks of the doorman upon entering, it was apparent that Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen had already returned and had visited him during his absence. Thus, Zhu Pingyan set out to meet the two, intending to bring them some local delicacies. As the recent graduates enjoyed a 50-day familial leave, they were not obliged to work during their stay in the capital, making it a rare opportunity for all 3 to gather and catch up, while also gaining insight into the current circumstances from them. Since they were not engaged in work, it would be most efficient to visit their residence directly, where he was likely to find them. The capital is vast, and the distance from the Marquis of Linhuai's residence to their abode is considerable. Walking would be too slow, necessitating a horse. The steed that had galloped from Xiahe village to the capital deserved a rest, hence this time he rode a robust black horse. The black horse had gained considerable weight since the journey began, causing the saddle to loosen by 2 notches compared to its usual fit. According to a stable boy, during this interval, the horse had not only become gluttonous, but also unruly, seizing every opportunity to pursue Mares, even managing to impregnate the beloved snow-white horse of young Master Zhou, which had incited young Master Zhou's ire. Had it not been for the sake of his son-in-law, he would have considered slaughtering the horse for meat. Who would have thought you were such a rogue? Perhaps you ought to be gelded. Zhu Pingyan mused mischievously at the black steed, which seemed to sense the implications of his words and behaved exceptionally well throughout the journey, evidently fearful of becoming a useless animal. With the plump horse leading the way, he departed the Marquis's residence and headed eastward. Wang Shizhen's quarters were in close proximity to the Marquis of Linhuai's residence, so Zhu Pingyan first paid a visit to him. Upon arrival at Wang Shizhen's courtyard, the servant on guard informed him that Wang Shizhen had gone to visit friends. Presumably, he had gone to see Zhang Siwei. Thus, Zhu Pingyan proceeded to Zhang Siwei's residence. Zhang Siwei's residence is significantly larger than that of Wang Shizhen, and it is not much smaller than the mansion of the Lord of Linhuai. The Zhang family, hailing from a lineage of salt merchants, is not lacking in wealth, and this should be one of their estates in the capital. Zhang Siwei has mentioned that within this residence, there exists a martial arts training ground. The tradition among Shangxi merchants is to prepare such facilities for their offspring to strengthen their bodies, and the Zhang family's estate in the capital is no exception. Zhang Siwei is well versed in military affairs. Apart from being greatly influenced by his uncle Wang Chonggu, it is likely that this tradition among Shangxi merchants also plays a role. Zhu Pingyan, coming from the modern era, has perused numerous military magazines and frequented various military forums, making him a seasoned military enthusiast. In their leisure conversations, he and Zhang Siwei have engaged in extensive discussions on military matters, often referencing various arguments encountered on forums, which never fail to astonish Zhang Siwei. Wang Shizhen, however, is indifferent to military affairs and often scoffs when Zhu Pingyan and Zhang Siwei engage in their debates. Upon arriving at Zhang Siwei's residence, Zhu Pingyan sent a message ahead, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Siwei emerged, draped in a long gown, laughing heartily. "Ha! Ziu, you've returned. Brother Ziwei, I trust you are well." Zhu Pingyan replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. "Come now, let us head to my abode for a drink and engage in delightful conversation." Zhang Siwei shook his head with a smile, placing his arm around Zhu Pingyan's shoulder as they entered the residence together. He then instructed his servants to warm the wine, prepare tea, and set the banquet in the study. Through his conversation with Zhang Siwei, Zhu Pingyan learned that Wang Shizhen was not present. He had attended a poetry and wine gathering hosted by Li Panlong of the Ministry of Justice that morning, inviting participants such as Zhong Chun, Su Zhongxing, and Liang Yuyu. Zhang Siwei had just been training in the martial arts arena when he heard from his servants that Zhu Pingyan had arrived, and he had not had time to dress properly before coming out. "Why did you not accompany Wensheng?" Zhu Pingyan inquired curiously. Lord Li emphasizes that literature should reflect the Qin and Han dynasties, and poetry should embody the Han and Tang. "I cannot find common ground with them." Zhang Siwei replied with a smile, shaking his head. Zhu Pingyan nodded, understanding that his previous discussions with Wensheng had revealed Wensheng's advocacy for a revival of classic literature, which coincided with Lord Li's views. "I originally had ties with the Ministry of Justice through Wensheng, inquiring about your memorial. I had a brief acquaintance with Lord Li as well, and Wensheng's introduction to him was somewhat serendipitous," Zhang Siwei explained. "It is due to my affairs that you have both been put to such trouble, and I feel quite ashamed," Zhu Pingyan expressed. Realizing the reason behind Wang Shizhen's connection with Li Panlong, feeling profoundly moved by both Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei, Zhu Pingyan was also aware of Li Panlong's historical significance. Knowing he maintained a close relationship with Wang Shizhen, Li Panlong became a jinshi in the 23rd year of the Jiajing era, 7 years earlier than Zhu Pingyan and his contemporaries. Historically, Li Panlong had collaborated with figures such as Xie, Wang Shizhen, Zhong Chun, Su Zhongxing, Liang Yuyu, and Wu Guoluan, and was regarded as one of the leaders of the 7 masters of the Ming dynasty, celebrated as a grand master of literature. Wang Shizhen had initially been busy with his memorial at the Ministry of Justice, but serendipitously met Li Panlong. The relentless march of history is indeed difficult to alter. It seems that the 7 masters are soon to be on the rise. Between the 3 of us, what need is there for formality? You have matters to attend to. And how could I and Wensheng remain indifferent? Zhang Siwei chuckled, and then turned to Zhu Pingyan with a serious gaze, saying, "Are you aware that your memorial has stirred the very waters of the capital?" To be continued. Chapter 560. Su Jie enters the cabinet. The study comprises 3 rooms, 1 bright and 2 dim. The walls outside are adorned with lush vines. Before the house, a bamboo grove stands gracefully, surrounded by potted pines and cypress, with verdant grass winding along the steps. In front of the window lies a pond, home to several golden-scaled fish, teeming with life. The study consists of 3 rooms, 2 of which serve as a library, filled to the brim with countless volumes. The third is a reading room, featuring intricately carved wooden screens, with a wash basin by the window, currently topped with a wooden board that holds 2 food boxes, emanating delightful aromas. The writing desk, originally intended for the 4 treasures of the study, is now laden with 6 exquisite dishes and a bowl of soup. Seated across from one another at the desk are two good friends, Zhu Pingyan and Zhang Siwei. This study is Zhang Siwei's candlelight study, a name derived from the practice of reading by candlelight at night, reflecting his dedication to scholarship. His esteemed title of gentleman of extensive knowledge is inseparable from this pursuit of nocturnal study. Zhi'er, are you aware that your memorial has truly stirred the waters of the capital? Zhang Siwei remarked earnestly to Zhu Pingyan. Oh, come now, we are but insignificant officials. What power do we hold? In the capital, even a casual thrown brick may strike someone of a higher rank than ours, Zhu Pingyan retorted dismissively, shaking his head. He then picked up the wine jug and poured a glass for Zhang Siwei, saying, before we delve into my matters, do enlighten me about the recent happenings in the capital. I have just returned today, and I am utterly in the dark about the current state of affairs. Zhang Siwei chuckled and, raising his glass with both hands, toasted to Zhu Pingyan. Zhu Pingyan mirrored the gesture, lifting his glass high, downing it in one go, and then placing the empty glass on the desk. He picked up a piece of tender, crispy meat, savoring the rich flavor of the wine in his mouth. These days, the capital is tumultuous, with shifting tides and unpredictable turns. After finishing his drink, Zhang Siwei set his glass down on the table, wiped the wine residue from his lips, and raised a finger to begin recounting to Zhu Pingyan. The foremost matter of importance is that our mentor, the esteemed Zhi'er, has finally entered the cabinet. Although he previously enjoyed the privileges of a cabinet minister, he had not been formally appointed until now. 10 days ago, the emperor bestowed his grace upon him, appointing him as the Minister of Rites and concurrently as a Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion, allowing him to partake in the affairs of state. While the title of Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion is not particularly high, merely a fifth-rank position, it wields significantly greater power than that of the Minister of Rites. As one of the cabinet's Grand Scholars, he is entrusted with substantial authority over the regulation of memorials, the review of petitions, and the execution of decrees, participating in central decision-making and influencing the political landscape. His position is one of considerable weight, though still subordinate to that of the Prime Minister. Typically, during the Ming Dynasty, the cabinet consists of 6 ministers, divided into 4 pavilions and 2 cabinets. The 4 pavilions refer to the Grand Scholars of Huagai Pavilion, Jingshan Pavilion, Jinji Pavilion, and Wuying Pavilion. The 2 cabinets refer to the Grand Scholars of Wenyuan Pavilion and the Eastern Pavilion. Those who hold such positions are all cabinet ministers. At this moment, the Chief Minister Yen Song holds the esteemed position of Grand Scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion. Although he is one of the cabinet ministers, the Chief Minister wields the utmost authority within the cabinet, akin to the former chancellors. He may lack the title of chancellor, yet he possesses the power of one. In the Ming Dynasty, aside from the emperor, the cabinet manages the affairs of state, with the chief minister overseeing the cabinet's operations. The vice ministers and other aides dare not contend with him. Should the chief minister take a disliking to the vice minister, it would be a simple matter to oust him from the cabinet. For instance, during the Xuande period, the vice minister Chen attempted to challenge the chief minister Nanyang for influence within the cabinet just 2 months after his appointment, only to incur the chief minister's ire and be swiftly dispatched back home to cultivate sweet potatoes. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, the chief minister would hesitate to arbitrarily send the vice minister away, for the emperor's watchful gaze looms above. On the whole, if the imperial examination represents the leap of a scholar into a dragon-esque gate, then entering the cabinet signifies a bureaucrat's ascent to a realm of unparalleled prestige and power, akin to the current members of the Politburo Standing Committee. Thus, Zhi'er's entry into the cabinet is indeed a momentous event within the political arena. After Zhang Siwei concluded his remarks, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Pingyan, eager to witness his astonished expression, only to find that Zhu Pingyan appeared wholly unfazed, which took Zhang Siwei by surprise. Zhi'er, have you already heard the news of our master's appointment to the cabinet? Zhang Siwei inquired, bewildered that such a significant announcement elicited no surprise from Zhu Pingyan. I have transitioned from the modern era, so I am indeed aware. Not only do I know of Zhi'er's entry into the cabinet, but I am also well versed in the monumental events of Ming history. Furthermore, I am aware that you too shall one day join the cabinet, and even ascend to the position of chief minister. Zhu Pingyan replied leisurely after sipping his tea. To me, the appointment of our master to the cabinet is of no surprise. It was merely a matter of time. Ever since the passing of Minister Zhang Ji 2 years ago, The cabinet has been left with only Lord Yin and Lordly Ben. While Lord Yin remains vigorous, he is advanced in years. And the cabinet's significant responsibilities require filling the long vacant positions. Among the two of us, it would be irresponsible to say that there are more than 5 individuals capable of occupying a seat in the cabinet in our dynasty, and they can be easily counted. Our master Zhi'er, the Minister of Rights, has followed the customary route into the cabinet, as Lord Yin did when he was appointed from the Minister of Rights. Moreover, our master notably stepped forward during the Gungshu incident, leaving a profound impression on the emperor, and though he has not yet entered the cabinet, he enjoys the privileges of a cabinet minister. Aside from our master Zhi'er, the individual most likely to claim a seat in the cabinet is Minister of Personnel Li Mo. However, upon reviewing the history of our Ming cabinet transitions, I find no precedent for a Minister of Personnel to ascend into the cabinet, and I doubt this occasion shall prove an exception. Additionally, the relationship between Li Mo and Lord Yin is far from amicable. Describing it as a matter of fire and water would not be an exaggeration. Should the emperor seek to select cabinet members, he would undoubtedly consult Lord Yin, who is unlikely to create discord by nominating an adversary. Our master, on the other hand, is in a different position. Before departing the capital, I had the opportunity to attend a banquet at the Yin residence and encountered our master several times. Witnessing that his rapport with Lord Yin is markedly more favorable than that of Lord Li. On my journey to the capital, I once overheard discussions among the station personnel, who mentioned that the inn had been quite busy a fortnight ago, as numerous local officials rushed to convey their congratulations to the Yin family on their joyous occasion. Upon inquiring further, I learned that the master of the seat had brought a niece of the Su family from Nanchang to the capital, where she was to wed Yin Shifan as a concubine. At this point, Zhu Ping'an shifted into a more comfortable position in his chair and remarked nonchalantly that the master of the seat's ascension to the cabinet was to be expected. While Zhu Ping'an spoke, Zhang Siwei unconsciously straightened his posture, fixating intently on Zhu Ping'an's face, astounded by his perceptiveness. Zhu Ping'an was indeed astute. He was aware of the political nuances and displayed remarkable acuity in this realm. To be continued. Chapter 561. I wish to take the stage and perform Zhi'er. A man of great talent could discern the essence from a mere glimpse. How unfair it is that despite his exceptional literary prowess, he also possesses such unique political insight. Zhang Siwei mused, casting a playful glance at Zhu Ping'an. What you possess hardly qualifies as political insight, Zhu Ping'an retorted dismissively, pouring tea for both Zhang Siwei and himself. Do indulge in modesty, Zhang Siwei chuckled, shaking his head as he resumed his narrative. The officials, including Zhang Sijing, were tasked with presenting a congratulatory petition to the emperor, but they inadvertently omitted the phrase "long live" from their missive. The emperor, incensed, subjected the entire assembly of officials to a beating with the ceremonial staff, even issuing a special edict requiring Zhang Sijing and his colleagues to don court attire while enduring their punishment. None among the 6 officials could evade such a fate. It was truly a disgraceful episode, Zhang Siwei lamented. The 6 officials of the court held significant sway within the Ming dynasty's bureaucratic structure, complemented by the 13 censors, forming the backbone of the imperial oversight system. While their official rank was modest, their influence was vast, although lacking in tangible power. They could admonish the emperor and scrutinize the conduct of officials, akin to a disciplinary committee. The 6 officials of the court maintained a close relationship with the Hanlin Academy, as both belonged to the 4 departments, and in a certain sense, the Hanlin Academy could be considered a broad-spectrum advisory body. Is it true that the entire 6 officials were punished by the judging emperor? Zhu Ping'an inquired, taken aback, as he had not been aware of this incident in modern times. The judging emperor had always harbored a poor disposition towards the officials, and to subject them to such humiliation over a mere word was unprecedented, making the role of these officials increasingly arduous. Indeed, they were all punished. Zhang Siwei confirmed with a nod. However, despite this, the 6 officials did not forget their duties, he added appreciatively. Wang Mingchun, an official among them, submitted a memorial requesting a strict prohibition against the royal houses encroaching upon tax revenues, stating that many royal relatives were amassing farmland for personal gain, exerting pressure on local authorities, thereby hindering tax collection and burdening the populace. He urged the censors to rigorously investigate these encroachments and ensure that the taxes collected were not diverted to royal coffers, recommending that any colluding officials be punished. The emperor approved his proposal. Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement. Land consolidation was indeed a malignant issue within feudal dynasties. During his recent success in the imperial examination, he had realized the gravity of this problem as the villagers had surrendered their land to him. It is indeed not surprising for a modern individual to recognize this issue. However, it is quite remarkable that Wang Mingchun, a minister of the court, was able to perceive and present this matter. This clearly indicates that there are still many enlightened individuals in the Ming dynasty. Although Wang Mingchun only witnessed a fragment of the land annexation, specifically concerning the lands appropriated by the royal family, it is nonetheless a commendable observation. The Ministry of Revenue, led by Minister Wang Guozhen, articulated 6 points concerning fiscal restraint. First, rewards for border troops should be differentiated based on the proximity of their locations and the duration of their service. Officials in the interior should not unjustly request allowances. Furthermore, Jiangxi censor Su Xin petitioned for the reduction of superfluous and corrupt officials. The Ministry of Revenue also reformed the salt tax, while the Ministry of Works was tasked with minting coins. Recently, Mongolian leader Altan Khan led over 20,000 cavalry, breaching the northern border defenses of Datong and plundering the left and right guards, as well as 17 other garrisons. Shortly thereafter, they divided their forces to raid Pinglawai, Shuazhou, Yingzhou, Shanin, and Mai. Subsequently, they launched assaults on the 3 passes of Shangxi and Ningxia. Fortunately, they did not advance further south, otherwise, it would have resulted in further calamities. Censor Mao Bowen and others had previously submitted a memorial requesting the construction of an outer city wall for the capital to prevent the disasters of past years. However, the Ministry of Revenue, along with officials from the Ministry of Works, cited insufficient funds as a reason for delaying the project, leading to a prolonged verbal dispute between the two parties. Regarding the matter of Altan Khan, the emperor recently decreed the transformation of the old inner teaching grounds into a military camp for the inner palace, intended to train the palace guards due to the inadequacy of the capital's troops, thereby relying on the palace guards for defense of the capital. Moreover, Elder Yin felt that the emperor's court was lacking in attendance from the Western Garden, and he petitioned to select 300 young girls, aged 8 to 14, from the common folk within the capital and the surrounding 8 prefectures to enter the palace. The emperor approved this petition, and yesterday, the Shuntian prefecture began the selection process. Zhang Siwei briefly recounted the recent occurrences in the capital, and Zhu Ping'an remained silent for a considerable time after listening. It can be said that the political climate in the capital is orchestrated by figures such as Su Jie, Yin Song, and the senior officials of the 6 ministries, with the seasoned political veterans taking center stage, while new officials like Zhu Ping'an and his peers remain entirely detached from the proceedings. Not only are they excluded from the main stage, but they are likely not even afforded seats in the audience. They are far from deserving such recognition and can only observe from the sidelines. However, Zhu Ping'an's silence is not born of disappointment. Rather, it stems from the realization that the powerful figures in the capital wield their influence with little regard for the plight of the common people. His journey from Xiahe village has exposed him to the harsh realities of life for the populace, especially during his passage through Hunan and Shandong. He gained profound insight into the struggles faced by the common people. The regions of southwestern Hunan and Shandong have suffered repeated calamities over the past 2 years. Floods, droughts, and locust plagues have ravaged the lives of the residents. During his last trip to the imperial examination, he encountered displaced victims of a disaster caused by floating ice on the Yellow River, with the areas of Jui and Jiaxiang being the hardest hit. In truth, throughout his journey, Zhu Ping'an has gathered considerable knowledge regarding the governance of the Ming dynasty. He has observed the pervasive corruption among officials, resulting in widespread suffering and displacement among the populace, driven by both natural disasters and human mismanagement. Over a month ago, in Hunan, a private salt trader named Shi Shangzhao led a group of starving peasants in rebellion, incurring the wrath of the Jiajing emperor. It seems that private salt merchants rank among the most frequent instigators of insurrections in ancient China, with historical figures such as Cheng Yaojin during the fall of the Sui, Huang Chao at the end of the Tang, Zhang Shiqing in the Yuan, and Qian Liao of the 5 dynasties. Shi Shangzhao proclaimed a mantra of no killings, no looting, and generous disaster relief to aid the impoverished, quickly rallying tens of thousands of armed followers who garnered immense support from the populace. His reputation soared, resonating with the Shandong righteous army, and they achieved remarkable feats, capturing a prefecture, 2 states, and 8 counties. However, by the time Zhu Pingyan traversed the regions of Hunan and Shandong, Shi Shangzhao's uprising had already met with failure, culminating in his execution alongside his kin, their heads displayed upon the city walls. This insurrection marked the closest peasant uprising to Zhu Pingyan, previously encountered only in books, now starkly manifest in bloodied reality. During his passage, the bloodstains on the city walls had yet to be washed away. This rebellion laid bare numerous issues plaguing the Ming dynasty. Although the imperial army swiftly suppressed the insurgents within 40 days, their combat efficacy had significantly diminished, rendering them scarcely more formidable than the peasant forces. Moreover, Shi Shangzhao's appeal of nonviolence and aid for the needy was sufficient to mobilize such a vast armed contingent, underscoring the profound despair the common people felt toward their government. With only a glimmer of hope, who would risk their lives for rebellion? The populace languished, displaced, and destitute, while the lofty elites remained indifferent, leaving little room for surprise at the people's willingness to revolt. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility, as officials entrusted with governance. We bear our duties without excuse. Zhu Pingyan mused, preparing to take the stage for a performance. He lifted a cup of wine, taking a sip, his gaze drifting toward the political epicenter of the Ming dynasty at the Xiyuan. To be continued. Chapter 562. How can one sit in prison without sufficient nourishment? Ziwei, Zihu, you two are quite ungracious, secretly indulging in wine without me, yet I have caught you red-handed. A playful voice echoed from the doorway, and soon a handsome young man entered, holding a folding fan, dressed in a fitted white brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns. His dark hair was elegantly tied up with purple jade, and a piece of smooth jade hung at his waist, his eyes sparkling with mirth. He was the epitome of a refined gentleman, like a jade tree standing tall against the wind. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Pingyan and Zhang Siwei both rose with smiles to greet him. The visitor was none other than Wang Shizhen. Zhu Pingyan, teasingly raising the corners of his lips, remarked, "You walk in as if you were a jealous wife come to catch us in the act." Wang Shizhen, nearly stumbling at the threshold, looked up at Zhu Pingyan with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replying, "Zihu, you truly have a way of ruining your own decorum. Ha ha ha, Wen Shang. Shouldn't you be engaging in poetry and wine with Lordly? What brings you to my humble abode?" Zhang Siwei laughed heartily. "The steward had informed me that Zihu had returned, so I took my leave from Lordly and came directly here, knowing you would be with him." Wang Shizhen replied, then looked at Zhu Pingyan, who wore a helpless expression, and said, "Zihu, you still have the mood for jest. Are you aware of the uproar your memorial has caused?" Due to the repeated inquiries from the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhen anticipated Zhu Pingyan's imminent return. Therefore, before leaving, he instructed the steward to promptly inform Lordly Panlong if Zhu Pingyan returned. Just as Zhu Pingyan departed from Wang Shizhen's residence, the steward hurried to report back to Wang Shizhen, which is why he returned so swiftly. Zhang Siwei ordered the servants to add a pair of chopsticks and tableware, and requested the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes. The three of them gathered around the study table. "Now, let us return to the main subject and discuss the matter of your memorial, Zihu. Wen Sheng has surely gathered quite a bit of information from Lordly at the Ministry of Justice, so let us deliberate on how to proceed." After some pleasantries, Zhang Siwei began. Wang Shizhen nodded in agreement, and, looking earnestly at Zhu Pingyan, asked, "Zihu, do you realize the magnitude of the disturbance your memorial has caused? Why do you all keep asking me this?" Zhu Pingyan replied, scratching his nose in confusion. "You still jest. Do you know that the Zhao Dang you impeached was promoted to 1,000 households by Yin Song after the last Qingshu upheaval? One must consider the master before striking the dog. By impeaching Zhao Dang for his fabricated merits, are you not implying that Yin Song is blind to his faults and an accomplice to tyranny? Clearly, you have slapped Yin Song in the face. Where does that leave the old rogue Yin Song?" Wang Shizhen, who had never held Yin Song in high regard, did not hesitate to label him as an old rogue in the company of just the three of them. "I only learned of this later," Zhu Pingyan replied earnestly. "Oh, Zihu," Wang Shizhen sighed in exasperation. "This old rogue Yin Song is particularly protective of his reputation, while the petty thief Yin Shifan is known for his greed. It is said that Zhao Dang presented several carts of gifts to Yin Shifan alone. After your impeachment of Zhao Dang, 2 more memorials directly targeted Yin Song. One was submitted by the inspector Zhao Jin, who accused Yin Song of monopolizing power for personal gain, leading to the deterioration of governance and the impoverishment of the people. requesting Yin Song's dismissal. The other was from Zhou Mian, an official in the Ministry of War, who accused Yin Song of promoting his unworthy grandson, Yin Xiaozhong, and bestowing upon him military honors and the title of 1,000 households. On the very day Zhao Jin's memorial reached the capital, he was arrested and subjected to severe punishment under the charge of slandering the emperor, receiving 40 strikes and being demoted to commoner status. Similarly, Zhou Mian was also imprisoned and stripped of his official position. You impeached Zhao Dang for his fabricated merits, yet his military achievements were acknowledged and rewarded by Yin Song. Wang Shizhen said, shifting his gaze to Zhu Ping'an with deep concern, fearing that Zhu Ping'an might meet the same fate as Zhao Jin and Zhou Mian. With 3 memorials submitted and 2 of their authors imprisoned and demoted, how could one not worry for Zhu Ping'an? Although Zhu Ping'an did not directly impeach Yin Song, it was scarcely different, as Zhao Dang had been promoted by Yin Song in light of the very allegations against him. Impeaching him was tantamount to striking Yin Song's face. The influence of Yin Song's faction permeates both the court and the common folk, making any matter tied to the Yin father and son exceedingly precarious. Zhang Siwei wholeheartedly concurred with Wang Shizhen's sentiments, equally troubled for Zhu Ping'an. Suddenly, an unexpected sound disrupted their anxious contemplation. What was that? Had livestock intruded upon their quarters? Turning to investigate, they discovered Zhu Ping'an, deeply engrossed in devouring a plate of sweet and sour fish, having already consumed half of it. Zihu, can you still eat? Wang Shizhen exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with incredulity, feeling an urge to push Zhu Ping'an's head into the dish. If you do not fill your stomach now, how will you muster the strength to face imprisonment? Zhu Ping'an lifted his head from the plate, wiped his mouth, and jested. I must eat well to prepare for what lies ahead. Wang Shizhen, at a loss for words, felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. I see the atmosphere is rather tense, so I thought I might lighten it with a jest. Wensheng, Zihui, I am grateful for your concern. I have already made arrangements regarding the memorial. Rest assured, I have a foolproof plan in place. Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude with utmost seriousness, attempting to reassure his companions. You have made arrangements? Are you merely comforting us? Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen exchanged dubious glances. Certainly not to placate you. I had set everything in motion before submitting my memorial. Trust me, I, Zhu Ping'an, have never undertaken a venture without confidence. Zhu Ping'an replied with self-assurance. Though I am youthful, I can outlast Yin Song and his son. I would never place myself in jeopardy. Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen nodded initially, only to shake their heads in disbelief, exchanging resigned smiles as they looked at Zhu Ping'an. Zihu, just comfort us. You are unaware of the relationship between Zhao Dang and Yin Song during your impeachment process. I addressed the matter, not the individual. Zhu Ping'an chuckled lightly. My impeachment is an act of exposing the guilty while claiming credit for the innocent. This matter differs from that of Zhao Daren, who accused Yin Song of multiple crimes, yet presented no concrete evidence. Similarly, Lord Zhou from the Military Selection Bureau acted too hastily. While Yin Xiaozhong was but an infant, Lord Zhou invoked the notion of favoritism. And how could His Majesty, in his wisdom, err? Rest easy, I shall not follow their missteps. How can one rest easy, if His Majesty cannot err? How then could Yin Song be in the wrong? You criticize Lord Zhou for his haste, yet you too have acted rashly, Zhou. Zhang Siwei shook his head. Why did you submit such a memorial at a time when His Majesty is engaged in fasting rituals? The wounds from last year's Gengshu incident have yet to heal, and you have reopened them. Wang Shizhen also gazed at Zhu Ping'an, awaiting his response. In the face of their inquiries, Zhu Ping'an sipped tea to clear his throat, recounting the sequence of events leading up to the present situation. As he narrated his encounter with the bandits alongside Li Shu, Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen grew increasingly tense. Despite Zhu Ping'an's current well-being, the peril he had faced stirred their concern. When they learned how Zhu Ping'an had diffused the crisis with fine wine, they exhaled in relief. However, upon hearing of the hunters sacrificing themselves to vanquish the invaders while their families back home suffered at the hands of Zhao Dang's soldiers, both clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Wang Shizhen, unable to contain his fury, slammed the table, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous." No wonder Zihu submitted a petition for impeachment. Zhao Dang, in his quest for merit, has shown no mercy even towards infants, a truly monstrous act that betrays humanity. Wang Shizhen, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Alas, the suffering of the common people is profound, and the downfall of the populace is equally tragic. Zhang Siwei, after listening to Zhu Pinggan's account, let out a long sigh. To be continued. Chapter 563. Tongue-biting as Zhang Siwei returned to the Linhuai Marquis' residence. The sky had already darkened into twilight. Zhu Pinggan meticulously timed his return to avoid the night curfew. As a mere sixth-rank official like himself ought to refrain from challenging such regulations. Accompanying him was Wang Shizhen. Their paths converged for a portion of the journey, making it convenient for them to return together. Zihu, next time you visit, do bring more of your mother's pickled cucumbers. They are utterly delightful and far surpass the meat dishes prepared by the chef at the Zihue residence, Wang Shizhen remarked, cradling a small jar of pickled cucumbers as if it were a treasure. During their recent gathering at Zhang Siwei's, Zhu Pinggan had shared some local delicacies he had brought from home. The smoked rabbit was acceptable, yet the pickled cucumbers had captivated both men entirely. Accustomed to lavish feasts, they were astonished by the sudden delight of the pickled cucumbers, repeatedly chiding Zhu Pinggan for withholding such exquisite flavors until now. I have shared all that I brought from home with you, Zhu Pinggan said, stretching his arms and glancing at the small jar held by Wang Shizhen. His expression tinged with reluctance. In response, Wang Shizhen clutched the jar even tighter, eager to try Zhu Pinggan's highly praised combination of pickled cucumbers with rice porridge. Of course, Zhu Pinggan did not return empty-handed. Both Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen had gifted him with local specialties from their own homes. Wang Shizhen, hailing from the esteemed Wang family of Taicang, understanding Zhu Pinggan's fondness for calligraphy, had brought him a rare copy of a calligraphy manual he cherished, which included a piece by the renowned Mi Fu of the Song dynasty, truly a valuable treasure. Zhang Siwei, from a family of salt merchants in Shaanxi, presented a prized Jingzhou Chengni ink stone, crafted by the master Mo Lao, a renowned artisan of his time. The Jingzhou Chengni ink stone is one of the 4 great ink stones in history, alongside the Duan stone from Guangdong, the Shi ink stone from Anhui, and the Tao stone ink stone from Gansu. Mo Lao is an unparalleled master of the Chengni ink stone. Had it not been for the Zhang family's beneficence towards him, such an ink stone would be priceless and hard to procure. With such exceptional gifts, Zhu Pinggan placed them onto his saddle, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Throughout their journey, Wang Shizhen tirelessly cautioned Zhu Pinggan not to let his guard down. Having recently made the acquaintance of Li Panlong from the Ministry of Justice, their interactions had merely involved poetry and conviviality. And since Li Panlong was only a 6th-rank official of little consequence within the ministry, he had gleaned scant insider information. Nonetheless, he had managed to learn that the Deputy Minister of Justice had a significant relationship with Zhao Dang, advising Zhu Pinggan to exercise particular caution when addressing matters with the ministry. Upon arriving at Wang Shizhen's residence, Zhu Pinggan bid him farewell and rode his striking black horse directly back to the Marquis' estate. May you find peace, my lord. In the listening rain pavilion, 2 maidservants knelt upon seeing Zhu Pinggan return, simultaneously offering their respectful greetings. Startled by such a sudden display of deference, Zhu Pinggan, unaccustomed to the reverence afforded to a young master of a prominent family, chuckled lightly and gestured for them to rise, assuring them he was not in need of their attention. Nonetheless, the 2 maidens busied themselves diligently. One went to prepare the bed in the bedroom, while the other brewed tea, even drawing a basin of warm water for Zhu Pinggan's feet. I can manage on my own. Zhu Pinggan politely declined the maid who knelt ready to wash his feet and proceeded to do it himself. My lord, please have a bowl of honey water to alleviate your inebriation. It was just brought by Sister Ziju, said the maid who had just finished making the bed, presenting a delicate porcelain bowl of honey water that exuded a faint fragrance of roses. Place it there. I will drink it later. Please convey my gratitude to Miss Ziju. Zhu Pinggan replied, unable to take the bowl as he was still occupied with washing his feet. Sister Ziju insists it must be consumed while warm. Allow me to serve you, my lord, the maid said, gently lifting the bowl to Zhu Pinggan's lips. Zhu Pinggan opened his mouth to politely refuse, but the experienced maid deftly poured the honey water into his mouth. The subtle fragrance and sweetness flowed down his throat, instantly clearing the fog of inebriation from his mind. Seeing the successful service rendered, the other maid, unwilling to be outdone, approached Zhu Pinggan from behind and began to massage his shoulders with her delicate hands. Her technique was remarkably proficient, likely honed through training. Her gentle and nimble touch expertly targeted his pressure points, easing the fatigue from his bones and enveloping him in relaxation. You may return to your tasks. I have matters to attend to. Zhu Pingyan gently declined the continued attention of the two maidens after finishing the honey water, sending them to rest in the adjoining room. The two girls exchanged surprised glances before bowing and departing. Once inside the room, they closed the door and began to whisper among themselves. My lord seems indifferent to the charms of women. Why does he show no interest at all? Indeed, when I was serving him, he hardly glanced my way, as if I were invisible. Could it be that he finds us lacking in beauty? Surely not. Young Master Zhou and several others have been eyeing us for quite some time, and the second master has approached the old lady on our behalf more than once. A young maid, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, leaned close to another maid's ear, her face suffused with embarrassment as she whispered gossip. Who could possibly be inadequate? It's unbearable. The other girl, with her round face blushing profusely, playfully smacked her companion's hand several times. The two of them tumbled about on the bed, creating a ruckus until they eventually quieted down. After a moment of hesitation, the round-faced girl inched closer to her friend's ear, her face almost crimson with shame. Well, when the master was bathing today, I went to deliver hot water and caught a glimpse of him. Well, it's rather substantial, she remarked, gesturing with her small hand for emphasis. The other girl gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. How could it be that large? How are we to manage? Hush. You'll attract attention. How can you be so shameless? And yet, you accuse me of being shameless? You're the one who spied on the master. They both agreed to keep their lips sealed, aware that the matriarch intended to select two of them, along with Zhi'er and Juaner, to serve as companions for the fifth miss, implying that they were to be sent to attend to the master. What does this mean? Who doesn't understand? The round-faced girl continued. Zhi'er and Juaner must have concocted countless tales about us behind our backs. If they dare, I'll tear their tongues out. As the two maids exchanged their bashful banter, Zhu Pingyan was at his writing desk, spreading out rice paper to summarize the information acquired from Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen that day. He was methodically analyzing and refining his earlier preparations for what lay ahead. Chapter 564. Ready to set forth. The sky had darkened to a shade of twilight as Zhu Pingyan stood at his desk by the window, pulling it open to welcome the cool evening breeze, which swept away the lingering traces of inebriation. In this moment, he felt perfectly poised, recognizing that such an auspicious time should not be squandered. He laid out the rice paper, prepared the ink, and, with a well-dipped brush, began to analyze his current circumstances. The principle of knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Many focus solely on assessing their opponents while neglecting self-analysis, which often leaves them at a disadvantage during confrontations. True victory lies in capitalizing on one's strengths against the weaknesses of others. Thus, it is essential to know oneself as well as one's adversary. The intelligence gleaned from Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen would aid him in this endeavor. Ultimately, his current situation revolved around that particular memorial. At the top center of the rice paper, he inscribed the words memorial and, on the next line, began with Jiajing. The memorial was of paramount importance, with the Jiajing emperor being the most critical and primary factor to consider. Regardless of the immense power wielded by Yin Song and his influence over court affairs, the true and sole master of the Ming dynasty remained the Jiajing emperor. The emperor's pursuit of alchemy and immortality was driven by a desire to maintain eternal control over the Ming. His insatiable thirst for power was indisputable. The manner in which the memorial would be dealt with ultimately rested upon the emperor's decree, regardless of the Ministry of Justice's conclusions. It was the emperor who would decide. How the Jiajing emperor would choose to respond remained a mystery, with no one possessing the insight to predict his thoughts. After all, the emperor, consumed by his pursuits, often appeared eccentric and enjoyed enshrouding himself in an aura of mystique that left his subordinates baffled. Even Yin Song lacked absolute confidence in deciphering the character of Emperor Jiajing, and even the so-called genius Yin Shifan, who prided himself on understanding the emperor, dared not claim certainty. Indeed, even Zhu Pingyan, coming from a modern perspective and having perused both historical texts and unofficial chronicles regarding Emperor Jiajing, despite leveraging his historical advantage to familiarize himself with the emperor's personality, preferences, and habits, found it impossible. A psychologist may sometimes predict the actions of an ordinary individual with utmost accuracy, yet they would struggle to comprehend the meaning behind the simple, foolish grin of an anomalous person. The elixirs consumed daily by Emperor Jiajing contained heavy metals and a variety of peculiar substances, and over time, who could tell how these might affect his nerves? Nevertheless, while the emperor's mind remained elusive, some analysis could be conducted. The outside world had plunged into darkness, and Zhu Pingyan took it upon himself to replenish the oil lamp with a measure of oil, illuminating the desk's ink and paper. He then left 2 spaces after the characters for Jiajing and inscribed the term bounty. The bounty was an essential factor in analyzing Emperor Jiajing's attitude and a topic that could not be overlooked in any discussion of memorials. This bounty had been decreed by Emperor Jiajing following the Gungshu incident, when the Mongol leader Altan Khan's forces threatened the capital. Just as Altan departed the city, the emperor issued the bounty. The decree stipulated, for capturing an enemy, one would receive a promotion of 1 rank and a reward of 20 taels of silver. For those uninterested in an official position, the reward would be 50 taels. For enticing a strong man, the bounty was 5 taels, for 3 men. A promotion of 1 rank would be granted, with rewards increasing thereafter. Capturing a notable enemy would earn a promotion of 3 ranks and a reward of 300 taels. Should a prominent leader surrender, one would be granted the title of Earl and rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Emperor Jiajing aimed to bolster military morale and encourage both soldiers and civilians to achieve merit in battle, spurred, no doubt, by his vexation towards Altan. Zhao Dang, whom Zhu Pingyan sought to impeach, was among the first beneficiaries of the bounty proclaimed by Emperor Jiajing. Yen Song swiftly elevated Zhao Dang from a captain to a 1,000 household leader, partly based on the bounty. The emperor had once taken pride in the effectiveness of the bounty, and Zhu Pingyan's impeachment of Zhao Dang, in a sense, placed Jiajing in a difficult position. The expected results were not forthcoming. Thus, in certain respects, Zhu Pingyan found himself at a disadvantage regarding the memorial in the eyes of Emperor Jiajing. However, this perspective depended on how one viewed the situation. Zhao Dang had committed the sin of exploiting the innocent for personal gain, using the lives of commoners to claim rewards. The bounty was not intended to reward the lives of the populace, but rather to honor the defeat of enemies. Zhao Dang's actions could be classified as deceit against the emperor, a far greater affront than Zhu Pingyan's concerns. Moreover, Zhu Pingyan's memorial did not directly challenge the emperor's bounty, but targeted the act of falsely claiming merit. Perspective is indeed crucial in this matter, and one must remain vigilant about this aspect. Following the term bounty, Zhu Pingyan began a new line and inscribed the names Zhao and Zhou, referring to the censors Zhao Jin of Yunnan and Zhou Mian, the deputy minister of military selection. The emperor's treatment of Zhao and Zhou significantly impacted Zhu Pingyan's own situation, reflecting not only their imprisonment and demotion to commoner status, but also the swiftness with which Emperor Jiajing addressed their fates. It could be said that the emperor acted with remarkable speed, imprisoning the 2 men almost on the same day he received the memorial. However, the Emperor Jiajing has been contemplating his memorial for several days, yet he has not dealt with it as swiftly as he did with the matters concerning the 2 individuals. Does this not indicate a difference in his regard for this memorial compared to his treatment of Zhao and Zhou? As Zhu Pingyan illuminated his writing desk, 2 maidservants observed him from a distance, their eyes wide with astonishment. At such a late hour, why was the master still engrossed in reading and writing? How diligent he is! In contrast, Master Zhou of the estate had long since succumbed to slumber, snoring like a pig, or perhaps indulging in less honorable pursuits. The master has already achieved the status of a top scholar. Why does he continue to study so earnestly? Such diligence bodes well for his future prospects in officialdom. After their initial surprise, the 2 maidens blushed and whispered to one another, imagining a blissful life shared with their master in the rear courtyard, pledging to support each other against the world, lost in their daydreams before succumbing to sleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the stillness of the night, the sound of raindrops drummed upon the ground and danced against the window panes, moistening the Xian paper on the desk by the window. At this moment, the paper was nearly filled with dense writing, faint outlines of names like Jiajing, Yin Song, Zhao Dang, and the Ministry of Justice evident upon it. A drop of rain fell upon Zhu Pingyan's forehead, jolting him to the realization that it was raining outside. He set down his brush, stretched his back, and flexed his wrists, gazing out into the pitch-black night. The rain's trajectory was obscured, but the sound of droplets falling upon the earth, leaves, flowers, and windowsill filled the air. The gentle breeze carried with it a faint, musty scent. The rain cleansed the world. Surely, Tomorrow the earth would appear far more pristine. Closing the window, he meticulously completed the notes on his Xian paper, reviewing every detail and committing each point to memory. Folding the paper, he brought it close to the candle flame, igniting one corner and watching it burn until it nearly scorched his fingers before discarding it onto the floor. This paper must not be seen by another. Once the remnants were reduced to ashes, he took the oil lamp to his chamber, placing it on the table. After a brief wash-up, he disrobed, extinguishing the lamp with its cap, and lay quietly in bed, surrendering to slumber. The following day, the rain had ceased, and the dawn light was breaking as Zhu Pingyan rose to prepare himself. A full set of official robes, hat, and accessories hung by his bedside. It was time to make his way to the Ministry of Justice in the capital. While Zhu Pingyan was engaged in his morning routine, several members of the Jinui were already stationed outside the Yin residence, awaiting permission to announce their presence. Once a formidable force, the Jinui now resembled timid lapdogs before a tiger, bowing and scraping in anticipation. Creak. The side door of the Yin residence swung open, revealing a middle-aged steward, perhaps in his 40s, who emerged while picking his teeth, casting not a glance towards the awaiting guards. What business do you have? To be continued. Chapter 565. The enigmatic Li Mo. Oh dear, what in the world has transpired to provoke our Master Yin? A delicate alabaster arm emerged from beneath a silken quilt, playfully seizing the steward Yin Yin's hand, giggling as she pulled the frowning Yin Yin onto the soft couch. Then mounting him and revealing a glimpse of her fair, plump skin. A delicate figure, clad in nothing, lay upon Yin Yin, her tiny feet inadvertently nudging the side of the soft cabinet, revealing a glimpse of a cerulean robe that seemed to awaken, slithering silently back into the cabinet like a serpent's tail, leaving no trace behind. You wicked creature, Yin Yin remarked, extending his hand to grasp the flesh of his third concubine, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating almost instantly. My dear, you may unleash your frustrations upon me, the concubine whispered, leaning close to Yin Yin, her lips like petals exhaling fragrant breath, an undeniable allure enveloping her. I'm merely afraid you may not withstand it. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Yin Yin's earlier vexation vanished, replaced by a confident smile as he embraced her with fervor, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. The room was filled with tumult, echoing the sounds of a torrential downpour. By the time the 8th drop of water fell from the measuring pot, Yin Yin, breathless, had rolled off his third concubine, contentedly caressing her as she playfully complained about his prowess, declaring that she could hardly endure it. This concubine, a gift from a local official in Suzhou, was the result of the official's attempts to elevate his position through gifts to Yin Yin, who, through his guidance, had helped the official secure a promotion by presenting 10 slender horses to the court. The beauty of the concubine, reminiscent of pear blossoms adorned with spring rain, often proved more effective than mere gold or silver. A mere smile from her could transform the most daunting challenges into trivialities. In gratitude for Yin Yin's assistance, the local official gifted him one of the slender horses, which Yin Yin then took as his third concubine. Since her arrival, she had become his favorite, possessing the discernment and warmth that made her utterly endearing. Damn it, next time those foreign officials come to the estate, they shall not enter without proper gifts, Yin Yin declared, holding his concubine tightly after the storm had passed. Today had been particularly taxing for Yin Yin, who had been occupied since dawn when the sky was still dark. He attributed the disturbance to the Jinui, who had interrupted his much-needed rest with news requiring his attention. Upon returning to the estate, he was reproached by the young master for disturbing his rest, only for the Jinui to depart, leaving him to run an errand to summon Xiahe, the Minister of Justice, to the estate early in the morning. While Yin Yin indulged in his concubine, Yin Shifan was in the study, attending to minister he on behalf of his father, Yin Song. Some matters were best conveyed personally, to avoid leaving behind any incriminating evidence. Despite his arrogance, Yin Shifan was shrewd and calculated in his actions. He now had the support of Xiahe, but who could predict what the future held? As Yin Shifan met with the minister, Zhu Pingyan had already departed for the Ministry of Justice, which was located not far from the Hanlin Academy, roughly in the vicinity of what is now the National Museum, adjacent to the eastern wall of Tiananmen Square. Other ministries, such as the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue, were also nearby, with their offices closely situated. The Shamate Black Horse had grown accustomed to this route, and given its notorious reputation as a troublemaker in the Hofu stables, Zhu Pingyan decided to ride it. Upon reaching the Ministry of Justice, he first visited the Hanlin Academy, not only to secure his horse in the academy's stables, akin to a modern parking space, as the ministry may not have provisions for tethering horses, but also to share the joyous news of his recent marriage with his colleagues. Upon entering the Hanlin Academy and fastening his horse in the stables, Zhu Pingyan entered the main hall, carrying a cloth bag. "I have seen the esteemed sir," he greeted as he encountered the academy's chancellor, Li Mo, who was about to leave. Zhu Pingyan stepped aside, bowing respectfully in greeting, initially intending to respond with customary politeness. Li Mo's demeanor abruptly shifted upon recognizing Zhu Pingyan, his expression turning icy. Zhu Pingyan sensed an intensified disdain in Li Mo's gaze, as if he were nothing more than a heap of refuse. What had gone awry? Surely he had committed no error, for he had only just returned, and his leave had not yet concluded. "Esteemed sir," he began, retrieving a red cloth bag embroidered with the character for happiness from his bag, intending to present it to Li Mo as a token of joy regarding his marriage. However, to Zhu Pingyan's astonishment, Li Mo coldly uttered, "Take care of yourself," before storming off. Stunned, Zhu Pingyan stood frozen, the treat in hand, utterly bewildered. By all accounts, Li Mo's attitude should not have been so severe. While he had previously regarded Zhu Pingyan with a disapproving glare due to his alignment with the Yin faction, such disdain was unwarranted now. Although his petition against Zhao Dang's wrongful accolades was not directed at the Yin faction, the association was undeniable. Zhao Dang was a protege of Yin Song, an emblem of the faction itself. Thus, Zhu Pingyan's actions should have prompted Li Mo to reevaluate his prior judgments regarding Zhu Pingyan's affiliations. Indeed, the petition could be construed as placing Zhu Pingyan at the forefront of opposition against the Yin faction. Yet, concurrently circulated was Zhu Pingyan's work on the art of thick black theory, which, in Li Mo's eyes, was even more loathsome than the Yin faction. While Yin Song was but one individual, the faction was numerous yet identifiable. Whereas the principles of thick black theory had the potential to spawn countless iterations of Yin Song and his ilk, far worse in nature. What nonsense! Ancient heroes and legends, merely thick-skinned and black-hearted. Such outrageous claims. To be a scholar yet disregard the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, to neglect virtue, propriety, integrity, and a sense of altruism for the greater good, while openly advocating for this thick black theory, casting aside benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith as if they were mere trifles. Resorting to unscrupulous means for personal gain was utterly unconscionable. Rather than encouraging virtue, it incited malevolence, and the dissemination of such subversive literature amongst the populace was indeed preposterous. Such writings deserved nothing less than to be consigned to flames. Such individuals actually hold the highest honors. It is indeed a disgrace to us scholars. Li Mo, with a grim expression, departed the Hanlin Academy without a backward glance. After Li Mo's exit, Zhu Pingyan, scratching his nose, offered a silent smile, then made his way to the front hall to distribute small bags of wedding sweets to both present and absent Hanlin scholars. He then announced his recent nuptials, having regrettably failed to inform them in advance. To make amends, Zhu Pingyan extended an invitation to a banquet at the favored tavern of the Hanlin scholars 10 days hence. Upon receiving the sweets, the scholars offered their congratulations, yet most gazes directed at Zhu Pingyan were filled with sympathy or malicious glee, with Yuan Wei's countenance most unmistakably betraying delight in his misfortune. Of the invitations to the banquet, only a handful accepted, the others either declined politely or procrastinated. Exhibiting a demeanor that was congratulatory yet distanced, even those who accepted, like Li Chunfang, maintained a cautious stance. Zhu Da's memorial on behalf of the people truly commands Yuan's admiration. Yuan Wei, with a veneer of a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked with a countenance replete with schadenfreude. "Ah, no wonder. It must be due to that memorial." Zhu Pingyan, meeting Yuan Wei's gaze, clasped his hands and offered a slight smile, suggesting that should the esteemed Yuan wish to support the cause, it would be splendid. "Spare me. Do not drag me into your demise." Yuan Wei hastily shook his head, resolutely declining while delivering a speech laden with platitudes about how a gentleman does not impede another's glory. Observing this, Zhu Pingyan could not help but smirk. To be continued. Chapter 566. The exchange of courtesies before departing the Hanlin Academy for the Ministry of Justice. The editor Zhang Bo called Zhu Pingyan, pouring him a cup of clear tea and handing him a list of gifts. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's puzzled expression, Zhang Bo smiled gently and explained, before Zhi'er left. He entrusted me to assist you in navigating the web of social exchanges. This list details the contributions from our academy during your leave. Social exchanges? Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily, then comprehended. Social exchanges entailed gift-giving. Whether in antiquity or modernity, such exchanges are indispensable in the bureaucratic realm, for in the absence of reciprocity, it is deemed impolite, an unspoken rule of the political sphere. The ancient court was rife with various forms of gifts, including congratulatory offerings, festival gifts, and tokens of gratitude. He had overlooked this aspect, yet Zhang Siwei, hailing from a notable family, had evidently considered every detail and made prior arrangements. My apologies for the trouble, Brother Zhang. Zhu Ping'an expressed, accepting the list with a bow of gratitude. Merely a trifling matter, Zhang Bo replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. After thanking him, Zhu Ping'an glanced over the list and could not help but smile. The variety was indeed extensive. Zhang Bo's list was meticulously detailed. Yuan Wei's edition of a child. 1 tale, Zhang Song's inspection. 2 tales, Li's housewarming. 1 tale, Wang Gong's departure. 2 tales, Li Shangshu's wife's birthday. 5 tales, and 2 bolts of silk. A note at the bottom read, all accepted except for Li Shangshu. Well, in just over half a month, 6 tales had been expended. Were it not for Li Mo's refusal to accept gifts, it would have exceeded 10. No wonder so many officials lament the inadequacy of their salaries. In the matter of social exchanges, even if the salaries were slightly higher, they would still fall short of sufficiency. Certainly, were one to hold a higher official position, one could undoubtedly reap substantial benefits from the unspoken rules governing interpersonal relations. Such exchanges often serve as veiled transactions of power and wealth. Perhaps the adage in books, "There are houses of gold," is closely intertwined with this notion. When one first enters the realm of governance, often at a lowly rank, the expenses of gift-giving outweigh the returns. Yet, as their stature ascends, how could they refrain from exploiting these unspoken rules to recoup their investments or even amass a fortune? The trajectory of such relationships inevitably leads to corruption. Some officials, clinging to the fallacious belief that their dealings are not corrupt, find themselves ensnared in moral decay. Once corruption takes root among officials, the decline and decay of the Ming dynasty become inescapable. Discontent may arise, yet it proves futile. These unspoken rules cannot be dismantled by oneself. For now, one can only go with the flow. Upon exiting the Hanlin Academy, feeling the weight of a considerably lighter purse, Zhu Ping'an realized it was time to seek avenues for financial gain. Although he still had some savings, he understood that this would not sustain him indefinitely. The Hanlin Academy was not far from the Ministry of Justice, and after just a few minutes of walking, Zhu Ping'an arrived at the imposing edifice of the ministry. Unlike the scholarly Hanlin Academy, the Ministry of Justice wielded real power, overseeing criminal justice, adjudicating cases, and managing prisoners. The ministry's grandeur surpassed that of the Hanlin Academy, with towering stone lions and a vermilion gate instilling a sense of awe. A pair of peachwood couplets hung prominently at the entrance, proclaiming that powerful officials should not let personal grievances dictate their actions, and that the emperor should not allow his moods to influence justice. Zhu Ping'an cast a disdainful glance at the couplets. While they were indeed well-crafted and aligned with the ministry's purpose, they were overly idealistic. Even in modern jurisprudence, true independence from politics remains elusive, let alone in the feudal context of the Ming dynasty. Merely superficial embellishments. Zhu Ping'an thought to himself as he ascended the steps and entered the Ministry of Justice. "Esteemed sir, please hold." A clerk in inconspicuous official attire respectfully called out as Zhu Ping'an crossed the threshold. "I am at your service to relay your intentions at the ministry." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an paused, turned, and offered a slight bow in greeting. Such youth. The clerk, upon recognizing Zhu Ping'an's appearance, was taken aback. To achieve a 6th-rank position at such a tender age promised an illustrious future. Thus, he treated Zhu Ping'an with even greater deference, fetching a chair for him to sit and prepare the registration, and even pouring him a cup of tea. "I have come to the Ministry of Justice to present a petition." After inscribing his name in the visitor's log, Zhu Ping'an casually inquired, "Could you direct me to the appropriate department?" Zhu Ping'an. The clerk's demeanor shifted abruptly upon reading the name. The respect he had previously extended dissipated, for he had heard Zhu Ping'an's name frequently in recent times. The ministry had issued 3 urgent letters regarding him, a singular focus that could not be overlooked. What a pity. Such a promising young scholar, destined for greatness, was now on the verge of becoming a mere footnote in history. The recent trio of impeachment petitions had stirred considerable commotion in the capital, while there had been previous petitions against Elder Yan. The unprecedented nature of 3 consecutive petitions had generated far greater disturbance than before. The official was merely responsible for the registration of communications in the criminal department, a task devoid of complexity, leaving ample leisure time that he often spent perusing the official gazettes. Naturally, he could not overlook the significant commotion stirred by the 3 memorials. The venerable Minister Yan, a figure of great authority, was not one to be trifled with. To impeach him was tantamount to courting death. The other 2 memorials had already been verified, leading their authors to imprisonment, the loss of their official titles, and relegation to commoners for the rest of their lives. The author of the memorials submitted by Zhu Pingyan would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. Soon to be stripped of his status, Zhu Pingyan, though of lowly rank within the criminal department, still held an official title. There was little reason for him to show deference to one about to descend into the ranks of commonality. Upon entering and turning left to the second door, he received no farewell. The registering official coldly remarked, taking the warm tea before Zhu Pingyan and sitting aside to sip it. No longer casting a glance in Zhu Pingyan's direction, Zhu Pingyan observed the official's actions with a faint smile, noting the stark contrast in demeanor moments prior. The official had been exceedingly respectful, but upon seeing his name, the attitude had undergone a drastic transformation. If he were any more oblivious, it would be perplexing. Rising, Zhu Pingyan expressed a subdued thanks and proceeded as directed into the criminal department, clutching the criminal department's urgent correspondence, and entered the second door. As Zhu Pingyan made his entrance, discussions surrounding him in the Hanlin Academy grew increasingly fervent, with a prevailing sense of skepticism regarding his future. Zhu Zihu is still too young and impulsive. To impeach a general who has shed blood for our Ming is quite unfortunate, especially one promoted by Minister Yan, lamented one Hanlin official. Indeed, as the top scholar and favored by His Majesty, his prospects were boundless, yet one misstep has led to his downfall. Such a pity. Another agreed with a sigh. Why did he choose to impeach that particular individual? It seems foolish, especially considering that both the imperial censor Zhao Jin and the Minister of War Zhou Mian have been imprisoned and stripped of their titles. Zhu Zihu may soon meet a similar fate. After all, he was the first to submit a memorial of impeachment. It appears he has brought this upon himself. Has he become so blinded by his newfound fame that he forgot his place? Muttered Yuan Wei, reveling in Zhu Pingyan's misfortune. To Yuan Wei, Zhu Pingyan's prospects appeared bleak. Initially astonished by Zhu Pingyan's memorial, he soon found joy in the news. He had feared Zhu Pingyan might threaten his standing within the Hanlin Academy, but now, it seemed Zhu Pingyan had self-sabotaged, a most fortuitous turn of events. Not all in the Hanlin Academy shared this sentiment. At least Zhang Jujing did not. Seated in a corner, he regarded the animated discussions with a look of disdain. To be continued. Chapter 567. The Shaanxi Clean Officials Department. After the signing and registration, the demeanor of the official at the criminal department's entrance shifted dramatically, from obsequious to haughty. Zhu Pingyan remained unperturbed by this change. It is but a common occurrence for individuals to show deference to those above them while looking down upon those below. Such behavior has been inherent to human nature throughout history, and he was merely one among many who acted in this manner. To command the respect of others, one must elevate oneself. If one finds oneself in a lowly position, it is best not to concern oneself with those who tread upon them. Remain composed and tread your own path. Zhu Pingyan, clutching a summons from the Ministry of Justice, entered the grand courtyard of the ministry. Following the instructions of the registrar at the entrance, he turned left towards the second door. The Ministry of Justice was significantly larger than the Hanlin Academy, with rows of long annexes flanking both sides of the courtyard. These annexes housed the 13 clerical offices of the ministry. The right side contained 7 offices, while the left side held 6. Each office occupied a separate room, with crimson lanterns hanging at the entrances, each inscribed with the name of the respective office. The offices on the left were in order: Zhujiang Clerical Office, Shaanxi Clerical Office, Jiangxi Clerical Office, Huguang Clerical Office, Guangdong Clerical Office, and Shandong Clerical Office. The second door mentioned by the registrar likely led to the Shaanxi Clerical Office. According to the Ming Dynasty's administrative structure, the Shaanxi Clerical Office oversaw matters related to Shaanxi and Gansu, as well as affairs related to the Military Governor's Office, the Transport Office, and various other judicial matters. Zhao Dang's unit fell under the jurisdiction of Gansu, conveniently aligning with the oversight of the Shaanxi clerical office. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Pingyan proceeded toward the Shaanxi clerical office. At that moment, the sun shone brightly as Zhu Pingyan stepped through the doorway, momentarily blocking the sunlight that streamed through the window, casting a long, elongated shadow across the room. Inside, 6 individuals occupied various positions, each engrossed in their duties, whether poring over documents or meticulously scribbling notes. However, upon Zhu Pingyan's entrance, which dimmed the light within, they all set aside their tasks and turned their gazes toward the newcomer. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhu Pingyan, a reader from the Hanlin Academy, here to present a petition to the Ministry of Justice," he announced with a slight smile as he stood at the threshold, offering a respectful bow to the officials within the Shaanxi clerical office. According to the Ming dynasty's bureaucratic regulations, each clerical office was typically staffed with 1 director, a 5th-rank official, 1 deputy director, a junior 5th-rank official, and 1 chief clerk, a 6th-rank official, along with several subordinate officials. Generally speaking, no official present held a rank lower than Zhu Pingyan, hence his self-reference as a humble servant. "Who? Zhu Pingyan?" Upon hearing his introduction, the 6 officials could not help but lift their heads, their gazes fixating on him as if he were a rare specimen. Indeed, to them, Zhu Pingyan appeared as an exotic creature. They had encountered individuals who had lodged complaints against Yin Song, the current chancellor, though such instances were infrequent. They had witnessed others, like Shun Lian, Zhao Jin, and Zhou Mian, who had dared to challenge Yin Song. Yet, it was their first encounter with someone who had attempted to do so merely days after assuming office. Yin Song, the chancellor, held immense power, second only to the emperor himself. Since Yin had taken the helm of the cabinet, those who dared to challenge him invariably faced dire consequences, often ending in imprisonment or worse. The grim fates of many served as a cautionary tale, leaving a profound mark on their collective memory. However, Zhu Pingyan, a scholar who has toiled for 10 years under the cold window, has just successfully navigated the perilous path of the imperial examination, emerging as the top scholar and the youngest in the Ming dynasty, undoubtedly destined for a future of limitless brilliance. Yet, scarcely days into his official position, he has submitted a memorial that indirectly impeaches the venerable elder Yin. With so many cautionary tales before him, could he truly be ignorant of the repercussions of such actions? Surely, one who has achieved the status of a top scholar must be aware of these consequences. Yet, knowing the dangers that lie ahead, he boldly ventured forth with his memorial. How splendid it is to hold an official position, overcoming numerous obstacles to achieve this esteemed rank. With power, influence, and status, one need not worry about sustenance or wealth, adorned with beauty and the comforts of a golden abode. Even if one can afford to treat money as mere dirt, what of one's intrinsic value? My dear brother, is he truly willing to forego all of this? Why then did he labor so diligently for a decade? Thus, to the assembled officials, Zhu Pingyan appears akin to a rare creature. At such a tender age, what could compel him to provoke the ire of elder Yin? What a pity it is. "Pingyan, do not stand. Please take a seat," urged Zhi'er Tao, the director of the Shaanxi Department of Clean Officials. After coughing lightly and instructing someone to bring a chair for Zhu Pingyan, "I would not dare trouble you, my lord. I am quite content to stand." Zhu Pingyan modestly declined. "Do not be so formal. Sit down and converse. Shall I stand alongside you?" Zhi'er Tao feigned irritation. "Then, I must express my gratitude, my lord." Zhu Pingyan relented, bowing in thanks before taking a seat. His demeanor, characterized by neither arrogance nor subservience, left a profound impression on those present, further amplifying their regret for him. After he sat, Zhi'er Tao instructed someone to pour a cup of tea for Zhu Pingyan and sent a messenger to the office of the Minister of Justice, Xiahe, to report on Zhu Pingyan's petition. The Clean Officials Department could not make a decision on this matter without consulting Minister He. The messenger departed the Shaanxi Clean Officials Department for Xiahe's office, returning within 10 minutes. Approaching Zhi'er Tao, the messenger leaned close and whispered, "Minister He has been summoned to the Yin residence by Lord Yin Shifan this morning and has yet to return." The messenger's voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. However, for Zhu Pingyan, who could read lips, the volume was inconsequential. He needed only to observe the movement of the messenger's lips. "Pingyan, Minister He is currently occupied with urgent matters. Please remain seated for a while. Once he has concluded his tasks, we shall pay him a visit." Zhai Huntao informed Zhu Pingyan after hearing the news. I shall defer to your arrangements, my lord, Zhu Pingyan replied, maintaining a composed exterior while inwardly harboring thoughts of disdain. Urgent matters? To curry favor at the Yin residence has somehow become an urgent task? Being summoned to the Yin residence at this hour is likely related to my memorial. It appears this petition will be quite lively. To be continued. Chapter 568. The self-cultivation of an actor. The Shaanxi Department of Justice operated as usual, with case files from Shaanxi, Gansu, the Military Supervisory Office, the Transport Office, and the capital's military guards being gathered here, distributed by the clerks to the attending officials. Though the volume of documents was considerable, the officials had long mastered the art of leisurely work. A pot of fine tea, a copy of the official gazette, and a stack of case files allowed the hours to drift by serenely. Overall, the atmosphere appeared bustling, yet the officials enjoyed a sense of ease. In this environment of apparent busyness, the Minister of Justice, Xiahe, had just returned from the Yamen, when the clerk discreetly signaled to physician Zhai Huntao. Sitting at the entrance, Zhu Pingyan was already able to read the clerk's lips. However, Zhai Huntao made no acknowledgement, and Zhu Pingyan chose not to break the silence. Approximately half an hour after Xiahe's return, Zhai Huntao sent another inquiry to the minister, and upon receiving a response from the clerk, he waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. Bring tea for Lord Zhu, he instructed. Pingyan, there is no need for formality. Consider this as the Hanlin Academy. Once minister he has finished his matters, he will send someone to inform us. With a smile, Zhai Huntao directed the servants to serve tea to Zhu Pingyan, urging him to remain calm and composed, exuding warmth and hospitality. Thank you, Lord Zhai, Zhu Pingyan replied, rising to express his gratitude with a slight smile, revealing a hint of disdain. Although he could not hear the clerk's words, he discerned their meaning through lip reading. The message conveyed was that he should be patient. Ah, a test of endurance? A psychological game? He mused. Indeed, those who attain the rank of minister are not to be underestimated. Sometimes, waiting can be the most torturous ordeal. The repeated reminders from the Department of Justice created an illusion of urgency, yet upon his arrival, he was left in suspense, the matter at hand scarcely mentioned. The anxiety and impatience brewed within him, and the longer the wait, the more the internal fortifications would crumble, allowing the adversary to prepare while he languished in uncertainty. Of course, it was possible that minister he simply did not regard him as significant, and this behavior stemmed from habit rather than malice. If it were a typical inexperienced newcomer to the official realm, they might indeed succumb to despair in such waiting. However, Zhu Pingyan was no ordinary official. Zhu Pingyan remained more at ease than the officials of the Shaanxi Department of Justice, comfortably seated at a table near the door, his official robes enhancing his spirited demeanor. Before him lay a copy of Zhu Yuanzhang's admonitions to officials, recently borrowed from the department, which he occasionally perused. In the intervals between readings, he lifted a cup of steaming tea, holding it delicately in his left hand while tapping the lid with his right, causing the Longjing tea leaves within to dance gracefully, releasing an ever more fragrant aroma. In modern times, Zhu Pingyan seldom indulged in tea, and when he did, he paid little attention to the customs. Watching television, he often found the ancient practice of drinking tea perplexing, as people casually tapped the cup's lid. It was only upon entering the Ming dynasty that he began to comprehend the subtleties of this ritual. In ancient times, the act of drinking tea was considered a refined affair, emphasizing the appreciation of its form, color, aroma, and flavor. By gently stirring the edges of the teacup with the lid, the upper layer of water creates a convection effect, allowing the tea leaves to dance within the cup, enriching the infusion and intensifying the fragrance. For those who prefer a lighter brew, a few gentle swirls suffice, whereas, for aficionados of a stronger tea, a more vigorous stirring is in order. Moreover, contemporary teacups are equipped with metallic strainers to prevent tea leaves from reaching the lips. In contrast, such devices were non-existent in ancient times, prompting tea drinkers to use the lid to shift the leaves to one side, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of sipping on leaves. Oh, indeed, ancient teacups lacked these modern conveniences. Recently, having completed my duties at the Hanlin Academy, I pondered entrepreneurial avenues and mused whether adapting a filtering mechanism for the Ming dynasty could be promising. In today's world, it is almost ubiquitous for individuals to possess a cup with a filter. The market has validated its practicality, suggesting that there is no reason it would not have thrived in the past. The ancients harbored a profound love for tea, as it was among the few beverages available, hinting that the market for tea was perhaps even more expansive than it is today. This idea warrants further exploration. As Zhu Pingyan contemplated the design of the filter, Zhai Huntao, the Department of Punishments official, discreetly observed him. Zhai was taken aback by Zhu's composure. The young man, newly introduced to the bureaucracy, remained unruffled amidst the circumstances, exuding a steadiness reminiscent of a mountain. Even those seasoned in the political arena might struggle to attain such tranquility. After Zhu Pingyan had savored 3 cups of tea and perused 2 volumes of Ming Law, Zhai Huntao finally rose to escort him to meet the Minister of Justice. Xiahe. However, before their audience, Zhai took Zhu to the department's document office to retrieve the files pertinent to Zhu's petition. Within the office, 3 officials of approximately 8th rank were present, alongside a dozen clerks. Upon Zhai's and Zhu's arrival, they paused their tasks to pay their respects. The document office resembled a modern governmental or corporate office, primarily responsible for organizing and archiving records, processing documents, and recording fines. Upon entering, Zhu Pingyan was greeted by the rich scent of ink. Zhai maintained a warm smile, addressing the officials by name, leaving them pleasantly surprised. Had Zhu not previously gleaned Zhai's character through lip-reading at the Shaanxi Clean Government Office, he might have been deceived by the man's affability. However, in this moment, it was merely a display of an actor's self-cultivation. Upon exiting the Xiaoma Bureau, I proceeded directly to the office of Minister Xiahe, where he held his duties. His office was, without a doubt, one of the most dilapidated and rudimentary in the Ministry of Justice. Judging solely by the state of his working environment, one might conclude that Xiahe was a man of integrity, wholly devoted to his work. However, how upright could a minister be if he consorted with the likes of Yen Song and became one of his subordinates? Xiahe was quite renowned, his fame stemming from 2 instances of corporal punishment. He had been subjected to the wooden staff by 2 successive emperors. During the reign of Emperor Zhengde, Xiahe attempted to dissuade him from embarking on a southern tour, only to be met with a beating. In the early years of Emperor Jiajing's reign, he opposed an imperial edict regarding ceremonial rites and was almost beaten to death as a consequence. Those 2 beatings earned Xiahe considerable notoriety. Regrettably, he was once a promising figure, but now he had fallen into the ranks of Yen Song's followers, his character having deteriorated. Why did Pingyan sigh? Dr. Zhai, with keen ears, caught the sound of Zhu Pingyan's sigh and mistakenly assumed it was a sign of fear, inwardly chuckling at the youth's naivety. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Why had he not acted sooner? It's nothing, Zhu Pingyan replied with a slight smile. Gently shaking his head, Dr. Zhai, understanding the sentiment, offered a knowing smile and refrained from further inquiry. To be continued. Chapter 569. A warning by example after enduring the psychological warfare akin to an eagle's endurance. Zhu Pingyan was then treated to a display meant to serve as a warning. Emerging from the Xiaoma Bureau and following Dr. Zhai to the office of Minister Xiahe, Zhu Pingyan was unable to meet the minister, as he was occupied in a grand hall of the Ministry of Justice, presiding over a case. This case was under joint examination by the Ministry of Justice and the Jinui, led by another upright official from the ministry. Minister Xiahe was present in the hall, alongside Wei Boyong, a 4th-rank officer of the Jinui, with several other Jinui lieutenants also in attendance. Despite the title of lieutenant, the Jinui officers were merely regular members of the force, akin to soldiers in other regiments. Recruited from the populace, these individuals were often martial artists of considerable skill, tasked with upholding order and announcing official summons. The Jinui operated a prison, akin to modern judicial processes, and the lieutenants were well acquainted with such proceedings. As Minister Xiahe was occupied with the hearings, Dr. Zhai led Zhu Pingyan into a nearby chamber to await the conclusion of the case before paying his respects to the minister. From his position, Zhu Pingyan had a clear view of the proceedings outside the hall. "Please, Mr. Chu," came the mocking invitation as a prisoner clad in white garments, visibly anxious, was escorted from the hall by 2 grinning Jinui officers. Though addressing the man as Mr. Chu, there was no hint of respect in the tone, as if they were handling a mere chick. The law does not extend to commoners, and punishment does not befall officials. I am a 7th-rank county magistrate. You cannot treat me this way. The terrified Mr. Chu protested, struggling against his captors. From his vantage point, Zhu Pingyan observed every detail, even the creases of Mr. Chu's prison garb, and heard their exchange distinctly. In the realm of propriety, one does not extend courtesy to the commoners, nor does punishment descend upon the noble. Such notions are but fanciful dreams, as countless officials have been transformed into lanterns and banners. What of ordinary punishments? Alas, my esteemed Lord Chu, do not think that your position as a mere 7th-rank county magistrate grants you immunity. Even those of the 3rd rank have faced the rod. We are but simple folk, unversed in lofty principles of propriety and punishment. We merely act upon orders. One of the guards of the Jinui cast a disdainful glance at County Magistrate Chu, curling his lip in a sardonic smile as he replied. Meanwhile, the 2 guards continued their grim task, escorting the magistrate, clad in prison garb, to a long bench in the courtyard. Will you mount it yourself, or shall we assist you? Upon reaching the bench, the guards released Magistrate Chu, their expressions a blend of amusement and mockery. I shall manage it myself. How utterly degrading. Despite the indignity of the situation, the magistrate, fueled by a flicker of defiance, gritted his teeth and brushed off the dust from his clothing before prostrating himself upon the bench. For defying his superior and rashly discussing matters of state, the magistrate was sentenced to 60 strokes of the cane. Considering the challenges of governance, the punishment was halved, resulting in 30 strokes. The decree was pronounced without a hint of emotion by a clerk from the Ministry of Justice as he displayed the order before Magistrate Chu. In the Ming Dynasty, the punishment of caning was measured in tens, with a minimum of 60 strokes and a maximum of 100. The decree just read dictated 30 strokes for the magistrate, a concession granted due to his official status. To fabricate charges, one need only find a pretext. With a huff, Magistrate Chu fell silent. After the announcement, the 2 guards each retrieved a long, sturdy cane, approximately 3 feet in length, with one end thicker than a fist, stained with dried blood. One of the guards, deliberately weighing the cane in his hands, taunted, "Ah, magistrate, do you have any last words?" The other guard winked, his fingers rubbing together suggestively, implying a hint of corruption. Zhu Pingyan observed this scene, a faint smile playing on his lips, affirming the historical accounts that the punishment of caning was fraught with intricacies, giving rise to an entire profession beyond the ordinary. The execution of such punishments was indeed an art. The guards in Jinui relied on their skills for sustenance. Those capable of administering the cane had undergone rigorous training, often requiring gifts and mentorship to learn the craft. Historical records suggest that mastering this skill could take several years. Their training focused on 2 techniques, one of lightness on the surface but heaviness within, and the other the opposite. During practice, they would create 2 dummies, one filled with tofu and the other with bricks, both clad in garments. The practice of placing tofu involves mastering the art of external lightness and internal heaviness. The imperial guards must ensure that their outer garments are rendered tattered and produce a cacophony of sound, while the tofu within remains unscathed. Only then can they claim proficiency. Conversely, when practicing turning the head, the guards must strive to keep their outer clothing untouched while rendering the internal movements utterly shattered. In this manner, should someone attempt to bribe or subtly suggest leniency before an execution, they would resort to the technique of external heaviness and internal lightness, striking the victim in a way that appears to cause grievous harm, yet inflicts only superficial injuries, allowing them to recover in a few days. In contrast, if there is no bribe or hint of leniency from the superior, they would employ the method of external lightness and internal heaviness, resulting in merely reddened skin while causing severe internal damage, potentially shattering bones. With the punishment staff in hand, the balance of severity lies within my thoughts. The victims often resort to purchasing leniency, thus giving rise to a clandestine 3rd profession. Naturally, those without means, unaware of the intricacies, or those who are straightforward, must endure the full brunt of punishment. Humph. Magistrate Chu scoffed coldly, choosing silence to convey his sentiments through actions. Since that is the case, Lord Chu, please bear with us. We are merely carrying out orders, and we seek your forgiveness for our presumptuousness, the guards remarked with feigned politeness, though their actions were decidedly ruthless. With a resounding crack, the punishment staff descended upon Magistrate Chu's rear, sending him into a neck-stretching, goose-like wail of agony, veins bulging on his forehead. 1, 2, 3, 4. With each strike of the staff, Magistrate Chu's cries grew increasingly heartrending, until he could only mouth the words, his pain rendering him voiceless, lips reflexively parting and closing. In an instant, the white prison garb on his rear was thoroughly soaked in blood. This was Magistrate Chu from Wanping, notorious for publicly disparaging his superiors during recent inspections, repeatedly slandering the esteemed Dr. Zhi'er. He had been recounting Magistrate Chu's past to Zhu Pinggan, subtly gauging his reaction. Undoubtedly, this was a case of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Defying authority and criticizing state affairs, this spectacle was intentionally orchestrated by Zhai Huntao for his viewing. Zhu Pinggan sat at the table, composed and unruffled as he observed the execution as one might watch a film, a faint smile gracing his lips, much to Dr. Zhi's disappointment. To be continued. Chapter 570, Minister of Punishment, Xiahe. Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage before meeting Zhuge Liang. Guan Yu overcame 5 passes and slew 6 generals to meet his royal uncle. Similarly, Zhu Pinggan had to endure the trials of eagle taming and chicken execution before finally meeting the Minister of Punishment, Xiahe. Alas for Magistrate Chu, who had nearly lost his life. Yet, even without Zhu Pinggan's presence, Magistrate Chu could not have escaped the torment of the punishment staff today. Such is life. We are but the knife and the chopping board. Without substantial strength, one is destined to be the fish laid upon it. After watching the officials escort the bloodied Magistrate Chu away, Zhu Pinggan turned to see Minister of Punishment, Xiahe, approaching, surrounded by several officials. The Minister of Justice, an elderly gentleman surpassing 50 years, boasts a head of gray hair, yet he exudes an air reminiscent of the venerable Lien Pa, still capable of enduring the trials of life. With broad shoulders and a robust physique, he stands at least half a head taller than the average man. His complexion, unlike that of a scholar, resembles that of a warrior, bearing a sun-kissed hue akin to that of his father. Such imposing strength begs the question of how he could withstand the imperial canings of 2 dynasties. His physique appears resilient enough to endure such punishment. In contrast, frail officials would scarcely survive even 1 stroke of the cane, for with 2 strokes, 8 out of 10 would meet their demise. Particularly during the fierce debates of the Jiajing era, where a single session resulted in the immediate death of 16 officials and left 27 critically wounded, with an additional 7 or 8 succumbing shortly thereafter. Minister he strides forward with a distinctive gait, flanked closely by 2 officials and several clerks. Although his pace is unhurried, it radiates authority, a clear testament to his long tenure in high office. A mere glance from Minister He at Zhu Pinggan instills a palpable pressure, akin to being scrutinized by a fierce tiger in the wilderness. Fortunately, the tiger seems to be dozing, perhaps satiated or simply indifferent, as he merely casts a cursory glance in Zhu Pinggan's direction. Yet, what can a tiger do? Many a fierce predator has become a mere cushion beneath a human seat, with even their tails steeped in liquor. Moreover, this particular tiger has now fallen under the dominion of Yen Song, a disheartening turn of fate. He withstood the canings of 2 emperors, only to kneel before Yen Song, a lamentable decline. Esteemed Minister He and distinguished officials, Zhu Pinggan respectfully acknowledges. He lifts his gaze to the approaching figure of the Minister of Justice, steadies his form, and dons a mask of reverence. From a distance, he extends his arms in a grand salute. Both arms stretch forward, the right hand slightly bending inward while the left rests atop. As he lowers his hands from forehead height to chest level, simultaneously bowing at a 45-degree angle, performing this gesture twice. Thereafter, he maintains his bowed position in stillness. The phrase "not bending for 5 measures of rice" speaks to one's integrity, a refusal to flatter the powerful. In ancient times, such a gesture of respect towards high-ranking officials was entirely customary. Even the esteemed Hai Rui, known for his integrity, would offer a salute, albeit with his subordinates kneeling to emphasize his standing. Of course, Hai Rui would not bow as deeply as Zhu Pinggan does. He adheres to the standard protocol of 2 bows. One can only imagine that if Hai Rui were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly chuckle at Zhu Pinggan's exaggerated posture. 1 second, 2 seconds, Zhu Pinggan silently counts while maintaining his bow. After a full 2 seconds of silence, he has yet to hear a response from Minister He. It is not until the 3rd second that he catches a faint, almost imperceptible acknowledgement from the minister. A mere devoid of any additional sound or inflection, likely indicating that Minister He did not even nod in recognition. One must ponder how such a robust figure could produce such a whisper. "Are you constipated?" Zhu Pinggan subtly curls the corners of his mouth while maintaining his bow, then responds aloud with a grateful "Thank you, sir," rising to his feet with an expression of utmost respect, even surpassing that of the nearby physician, Zhai Huntao. In the interactions among officials of the Ming dynasty, when their ranks are equal, a mutual bow or clasping of hands twice suffices. However, should one party hold a lower position, they must step to the right and bow twice, while the higher-ranking official acknowledges with a nod. There exists an unwritten rule that the subordinate must perform a grand bow, as one would expect from someone like Zhu Ping'an. As for Xiahe, the Minister of Justice, his elevated status allows him the liberty to respond as he pleases. Please, take your seat. With a smile, Zhai Huntao, the Director of the Bureau of Civil Affairs, ushered Xiahe to the central position of the room. Lord Wang, Lord Lu, please. Zhai Huntao clasped his hands and greeted his colleagues with a genial bow. You are too kind, Lord Zhai. Please, be seated. Lords Wang and Lu returned the gesture, engaging in a courteous exchange as they took their places. Unintentionally or otherwise, everyone greeted one another and settled down, leaving Zhu Ping'an standing alone, akin to a monkey in a zoo, observed by all. Hey, Ping'an, why are you still standing? Sit down. After several seconds, Zhai Huntao seemed to just then notice Zhu Ping'an's stance, exclaiming in surprise and inviting him to take a seat. Thank you, my lord. Zhu Ping'an, without hesitation, expressed his gratitude with a bow and seated himself at the lowest position. You are Zhu Ping'an? Lord Wang, sitting beneath Minister He, shifted his gaze toward Zhu Ping'an, raising his chin in a formal inquiry. Of course, when Director Zhai called me Ping'an, it is evident I am Zhu Ping'an. Is it not? Naturally, Zhu Ping'an would not voice such a thought. Yes, I am Zhu Ping'an. I have the honor to meet all esteemed lords. Zhu Ping'an rose once more to bow and surveyed the officials above him. Accompanying Minister He were Lords Wang and Lu, while the other clerks were of little consequence. Wasn't the case of County Magistrate Chu's joint review supposed to involve the Jinui? Where were they? The middle-aged Lord Wang was certainly not of the Jinui, his attire lacking their uniform, and Lord Lu's garb also did not bear their insignia. Perhaps the Jinui had other duties and could not attend. Lord Wang nodded, then glanced at Minister He, who occupied the elevated seat, before turning back to Zhu Ping'an. You need not be anxious. We are merely seeking to understand the situation. As for your appeal, we will inform you and Captain Zhao once we finalize a date with the Dachuan and the Chongwei. Well, previously there was incessant urging, and now there is no rush. The stance of the Ministry of Justice is thus revealed. It seems this appeal will undoubtedly be fraught with complications. Zhu Ping'an was not surprised. He had prepared himself mentally prior to this encounter, and now it was merely the fulfillment of his expectations. To be continued. Chapter 571, A Chance Encounter with Feng Bao. Just seeking to understand the situation? In the time that followed, although Zhu Ping'an occupied a lowly seat, he felt akin to a prisoner, subjected to the repeated inquiries of the elevated officials of the Ministry of Justice. The inquiry was primarily conducted by the esteemed officials, Wang and Lu from the Ministry of Justice, with the occasional interjection from the provincial official, Zhai Huntao, of the Shaanxi Department of Civil Affairs. As for the Minister of Justice, Xiahe, who occupied the highest seat, he had long since departed. Barely had a junior official arrived from the palace when he had taken his leave, leaving his chair still cold. For Zhu Ping'an, the matter at hand may have seemed significant, yet for Minister He, it was but a trifling issue, easily managed with a few directives to his subordinates, rendering his personal involvement entirely unnecessary. Moreover, during the questioning, Zhai Huntao subtly signaled to a junior official in the corner to record the entire proceedings. This scene did not escape Zhu Ping'an's notice. He realized that anything he uttered today would undoubtedly be documented, serving as evidence during future hearings. Under such circumstances, Zhu Ping'an could hardly believe this was merely an inquiry for understanding. Faced with a barrage of questions, Zhu Ping'an revealed not a single card from his hand, nor did he make any substantial declarations. Regardless of the inquiries posed, he maintained an air of scholarly nonchalance, responding with eloquent yet vague rhetoric, such as, "Our dynasty, the Great Ming, bears the sun on the left and the moon on the right, illuminating all corners, regardless of day or night. The Emperor's grace is profound, ensuring eternal prosperity for generations. Though lacking in talent, I possess an unwavering loyalty to my country. The villain Zhao Dang has slain innocents for personal gain, neglecting the enemy while deceiving the court for reward, inciting divine wrath and human resentment. The plight of the wronged populace remains unseen, and such predatory behavior tarnishes the name of the Great Ming. How could I sit idly by?" To those present, Zhu Ping'an appeared to be a mere idealist. brimming with righteous fervor, yet lacking in worldly wisdom. Indeed, they believed that had he been otherwise, he would not have penned such a petition. Such individuals are easily managed. Akin to an unguarded maiden, easily toppled and compliant even in the face of violation. As the questioning progressed, both Wang and Lu grew increasingly relaxed, viewing Zhu Pinggan, the youngest scholar of the Great Ming, as a ship buffeted by the winds, soon to collide with an impending iceberg. After a duration exceeding half an hour, the inquiry concluded. Wang and Lu deemed the interrogation sufficient. A person like Zhu Pinggan, who spoke with grandiloquence yet offered no substantial evidence, would surely be at their mercy during the hearings to come. It was anticipated that the outcomes of future hearings would undoubtedly satisfy the stern Mr. Yin. With the inquiry at an end, Zhu Pinggan rose to bid farewell to the departing officials before taking his leave, awaiting notification from the Ministry of Justice regarding the hearing schedule. Just then, upon nearing the exit, he heard a shrill, yet somewhat hoarse voice call out, "Is that not young Master Zhu?" Turning to look, he beheld a graceful young eunuch clad in splendid court attire, approaching with several officials from the Ministry of Justice. Upon noticing Zhu Pinggan's gaze, the young eunuch broke into a smile. This young eunuch was a familiar face to Zhu Pinggan, being Feng Bao from the palace, who would prove to be a reliable political ally for the future Zhang Jujing. However, at present, Feng Bao has little intersection with Zhang Jujing, yet he has established considerable rapport with Zhu Pinggan. As for whether history will progress with the inertia of a wheel or undergo transformation like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, that remains a mystery known only to time. "Master Zhu, what a keen eye you have," Feng Bao remarked with a smile as he approached Zhu Pinggan, who returned the gesture with a bow. "Indeed, it is you, Master Zhu. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." It appears that the recent report from the junior official to the palace referred precisely to Feng Bao. Feng Bao, merely a minor eunuch serving under Huang Jin, has managed to elicit the personal attention of Xiahe, the highest authority of the Ministry of Justice, who claimed to have waited nearly half a day to meet Secretary He. Evidently, the influence of eunuchs is on the rise. This is significantly attributed to Yensong's flattery and indulgence towards them. In the past, when the Grand Secretary Zhang Tsong met with Emperor Jiajing, the eunuchs outside were required to bow respectfully to him. During the tenure of Xiahe, while he was not as haughty as Zhang Tsong, he still regarded the eunuchs as mere servants, treating them with indifference. By the time Yensong became the Grand Secretary, he would warmly grasp the hands of the eunuchs outside and converse with them, often bestowing small gifts before entering to pay his respects to the emperor. If this trend continues, the emergence of Wei Zhongxian, the omnipotent figure, will come as no surprise. As noon approached, Zhu Pinggan courteously proposed, "If you do not mind, esteemed eunuch, let us dine together with some simple fare and a modest drink." Among the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty, Feng Bao represents a refreshing anomaly, for Zhu Pinggan harbors no aversion towards him as he does towards others of their kind. Furthermore, given the current internal and external court structure of the Ming, one cannot entirely dissociate from these palace eunuchs. Zhu Pinggan has not yet reached the heights of disdain where he would entirely sever ties with them. "Master Zhu, you are too kind. I must return to report to Lord Huang," Feng Bao replied, a flicker of emotion crossing his face, yet he shook his head, seemingly preoccupied with his own thoughts. Lord Huang surely refers to Huang Jin, who has become a significant figure in the Ming court, a favored individual of Emperor Jiajing, overseeing the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs and concurrently supervising the Eastern Depot. The significance of the Eastern Depot is well understood, and the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs is likewise an institution of great importance within the Ming. The ceremonial staff serves as a sharp sword above the heads of Ming officials, enforced by the eunuchs of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, while the Jinyui execute the sentences. Historical records indicate that the severity of punishment administered by the Jinyui is determined by the stance of the eunuchs from the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. If their boots are angled outward, the punishment is light, but if aligned inward, the punishment is severe, determining life or death. Beyond the ceremonial staff, the Directorate also oversees the memorials submitted by the 6 ministries, indirectly acquiring the power to supervise the administration and judicial proceedings of the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, significant cases are reviewed by the 3 judicial offices before being submitted to the emperor for approval. However, as Emperor Jiajing often exhibits a languid attitude towards governance, he frequently delegates the final decision-making authority to the eunuchs of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. In such a manner, it becomes difficult for the directorate to be overlooked. It appears that the eunuch has pressing matters at hand. I have inadvertently been rude, for official business takes precedence. Zhu Pingyan observed the expression of Feng Bao, sensing that he had recently encountered some difficulties. However, Zhu Pingyan refrained from inquiring further, merely offering a slight smile and engaging in casual pleasantries. This reflects an understanding of psychology. To press for answers could diminish one's standing and provoke unnecessary thoughts in the other party. When the other person eventually speaks, it indicates they are seeking assistance, thus altering the balance of value significantly. Chapter 572. Supporting the direct ministers. Does little Zhu have other matters to attend to? If not, shall we walk together? Feng Bao invited, seemingly wishing to discuss something with Zhu Pingyan. How could I refuse such a request? Zhu Pingyan smiled gently and gestured for Feng Bao to proceed. After the exchange of courtesies, Zhu Pingyan and Feng Bao stepped out of the Ministry of Justice. As they passed the duty room, Zhu Pingyan overheard an enthusiastic farewell, akin to that of a child greeting a long-lost father. Turning around, he saw the official responsible for registration, who had previously been indifferent, now bending over backward, beaming like a devoted puppy as he warmly bid farewell to Feng Bao. Master Feng, please take care as you descend the steps. The registrar's fervent and attentive farewell to the young eunuch Feng Bao was almost more affectionate than that shown to one's own father. This Feng Bao had just arrived from the palace, and the minister he had even come out to greet him. Should the registrar curry favor with Feng Bao and offer a few gifts, might he not also secure a minor official position for himself? Zhu Pingyan, witnessing this scene for the first time, was struck by the audacity of such unabashed servility. The registrar's fervent farewell to Feng Bao completely overshadowed Zhu Pingyan, who was treated as if he were invisible. The world operates on a hierarchy, and there is little to be concerned about. Unperturbed, Zhu Pingyan smiled and continued walking alongside Feng Bao, glancing back at the couplet at the entrance. Powerful ministers must not let personal grievances dictate their comings and goings. The Son of Heaven must not allow his moods to weigh heavily on matters of state, which felt particularly ironic. The journey from the Ministry of Justice to the Western Garden was not far. Passing through the Hanlin Academy, they would soon reach their destination. Zhu Pingyan and Feng Bao seemed to share an unspoken understanding, walking at a leisurely pace that took 5 or 6 times longer than usual. An outer court scholar walked side by side with an inner court eunuch, both of similar age, engaging in light-hearted conversation along the official path beneath the palace. If Zhu Yuanzhang were to witness this scene, he might very well have put both individuals to death. The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty had prohibited eunuchs from interfering in politics, strictly forbidding outer court officials from associating with them, fearing collusion that could jeopardize the dynasty. However, although the internal ministers were currently barred from meddling in state affairs, with the threat of execution hanging over offenders, the entire Ming court had long since disregarded this ironclad decree. Forgive me, little Zhu, but the urgency in your memorial seems a bit excessive, Feng Bao remarked, steering the conversation back to Zhu Pingyan's earlier petition. Is that so? I felt I was rather late. Had I submitted it earlier, those villagers would not have had to suffer at the hands of their own kin, Zhu Pingyan replied, shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. My dear Lord Zhu, are you aware that His Majesty became quite furious upon reviewing the memorial? I could hear his wrath even from outside the door. Later, while tidying up, I noticed that His Majesty had barely touched his breakfast, leaving half a bowl untouched, lamented Feng Bao with genuine concern. To have disturbed His Majesty's royal constitution, I am indeed deserving of 1,000 deaths, Zhu Pingyan expressed regret. Only 1 death is necessary. That would suffice, Feng Bao replied, both amused and exasperated. He cautiously glanced around before leaning in and whispering mysteriously, however, one may wish for death but find it elusive. Oh, Zhu Pingyan's expression shifted slightly. Feng Bao furtively surveyed their surroundings once more, ensuring they were alone, before he leaned closer to Zhu Pingyan and whispered 2 words, Fujian. Fujian. Zhu Pingyan was somewhat perplexed. Fujian was the unique method employed by the Jiajing Emperor to communicate with the divine, akin to modern superstitions. An utterly nebulous practice lacking any credible foundation. Yet, the Jiajing Emperor indulged in it throughout his life. The process of Fujian was roughly as follows: a large sand table, 2 racks, 2 large tree branches, 2 young eunuchs, and a Taoist priest. The priest would burn the emperor's words as offerings to the deities, while the 2 eunuchs, in a fit of fervor, would scribble frantically upon the branches. The cryptic symbols that appeared on the sand table were deemed the responses of the divine. As for the symbols, whether they resembled actual characters or not was inconsequential. Both the emperor and the priest would interpret them. Zhu Ping'an mused that any modern individual would likely dismiss such nonsense, yet the Jiajing emperor found joy in it. Undoubtedly one of the most astute individuals of the Ming dynasty, at that moment, he seemed rather foolish. The pursuit of immortality and alchemy was one of the emperor's fatal flaws. But what relevance did Fuzhan have to him? Did the cryptic symbols presented during his memorial submission somehow implicate him? Despite Feng Bao's expression suggesting a favorable outcome for him, Zhu Ping'an still found it absurd. On the morning of your submission, a routine Fuzhan was conducted, and the Taoist priest interpreted it as indicating a loyal minister would present a memorial today. Coincidentally, shortly after the Fuzhan, your memorial arrived on His Majesty's desk. When Xiao Daji, in his haste, delivered the memorial to the emperor, he stumbled, inadvertently mixing up the submitted documents. As he rearranged them, your memorial fortuitously ended up atop the pile, Feng Bao explained, his tone laced with accomplishment as he observed Zhu Ping'an's bewilderment. Oh, I see, Zhu Ping'an nodded. A Fuzhan conducted early that morning yielded the response of a loyal minister presenting a memorial, and then, quite coincidentally, the memorial was delivered. This must be the cleverness of Tao Zhongwen. After all, in the vast Ming Empire, there would undoubtedly be countless officials submitting memorials daily. Among them, surely at least one must be a loyal minister. Since he had not specified who, it was an open-ended riddle, absolutely correct. With no one able to claim Tao Zhongwen was mistaken. As for the completion of the divination, the memorial from the cabinet was presented, which I suspect is no mere coincidence. The timing of these submissions has always been fixed. Tao Zhongwen, having been by the side of the Jiajing emperor for so long, surely understands this timing well. Thus, by merely adjusting the timing of the divination, this coincidence could be orchestrated. In truth, this divination was initially of no concern to me. The stack of memorials presented to the Jiajing emperor was substantial, and who could discern which memorial contained the direct minister referenced in the divination? However, the real coincidence emerged at that moment. The young eunuch named Xiao Dezai, who delivered the memorials, was perhaps a bit clumsy or nervous, or might have been schemed against by rival eunuchs vying for favor. In any case, as he placed the stack before the Jiajing emperor, it toppled over, possibly scattering on the floor, thus disrupting the order. He hastily rearranged them, and in this serendipitous turn of events, my memorial fortuitously appeared first. Such a series of coincidences might seem to the Jiajing emperor as divine will, designating the first memorial as that of the direct minister. A direct minister. Can such a minister be executed? Is it not the virtuous ruler who cannot tolerate the direct minister? To be continued. Chapter 573. The struggle of the eunuchs. The Jiajing emperor possessed a high intellect, yet individuals with elevated intelligence often share a common flaw. They tend to overthink. While others may see exceptions, the Jiajing emperor perceives it as divine providence. A single divination, a singular surprise, has seemingly rendered Zhu Ping'an a direct minister without clear reasoning. After listening to Feng Bao's explanation, Zhu Ping'an instinctively stroked his chin and smirked, realizing he held little interest in being a direct minister. His aspirations lay elsewhere. He sought to be a capable official, one who could benefit the state and its people. What use is an official, no matter how incorruptible or straightforward, if he lacks the ability to govern and enrich the populace? In some respects, he might even be less valuable than a corrupt official who, despite his greed, generates $1 million for the people while embezzling a mere 100,000. However, with this unexpected divination, my grasp on the petition increased significantly. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Zhu Ping'an's lips as he expressed his gratitude to Feng Bao, acknowledging that if he were to navigate this tumultuous memorial successfully, much credit would be due to the eunuch. Little Zhu is jesting. I have said nothing, Feng Bao replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head knowingly. Indeed, what Feng Gonggong says is true. Zhu Ping'an returned the smile, understanding the implications. Little Zhu seems quite unperturbed, despite the gravity of the memorial involving the esteemed elder Feng. Feng Bao remarked, his curiosity piqued. I am a direct minister. Zhu Ping'an boldly pointed to himself, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his bright teeth. Feng Bao, taken aback, could only express a mix of amusement and disbelief, struggling to find words. Enough of jesting. Without foresight, Ping'an would not have submitted that memorial. Moreover, With the favorable winds you have provided, my confidence has grown, Zhu Pingyan said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Then I shall eagerly await the performance of little Zhu. Feng Bao remarked with a smile, clearly filled with confidence in Zhu Pingyan. The Hanlin Academy is situated not far from the Ministry of Justice. As the two conversed, they arrived at the academy. Upon seeing it so close, Feng Bao halted his steps, casting a glance at Zhu Pingyan, seemingly urging him to enter the academy. Yet his expression conveyed a multitude of unspoken thoughts. A wise person is both straightforward and principled, perceptive of words and expressions, and considerate of those beneath them. Zhu Pingyan, attuned to Feng Bao's demeanor, understood that Feng Bao sought something from him or wished to confide, so he suggested they continue to a nearby restaurant for a meal. They had not walked far when they reached a secluded path, where Feng Bao finally voiced the words he had long suppressed. Though your memorial, young Master Zhu, has stirred considerable waves, it is merely the visible front. Within the palace, myriad hidden perils await. The saying goes that it is easy to dodge a visible spear, but nearly impossible to guard against an unseen arrow. It is hard to articulate. Feng Bao sighed deeply. Zhu Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Since ancient times, the intrigues within the palace have been notoriously bloody and intense. In modern times, Zhu Pingyan had watched many dramas akin to empresses in the palace, keenly aware of the fierce struggles inherent in such a milieu. Even the scant records in historical texts reveal the bloodshed that characterizes the power struggles within the inner sanctum. Most are familiar with the overt conflicts between queens and concubines. However, the rivalries among eunuchs like Feng Bao are even more fierce and brutal. While queens and concubines are few in number, the ranks of eunuchs are far more numerous, leading to even more intense and violent confrontations. Eunuchs have historically been a despised and scorned class, being those who have undergone castration. It is evident that they, too, are pitiable. Those who voluntarily choose to become eunuchs are, of course, exceptions. The majority hail from impoverished backgrounds, compelled to enter the palace under duress and temptation, often at the expense of their own children. Eunuchs have lost the physiological functions and dignity of normal individuals, becoming outcasts. Within the palace, they occupy the lowest rungs of society, subject to the whims of the emperor and the concubines, who hold absolute power over their lives. To survive, they must bow and scrape, flattering others while suffering humiliation. Their lowly origins and lack of reproductive capability render them unable to leave a legacy. Love is unattainable due to their physical shortcomings. And who is there to hate? Parents or the palace masters? One cannot harbor hatred for either. It is a tormenting paradox. For palace maids, fortune may smile upon them, allowing them to endure 2 or 3 decades within the palace before being released, but eunuchs can only despair, facing a bleak future devoid of hope and warmth, ultimately perishing in the desolation of the palace. However, those who are pitiable often possess elements worthy of disdain. In modern society, there exists a faction of tragically wronged individuals who turn to vengeance against the world, as exemplified by the recent incident involving a destitute, divorced officer from a certain island nation. Many eunuchs share a similar fate. Having lost their dignity and physical integrity, they often succumb to a twisted sense of humanity, harboring resentment toward society and its denizens. Some resign themselves to despair, numbly enduring abuse and suffering. Others retaliate, seeking vengeance against officials and society, exploiting their proximity to ultimate power to wreak havoc. In truth, sometimes they are left with little choice in the matter. Within the ranks of eunuchs, each serves their master, and amidst the rivalries between their lords, they find themselves ensnared in the conflict. Yet, it is often the eunuchs themselves who, driven by survival, ambition, and the pursuit of power and wealth, engage in treacherous intrigues, relying on their patrons and their own cunning, while plotting against one another with a relentless ferocity. Those who manage to endure within the palace are far from virtuous. Thus, when it comes to the complexities surrounding Feng Bao, although Zhu Pingyan cannot fully empathize, he nonetheless comprehends the gravity of the situation. Oh, is there something that troubles you so, esteemed eunuch? Zhu Pingyan inquired with curious intrigue. Lord Zhu, you jest. I am but a mere errand boy in the palace, and I have faced countless tribulations. Feng Bao replied with a resigned shake of his head. Have you ever heard this saying? Zhu Pingyan asked with a subtle smile once Feng Bao concluded. Pray, enlighten me, Lord Zhu, Feng Bao responded, intrigued. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it first subjects them to hardship of the heart, labor of the body, hunger of the flesh, and deprivation of their means, disrupting their actions, so as to cultivate their resolve and enhance their capabilities, Zhu Pingyan recited softly, then added with a smile and a bow. The more adversities you face, esteemed eunuch, the greater the responsibilities that await you, and thus I extend my congratulations. Lord Pingyan, please do not jest. Feng Bao replied with a bittersweet smile. Zhu Pingyan, reflecting on his own experiences of early recognition and the envy it incited, spoke with a narrative flair that captivated Feng Bao's attention. The more acerbic the criticisms one faces, the more one should remember that no one kicks a dead dog. Zhu Pingyan remarked meaningfully. At these words, Feng Bao shuddered, straightening his posture, acknowledging the truth that indeed, no one would kick a dead dog. To be continued. Chapter 574. Destiny, no one will kick a dead dog. This is an American proverb, illustrating that the more capable a person is, the more they will be targeted, and the attackers grow increasingly vigorous. Though Zhu Pingyan is a graduate student in modern times, specializing in classical Chinese, it feels akin to possessing the mystical art of dragon slaying, endowed with the skill, yet lacking a dragon to confront. In essence, he is somewhat of a misfit. Cherishing such motivational proverbs, aspiring to one day ascend to the role of CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of success. This American proverb resonates deeply with him. Each time he faces job rejections and endures humiliation, he uses this saying as a source of self-comfort. Akin to the spirit of AQ's victorious mentality. Thank you for the wisdom, Lord Zhu. Feng Bao expressed sincerely, then inquired, is this a saying from your hometown? Well, one could say that. Zhu Pingyan replied without denial. If the modern world is considered his homeland, then this American proverb could indeed be deemed a rustic saying. Xiahe village truly is a place of remarkable talents. No wonder it has produced such an illustrious figure as yourself, Lord Zhu. Even a rustic saying carries such profound wisdom. I am grateful for your insights, Feng Bao remarked with a sense of wonder. Though you may currently find yourself in a difficult position, I have faith in your potential. Esteemed eunuch, and I believe you will surely emerge from this chrysalis as a butterfly. Well-versed in history, Zhu Pingyan understood Feng Bao's future, which rendered him remarkably composed. Zhu Pingyan held unwavering confidence in Feng Bao, yet the latter harbored considerable self-doubt. Alas, little does Lord Zhu realize that I currently find myself perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, treading upon the razor's edge. A mere misstep could lead to utter ruin. Even with the utmost caution, I remain ensnared in a dire predicament. Feng Bao clutched his garments tightly, his brow furrowed, and his visage shrouded in despair, as if on the verge of collapse. The notion of metamorphosing from a cocoon into a butterfly seemed utterly unattainable. Indeed, I am but a fleeting shadow. With a long, resigned sigh, Feng Bao's troubled expression deepened, fraught with anxiety. What could possibly distress the esteemed eunuch Feng so profoundly? Zhu Pingyan inquired, curiosity igniting within him. It appeared that Feng Bao had experienced moments of profound despair, leaving one to ponder what could induce such desolation in a future powerful eunuch poised to command alongside Zhang Jujing. Oh, it is a tale too intricate to convey in brevity, Feng Bao reflected, gazing into the distance at the western garden, releasing a deep sigh. Finally, we delve into the crux of the matter. Observing Feng Bao's impending lengthy exposition, Zhu Pingyan steeled himself for what was to come. The events unfolded a month prior. As Feng Bao became ensnared in reflection, gradually recounting his narrative. As Feng Bao spoke, Zhu Pingyan slowly unraveled the origins of his melancholy, indeed a tale of considerable length. A month ago, Feng Bao's acumen and meticulousness in his duties at the court, coupled with his commendable performance in the inner study, where he showcased impressive calligraphy, caught the attention of the influential Huang Jin, the current director of the palace guard and governor of the Eastern Depot, who recognized his talents and promoted him to the document room. The inner study served as a sort of academy for eunuchs during the Ming dynasty, established by Zhu Yuanzhang's grandson, Emperor Xuanzong, within the palace. This institution selected hundreds of young eunuchs under the age of 10, overseen by the director of the palace guard, who appointed instructors from the Hamlin Academy to teach these young boys reading, writing, and the literary arts. When Feng Bao initially entered the inner study, he was admitted by Huang Jin, who was then the director of the palace guard. Of course, Huang Jin had many other young eunuchs under his aegis as well. The Ming dynasty boasted a vast number of eunuchs, with numerous institutions. The principal eunuch organizations comprised 12 guards, for offices, and 8 bureaus, colloquially known as the 24 yamen, among which the director of the palace guard wielded the most considerable power, akin to that of a cabinet in the outer court. The aspiration of eunuchs in the Ming dynasty was to join the director of the palace guard, much like officials sought entry into the inner sanctum of governance. A month ago, Feng Bao's promotion to the document room elevated his status among the inner court eunuchs to a level comparable to that of the Hanlin Academy in the outer court. The director of the palace guard oversaw various institutions, including the document room, inner study, rites room, and engraving room, with the document room functioning similarly to the Hanlin Academy in the outer court. The Hanlin Academy served as a reservoir for future ministers, as cabinet ministers frequently emerged from its ranks. Likewise, eunuchs aspiring to join the director of the palace guard were required to hone their skills in the document room. Typically, those who ascended to the director of the palace guard came from the document room, where selected young eunuchs were akin to the Hanlin scholars and junior scholars in the Hanlin Academy. All documents from the outer court's Ministry of Rites, as well as petitions from various princes, were directed to the palace and delivered to the document room. The drafts of cabinet ministers, the emperor's edicts, and proclamations were all transmitted through the document room, ensuring the seamless flow of communication within the imperial court. This is the Hanlin Academy of the inner court. The time when Feng Bao entered the document room coincided almost exactly with that of Zhu Ping'an's admission to the Hanlin Academy, marking their simultaneous entry into the inner and outer courts. Sharing similar experiences and joyful occasions fostered a sense of mutual admiration between Feng Bao and Zhu Ping'an. Thus, when Zhu Ping'an was selecting rewards for his brief biography, Feng Bao discreetly reminded him, being chosen for the document room promised an illustrious future, a feat that Feng Bao yearned for deeply. Yet, why then was Feng Bao engulfed in despair? The reason lies in Zhu Ping'an's earlier remark about no one kicking a dead dog by the roadside, which resonated profoundly with Feng Bao. Once Feng Bao secured his position in the document room, the brutal and bloody strife of the harem soon followed, in the rivalry among young eunuchs. As long as they did not cross the line, impacting the stability of the harem or endangering their master, Huang Jin would remain indifferent. Huang Jin appreciated Feng Bao, as well as several other young eunuchs, but he would not make exceptions for Feng Bao. What they endured was akin to Huang Jin's own experiences. Struggle is an indispensable part of a eunuch's growth. One must either evolve or face a tragic fate. Only through such trials can one mature into a competent and exceptional eunuch. Upon entering the document room, Feng Bao encountered his future adversary, Chen Hong, alongside other young eunuchs, with Chen Hong being the primary architect of Feng Bao's current predicament. Chen Hong, having entered the document room a year prior to Feng Bao, served as a senior figure. When Feng Bao first entered the document room, bewildered and lost, Chen Hong welcomed him warmly, imparting wisdom and cautionary advice, providing meticulous assistance. He was akin to a guiding beacon, illuminating Feng Bao's path and offering a long-lost warmth. However, it was all a performance. Chen Hong's fervent assistance lulled Feng Bao into complacency, and at the moment of Feng Bao's greatest vulnerability, Chen Hong shed his facade, revealing his venomous fangs, striking swiftly and fatally at Feng Bao's throat, leaving him in a dire predicament. By the time Feng Bao comprehended the betrayal, it was too late. The die had been cast, and he found himself ensnared in an inescapable trap. To be continued. Chapter 575. The lethal trap. The aforementioned abstract concepts can be distilled into a straightforward, yet deadly scheme devised by Chen Hong. Zhu Ping'an could discern from Feng Bao's furrowed brows and the brink of despair etched across his face that Chen Hong's plan, though deceptively simple, was indeed insidious. The simplicity of the trap underscored the malevolence of its architect. Its very lack of complexity rendered it unexpectedly lethal. Chen Hong's scheme originated within the document room, which, while part of the Hanlin Academy of the Inner Court, was distinct in that it comprised eunuchs. Beyond handling confidential documents, such as imperial edicts and communicating between the inner and outer courts, the document room bore the additional responsibility of recording the emperor's nightly lodgings and the names of the concubines he favored. During the Ming dynasty, to ensure the purity of the royal bloodline, the emperor's private life was meticulously recorded by two distinct institutions. One was the document office, which chronicled the emperor's nocturnal activities, while the other was the ladies' historians, responsible for documenting the favored concubines and palace maidens. The perspectives of these two entities differed. The ladies' historians recorded from the viewpoint of the concubines and maidens, whereas the document office reported from the emperor's perspective. In addition to chronicling the emperor's liaisons, the document office held a unique function that the ladies' historians did not possess: the arrangement of the emperor's romantic encounters with the concubines. This aspect of the document office bore resemblance to the Qing dynasty's imperial attendance office, which was tasked with both recording and organizing the emperor's interactions with the women of the inner palace. Contrary to popular belief, the Ming dynasty did not have an imperial attendance office, as both it and the document office were exclusive to the Qing. Chen Hong's scheming closely mirrored the functions of the document office akin to that of the imperial attendance office. When Feng Bao first entered the document office, Chen Hong welcomed him with warmth, offering guidance and sharing experiences while advising caution, embodying the role of a caring elder brother. However, Feng Bao was not easily deceived. He maintained a vigilant demeanor, weighing Chen Hong's words and actions with utmost caution. Despite his careful consideration, Feng Bao concluded that everything Chen Hong did was ultimately beneficial to him, from the mundane tasks of dining to the handling of confidential documents. Every action taken by Chen Hong seemed to favor Feng Bao. Even when Feng Bao approached the situation with a petty mindset, he could not deny that Chen Hong exhibited the qualities of a noble gentleman. Thus, Chen Hong cultivated the art of performance. Feng Bao was lulled into complacency by Chen Hong's impeccable display. Over half a month ago, during a reorganization within the document office, Chen Hong delivered a flawless performance that culminated in Feng Bao receiving the responsibility of arranging the emperor's encounters with the concubines. Much like Fan Wei, Feng Bao expressed his gratitude to Chen Hong for securing such a favorable position. "Thank you, dear brother. This splendid role is a treasure." Feng Bao recalled Chen Hong frequently recounting tales of certain eunuchs who had received lavish rewards from their masters or had risen in rank due to their commendable service to particular concubines. Feng Bao had witnessed several mediocre eunuchs flaunting their masters' gifts, feeling a twinge of envy at their fortunes, knowing that without such luck, their efforts would be in vain for another decade. Now, with this new position, he no longer needed to envy them, for he had access to similar fortunes. However, upon assuming this role, Feng Bao soon discovered that this was not a prized position at all, but rather a precarious predicament akin to a guillotine. The task of arranging the emperor and the concubines of the imperial harem involves the emperor himself and all the ladies of the court, which may seem grandiose at first glance. However, herein lies the peril. Any individual associated with this responsibility, even with the slightest whim, could obliterate a lowly eunuch such as myself. The emperor is, of course, the paramount authority of the harem. Even his slightest displeasure could spell doom for me. The titles of the empress, imperial noble consort, noble consorts, consorts, and other esteemed ladies are equally formidable. Even the most minor among them could easily bring about my demise. Even the beauties and talented maidens are not to be trifled with by a mere eunuch such as myself. If I were a prominent eunuch like Huang Jin, I might not have to worry excessively beyond the empress and the noble consorts, but as a mere underling, I must constantly be vigilant regarding my precarious position. The heads below me have long since fallen. I cannot afford to lose my own. Since taking on this role, Feng Bao has been perpetually anxious about his precarious existence. This is no exaggeration. The inherent dangers of this position stem from two sources: the sovereign, Emperor Jiajing, and the ladies of the harem. First, let us consider Emperor Jiajing. To serve him is akin to accompanying a ferocious tiger, unpredictable and perilous. The emperor was known for consuming elixirs laden with heavy metals, stimulating his nervous system, rendering his temperament volatile and capricious. As chronicled in historical records, Jiajing was notorious for his brutal punishments, mercilessness, and erratic moods. Within the harem, the emperor's tyranny became even more pronounced. Emperor Jiajing had deposed and reinstated Empress Chen multiple times, establishing a bloody and tyrannical atmosphere within the palace. Empress Chen, his original consort, was ultimately frightened to death by his unpredictable wrath. While she was pregnant and sharing tea with the emperor, a maid named Feng presented the tea. The emperor, taken by Feng's fair complexion and beauty, held her hand and refused to let go. Jealous, Empress Chen placed her teacup down with force. Rising to express her dissatisfaction, the emperor, incensed, berated her on the spot. Overcome by fear and distress, Empress Chen fell ill and tragically lost her child, ultimately succumbing to her ailments. Barely a month after Empress Chen's demise, the emperor appointed Empress Xiang during a New Year's banquet with the concubines. Empress Zhang made a suggestion during conversation. The emperor, upon hearing it, erupted in rage, stripping her of her crown and robes, administering over 10 lashes, and relegating her to the cold palace. Following Empress Zhang's deposition, Empress Feng was appointed. In the 21st year of Jiajing's reign, palace maid Yang Jining and others conspired to strangle the emperor, but Empress Feng intervened just in time to save him. In the 26th year of Jiajing's reign, one fateful night, a fire broke out in Empress Feng's residence, Kuanning Palace. The emperor forbade any attempts to extinguish the flames, resulting in the tragic deaths of Empress Feng and hundreds of palace maidens. Rumors within the harem suggested that the blaze was orchestrated by Emperor Jiajing as an act of vengeance against the favored consort Xiahe, who had been executed during the turmoil of the Rennin Palace incident. The Jiajing emperor was notoriously cruel to his consort, and one can only imagine the fate of the eunuchs in his court. Although he referred to Huang Jin as Huang Ban, he showed little courtesy towards other eunuchs. The Jiajing emperor held a profound disdain for these men, viewing them merely as servants responsible for menial tasks such as cleaning and waste disposal. He was notably severe in his punishments. Any misstep by a eunuch was met with harsh repercussions. In fact, apart from the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, the Jiajing emperor was perhaps the most stringent emperor of the Ming dynasty towards eunuchs. The eunuch Feng Bao, lacking sufficient experience, was fortunate to serve the Jiajing emperor without encountering danger. However, the real source of his anxiety lay not in the emperor's unpredictable temperament, but rather in the peril posed by the women of the imperial harem. Historical records indicate that over 200 palace maids met their demise under the emperor's orders, suffering severe corporal punishment, and countless eunuchs faced similar fates. Despite having previously served before the emperor in a capacity akin to that of a ceremonial eunuch, Feng Bao was well aware of the dangers lurking within the palace. His half-year tenure in close proximity to the emperor allowed him to glean insights into the subtleties of serving the Jiajing emperor, enabling him to avoid egregious errors like those made by others who had met their end for disrespectful actions. His greatest concern remained the consorts of the harem. Feng Bao, his face ashen, confided in Zhu Pingyan, expressing his trepidation regarding the women of the court, who could easily jeopardize his life. While the Jiajing emperor pursued alchemical practices and aspired to immortality, he was far from abstinent. In fact, his appetites were exceedingly robust, earning him the reputation of a voracious libertine. The emperor's frequent indulgence in carnal pleasures was driven by his desire to relish the privileges of his station and to maintain a prolonged enjoyment of power and women. As the eunuch responsible for overseeing the emperor's intimate affairs, Feng Bao bore the heavy burden of arranging the emperor's nightly encounters with the myriad consorts of the harem. With 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 favored women, alongside numerous others, all eagerly awaited their turn, the competition was fierce. Yet, there was only one male figure in the harem, the Jiajing emperor himself. Despite his lascivious nature, he could only engage with 1, or, at most, 2 consorts in a single night. The harem, with its multitude of women, faced a scarcity of opportunities to satisfy their desires. As Feng Bao arranged the emperor's nocturnal escapades, he became a coveted figure among the consorts, who viewed him as the key to their aspirations. Though the emperor ultimately held the authority to choose his partners, the preparatory work, timing, reminders to the consorts, subtle recommendations, and meticulous record-keeping allowed the eunuchs to exploit their positions to their advantage. Thus, it is only natural that Feng Bao has become a coveted figure in the eyes of the concubines of the imperial harem. Had there been an empress presiding over the palace during this time, these imperial concubines would have exercised a measure of restraint. For the empress holds dominion over the harem and possesses the authority to inquire into the emperor's intimate affairs. Regrettably, a devastating fire 4 years prior engulfed the residence of Empress Feng, and due to the emperor's negligence, her rescue was thwarted, resulting in her tragic demise within her chambers. The Jiajing emperor harbored resentment towards Empress Feng and took the opportunity presented by the fire to execute his favored concubine, consort Xiahe, as a means of avenging his beloved. However, the Jiajing emperor, being a practitioner of alchemy and the mystical arts, cannot be understood through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Following the death of Empress Feng, he recalled how she had once saved him during the Rennin Palace coup and, after a period of reflection, was consumed by regret and guilt. In an act of contrition, he bestowed upon her a grand burial befitting her status and conferred upon her a series of posthumous titles. burdened by this guilt. The Jiajing emperor chose not to appoint a new empress, leaving the position vacant to this day. In the absence of an empress to oversee affairs, the imperial concubines have become increasingly brazen in their rivalries. While some may be indifferent to the emperor's affections or possess a temperament that eschews conflict, accepting their fates regarding the arrangements for intimate encounters, over 90% of the concubines are fervently vying for the opportunity to share the emperor's bed. The hierarchy within the harem is rigid, with the concubines ranked in a strict order which directly influences their status, privileges, and provisions. Their income, sustenance, and luxuries are all contingent upon their rank, and the harem is rife with sycophants who elevate the favored while undermining others. Only by securing an opportunity to be with the emperor can one earn his affection. Only through his favor can one ascend in rank. Moreover, should one be fortunate enough to conceive a son during such an encounter, they could be elevated to the status of consort. Furthermore, even if one holds the titles of consort, noble consort, or imperial noble consort, the adage rings true: a soldier who aspires not to be a general is not a good soldier. With the empress's position vacant, the time is ripe to vie for the emperor's favor, whisper sweet nothings into his ear, and perhaps ascend to the status of empress, realizing the utmost dream of womanhood. Thus, over 90% of the concubines are employing various tactics, actively seeking opportunities to engage with the emperor, thereby orchestrating their ascent within the harem. Naturally, Feng Bao, who wields the authority over the emperor's intimate affairs, has captured the attention of these concubines, becoming a radiant beacon of opportunity. Logically, given Feng Bao's pivotal role, even the most exalted concubines would cast a favorable glance his way, offering him incentives in hopes of winning his favor. For treating Feng Bao well would undoubtedly result in preferential treatment when it comes to arrangements for intimate encounters, beneficial in every regard. Indeed, Feng Bao initially enjoyed a comfortable position. On his very first day in office, several noble ladies sent emissaries to bestow gifts upon him. A roll of fine silk, 2 rolls of satin, 5 sets of exquisite eunuch garments for each season crafted by the weaving bureau, a wolf fur blanket, 30 taels of silver, and 2 strands of prayer beads. Such lavish rewards in a single day surpassed all that Feng Bao had accumulated during his many years in the palace. Each meal was graced with delicacies bestowed by the consorts of the harem, while the scattered gifts left Feng Bao's hands aching from the abundance. The subsequent 2 days were similarly generous. Although the rewards did not match the first day's bounty, they still brought immense joy to Feng Bao. However, soon a crisis loomed. With so many gifts bestowed upon the consorts, who would attend to the emperor's bedchamber? Though the decision rested with Emperor Jiajing, Feng Bao could exploit the situation, clandestinely assisting a consort in successfully gaining the emperor's favor. Yet, with so many consorts favored, only one could attend to the emperor's bed at night. For over half a month, the emperor had not shared his bed with more than one consort. Should this favored consort take her place, she would inevitably offend the others. The women in the harem were notorious for their competitive spirit. Once one had the emperor's attention, she would flaunt her success before the others, parading the jewelry or trinkets gifted by the emperor, seeking to avenge any past grievances suffered at the hands of other consorts. This is a gift from the emperor. I insisted it was too much, but he insisted it suited my complexion perfectly, she would boast. Sisters, do you see any difference in this pearl? Besides being slightly rounder, larger, more lustrous, and radiant, what is there to criticize? The emperor specifically ordered it from the South China Sea. Thus, the resentment among those who had not been summoned only grew. Yet, this was not the gravest peril. To be continued. Chapter 577. The 9 phoenixes compete for succession. The favored consorts reveled in their triumphs, while those left unattended simmered with jealousy. Their bitterness intensified as the days went on. While the anger of the other consorts was a minor issue, the lack of summons was a grave matter. Once could be overlooked, twice tolerated, but a 3rd day without being summoned was intolerable. Why should she be favored while I am not? Does Feng Bao look down upon me? Furthermore, the crux of the matter was that without a summons, one would not earn the emperor's affection. In a palace rife with rivalry, a woman devoid of the emperor's favor was wretched. Her rank would stagnate, her benefits curtailed, and she would be subject to bullying. Not only would she suffer, but her sons and daughters would share the same fate, and aspirations for her son to ascend as heir would remain a distant dream, leaving her maternal clan powerless in court. Anger was trivial. The matter of attending to the emperor was paramount. Many methods could achieve this end: enticing favors, coercion, and if necessary, unscrupulous tactics. The act of attending to Emperor Jiajing was deeply intertwined with the personal, familial, and clan interests of the consorts. To fulfill this ambition, the women of the harem would undoubtedly employ every means at their disposal, and when initial inducements failed, they would resort to other strategies. Initially, the concubines coerced Feng Bao into submission, successfully gaining his attention. This instance triggered a domino effect, spiraling out of control. Consequently, the demise of Feng Bao was imminent. Lord Zhu, you may not be aware, but the ladies of the court, deceived by malevolent influences, sought to blame the humble Feng Bao, leaving him in profound despair. Unable to express the turmoil within, Feng Bao subtly implied that it was the concubines who had been misled by petty individuals to pressure him, when in truth, it was the concubines themselves who were the source of his torment. As a servant, he could not speak ill of his masters, thus attributing his plight to the machinations of others. When women descend into madness, their ferocity surpasses that of men, posing a dire threat. From Feng Bao's narrative, Zhu Pingyan envisioned the circumstances surrounding his coercion, primarily orchestrated by 9 prominent women in the harem of the Jiajing emperor, specifically 1 imperial consort, 6 concubines, and 1 favored beauty. The Qing dynasty's harem was marked by a fierce competition akin to a dragon's contest for supremacy, while the Jiajing harem was characterized by the rivalry of 9 phoenixes for favor. Although the Jiajing emperor had numerous consorts, only these 9 women wielded the power to intimidate Feng Bao. The lower-ranking ladies in the harem remained cautious of Feng Bao, and some had yet to make their move, merely observing. Currently, the Jiajing harem boasts 2 imperial consorts, Consort Wang and Consort Shen. Consort Wang was once the closest to the position of empress, her son, the emperor's favored second prince, Zhi'er, having served as the crown prince for over a decade until his untimely death the previous year. Grieving for her lost son, Consort Wang remained enveloped in sorrow, neglecting the affairs of the harem as she engaged in mourning rituals. Thus, Consort Shen now holds the highest status in the harem, posing a significant threat to Feng Bao. Consort Shen had once enjoyed the emperor's favor, which allowed her to rise above the multitude of concubines. However, as time progressed, she could not compete with the allure of younger beauties, and her favored status had waned. Nonetheless, she maintained her appearance and charm, and the emperor still visited her palace occasionally. Not only was Consort Shen beautiful, but her cunning strategies also rendered her the most formidable in the harem. For instance, after the beloved consort Xiahe was executed under the pretext of a palace coup instigated by Empress Feng, Consort Shen risked incurring the empress's wrath by pleading with the emperor to adopt Consort Xiao's daughter, Princess Anning, ensuring her continued presence in the palace. The outcome was significant. Whenever the emperor reminisced about his past affection for Consort Xiao, he would visit Consort Shen to see Princess Anning, naturally spending the night there. Feng Bao had previously experienced Consort Shen's cunning, and even the mention of her name made him break into a cold sweat. Additionally, the 6 concubines pressuring Feng Bao were consorts Lu Jing, Jiang Su, Du Kong, Zhao Yi, Chen Yong, and Zhao Rong. Among the concubines, Lu Jingfei is currently favored, receiving considerable affection from Emperor Jiajing, having been summoned far more frequently than her counterparts. The notion that a mother's status is elevated by her offspring holds true, as Emperor Jiajing's remaining heirs, the 3rd and 4th princes, include Prince Jing, Zhu Zheizhan, his son. Prince Jing, known as the 4th master, shares the same birth year as the 3rd prince, but is younger by a month. He enjoys the emperor's favor to such an extent that whispers circulate both within and outside the palace, suggesting that had Prince Jing been older, he would have been named crown prince long ago. Dekongfei, the mother of the 3rd prince, Yuang Zhuzaihao, in contrast, finds herself somewhat neglected by Emperor Jiajing. Nevertheless, her ascension to the rank of concubine and the birth of a prince testify to her beauty, and it is certain that she once shared a period of affection with the emperor, yet the reasons for her current coldness remain unclear. The 3rd prince, as the eldest among the remaining heirs, holds a positional advantage under the primogeniture system, yet, much like his mother, he is not favored in comparison to Prince Jing. The question of the crown prince has lingered for over a year, with numerous ministers submitting petitions, yet Emperor Jiajing shows no inclination to designate a crown prince, even punishing several ministers for their entreaties. The rumors swirling within the palace further exacerbate Dekongfei's anxieties, prompting her to devise strategies to regain the emperor's favor and secure a future for her son. What method could be more effective than sharing the emperor's bed? Both women, as the mothers of princes, realized that their regained favor could significantly enhance their son's chances of ascending to the throne. Thus, Lu Jingfei and De Kongfei are particularly diligent, intensifying their pressures on Feng Bao. The other concubines, though currently childless, are not without hope for the future. After all, Emperor Jiajing is merely in his 40s and appears robust, unperturbed by the cold even in the depths of winter, after consuming medicine. By securing the emperor's favor now, they could bear princes who, upon the emperor's old age, might be poised to claim the title of crown prince. Consequently, the other concubines also exert pressure on Feng Bao in their quest for the emperor's attention. Among them is Li Jingpin, who did not enter the palace through selection but rather through her father, the wealthy merchant Li Gongchen, who approached the Tongshengsi, asserting that his daughter was flawless and exceptionally beautiful, deserving of the title of concubine. The Tongshengsi relayed this to the Ministry of Rites, which in turn informed Emperor Jiajing, leading him to summon the father and daughter to the capital. Overjoyed, Li Gongchen hastened with Li Jingpin to the city, but upon nearing the capital, she urged her father to halt, remaining there for several days until news reached them of the emperor's ceremonial outing, at which point they entered the city. During the emperor's ceremonial outing, upon hearing from the officials of the Ministry of Rites that the Li family had arrived, Emperor Jiajing remarked, "A virtuous lady arrives in the capital at a time of such auspicious ceremony. This is a portent of great fortune." He decreed that they need not participate in the selection process but could enter the palace directly. Li Jingpin's entrance into the palace was nothing short of spectacular. Her father was immediately granted the title of a fifth-rank official and permitted to dine in the palace at the Guanglu Temple. The following year, Li Jingpin herself was conferred the title of concubine. The Li family was utterly exhilarated, eagerly anticipating that Li Jingpin would gain the emperor's favor, ascend the ranks, and bear a son to be declared the crown prince, thus elevating the entire family to the pinnacle of life. Alas, after her promotion to the rank of concubine, the grace of Emperor Jiajing began to wane. However, earlier this year, Li Jingpin's brother emulated their father by sending Li Jingpin's sister into the palace, allowing the two sisters to serve the emperor together, a delightful pairing indeed. Consequently, Li Jingpin sought to seize this opportunity to vie for Emperor Jiajing's affection, having previously garnered more attention from Feng Bao than even the concubines. Yet, for the past fortnight, she had not been summoned to the emperor's chambers, and now there was no need for further words with Feng Bao. To be continued. Chapter 578, 3000 in the harem. None quite like this within the confines of the harem. The empress holds the highest rank, designated as a first-grade title, while the imperial noble consort falls under the second grade, and the consorts are classified as second-grade titles as well. Continuing down the hierarchy, the beauties, noble ladies, and talented women rank merely as 11th grade. Feng Bao had just mentioned that the imperial noble consort and the concubines are the sovereigns of their respective courts, thus compelling Feng Bao was hardly unusual. However, how could the esteemed beauty have pressured Feng Bao to such an extent? Observing that Zhu Ping'an appeared somewhat perplexed, Feng Bao cautiously surveyed their surroundings once more, ensuring no one else was present before discreetly revealing a secret of the palace. Secrets are difficult to conceal within the harem, and the rise of this esteemed beauty was hardly a mystery. It was common knowledge among the courtiers, or else Feng Bao would not dare to speak of it to Zhu Ping'an. Feng Bao, accustomed to caution, continued, "The esteemed beauty is merely a year younger than you. A native of the capital, this esteemed beauty, while not quite a child, is indeed a young temptress." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an could not suppress a cough, as his mind involuntarily conjured some dissonant images, scenes more outrageous than forbidden tales, a 13-year-old bride and a 40-year-old man, a decrepit bull atop a flower. Truly, Emperor Jiajing was a walking teddy bear, even unafraid to engage with the underage. "Young Master Zhu, are you unwell?" Feng Bao inquired, puzzled by Zhu Ping'an's reaction. Zhu Ping'an, stifling his cough, gestured for Feng Bao to continue. Through Feng Bao's narrative, Zhu Ping'an discovered that this young esteemed beauty was indeed a prodigy, possessing intellect and cunning that placed her among the elite few at the zenith of the harem. At merely 13 years of age, having entered the palace 3 years prior, she had already become the most favored woman of Emperor Jiajing, her favor rivaling that of the beloved consort Xiao from years past. Emerging from a destitute farming family in the capital, The esteemed beauty had entered the palace primarily due to Emperor Jiajing's need for young girls to procure a rare ingredient for his alchemical pursuits. This ingredient, known as Tian Kuei, is derived from the menstrual blood of young maidens. To satisfy his quest for immortality, Emperor Jiajing decreed that girls aged 10 to 13 be selected from the capital to serve in the palace. At the tender age of 10, the esteemed beauty entered the palace alongside 300 other young girls, raised within its confines not merely as attendants but also as medicinal subjects. Their roles deemed inferior even to that of palace maids. They were tasked with both menial duties and the preparation of medicinal ingredients. For Emperor Jiajing sought not only to concoct elixirs from their Tian Kuei, but also to attain immortality through the practice of absorbing the essence of nature, rising at dawn to consume the dew for cultivation. This is a method of cultivation imparted by Master Tao to Emperor Jiajing. The sweet dew descends from the heavens, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, representing water without roots. When combined with the unique practice of drinking dew and inhaling the wind, it can extend one's lifespan. Naturally, the task of collecting dew fell upon young maidens like Xiahe Meiren, who, rising early every morning, would bathe and purify themselves before using jade bottles to gather dew from the imperial garden. After collecting the dew, they would then perform the duties of palace maids, sweeping and preparing the sacrificial altars, and attending to their responsibilities in the western garden. Additionally, they were required to consume certain elixirs to stimulate the celestial herb. Such a heavy workload and the burdens of servitude led many palace maids, like Xiahe Meiren, to fall ill from exhaustion, with numerous young maidens perishing before reaching the age of the celestial herb. For Xiahe Meiren, merely being a common palace maid was a distant dream. If this trajectory continued, merely surviving in the palace would be a remarkable feat. However, Xiahe Meiren was clearly not one to settle for mediocrity. I can take her place, she mused, reminiscent of Xiang Yu's sentiments upon witnessing the chariot of the first emperor of Qin. Each time she swept the courtyard and observed the noble ladies, haughty and surrounded by their attendants, striding past, Xiahe Meiren would pause, letting her broom fall, and gaze at their retreating figures with a charming smile. What did it matter that she was merely 13? The noble ladies were only a few years her senior, mere teenagers themselves. All were ancient foxes in their own right. And those few years of cultivation were insignificant. Opportunities are always bestowed upon the prepared, and Xiahe Meiren was among such individuals. One day in late spring, an opportunity befell Xiahe Meiren. Together with over 10 palace maids, she was chosen to serve in the western garden. After sweeping the courtyard, she awaited assignments in front of the emperor's sacred presence. As usual, Emperor Jiajing began his day with divination, followed by reviewing memorials in the morning, and continued his cultivation in the afternoon, seated on the 8 trigrams mat, reciting scriptures while softly tapping the chime before him. The emperor engaged in his recitation and chime playing until dusk. The previous night, Lady Lu Jingfei had exhausted much of his energy, and after reviewing hundreds of memorials in the morning, he found the scriptures rather tedious. Being merely human, he soon grew weary as dusk approached, his head nodding, and inadvertently struck the inkstone before him with the jade chime. The sound of the chime hitting the inkstone was discordant, and the attending palace maids all noticed the emperor's drowsiness during his recitation. Observing this, the standing maids bowed their heads, resembling ostriches, their heads lowered as if oblivious to the incident, even refraining from looking up to witness the discordant sound, fearful of the consequences. Their lips remained tightly sealed. The silence within the palace was so profound that the falling of a single hair would be heard. In the imperial palace, it was perilous to be seen as blind or deaf, to behold what should not be seen or hear what should not be heard. Knowing too much could lead to execution, let alone the embarrassment of witnessing the emperor dozing off during his recitation. Thus, the palace maids kept their heads bowed, mouths closed, scarcely daring to breathe audibly. At that moment, a delicate laugh suddenly pierced the tranquility of the hall, reverberating throughout the palace. The attending maidens were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sound, wondering how such a young girl dared to mock his majesty. It was tantamount to courting death. They trembled, afraid to lift their heads, lest they be implicated. Who dares to jest at my expense? Which insolent servant is responsible for this? The Emperor Jiajing, roused from his reverie by the laughter, was filled with royal wrath, his gaze fixed upon the source of the sound, ablaze with imperial fury. Yet, before him stood a charming young girl, her delicate visage still adorned with remnants of her laughter, embodying the innocence of a child caught in mischief. Her dimpled cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She instinctively covered her cherry lips with her alabaster hands, resembling a bashful little girl. Such an endearing and adorable little maiden had never graced the emperor's harem of 3,000. His royal ire dissipated in her presence, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into icy waters. The girl, under the weight of the emperor's gaze, initially smiled shyly, but then, as if belatedly realizing the gravity of her actions, lowered her head with a timid demeanor, her hands nervously fidgeting with her garment, enhancing her charm. "What is your name?" The emperor's gaze remained fixed on the charming maiden, pausing his recitation to inquire. "Replying to your majesty, I am Zhi'er," she answered, lifting her head like a timid ostrich, meeting the emperor's gaze for a fleeting moment before her cheeks flushed deeper, prompting her to lower her head once more, exuding an air of innocent infatuation. To be continued. Chapter 579. The Whipping Zhi'er, a name befitting a decree, one that carries the weight of royal command. It appears to be fate. Today, I must bestow upon you an edict, the emperor mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he beheld the charming maiden. The more he looked, the more he found himself captivated, a fervor stirring within him. Beneath the dim light, the beauty appeared all the more endearing. Thoughts of sacred texts faded from his mind. The surrounding maidens silently mourned for Zhi'er, recognizing that this reckless girl had drawn the emperor's ire. His prolonged silence spoke volumes, and they feared for her fate, knowing all too well the grim outcomes that befell those who displeased the emperor. "Come before me. You all may withdraw," commanded Emperor Xiahe, solidifying the maidens' fears. They obediently bowed their heads and retreated from the palace, the lead maiden shutting the grand doors behind them. Casting a glance back at the crimson doors, the maidens couldn't shake the feeling of sorrow, reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. There had been instances in the past where maidens had faced punishment for their disrespect, typically at the hands of the eunuchs of the imperial stewardship. However, should the emperor's wrath be particularly stirred, he would not hesitate to administer punishment himself. Once, there was a palace maid who met a tragic fate at the hands of Emperor Xiahe, who mercilessly struck her with a whip until her breath ceased. As her lifeless body was carried away, the other maids mourned for the beauty within the palace, lamenting yet another sister lost to the depths of this royal abode. A sense of desolation enveloped their hearts. After the maids exited the hall, the beauty timidly approached Emperor Xiahe, resembling a frightened rabbit, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Little girl, how long have you been in the palace? Where do you hail from? Who are your family members?" To her surprise, the emperor spoke to her with warmth and congeniality, and she responded timidly, akin to a startled doe. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he casually tossed aside the jade scepter in his hand and pulled her into his embrace, his gaze fervent as he leaned down to inhale the delicate fragrance emanating from her porcelain neck, savoring the moment with satisfaction. As the emperor explored the nape of her neck, a faint smile graced the beauty's lips, a sweet and enchanting allure. "Come, sit upon my lap," he murmured into her ear with a husky voice, his eyes ablaze with desire. "Your Majesty, I dare not," she timidly replied, resembling a timid rabbit. Unable to refuse yet too fearful to comply, her bashful demeanor only intensifying his affection. Seeing her reluctance, the emperor could not help but chuckle, his own ardor igniting further. He grasped her chin, turning her delicate face towards him, and captured her cherry lips with his, kissing her fervently. The sound of their lips parting echoed like the pop of a cork. The beauty, hearing the sound, felt her neck flush with embarrassment. "Ah, sweet and rich. It melts in the throat, more delectable than the elixirs I concocted yesterday," Emperor Xiahe remarked with satisfaction after the kiss. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, her cheeks crimson, playfully protesting as she attempted to escape, her shyness compelling her to flee. Yet, the emperor, ablaze with desire, would not allow her to slip away. He seized her and lifted her onto the table, pinning her beneath him, deftly parting her delicate legs. The act of undressing was swifter than tearing fabric, and soon, scraps of cloth lay scattered on the floor. "Your Majesty, please, my clothes are torn. If the matron finds out, she will scold me," she pleaded softly. "I shall provide you with something far finer," the emperor assured her, his hands continuing their fervent exploration. "Your Majesty," she stammered, biting her tongue, timidly pushing against his sturdy shoulder, hesitating with her words. "What troubles you?" he inquired, his voice low. "The table is cold," she murmured. lowering her head like an ostrich burying itself in the sand. "I will warm you," he replied with a hearty laugh, pressing his entire frame against her, declaring his dominion over all. A ruler need not restrain his desires. "I am Jiajing, and what I wish, I shall claim." A sound akin to a swan's plaintive cry escaped her lips, muffled yet resonant. The emperor's dominance was undeniable. The palace was suddenly engulfed in chaos, with only the suppressed cries of the beautiful Xiang echoing, as she gently pleaded with Emperor Jiajing to take it slow. The emperor, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, was invigorated by her entreaties. Within the palace, the tempest raged on, and amidst the violent storm, Xiang appeared as a solitary boat tossed amidst the tumultuous seas, thoroughly drenched and shaken. The golden winds and jade dews signified the emperor's bountiful grace. Once Xiang limped out of the palace, the imperial decree rewarding her soon stirred commotion in the inner court. On the 3rd day of the 5th month in the 29th year of Jiajing's reign, Hanlin scholar Li Chunfang was dispatched with a ceremonial edict to bestow upon Xiang the title of beauty. The decree read, "We recognize that since ancient times, emperors have been blessed with 9 sovereigns, managing the ranks of the harem to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Lady Xiang possesses a warm and kind disposition, embodying virtue and grace. Her gentle and sincere nature brings me great comfort. Therefore, I bestow upon her the title of beauty." With this decree, Xiang underwent a magnificent transformation, evolving from a mere medicinal servant into the sovereign of the harem, the favored beauty of the court. Despite having endured the whip, she maintained a playful spirit, recalling fondly the sisterly bonds shared with her fellow maidens. Adorned in splendid attire, she looked upon those who once swept the courtyard with her, now astonished and prostrated before her, a smile blossoming upon her delicate face as she granted them favors, reminiscent of her past as a lady of the harem. As the ancients have said, to accompany a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger, yet also, a newborn calf knows not the fear of a tiger. The charming and innocent Xiang embodied this youthful audacity, displaying her playful nature before Emperor Jiajing, harboring little fear and more curiosity, which seemed to rejuvenate the emperor, allowing him to relive his own youthful exuberance. The one-of-a-kind, endearing Juaner quickly became Emperor Jiajing's cherished concubine. Thus began the fierce competition among the ladies of the harem. Caught amidst a host of sovereigns, the eunuch Feng Bao found himself in a precarious situation. His daily routine was fraught with tension. "Oh dear, Feng Gonggong, I truly wish to slice open your belly to see where your loyalties lie. Do you dare to look down upon this palace?" A certain lady summoned Feng Bao, her laughter sharp and mocking. "I am at fault. I am wronged." Feng Bao fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat, profusely apologizing. "I see you have been climbing the social ladder, Feng Gonggong. Look at the clouds outside the hall. Do you think they will bring rain? Do not be so preoccupied with flattering certain alluring ladies. The future is uncertain, and one must tread carefully when walking at night," the lady sneered, looking down upon Feng Bao from her elevated position. "My lady, I am powerless in this matter," Feng Bao protested, his face pale with dread. "Powerless? I believe you have plenty of schemes. I heard you were summoned to Yuzue Palace the other day. Last night, His Majesty rested there. I do not care. Today I have spent the entire day preparing the Emperor's favorite dish, the soup of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, most suitable for dinner. You better find a way to make this happen," the lady coldly stated, ending the conversation with a dismissive glance. Such treatment, Feng Bao must endure several times daily. If this continues, the 9 most powerful women in the harem possess countless ways to bring about his demise, and he would find himself unable to evade any of them. To be continued. Chapter 580. This matter is easily resolved. In truth, there is more to it, my dear Lord Zhu. You are unaware of the tribulations I face. After recounting the sorrows of the palace concubines, Feng Bao still wore a look of distress, as if a sword were poised above his head, ready to pierce his skull at any moment. "Oh." Zhu Pingyan gazed at Feng Bao, awaiting the full account. The emperor was at a crucial stage in his cultivation, eager to split every moment in two, dedicating day and night to the pursuit of enlightenment. For the sake of the nation and the continuation of the royal bloodline, the emperor performed the rites of propriety daily. However, he often lamented that such indulgences wasted precious time that could be spent in cultivation. Feng Bao carefully articulated his additional concern. Feng Bao's words were veiled, yet Zhu Pingyan comprehended their essence. To put it simply, the lecherous Jiajing emperor akin to a wandering teddy bear, indulged daily in the pleasures of the concubines, yet deemed the time spent in the harem to be a hindrance to his training. If you find such indulgences a distraction, why not refrain from them altogether? Yet, such a notion was utterly impossible. The emperor's pursuit of immortality was solely for the enjoyment of power and the company of women. Without such pleasures, what joy would remain in achieving immortality? Upon finishing his lament, Feng Bao appeared utterly despondent. In his eyes, this was a fundamentally contradictory situation, desiring the pleasures of intimacy, yet resenting the time it consumed. How could one reconcile such a dilemma? Does the esteemed eunuch have any other grievances? Zhu Ping'an inquired, a slight smile playing upon his lips. Feng Bao was momentarily taken aback, and then trembled as he pointed at Zhu Ping'an, his voice seemingly spilling forth in anguish. My dear Lord Zhu, these tribulations alone are sufficient for me to await execution with a clean neck 10 times over. You cannot fathom how, each evening, I contemplate seeking out a gnarled tree to end my suffering. At least that way, I might receive a complete corpse. Feng Bao felt engulfed in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope, as if he were perpetually on the verge of being ensnared. Each day and night was spent trembling in this state of terror. Living in such fear, he finally found someone to confide in, yet, ultimately, it was not their plight. How could he utter anything more than the innocuous query of whether the eunuch had any other grievances? These tribulations were enough to bring about his demise tenfold. Was that not sufficient? Was it not sufficient? Feng Bao's trembling fingers cast doubt upon whether Zhu Ping'an was a friend worth keeping. Observing Feng Bao's demeanor, Zhu Ping'an's smile widened. Dear Lord Zhu, Feng Bao remarked, feeling a flicker of anger at Zhu Ping'an's amusement, his breath becoming more pronounced. Ha ha ha, remain calm, remain calm. Eunuch Feng, Zhu Ping'an chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. You, dear Lord Zhu, I must admit I misjudged your character. Feng Bao pointed at Zhu Ping'an, repeatedly nodding, exclaiming a sigh as he stamped his foot, raising his voice several notches. His brows furrowed, his face flushed, feeling as though he had fallen into a boiling pot, resembling a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Calm yourself, my dear Zhu. Try to approach this from the perspective of the common folk, and see how you maintain your composure. Observing Feng Bao on the verge of explosion, Zhu Ping'an covered his mouth with his hand, coughed softly, and gradually stifled his laughter under Feng Bao's nearly fiery gaze. Through his fingers, he uttered 4 words with nonchalance. This matter is simple. My dear Zhu, still caught in the inertia of his earlier anger. Feng Bao echoed Zhu Ping'an's words, preparing to vent his disappointment as he had before. However, as soon as he finished repeating the phrase, he froze. As if ensnared by a spell, his voice silenced and his expression frozen. Wait, what did my dear Zhu just say? This matter is simple. Feng Bao felt as though struck by lightning. A second later, he regained his senses, staring at Zhu Ping'an with an expression of disbelief, struggling to trust his own ears. Although he desperately wished for Zhu Ping'an's words to be true, reason and rationality reminded him that it was impossible. He was all too aware of the predicament he faced, the increasingly impatient and demanding consorts in the palace, and the Jiajing emperor, who both cherished his concubines yet resented their distraction from his cultivation, an inescapable dilemma. Feng Bao considered himself a person of considerable wisdom, otherwise, he would not have ascended to his current position. Yet, he had been grappling with this predicament for over half a month, contemplating solutions day and night. But after more than 10 days, he had not stumbled upon a single clue. The idea that my dear Zhu, having merely listened to him for such a brief moment, could claim, this matter is simple, seemed utterly implausible. Even Zhuge Liang would not have arrived at a solution so swiftly. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The blows Feng Bao had endured in recent days were too numerous. He could no longer withstand the weight of further disappointment and deemed it wiser to abandon hope. My dear Zhu, you are not merely soothing the commoner, are you? Feng Bao regarded Zhu Ping'an with skepticism. Not at all. Zhu Ping'an slightly curled his lips in a smile, shaking his head. Sunlight illuminated his face. He was unremarkable in appearance, yet his eyes radiated an aura of confidence, as if the greatest challenges were merely trifles in his view. How could this be? Feng Bao's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively denying the possibility. What? Do you wish for me to comfort you, Feng Gonggong? Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, teasingly addressing Feng Bao. No. The commoner certainly hopes that what my dear Zhu says is true. However, I am acutely aware that this matter is no triviality, Feng Bao replied, shaking his head. I fear my dear Zhu may find it laughable, but I have been consumed by thoughts of this issue for the past several days and remain at a loss. In response to Feng Bao's skepticism, Zhu Pingyan did not answer directly, but instead recited a poem with a subtle smile. From afar, the mountains appear as ridges. From the side, they take on peaks, differing in distance and elevation. Not recognizing the true visage of Mount Lu is simply because one is within the mountain itself. Upon hearing Feng Bao's words, he appeared contemplative as he shifted his gaze towards Zhu Pingyan. There exists a popular adage: the observer sees clearly, while the participant is often perplexed. Being immersed in the situation, Feng Gonggong sometimes lacked the clarity that Pingyan, as an outsider, possessed. Zhu Pingyan smiled serenely and continued to elaborate, further articulating whether the esteemed Lord Zhu truly had a solution. Upon hearing this, Feng Bao's heart suddenly raced. His eyes widened with excitement, and his voice trembled involuntarily, akin to a drowning man spotting a life-saving straw. To be continued. Chapter 581, Zhu Pingyan's Suggestions, Part 1. Merely some immature recommendations. Zhu Pingyan, with a humble smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, exuded an aura of confidence, his deep and dark eyes sparkling like embers in the sunlight. Is it truly so? Feng Bao's voice grew sharper with excitement. His previously despairing eyes suddenly alight, gazing fervently at Zhu Pingyan. However, in the next moment, the brightness in Feng Bao's eyes dimmed significantly, his emotions plummeting as he realized his own dire circumstances. One's family knows their own affairs. He was already ensnared in a perilous predicament, gravely ill, with remedies rendered ineffective. Alas, perhaps it is best to refrain, young Lord Zhu. Do not give me false hope, only to plunge me back into despair. I can scarcely endure any further blows. My condition is beyond remedy. Even the most miraculous elixirs would prove futile. Not to mention, the Emperor is at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Having mentioned on several occasions that engaging in nightly company would hinder his progress. Even with countless heads, I could not save myself from peril. Feng Bao's gaze was filled with despair as he lowered his head and let out a deep sigh, resembling a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Enveloped in a shroud of hopelessness and pessimism. What if it were an elixir? Zhu Pingyan inquired playfully, a smirk gracing his lips. If Feng Bao were a leaf tossed about in turbulent waters, then Zhu Pingyan stood as an unyielding mountain by the sea, calm amidst the roaring waves. An elixir? Feng Bao echoed, his dark eyes suddenly igniting with a flicker of hope as he raised his gaze, filled with intensity, towards Zhu Pingyan. Though my suggestions may seem immature, one who understands both themselves and their adversary is destined for success in every battle. If you trust me, dear Gonggong, please share the simplified process of the Emperor's nightly company with me. Zhu Pingyan's humility belied an undeniable air of persuasive conviction. In truth, this was no secret, nothing that could not be disclosed. The Emperor randomly selects a consort for his nightly company. Once the chosen consort is determined, notification is sent to prepare them for the occasion. The servants within the consort's palace begin to arrange the chambers, cleaning and decorating them with incense. By nightfall, 2 red silk lanterns are hung before the doors of each consort's palace in the western garden, while the lantern in front of the chosen consort's palace is taken down, signifying that the Emperor will be spending the night there. The consort then bathes in fragrant water, adorns herself, and awaits the Emperor's arrival in the palace. Once the Emperor concludes his governmental duties, he will embark on his imperial carriage to personally visit and spend the night with the esteemed consort. Without hesitation, Feng Bao succinctly recounted the procedures for the Emperor's nightly visits in the palace. Ah, splendid. It aligns almost perfectly with the knowledge I gleaned about the Ming dynasty's courtly customs in modern times. Thus, no complications should arise. Zhu Pingyan nodded gently upon hearing this, his confidence visibly bolstered. Perhaps some among you in the modern era have already discerned the source of Zhu Pingyan's assurance, yet Feng Bao remained utterly perplexed. Despite exhausting his intellect and grappling with the matter for over half a month, he found himself devoid of any clarity. Even the numerous seasoned eunuchs within the palace were equally stumped. How could the young Zhu, after merely hearing his explanation, possess a solution? This seemed implausible. Yet, the demeanor of the young Zhu did not suggest he was jesting. This left Feng Bao in a state of bewilderment. The Emperor is wise and resolute, a paragon of virtue, tirelessly laboring day and night for the sake of the nation and its people. To ensure the stability of the realm and the continuation of the royal lineage, the emperor must also partake in the rites of propriety. Given the emperor's arduous efforts, it is only fitting that we, the ministers, should alleviate his burdens. Zhu Pingyan bowed in the direction of the western garden, speaking softly. What does the young Zhu mean? Feng Bao inquired, puzzled by Zhu Pingyan's intent. If it were possible to grant the emperor an additional hour for his cultivation. Zhu Pingyan did not elaborate further, but instead posed a question to Feng Bao. To Zhu Pingyan, the Jiajing emperor resembled a student cramming for an exam, receiving the answers only as the exam commenced. He was not dissatisfied with the answers per se, but rather with the insufficient time to memorize them beforehand. If granted an hour or two more for preparation, he would undoubtedly embrace the chance to take the test with enthusiasm. My dear young Zhu, even an extra half-hour daily would yield substantial benefits, Feng Bao exclaimed with excitement. An additional half-hour is certainly feasible, Zhu Pingyan confidently nodded. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Feng Bao, though exhilarated, still harbored doubts. The emperor, as a responsible sovereign, is duty-bound to perpetuate the royal bloodline. If I am not mistaken, it is not the process of continuing the bloodline that consumes time and hinders cultivation, but rather the existing procedures for nightly visits that prove to be time-consuming and impede the emperor's practice. Zhu Pingyan explained softly, then turned his gaze toward Feng Bao and continued, in fact, with some adjustments to the procedures for nightly visits, while I cannot promise to save an entire hour, half an hour is certainly within reach. The Jiajing emperor was notoriously lustful, seeking the company of his concubines and palace maidens at any hour, day or night. Whenever the whim struck him, such a fervently indulgent sovereign would hardly complain about the time spent on nightly visits. It is merely the current procedures that prolong the process. Adjust the procedures for nightly visits? Feng Bao pondered, then shook his head vigorously, repeatedly gesturing in refusal. No, my dear young Zhu. The protocols of the imperial harem have been handed down from our ancestors. These are the ancestral laws. How can they be altered? Are the ancestral laws truly immutable? Zhu Pingyan lifted the corners of his mouth and, with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckled softly. Allow me to illustrate with a simple example. During the reign of the founding emperor, it was forbidden for court officials to read or write. However, by the time of Emperor Xian, an inner academy was established within the palace to teach court officials literacy. Today, it has become customary for court officials to be literate. Whether ancestral laws can be amended depends on how they are changed and articulated. If such changes serve the interests of our great Ming dynasty and benefit His Majesty, why should they not be enacted? Zhu Pingyan countered. Feng Bao fell silent, then shook his head. Young Master Zhu, you are aware that while the process of attending to the imperial consorts may seem intricate, it is quite straightforward. Once a consort is designated for the night, she bathes, changes attire, and adorns herself, after which His Majesty pays a visit. There is little room for alteration, let alone saving half an hour or an hour. His Majesty pays a visit? Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyan shook his head, then solemnly performed a grand bow towards the direction of the western garden. Rising, he gazed at Feng Bao and inquired, why must His Majesty personally visit the consort? As the sovereign of the realm, why should he venture to the consort's chambers? Why not have the consort visit His Majesty's quarters instead? This would undoubtedly save time for His Majesty's personal visit, wouldn't it? To be continued. Chapter 582, Zhu Pingyan's Suggestions, Part 2. Young Master Zhu's words resonated profoundly. Zhu Pingyan's discourse struck Feng Bao's ears like a clarion call, illuminating his thoughts. Indeed, how had I not considered this? Throughout the land, there is no territory but the king's. Along the shores, there are no subjects but the king's. The sovereign is the most powerful and noble figure in the realm. Yet, he must travel a great distance merely to visit a consort. The imperial palace is vast, and the western garden covers a considerable area. His Majesty's offices and training halls are situated at the periphery of the western garden, while the consort's quarters are deep within, creating a significant distance. The journey consumes considerable time, and for the comfort of Emperor Jiajing, the royal carriage cannot travel swiftly, resulting in lengthy travels back and forth. If the consorts were to attend His Majesty's quarters, much time could be saved for the Emperor's cultivation. Would it not further underscore His Majesty's exalted status if they came to him? Such a simple adjustment would accentuate His Majesty's dignity and enhance safety by reducing the distance. Moreover, when the consort visits the Emperor's chambers, she would surely rise from the dragon bed the next day with even greater favor, garnering more attention. It seems that such a suggestion would be welcomed by both His Majesty and the consorts. The more he pondered, the more feasible Feng Bao found the idea. As though the sword of Damocles suspended above him had lost its edge, and the gloom upon his face had lifted. Young Master Zhu is indeed a prodigious talent with exceptional insight, Feng Bao thought, holding Zhu Pingyan in increasingly high regard. Just as he was about to express his gratitude for this suggestion, Zhu Pingyan spoke once more. In truth, Pingyan has another suggestion, though I fear it may startle you. My lord, Zhu Pingyan said, looking at Feng Bao and speaking slowly. I am not unfamiliar with the world. I humbly request young Master Zhu to enlighten me. Feng Bao, having greatly benefited from Zhu Pingyan's previous suggestion, eagerly urged him for further insights. The words of peace are somewhat astonishing, and I implore you to keep them confidential. Of course, should anyone inquire in the future, I shall not acknowledge it, Zhu Pingyan said with utmost formality as he regarded Feng Bao. Rest assured, my lord. I swear upon my life that today's events are known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and I. There shall be no other ears, Feng Bao declared, pointing to the heavens with unwavering conviction. Indeed, Feng Bao's character is commendable. Historically, since forming a political alliance with Zhang Jujing, Feng Bao has never once betrayed him. You flatter me, but rest assured, I have complete faith in you, Zhu Pingyan affirmed. Many have surmised that Zhu Pingyan's confidence lies in the unique system of imperial concubines that the Qing dynasty would possess over a century later. Upon hearing Feng Bao's lamentations, Zhu Pingyan immediately thought of the Qing dynasty's system of concubines. This system represents the pinnacle of feudal dynasties, revering the emperor to an extreme and ensuring his utmost satisfaction. It could undoubtedly resolve the dilemmas Feng Bao currently faces, whether concerning the consorts or the Jiajing emperor. Employing this system would likely present no issues. Furthermore, for Feng Bao, this represents an extraordinary opportunity. The delicate matter of the eunuch's involvement in the emperor's bedchamber would transform into a coveted and desirable position. As spring blossomed, the magnificent palace walls were adorned with vibrant colors, flowers blooming in the crevices of the gray bricks, while green willows swayed gently at the base. A young scholar in official robes spoke softly, attentively listened to by a eunuch tasked with weaving. What? Are you suggesting that after the empress bathes and adorns herself, she lies bare upon the crimson carpet, which the palace maidens then roll up, to be lifted by us eunuchs to the emperor's chamber and placed upon the dragon bed? Feng Bao's mouth fell agape, clearly stunned by Zhu Pingyan's audacious proposition. The notion of wrapping the empress, unclad, in a crimson carpet and transporting her to the dragon bed was indeed shocking. In contrast to Feng Bao's astonishment, Zhu Pingyan remained remarkably composed. For such a practice had been authentically executed in the annals of Qing history for centuries. This, too, serves to consider the safety of the emperor. I trust you recall the incident of the Rennin Palace coup, Zhu Pingyan remarked with a subtle smile. Feng Bao hesitated momentarily, then fixed his gaze with determination. It has only been a decade since the Rennin coup, when the disgraced consort Wang conspired with several maidens to assassinate the Jiajing emperor. Had it not been for the maidens' panic leading to their failure, the emperor would have perished. Although the Jiajing emperor narrowly escaped death, he was nonetheless deeply shaken by the assassination attempt, which prompted his relocation from the imperial palace to the Shiyuan. While Zhu Pingyan's proposal may seem utterly shocking, it could effectively prevent hidden assassins amongst the consorts from endangering the emperor. During the night of intimacy, whether consorts or maidens, they would be presented entirely unclad upon the dragon bed, devoid of any weapons, thereby significantly enhancing the emperor's safety. Unclad and exposed. This would also greatly heighten the emperor's interest. Thus, with careful consideration of the phrasing, I believe the emperor would not oppose such a notion. Though Feng Bao is still young, his extensive time in the palace, while not rivaling Huang Jin, has afforded him some insight into the Jiajing emperor's preferences, leading him to believe this suggestion holds immense potential. Subsequently, Zhu Pingyan delineated the most pivotal aspect of the Qing dynasty's imperial harem system, the card-flipping system for selecting concubines, more than a century in advance. Card flipping? Feng Bao inquired, perplexed by the term. Indeed, it is akin to this official plaque, but each lady in the harem shall possess a smaller, more exquisite version. Zhu Pingyan produced his own waist plaque to demonstrate, inscribed with the names and specialties of the consorts, differentiating their ranks by color. During each evening meal, a silver tray would present a selection of 10 or even dozens of plaques for the emperor's choice. Should the emperor have a preference, he he would simply flip the plaque, indicating the favored concubine for the night. If he lacked interest in flipping a plaque, there would be no arrangements for a consort's attendance. By presenting numerous plaques at each supper for the emperor to choose from, the process would become devoid of eunuch involvement. The consorts could not blame the eunuchs. If a lady yearned for the emperor's presence, the eunuchs would present her plaque before the supper for his selection. Zhu Pingyan elucidated the Qing dynasty's card-flipping system succinctly. Regarding the finer details, he refrained from elaborating, as he was not well versed in them. However, given Feng Bao's extensive experience in the harem, it was certain he could refine a card-flipping system suitable for the Ming dynasty with just a framework provided. Indeed, Feng Bao, possessing discernment, immediately recognized the advantages of the card-flipping system. Even with 9 consorts, or even 9 more, he felt confident in navigating the system with ease. Upon hearing this, Feng Bao's complexion flushed with excitement, his joy bubbling forth as his lips trembled with incessant murmurs. His self-dialogue intensified the brightness of his expression. Akin to a blooming white osmanthus flower, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Thus, not only would the predicament be resolved, but a tremendous opportunity would also arise. Should he seize it, the ascent would be far from ordinary. Lord Zhu, allow me to pay my respects, Feng Bao proclaimed, solemnly bowing deeply in gratitude to Zhu Pingyan. His hands pressed together on the ground. To be continued.